4 days into the first ever Dota 2 Major, and we've already been treated to great matches, special moments, and exceptional plays. We mark the halfway point with 4 matches as we draw closer to finding our first ever Major champion. Welcome to day 3 of the main event at the Frankfurt Major. The bracket stage of the competition is well and truly underway, with 6 teams already eliminated, 4 from the brutally tough lower bracket round 1. And while teams fight their way through the lower bracket with 1 life remaining, 4 teams remain in the upper bracket: Evil Geniuses, CDEC, Team Secret, and Vici Gaming, all having shown flashes of championship form. Today, those teams will face off in the semi-final of the upper bracket, with the winners guaranteeing themselves a top 3 finish at the Frankfurt Major. Meanwhile, in the lower half, OG will go up against Mineski, while Alliance and Virtus Pro clash to stay in the competition. It's been tough, hard fought, and at times difficult to cope with. And that's just on the analyst desk. Joining the panel for our first match are men with great gifts. One has professor-like intellect and statistics about statistics. Another brings knowledge of items only IceFrog could possibly know more about. And the other one, well, he just talks a lot about Dota for a living. A warm welcome to the 3 wise men, otherwise known as Nahaz, Purge, and Capitalist. How you doing, everyone? Everyone okay?
I feel like somehow I got the least of, like, there's these superpowers.
No.
Nahaz has this intelligence, and Purge has all this knowledge, and well, Capitalist just talks a lot.
But it's a skill. It's a skill that these 2 couldn't possibly know anything about.
Don't worry about it, man.
He says.
Except Purge, who was
Except
also
Purge, who's also. I'm getting into a lot of trouble early on.
He literally talks for a living
He
as
does.
a professor.
How's everyone? Nahaz, great to have you with us, finally.
My body is ready. I think
Your body
this
is
going to be one of the best days of Dota that we've ever seen today. 2 of our top 3 finishers decided.
I like that a lot. Cap, excited?
Absolutely. I think that the upper bracket matches are going to be insanely good. I think that definitely like 3 out of those 4 teams I would have predicted would have been there. Can't wait for those matchups. CDEC did surprise me a little bit that they're still on top form and they still are not being taken down by any of the tier 1 teams, but not necessarily surprising that they are still a championship team after TI.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin, how you doing this morning?
Pretty good. I think there's going to be a lot of great games. Some potential upsets. Maybe our first set could go either way. Some of the other games will decide a lot of important prize money, and we'll see who's going to go down and crush the rest of the losers bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting in the losers bracket for sure today. It's probably a good time to take a look at some of the plays from yesterday, because we did have another terrific day of Dota 2. So let's take a look at the highlights from day 3. Of course, I'm getting a little bit confused because is it day 5 now or is it day 3? It's all just blurring into one. But nevertheless, the games have been great. Secret and Mineski kicked us off yesterday. It wasn't a good day for Mineski, Cap, but they can be pleased with what they've achieved, surely.
They started off strong. I really thought they were going to be able to take this game 1 home, but Secret just proved to be too strong going into the mid to late game. Mineski got to clean up some of those mistakes in the mid game if they want to be able to move further.
I think their main issues this game, though, was just slight itemization mistakes. They just didn't have any hard lockdowns, and once Secret grabbed BKBs, they basically became invulnerable against the Mineski draft. So I think Mineski's on the right target for their drafting here, so I think they definitely could beat OG, but they need to be on point completely. Yeah. With that said, the teams they've lost against CDEC and Secret thus far. 2 of the teams that are in the upper bracket right now, so they definitely could go farther.
Yep, they have had a tough road, Nahaz.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the themes that we've seen so far in this tournament is a lot of the losing teams have been taken outside their comfort zones. You know, Mineski, a very, very good team when they're playing their brand of Dota. VP, same thing yesterday. We saw them get really taken out of that pressure strat that they like to run. I think Mineski is going to need to show some discipline today against an OG team that is excellent at bringing early pressure.
VG obviously taking over this, but that was a really good match, Cap. Really enjoyable to watch as well from the neutrals' point of view.
Yeah, once again, Virtus Pro were actually in a scenario where they have a 3-game series, and it comes very close to game number 3, which could have gone one way, but ends up kind of being some mistakes end up going thrown the other.
Okay.
That was one of the plays of the tournament right there, by the way. Yeah. That G early kill, turnaround to the gank on the mid lane. I thought that was going to win them that game.
Okay, we're going to get into our first match of the day. We're going to talk about OG first off. One of the teams that, of course, struggled a little bit early on, but they have the players in this team to do really well. So why do you think they're down in the lower bracket so early?
OG, I think they've faced a higher caliber competition here than they've faced in some of their previous games. I still think they are one of the best teams in this version. I really do. They're the only team right now that averages more than 2 tower kills before the 15-minute mark. Excellent at bringing early pressure. They're super disciplined at all phases of the game. I think this is a really, really tough matchup for Mineski.
It's really interesting as well, Purge. In 685, they have the best record of any team at Frankfurt. How have they not been able to transfer that?
Well, they're more of a recent team. They've played very good since their team was formed. And taking tournament wins outside of the major, it's something that's very respectable, but it's not the same as coming and playing against top teams. And the teams I had the most struggle with this tournament was Vega Squadron. They lost 2 best-of-3s against Vega, which is a little interesting because Vega's actually eliminated now.
Yep.
So, but with that said, I think OG is very talented. Maybe Vega was just too tough for them to crack, and I think they'll have a lot more success against other teams.
I think Vega Squadron also knew how to match up against OG very well, and that's why they came out on top in 2 of those best-of-3s. That being said, I think OG have a lot of depth to them that they will be able to put a lot of pressure on Mineski, excuse me.
Yes, they often do that to me as well.
I'm getting so emotional already thinking about this
Already
matchup.
worrying about it, yeah. We haven't got to predictions yet as well, because that's going to be interesting a little bit later on. Before we get there, however, it's worth checking in with the team on their thoughts before they entered the Frankfurt Major. Okay, well, we'll get to that in a moment. But first of all, let's have a look at their highlights. And they have had some highlights, I suppose. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because as you've already said, it's been a difficult run through the tournament. They had to play these huge names.
This best-of-1 against Fnatic, I can't... Like, the most that I read out of it is that OG played this really crisply. They were able to outplay Fnatic entirely, but I also think this best-of-1 was a lot of it decided by the draft, and I think OG had such a massive advantage that it was hard for me to take this best-of-1 seriously.
I think it really just showed how much patience they have, though. Like, they won all of their lanes. It also really shows how ridiculously important the IO is for them. Crit has an amazing IO, quite possibly the best in the world, so if they can get that hero consistently in their series, I think it'll give them a giant advantage in winning their set.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the key to one of the keys for this team is going to be that Tiny IO combo. They're 10-2 with the Tiny in this patch. Look out for the crit Jakiro as well, 15-4 with that hero. They have a lot of combinations that they run that I think are just going to be very difficult for Mineski to deal with.
Yeah, I really think that Wisp is definitely the one of the heroes to be banned, but OG actually have a couple of different strats that they run. I'm not sure if Mineski is going to be prepared for, like, if they identify the Wisp is to be banned away. In fact, Mineski could even, like, say, if they get first pick, actually pick up the Wisp themselves. It's something that they haven't run too often, but I believe they're a good enough team to do it.
I think the go-to maybe is just ban it first round, and that's going to change things up a lot since that's not typically one of the first 4 heroes that we see. So we could see some more common heroes that are banned in first round sneak through, maybe Tuskar, Doombringer, things like that, that could change the drafts up in weird ways, which in some ways favors Mineski, I feel, because they do pick a little bit more abstract than OG does.
Well, it's been one of the themes of the tournament so far that I've really liked, that out of the 67 games we've seen so far, Doom has been banned 55 times in 67 games, no other hero more than 35. So we've really seen teams tailor their drafts to their opponent in this tournament, which I think makes the drafts really exciting.
One of the standout players from OG, well, lots of standout players, but I'm going to focus on one in particular, which is Miracle. Talk to me about Miracle, Cap.
I mean, what is there to say? 7,000 matchmaking points. I mean, what more do you want? 8,000.
8K,
excuse me. Like
don't
this guy is actually like the height of like mechanical pub star play, and being brought into a newer team like this gives him like this big opportunity to show what he has, and he is able to, in the technical aspect, beat all like. He can stand up against all the professionals in a 1-versus-1, I feel. But the question is whether or not the team as a whole can actually come together. And I think Miracle has meshed very well. I've talked to him. It seems like he has a great attitude. He's willing to learn. He listens to the more experienced people on his team and understands, okay, this game isn't always going to be about that 1-versus-1 matchup. How are we going to be able to interact when they run dual lanes mid or something? So Miracle, I think, is by far one of the most standout players of the newer scene that is coming into the fold, and I think he's easily top 2 players for OG.
Okay,
For sure.
Strong words. I like it. Bold. That's what we like to hear first thing in the morning. We're going to move on to Mineski now, and we'll show you some of their highlights as we talk about their run through the group stage and into the bracket stages. Difficult to really pick any holes in their group play because they did really well in the group stages, exceeded expectations, were the only team that weren't invited directly to make it through to the upper bracket, but then went down 2-0 to Secret. I mean, obviously playing such a good team makes it hard to assess them, but how far can they go through the lower bracket?
I think they can absolutely move farther than just OG. I think that they can, like, it's just the top 3 or 4 teams that I think will just absolutely slap down Mineski, but I think everyone else is going to have a really hard time contesting that play style.
Let's go ahead and have a look at the highlights from their group, from their previous match against Team Secret, and we'll bring Kevin in as well. Exceeding expectations in the group stage is one thing. Now we're into the hardcore of the bracket. They've got to show up.
It's looking a little scary. I mean, yeah, like we saw, they lost to CDEC and Secret. Beating OG is going to be tough. I feel like OG especially looked impressive when they played against Fnatic. Like, they didn't falter at all. Even Miracle got pressured a lot as the Huskar in the safe lane, but eventually it resulted in them pulling out a win. So Mineski has to play pretty perfectly. And I think they definitely can because they have really impressed everybody.
Certain plays like that we just saw, the slight misplay there of not being able to get the Disruptor, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, that is actually very game-changing and what allows Secret to be able to still maintain control in this first game.
Okay. Coming out of that Group D as well with CDEC, eHome and Alliance, and all of those teams are still in the competition. So that suggests that Group D was actually very strong.
I think that's one of the most, probably the most surprising result to me of the tournament so far is that 2-0 that they were able to post over eHome. It's just an absolutely massive upset. And it's the blessing and the curse of SEA teams. You have all of this volatility. These teams are so high in terms of their ceiling, but you get 1 or 2 misplays and they can absolutely fall apart. That can't happen today against OG. If they play their best, Mineski can win this series, but the mistakes are going to get punished so heavily.
Okay, we're going to get more from all 3 of you in just a moment, but another member of our broadcast panel is busy backstage right now, and I think he's downstairs with Jules. Oh, it's not. Okay, it's just Jules downstairs on his own. Coddle guy not there yet. He's obviously slacking off.
I mean, look at that stare. He looks ready to me.
He's definitely ready. That scares me.
I mean, Dakota's mic wouldn't have worked anyway. So.
And when it does, he would fall over.
How did they get that guy to agree to that? They're like, all right, we're going to stand you in the middle, we're going to spin a camera on you, and you're going to death stare. And he's
Could you have done that, Kevin? Could you have looked down that?
I would have broken confidence. I would have laughed. I would have been like, I don't agree to this.
Yeah, but this is the thing, right? Mineski is holding the whole entire Filipino spirit behind them, right? And they're all Southeast Asia even is like depending on Mineski to go far in this tournament in order to show the region that they still have strength, that there's still something, right? Because back in the days, that used to be the thing. Southeast Asia was like the teams to be beaten, and they've just fallen after year as Dota 2 has progressed. And you know, there's still so much talent in that scene. It's rough seeing teams like Fnatic go out in the first round.
Yeah, it's been one of the stories of this tournament to me so far that the 2 Cinderella teams, Unknown and Mineski, have both really left their stamp on this tournament in different ways. And I really do think that Mineski have a chance to continue that run today. It's just, as we said, I am trying to think of ways, and Purge, you're the guy that probably knows this better than anybody else. How can they win this series?
Oh.
Shrug.
Shrug.
If I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. I think they definitely can take the win. It's just take out OG's comfort heroes. Don't let them get Wisp. I think banning that in the first round is definitely really important. Get the heroes they like, TA, stuff like that. Get some good ganks off. But even after they take that round, their side of the bracket's really scary. They've got VP, they've got Alliance, the winner of that match. Their bracket looks very difficult, to be honest. So I would love to see them take another set, and I think they can do that. But I really think that OG is more favored here.
For sure.
I mean, there seems to be a bit of negativity on this desk right now. Have we got?
Not from me.
Hey, you know, again, if they play their best Dota, Mineski can win. I mean, we're talking about their players have this huge skill ceiling. Jay, what's he going by in this tournament now? The tag? He's tagged up as a different player.
Question.
But so Jay has the highest GPM of any player in Pro Dota 2 history with over 100 games. I mean, he has the highest XPM. He's the only player in Pro Dota 2 history over 600 experience per minute in his career.
I like these statistics, but I'm still not hearing the passion. Cap,
I know.
Have you got the passion for Mineski?
All of this is like, oh, they could win. No. Mineski are going to win this, all right?
Okay.
I have faith in Mineski, all right? I think that Bimbo, by the way, is the other name.
Okay,
Going
yes.
Don't know why, but it feels really weird calling him a Bimbo.
Okay.
But-
We're gonna get more. You can have your piece
All
in
right,
just a moment. Okay, I'm gonna let you totally go ham on this, and you can tell us exactly why Mineski are gonna win. But first, let's introduce you to the two teams, OG and Mineski. Teams almost ready for the first match and the first game of the day, but Capitalist has something to say. He'd like to address the world at this time.
Mineski got this. All right? I've already thought about it. I've thought about some of the matchups, and I was like, okay, OG have certain playstyles, right? They really like the Wisp, but I think there are openings from the Mineski and the draft side that I think they can pull out. For example, just before the majors, right? They have something that a couple of different teams have run, but we haven't seen too much of this tournament, which is the support Slordar. I think that if they can get like Slordar Wind Ranger as a 1-2 pickup, for me, I'm like, boom, that's a Mineski win right there. If they can actually open with that kind of strong, like, Cuckoo's amazing on the Wind Ranger, you can potentially put the Slaughter in the offlane as well as the support. I think they've got enough depth in there, but they just get real aggressive with their offlaner as well.
Okay. You've had your piece.
All right.
Time out now. We're going to go from the front to the end. Now, has prediction time. Has he persuaded you to go with Mineski?
Come on, Alan. Use that intelligence.
I want to pick Mineski in this series. I don't see a way that they can take 2 out of 3 games against OG. I just think OG is so solid at every phase of the game. I want to see that Mineski Husker. I want to see them light this place on fire. I just think they have a really hard road ahead.
Okay, so OG for you.
OG, yeah.
Okay. I needn't really ask you where you're going. I'm going to out of courtesy.
I think that it's going to be OG losing.
What?
So I'm going to go with Mineski.
Okay, Mineski for Capitalist. I'm still to be. It was a very passionate plea. I think the address was good, but I'm going to stick with OG. I think that's the sensible option here. Purge, did he do enough?
No, I'm sorry. You didn't convince me. I think OG is definitely the better team here. I think they have a much better chance of winning. And
Okay.
I think it'll be a 2-1. I think Mineski can take at least 1 game, but I think OG is going to take the lake consistently.
I feel like this is another
Okay.
round of Mafia, and I'm just pleading for my life. You know, don't
Voting you
kill
off.
me, guys.
Formal.
Look at it this way. You could have won the Republican primary with that speech.
Well,
Like anybody can do
I was
that.
going to say, yeah, probably anyone could have done that with the competition. Anyway, not persuaded, but you're going to stick with your gut feeling. You're going to stay with the boys from Mineski. 3 of us with OG. As we get ready for the draft, Alan, any final thoughts on the matchup?
I think, to me, the hero, and Cap has talked about this a lot in the past, the hero to me, that the player that keys OG is Moon Meander. And I really cannot wait to see what he's going to do in the off lane against a Mineski team that is just ready to mix it up at all stages of the game.
I just still think Cap is extremely wrong. That's all I can think about right now.
Is that all that's thinking? You're not even thinking about the match?
Yeah, he's completely blocked off.
How could somebody put his integrity on the line like that?
But wait, tell me a story though, Purge. Like, what do they have to do to win? What are your 2 or 3 points that absolutely have to come to pass for Mineski to win this series.
I think
He's picked OG. There's no point in asking him that.
No,
I want to know, how can they do it?
One thing that Mineski can do is they can aim for stuns because, especially with an IO or a Wisp in the game, it allows you to outplay your opponents consistently and kite them. If you just get a lot of stuns, for example, there's no micro that you can do once the stun lands. So I agreed a lot with what Cap said about Slardar Wind Ranger. It's not just about the amp damage. It's also about the stuns into stuns into stuns, and maybe some burst damage. Go burst damage lineup. AA, something like that would be very straightforward and good in my opinion. And that's one thing that can allow you to beat better teams.
Cap's going to go through the VOD for this and take out the bit that says, I agree with Cap, and just have that as his ringtone from now on.
I'm going to put it up everywhere I can. All the social media, Purge and his wonderful dulcet tones. I agree with Cap. I agree with Cap. That's all I'm going to hear.
It's good. I like it. Okay, so you can continue your rant if you wish, but we're going to go into the draft, and I think this is going to lead to us understanding how Mineski are going to play.
See,
what do you expect, Ernie?
Earlier, I was talking about like, okay, I think they could actually bring enough counters to maybe let out the Wisp. And if they could do that, boy, would that be a statement, right, of shutting down the OG Wisp? That would be something that you would do in an opening game, right, in order to shut them down right away, or potentially lose that game and still have a recovery in game 2 and 3. So far, Mineski haven't banned it away, though most likely Doom Wisp would be the safest bet.
Yeah, I think Purge was onto something there. I think Mineski is really, really solid when they put Jay or Bimbo on these huge damage-dealing heroes, and if they can draft enough control around that, I think that that's one way they can win. No surprise, though, in the first bans here, Doomed, of course, the most banned hero in the tournament, and Dazzle, the most picked hero for both of these teams. I believe OG is 20-8 with it, while Mineski is 15-5.
Is it going to be Queen of Pain or Winter Wyvern, that OG ban? For me, I think that's the 1-2 that is most like, oh, they're still tossing the pool.
Which you know what? Here's a little odd stat to me. Teams that ban Tusk in this tournament actually have a 70% win rate.
Yeah, 71.9% win rate when they ban it.
Wait.
Are you
what?
impressed with that?
You do decimal points?
Oh, yeah. Me and you, brother, we're here.
Yeah, baby.
Did you guys share stats beforehand? Or?
That's being old man.
And there's the Slardar you were looking for Mineski.
Taken away.
Yep, taken away for OG.
Away.
Yeah, that's what I.
And they can't go Tiny Wisp either, which must be really annoying right now.
I still say Winter Wyvern is. I think it's a pretty good counter to the Slardar. I think that like Winter Wyvern, Wind Ranger, Winter Wyvern, Queen of Pain.
Reserve time.
Part of the problem is if they lit this out. Okay, Darkseer is one of the other offlaners, but
yeah.
I really think Winter Wyvern is valuable against Slardar.
We've seen a lot of Darkseer, Queen of Pain, first 2 picks as well.
So I'm going to try to convince you guys I would ban Slardar against OG over the Wisp.
Oh, there's no way.
All right, just because
Crazy.
they have 4 different players that have played it, and Moon's 11-3 on the Slardar in this patch.
What you're saying, let Wisp through.
I would let the Wisp through. I would ban the Slardar.
I think
yes.
that's crazy. It's far and ahead Crit's best hero, I think. His Wisp is amazing.
You know what? I would have said that. I would have said that about 2 months ago. But as good as he'd looked on the Jakiro, I think they found enough other heroes for him to play.
I guess.
And the Miracle SF. This is something that I really like OG doing, by the way. They will switch up who plays mid and who plays safe lane, and Miracle SF in the mid is dominating.
You know, one really good thing that Jakiro does provide is the ability to tower push, and like you said, they do take towers extremely rapidly. It's a hero I play a lot in pubs, and you could just put a Jakiro on a lane as a level 5, level 7 hero as a single support, and you can take that tower within a minute or two. So it definitely gives you a really nice tactical advantage that you can push in that way.
Yeah. And he's been, obviously it's banned, but he's been really good on the Tusk as well. That's one of the themes, I think, overall of the tournament. The 4 position has made a lot of plays in this tournament.
The Undying was actually one of the heroes to look out for in this series because both Mineski and OG run it. OG run it like a lot,
19
very
and 4.
successfully. Like they're incredibly good with that hero, so it's not surprising that Mineski banned it out. The reason I didn't foresee a Spirit Breaker, like the Darkseer makes sense for them because they run it a lot, but they don't run as much Spirit Breaker, and I don't think they've been very successful. That being said, this kind of dual lane aggression I think is something that you need to run in order to put OG perhaps a little off their game.
There's so many good gank opportunities as well versus Shadow Fiend. They could even do a dual off lane and throw the Iron Shell on the Spirit Breaker while he's hiding, have him charge mid, and it's like you have 3 heroes and a 2-man gank rather than just 2.
Yeah.
So they can get a lot more value out of their lanes by having the Iron Shell and a couple cores that can profit from it.
Yeah, the numbers are unfortunately a little bit ugly. They are 0-5 in this patch with Spirit Breaker.
Mineski's.
Yeah, Mineski is.
I mean, other teams have been winning with it. Maybe they don't understand how to utilize the hero really well, but I mean, I think Virtus Pro, for example, did a lot of value with their Spirit Breaker last night, so if Mineski has been watching those games, maybe they can replicate it slightly better. I have faith that they can do it and get value out of the hero.
No, I mean, the hero is just so tanky early on. Of course, we're most likely going to see it in the 4 position here rather than the 3, which is, I think, how Virtus Pro ran it yesterday.
Correct. But you eventually shifted to like a support roaming Spirit Breaker anyways. So.
Fair enough.
Such a tanky lineup from Mineski. I like the Winter Wyvern 3, obviously, because you have a Darkseer. It's surprising that OG don't ban that one away, because even if you do ban away both the Queen of Pain and the Templar Assassin, there is still a mid hero that's left from Mineski, and that would be the Wind Ranger that I would first look to. Winter Wyvern is also a very suitable counter to Wind Ranger with the Cold Embrace, Focus Fire interaction. But OG opting for more control and very likely some sort of dual lane scenario.
Yeah, Ember comes out. We did say yesterday, of course, the Wind Ranger has a very poor win rate right now in this competition. 35% is not good.
I don't like Wind Ranger
for a popular, for a popular pick.
She's only 45% overall in the patch. I mean, Wind Ranger is a hero that the top tier teams have done very well with, and everybody else hasn't looked nearly as good.
It wouldn't give them enough damage either. Like Winter Wyvern, Darkseer, Spirit Breaker, it's good early, but in the mid game when your spells and abilities start scaling down, where you need items to kick in, they don't really have anything that does that. So they need another big damage dealer for their last pick. Otherwise, it's going to be very straightforward for OG. Gank the Ember Spirit, delay his farm, and then we're going to just naturally roll over them in the mid game.
Now, Winter Wyvern and Darkseer is a combo that a lot of people have talked about going back to last patch, but it's actually never really been that far above 500. And it's a combo where if you hit your spells perfectly, it wins. If you don't, it's some really hard fights.
Yeah, and especially with the run at you lineup that OG currently has with Slardar, it's going to be pretty tough. They don't have the best disables to stop Bane ultimate either, so I think the Bane pickup was solid. It'll give them good early laning synergy. It'll help them out against the Spirit Breaker Darkseer.
Yeah, I am really nervous for Mineski. I see a very, very strong laning phase lineup coming out here from OG, and I think that, again, this is where you see it over and over again with a lot of SEA teams. A lot of that volatility comes from the laning phase. We saw this with Fnatic over and over again. They're a team that if they can get through the laning phase with any kind of a lead, they're great, but they can just fall apart in their lanes.
Mineski are practically daring OG to pick up like the Gyrocopter here. I think they're perfectly fine with that because their opening of Darkseer Spirit Breaker does prevent potential Gyrocopter just because those heroes close the gap so well or so tanky they can actually deal with the Rocket Barrage and still put enough attention on the Gyrocopter to keep him down.
That's true, but with the Rubik Lift, I feel like they're pretty protected in the safe lane now, unless Rubik gets initiated on, in which case they kind of lose. So I think it's going to be up to the Rubik a lot to not die there. I assume that'll be Fly playing the Rubik. I'm not sure if he plays it over Crit, but I have a lot of faith in Fly as a support player. I'm sure that he can handle that lane.
He was really magnificent leading up to TI5 with Complexity. Showed a lot of leadership and kind of is the part of the glue that holds this OG squad together. I don't know. The last 2 bans from Mineski clearly focused around the no-tail heroes, right? The Beastmaster and the Juggernaut, 2 heroes that he's done really well on. Gyro is the next hero after that, but look out for the Brewmaster also. They've run no-tail on safe lane Brewmaster a couple times.
I like Brewmaster a lot right now. His Dispel got increased AoE-wise, so you can Dispel Flame Guard on the Ember Spirit very easily. You can remove Surge from people. You can remove a lot of negative status effects from yourself as well.
Do we, we don't see anything crazy. I was about to ask if you saw something crazy. It's a bit more standard with the laner.
That's the damage they needed, really. The only hard part now is going to be protecting him. You got to protect him from Slardar initiating with a double raise and a brain sap and killing her instantly.
Yeah, I just don't know when you're an underdog team in an elimination series. I feel like you got to pick heroes that you're comfortable with. And between the Spirit Breaker 0-5, they've only picked Lina twice this patch. I just don't know that these are definitely not comfort heroes for Mineski.
No, absolutely not. The Lina I did not see coming at all.
If you're gonna mix it up, though, do it in game 1, right? Don't leave it until game 2 when it's critical. So I guess that could be part of the mentality too.
It's one of the only heroes that's left to be able to match up against the SF, and if you include the pressure of Winter Wyvern and Spirit Breaker, they can definitely still win this lane.
Yeah, so I'm looking at heroes for No Tail here. The Brewmaster and the Gyro are the two most after the Tiny and Beastmaster. He has played Corveno as well. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that come out. And don't completely discard the Necrophos pick. There's the Gyro. Okay.
Yeah, they need a little more carry potential.
Wow.
I think this is just an OG lineup, pretty through and through.
Yeah. OG has comfort heroes. Mineski doesn't.
Okay, thank you very much, gents. We'll hear more from you at the end of the game. Let's send it over to our commentary team of Cinderin and Odie Pixel.
Thank you very much, Paul. And indeed, we're getting ourselves ready to get into the first game of the first series of the day. OG going up Mineski. And, well, Cinderin are talking about this beforehand. OG maybe have so far underperformed in comparison to what people expected overall in this tournament. Mineski potentially overperforming. Do you think on the back of that, Mineski can take a game off OG and maybe even the series?
I like that Cap said that he favors Mineski because I do too, but it depends on whether they can play similar to what they did in Game 1 against Secret yesterday or Game 2. And a lot of it comes down to if they understand their draft and what they need to do in the game. I think in Game 1 against Secret, they really read the game well and knew what they had to do. Of course, they did end up losing because of a couple of misplays, but the level of play they showed in that game for me would be enough for a victory here if they can do that twice. As far as the whole comfort hero thing, I do think Mineski, you don't pick heroes in this important of a match if you're not comfortable with them. Like they know how to play these heroes for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Mineski getting the heroes they know how to play, OG as well. You look at their draft, and it is incredibly comfortable for these guys. They've got Miracle on his SF. They've got Big Daddy on that Gyro. Sorry, Moon, of course, on the Slider. It's looking very strong from OG. Mineski's lineup, have they got what it takes to deal with these kind of heroes?
I do think from a draft perspective that OG might have a slight advantage. I think their lanes should be shaping up very well. The Gyro last pick seems like a solid solution to what Mineski has. But overall, it's not that one-sided draft that I think there's a big favorite. So as you started out mentioning in the beginning, have OG underperformed? I don't think so. I think they had a hard part of the bracket, and if they win this, they're obviously secure top 8. I think that's around where I would place OG in the power ranking of this tournament right now. And for Mineski, have they overperformed? Maybe based on, compared to the expectations of myself, yes. But now that I've seen their games throughout the tournament, I think if they keep that level of performance, not reaching top 8 for them is the disappointment, actually.
Okay, well, it's going to be very interesting to see how this goes down straight away. OG will be able to deward the Observer that was just popped down here in the Radiant Jungle by Mineski. And in terms of lanes coming out from both teams, I guess we're going to see pretty much what we expect. One thing to note, of course, the fact that Mineski are running both the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer, so I guess we're going to see a very active Spirit Breaker moving around the map.
Absolutely. They definitely, I don't want to say they kind of stole VP's strategy, but there's some clear indications that they might have been a little bit inspired by what Virtus.pro did play yesterday. I'm mainly thinking about the Lina pickup together with the Spirit Breaker that they had great success with against Vici Gaming, obviously. VP did lose the series 2-1, but they showed some really good form and showed what this combo can do. And for me, it's probably just Mineski looking to shut down Miracle as much as possible.
Indeed, and in terms of the lane, so it does look like OG, they realized the fact that it's going to be the Darkseer, maybe joined for the most part by the Spirit Breaker up top. So they're going to put, for the time being, Big Daddy on the bottom lane on this Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I think the laning from OG here is very, very good. Gyro plus Bane should very easily beat out this Ember Spirit. I don't think this is the lanes that Mineski were expecting. The Darkseer is going to be very happy. He gets a one-on-one against Slardar. That's like a dream lane. I mean, they have to adjust to help out Cuckoo in this one.
Yeah, and well, mid lane we're going to see a charger from Jesse Vash. He was looking to try and get the block off, but in fact with the Arctic Burn slow, he's looking to move in and they'll get themselves first blood. They're Raging Potato. At the same time, OG did get the kill bottom, but just not quick enough to get the first blood as Mineski, they're through the door first.
Yeah, this is a great start for Mineski. They already have a lane matchup in the mid that favors the Lina in the beginning, but of course with all the help he's getting from Crit, I think Miracle is going to be just fine even with this first death. The bottom lane is a different story. Yeah, Cuckoo is getting
he's not having a great time
absolutely destroyed. He has to fully respect this lane. I'm actually surprised he got killed without Bane skilling the Nightmare. He just let No Tail run in at him with Rocket Barrage and he took a Brain Sap and ended up dying. And looks like they're okay with sacrificing him for now. No help in sight.
Oh, they're keeping the lanes they are, keeping the Wyvern towards the mid lane. Jules, of course, just trying to help Raging Potato continue to have that edge against the SF. Top lane, Jesse just giving some harassment here to Moon. He did come prepared for this, came to lane with 8 tangos and a salve, so very much ready for the aggression that Mineski are going to be throwing at that Slider on the top lane. And it looks like potentially we're going to see the Spirit Breaker start to move back towards mid. He's going to look for that 2-minute rune, potentially hope for something like an Invis, something that's going to allow him to get in close and set something up. But 10 for 1, 9 for 1, so regardless of the fact that they did lose someone in the mid lane, Miracle's SF is still looking pretty good in comparison.
I'm just looking at this bottom lane. I'm like, Mineski, what are you going to do about this? You can't just keep letting this happen. The Emperor Spirit's going to be horrible. This hero is so momentum driven. Top lane, speaking of that.
Try and go in. We saw me try go for the crush to catch the charge. Wasn't there in time. Now the crush comes through. They're going to try and chase this over. And Moon, well, he's got to be careful here. Bringing Jesse Vash fairly low. Right, he hasn't managed to get the shell on himself at the moment, just on the creep. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Fly coming in close and personal to Jules and Cuckoo. Cuckoo's actually resorted to trying to farm a camp here with the level 1 Flame Guard, realizing that he just can't get anything in lane, but this is not the way you want to be playing an Ember Spirit, Sin.
No, it really isn't. Level 1 Flame Guard is actually really bad as well.
And Fly's just stealing the CS. I mean, he might want to get himself away now, but he did manage to take a bit of that from Cuckoo.
He has boots first. So
there we go. Was that Ember's first CS? Oh, it was his second one.
He's got 2.
He's got 2. Nice.
Currently sitting on...
Not all bad, but the majority of it, and now he's going to try and do the Ancient Sin.
He has the lowest GPM in the game.
Where's he off to now? They're switching lanes up. Do you agree with this? Cuckoo's making the long walk up to top, but he is going to be up against a level 4 Slardar whilst he is a level 1 Ember Spirit.
I don't know. I think it's just a bit too late. I was saying that 3 minutes into the game, but he can't win this lane on his own, so they're going to have to help him out with... I don't know if the Darkseer is the right choice. Maybe you put the Wyvern up there and you play Darkseer Spirit Breaker bottom, but they can't beat the Gyro either. That's why this was a really good pick out from OG.
I mean, Moon's just running down. Cookie says level 1 Ember Spirit. Yes, please, I'll try for some of that. Cookie's been surged up. Moon's trying to find his way around, and I think he should be able to get this. Okay, the shell might be enough to force him off. There's a charge coming in, and maybe Moon's bit off a bit more than he can chew. They'll actually get the steering change, and this will help out Cuckoo a lot if he gets involved in that, and they will. They do get the kill on Moon. They're able to punish his greed there as he was kind of baited in by that very, very tasty-looking Ember.
That's the most important kill of the game.
Yeah, and now he's straight up to level 3 now in this Ember Spirit, so that's really helped Cuckoo.
Cuckoo's going to be very thankful that he gets to play Dota now. Honestly, he's been playing AFK Simulator until this point. So I mean, at almost level 4, right?
Yeah.
It could have been way worse.
Up.
He actually has 800 gold to use, and he's buying boots and a town portal. He misclicked in that fight, used town portal instead of the salve, but fortunately for him, didn't end up getting him killed. And the mid lane, I want to point out how far behind Miracle actually is on
Spirit
levels.
Breaker tried for a charge, but there was a Lina there, so Crit cancels the charge, the telekinesis. Raging Potato moving in onto Miracle. Miracle's got the bold charges.
5 mana short from the Laguna.
Oh, meanwhile, okay, top lane, there was a revenge kill as he got the kill on Ember Spirit, as well at the bottom lane. No-Tail trying to move in with Fly onto Jules. He's trying to juke this one out through the tree line. Actually gets the salve off as well, and I think he might just be able to do it. He's actually fogged them in. They're actually stuck in by the Radiant Creep, so OG can't get the kill onto the Wyvern, but top lane, Moon did actually managed to kill Cuckoo as he returned. Bottom is still continuing. There's a surge up from Ryo, seeing if they can chase anyone down. They've got 3 heroes here at the moment. They actually sent the Ember back to the bottom lane. So Ember, he's been going global, up to the top lane, down to the bottom lane, just trying to desperately find farm wherever there's an opening. And it's not going to be too easy against these two, but this time he does have support.
I don't think OG are aware of what they're getting themselves into here.
And here we go, brain stab onto Cuckoo. He's got to get himself out. In fact, he ends up going down. Fly gets the kill there with the last right click. And OG are going to be all right. No-Tail salving up. There's still a charge coming in across the map. They're going to have the Ember back up in 10 seconds, and he can try and contribute and get himself down there, but No-Tail's already trying to move in. Pops the cooldown. Here's your charge from Jesse Vash. Do they have the damage there with the Darkseer and his shells to get a kill? But the Nightmare comes out, holding the breaker back, and No-Tail and Fly will simply walk this one off.
All right, looks like Cuckoo was the one who didn't know what he was getting himself into. I saw the charge coming across, and I'm like, okay, this is going to be very, very good for Mineski if OG stick around. But then they engaged a good 10 seconds before the charge even reached, and Cuckoo just... He's probably not used to being in this position at 6 minutes, and he just has to play kind of as if he's a support in these engages, be a little bit more patient and not get himself out of positions. He's just really not tanky even with Flame Guard on.
This is not going to be a nice lane for him sticking. Moon's level 7, moves him with the crush. Look at this physical damage. Half of his health gone. He needs one bash. Is he going to be able to find it? In fact, he might not even need a bash here. Moon's just going to move in. One more slap to the back will do, and he gets the kill on the Ember Spirit. No help there for Cuckoo as he goes down, and this time we're seeing him not having a good time up top. The charge was coming through, but Jesse Vash might need to be careful. Bane is there if they can look for a setup. In fact, he's just going to stand there, take a crush to the face as Moon moves in. The Brains start bringing him down low, and they'll get themselves another kill up top. Mineski just feeding OG here on the top lane.
Yeah, I think they need to start. They need to wake up at this point. Mineski are making a lot of mistakes that we wouldn't have seen yesterday, at least based on their game against Secret. They can play on a much higher level in this. On quite the contrary, OG are just playing super aggressive early on. They're taking big advantage of the potential they have in their lanes. Once again, looking at the gyrocopter to really enable them to win the laning phase as much as they have. And the choice of putting Gyro plus Bane bottom has really paid off. The only hero on Mineski that's doing well is Raging Potato on the Lina. He's very farmed. He's beating out Miracle in the mid lane. But now Miracle is getting stacked, so he should be catching up.
D5 for 2 at the moment. OG certainly with the firmer grip on this game. Ember Spirit still got a little bit of a way to really come back into this. He's managing to find some CS now that the Moon's actually backed off here. There's a bit of space for him. Moon actually maybe moving towards another lane, seeing if he can find some kind of action. But Mineski, they've got 4 heroes towards the top of the river. Potentially looking for some action top, but there is, of course, this dire ward here from OG, spotting all of this action out. So it's unlikely Mineski going to be able to make a jump on this. And Crit's got the safety to get the levels here in the mid lane as well. With the amount of vision that OG have got around that entire area,
this is
feeling very safe.
Very, very good rune to get on Gyrocopter right now. This should give No-Tail a solo kill if he times it right. Don't think he saw Vash there, actually.
Vash has got the charge.
Oh, he did. Rubik's pinging it out, at least.
They want to rather go for Raging Potato. You already said how he was doing the best this far. And there we go. Cooldown for the tree line, into the telekinesis. They move forward. They'll get themselves the kill. Moon was there as well, as we talked about him, setting himself up in the mid lane. And another very nice kill for OG. And that's the one at this point that matters, because as we can see, Lina is top of the net worth. And that's going to allow Miracle to get himself back on the top of the charts.
Man, this Ember. I don't know what they can do for Cuckoo right now. I think they have to set up some more stacks and let him have them instead of Lina. At this point, of course, you want Lina to farm the stacks and get a fast Yules, but this Ember is actually still not really a part of the game. He's 3rd lowest on net worth after the laning stage. Now, finally, they decide to lane the Wyvern together with him to give him a little bit of safety. It just looks like it's too little too late.
I'm seeing smokes come out from both sides now.
This is something that could help.
If they can get themselves a pick off and have the Ember be involved. They do have that Laguna Blade, so if anyone tries to come in on the Ember, we'll see if they try and back. But Miracle and Fly are there, so OG definitely have the potential to fight back hard. It's just going to be a question of how it kicks off. In fact, they're also being joined by Big Daddy. This could be a bad fight for Mineski. Straight away onto Raging. The Cold Embrace has come out, but with the Fiend's Grip, holding Cuckoo in the cooldown, coming onto the 3. They've taken down 2, and now they're going to move in for more. They should be able to final 3 as Moon chases in, gets the crush on the Wyvern. 3 kills for OG, and Mineski did not want to be there. We talked about the smoke pickup, said this could be the potential to turn, but OG were totally ready for that.
Yeah, they looked like they knew exactly what was going on, standing exactly where they did in this right of the tree line. Allows them to easily break the smoke as Lina is trying to wrap around and maybe find an opening. Mineski, man, everything is just falling apart 10 minutes in. This is a very, very big lead for OG, already 5,000 on the goal in a 10-minute game. And the hero that they can use to come back in the late game, Mineski, it's one thing if they're far behind on gold and you can be like, okay, sometimes we see teams come back from a 5K deficit at this point, or maybe 6, if they have a strong late gamer. Their strong late gamer is 2nd to last now on the net worth. He's being out-farmed by the Spirit Breaker. This is very, very bad news for Mineski.
I mean, the only way, with an Ember Spirit, there's just not really a way to flash farm. The only way I guess you can bring him back in is by trying to finding engagements that he can get involved in. But we've already seen that Mineski are having a real hard time trying to do that.
He got his level 6 now, so of course can start looking for kills with Fire Remnant. But the other heroes are also far behind. I've been talking a lot about Ember because he's the one suffering the most, but it's not like the other heroes on Mineski are doing exceptionally well either. Wyvern is level 4, Breakers just cracked level 5. We're 11 minutes in and they're far off their ultimates. You look across the river and both the supports on OG are level 7.
And now there's a blink on the Slardar. if things weren't going to get any worse for Mineski. If he just even smells that Nebus, but he's going to be straight on him. And a crush and a one bash, you're getting that kill, regardless of whether he's got a remnant out or not.
This is such a big lead for OG right now that they should just be cruising toward victory. And it is very early to say that. We've only played 11 minutes of Dota, but they have a lineup on Dire that's great at taking Roshan. They have the mech. They have all the items they actually need and a level advantage. Mineski can't fight them at all right now. It's really that simple.
Who they're going to go for? If they find Potato, that's the one that they're going to want. And there we go, straight in with the crush. Amplifies down as well. Cooldown from Big Daddy, but he's already dead, the Lina. Now they're trying to move with Jules as well. Miracle coming forward. He'll Arctic Burn here up to the high ground. Jules trying to juke this out, but Moon's already there with the wraparound. Gets the crush onto the Wyvern. They'll bring down Jules as well. 2 more kills for OG. Now push down the middle tower. And it is not looking great. And now Fiend's Grip straight up from Fly to Cuckoo. They send Miracle in. He's looking for the Requiem. He's not actually going to cast it here, realizing that the timing wouldn't be there. Cuckoo was able to get out with the Remnant. But there is actually a Slardar coming round as well from OG. Moon hasn't quite got the mana for the crush. He might try and go. Oh, he's got the 1 charges. Should be enough. And Cuckoo's actually going to go for the TP out. Is Moon going to go in and find it? Not quite in time. A little bit hesitant there, Moon, so won't be able to stop the Ember getting back to base and refueling.
And here goes the tower as well. And I'm imagining OG will be looking for a sub-15 Roshan. I don't see why they wouldn't do it. Their team fight is way superior right now because Mineski are lacking key abilities. They don't have wall yet. They don't have... Oh, actually, Ryo.
No, you're not getting out of here, Ryo. You're going to stay here with me. Karigan answer. No! Oh, my goodness. Ryo.
Good creep wave.
I think his whole life flashed before his eyes there, Sin.
He got saved by the creep wave.
My goodness. That was a close
That was
call.
very, very close. Regardless, they force him back to base. I'm actually very surprised OG aren't just taking Roshan right now. Of course, it is a very important elimination game and you want to play it safe, but I think the safest play for them right now is going for that Roshan. They just need maybe a little bit more map control, just place 1 more good ward, and they secure themselves an even bigger lead with a Roshan catch.
And as well, Miracle's farm has stepped up absolutely massively. You look at the hero's net worth, he's now sitting a good 2.5k ahead of the Lina. And we saw for a large point, Raging Potato, he was doing all right. He was keeping himself on top, but after these fights and the Roche as well, that's almost imminently going to be going down to the side of OG, nothing that Mineski can do. And just look at the speed that this lineup takes it down in a game that's 14 minutes young.
Who had the overall first pick in this game?
Good question, Sin. You're the analyst. You should know.
That's not.
I mean,
that has nothing
you're the guy
to
who
do
watches
with
the
that. All right, OG had the overall first pick, so they went for the Slaughter. It kind of surprises me that Mineski didn't go for Shadow Fiend on Radiant then, because that was the trade-off. They actually willingly gave away Shadow Fiend Slaughter on the Dire, and their trade-off was Darkseer Breaker in the first phase. So they're probably regretting that a little bit now that they don't have the potential to fight OG, but more than anything, I mean, you can talk as much about draft as you want. They're just getting super outplayed as well and out-strategized in their laning.
Fly it towards the mid with crit. They'd love to try and find Cuckoo. There is some backup from Mineski, but straight away with the telekinesis there. Winter's Curse onto Fly, locking him in place. They might be able to find the Bane. He'll drop out of Brain Sap. Nightmare himself, try and walk this off. Looking to get out with the charges. Maybe with the crush on Fly! He's gonna live! Moon saves it with the crush, holding Mineski back. Finally the charge comes through. Jesse will finish off Fly, but they lose Cuckoo, and they're probably gonna lose Jesse as well as OG move in. Amplifies down. Look at these right clicks from Miracle. Looks like Beef's back on the menu, boys, as the cow goes down. 2 more kills for OG. And again, trade after trade going the way of the Dire.
And they could probably start looking at these tier 2s as well. Gyrocopter starting to split push in the bottom lane. He's already stacking Ancients with his Helm of the Dominator pickup as well. And this is the most one-sided game of the main event we've seen so far, I think. I can't remember another game. There was a very short game in the group stage, I believe. But so far for OG, this is an absolute beatdown.
This is a bit reminiscent of kind of game 2 yesterday that Mineski had against Secret, just being outclassed by their opponents. And, well, add chicken to the menu now as Jules, the frozen bird, will fall. 14 for 3, 16 minutes in. I mean, we talked about OG's draft. We knew that they were going to be very comfortable with the heroes, and they're pretty much all having the performances that you'd expect when they get these heroes.
Absolutely. Everyone on OG has been playing pretty much their A game. They've made very, very few mistakes. They're assessing their strengths very well. And why
I mean,
not?
literally just crushing the opponents here, dominating for Miracle.
Mineski looks
It's-
completely, like, they look crushed. It's like they didn't recover from yesterday's loss. That was one thing I was worried about for them, which I also said pregame. I think they can definitely win against OG, but it really depends on whether they learned something from yesterday and if they can stay calm and collected. And so far, this is a different team than yesterday. I got to be honest. Like, the drafting is worse. Their play so far has not been that good either. OG, on the other hand, they're playing maybe the best they have so far in the tournament, and it makes for a very, very one-sided game.
He's rather deep here. He's got the Remnant back, but Moon, he's ready with it. He's there with the anticipation, hiding in the trees. New Wade Remnant 2, and they'll bring down the Ember Spirit. Once again, OG just one step, not just one step ahead, they're the whole goddamn staircase ahead of the side of Mineski at this point. It's looking not ideal for the Radiant, to say the least.
Could be better.
Miracle just gonna walk in, sees Lena, gives her a punch. Lena
And
walks
another.
off. Oh, hello, Miracle. I mean, okay, Mantis Star, he's cool. He's got the mech, and he just walks it off. There is another strike there, Miracle. He does, of course, still have the Aegis. It might not even be Pop. Moon kills the Darkseer. They're moving forward for more. Miracle doesn't lose the Aegis. He just walks back in here with the haste rune. There's your crush, there's your kill. Miracle now in a mega kill streak.
Yeah. This is...
Yeah. I mean,
Who do you think is going to win?
I'm no expert, Sid. And neither are you, in fact. But
Hey.
well, I mean, at this point, Cinderin, what do you say? If you were having a team talk now, say you could have a timeout, and you said, right, guys, what do you say to them to get them back in this one?
I mean, I'm no expert, so I don't know. What do you think? Honestly, this is the kind of game where Mineski just needs to go for a couple of YOLO smokes.
Okay.
And if it doesn't work, then they've lost. They know they're really far behind. I don't even know if they have smokes remaining. It doesn't look like it. They've used all of their smokes.
2-minute cooldown.
You're pretty much out of options. You just need to play super safe until you get a smoke and try to find some sort of kill. Expecting OG to overextend in your base is not very likely. And even if they do, they have a lot of leeway. They can make a lot of mistakes. They even get lucky with a very fast Roshan spawn, obviously very much favoring OG here.
Right. Ember Spirit's nearly got his drums. He's completed the drums. So he's found something. And they do have a little bit of a wombo. You know, there's the Vacuum, the Light Strike, the Winter's Curse. So they've certainly got something that they can try and pull off. And looks like your team talk works in. They're going to go for exactly what you suggested, smoking up and moving directly towards the Dire Jungle. This is going to be pretty much all in or bust here for the side of Mineski. See if they can find that team fight, catch the side of OG off guard. But we've already seen before how well OG can react to this kind of aggression that Mineski were trying earlier on. And they're in a little bit of a better position. Solar Crest has now, in fact, been picked up by Moon here on this slider.
Interesting. This is very unusual. But it's just going to allow them to high ground.
Yeah.
You might
They
as
can
well.
just pop it on the SF. Miracle can just sit there and hit the racks. And Mineski aren't going to be able to do anything about it.
The most likely thing to happen right now is that OG will farm for another 2 minutes until they can get Roshan. They'll grab Roshan and Shadow Fiend, and then they'll go bottom and probably end the game. Mineski need an absolute miracle hold. The only chance I see for them to defend their base is this Darkseer getting a Blink Dagger and just catching OG very much off guard. But even then, who's going to kill the Shadow Fiend twice is really the problem. He can go high ground siege alone with a crest on him. And the only really heavy single target Mineski has is the Lena's Laguna Blade. And you could argue to an extent Spirit Breaker, but he's level 8. They need to commit both their ultimates to just kill him the first time. Then what do you do the next one?
Miracle with this DD. Moon as well. Raging Potato. And Cuckoo up here on the top lane. Anyway, here we go. OG's in love with the Cuckoo, and they'll take him down again. They get themselves another one onto the Ember Spirit. Raging Potato will be able to get himself out. No Tail with his Shadow Blade. He does love this item. We see him do it on the Tiny. He's doing it here on the Jarrett. And now backup's coming. There's your cooldown. They will get the slow onto Jules. Yes, Moon's anticipating a blink in, but doesn't want to go too ham at the moment. 320 on the board here at the point.
A miracle. He's now going to be pushing the top tier 2. There's no way Mineski defend this without their Ember Spirit.
No, they've got to wait to the high ground.
I've got to commend the the Ember Spirit. As weird as this may sound, he's 0-8-2, but considering how exceptionally poor conditions he's had in this game, he still has 90 CS minute 20. And you know, I can't imagine a worse game for Ember Spirit than this. He gets completely zoned out of lane. He's also counter-picked. He doesn't really get any support from his team. Every single bit of momentum in this game for this hero has been taken out of it, and he's still actually trying and doing his best to keep up. So, pretty admirable here.
Roshan's going to be back up in 5 hit for the side of OG, and surely look to go for the taking here. And they get wind of it. And what's Crit coming out in the curry? Anything tasty? I got just the TP. So he's working on that Agadims. See if he's actually able to pick that up by the end of the game at this pace that OG are playing at. This game could be over relatively shortly.
This aggressive ward they have actually did spot the Lina, and oh, now he spotted the Wyvern. This is a free kill. Bye-bye.
Straight in. Raging Potato will turn around, gets a light strike. There is a
Just
charge,
kidding, not a free kill.
curses down, and they get the Laguna onto Moon. Moon's gonna fall, chains onto both Fly and Crit. They drop the wall here as well. Miracle, he's just waltzing around trying to clean up. They hold back Kuku with the telekinesis. Crit with the stolen flame guard will keep himself alive, but Kuku still finds the kill. It's a 2-for-1 at the moment for Mineski. This is potentially it. Light strikes to get with though. They've got the charge. Fiend's Grit coming from Fly over the wall onto Raging Potato. Double kill for Miracle. They just can't kill this Shadow Fiend at the moment, and now they've got to run. Ryo gets taken down by No Tail there with the gyrocopter. And even though that was pretty much the best fight that Mineski have had all game, it's still not a good one.
I think 3-for-2 exchange is incredibly good for them, given the circumstances here. And the reason that didn't work out as well for OG as you would have thought it would was that Slardar was just too far ahead of his team. He did get the vision he wanted with the ward, and of course Blink crushed the Wyvern, but the time it took for the backup to arrive, they only had the crush and a brain sap before Wyvern was able to turn around and get a curse off. Just a little bit of extra burst there, and that's obviously a very easy kill, and OG just walk away with a 1-0. Instead, 3-2. I don't think they're too worried about it. They should have a pretty good idea of what state this game's in right now. 20,000 goal lead. My guess is that teams who are ahead by this much at this time have like a 99% win rate. There might have been 1 or 2 comebacks. I think 20,000 lead at 20 minutes still has never lost, but we are 24 in, so it might be one day.
And OG, they're going to be able to get themselves Roshan. Once again, Miracle seeming to be the man who just consistently has double damage runes on this Shadow Fiend.
It's high ground time, I think, for OG. I don't know if they're going to be a little bit worried after that last fight, but if you're looking at the reason why it went the way it did,
you reckon they've realized why?
They should have an easier time high grounding than what just happened in the previous fight, simply because they just had poor position when they engaged. If they're all 5 gathered together at the bottom lanes, it's not that difficult. Now Scotty as well in this gyrocopter. No Tail with a very unusual build here on that gyro.
He likes his Shadow Blades and he likes his Skadi. We see him, especially on heroes like the Ember Spirit. Sometimes he goes for a similar build.
Yeah, Scotty is pretty common on gyro in some games, but Shadowblade is this particular build is very, very unusual. Getting these items together. Shadowblade is rare enough as it is, but then coupled with Scotty. I can still understand what the reasoning is for No Tail here. He just wants to tank up with a Scotty and be very difficult to kill for the high ground siege. They know Mineski don't have enough damage in the tank. The biggest threat is actually their own team if they get Winter's Cursed. And the Shadow Fiend could be killing off his ally.
Miracle has now got the there's a Linken's for the career. In fact, well, Miracle, right, just going to get 4-star back. He does still have the Aegis. Moon jumps in, but Amber will be able to remnant away straight out. With the Yule set up, the Light Strike's going to be a bit off target there. A little bit mistimed, and Miracle walks this off. So now with a Linken's Sphere. And there we go, Singe, you're right with the stat. Never lost a professional Dota game with a 20k gold lead before 33
minutes. Oh, wow, that's way later than I thought. All right, well, there's a first for everything, and it will not be this game, I think. I would have a lot more faith in Mineski if they had a better high ground and a stronger draft in general for this to counter OG out. I mean, they're going to need something incredible. I think they did some really good damage output on Miracle before. That surprised me a bit, but now that he has the Linkens, they can't curse him. And if they do, or if they want to rather, they have to either block the charge first, or another strike, or Laguna Blade. Technically, you can also throw a Yours into him, but I think they're going to need that defensively against the Slardar.
We go OG, just clearing up the wave. At the same time, Mineski doing what they can to hold back this push, and up to the high ground they go. OG Cuckoo getting the chains onto Miracle. There's your cooldown from N0tail, just creating a space to move forward. Moon jumps in. N0tail continuing to just push onto the tier 3, out to the fortification. Jesse with a charge, he's going to hold it back here. But the Nightmare from Fly comes through. There's your vacuum on wall onto 2, catching Miracle and Moon. Raging throws down the light strike, but N0tail's just doing so much damage at this point. He's taken down one. There'll be a buyback on the Lina. Moon looking for the crush, will get it on the Spirit Breaker. Homing missile onto Cuckoo. Miracle looking for the Red Queen from the sidelines, bringing Jesse down. There's 2 down at the moment. Double kill for N0tail. Trying to do what he can with the slide, but Cuckoo just doesn't have the damage. They'll lose the Ember Spirit as well. There's a buyback on Jesse, a buyback on Ember Spirit. They're looking to try and turn OG are fairly low at this point. Maybe they can try and find something. They get the chains onto Moon. Is it going to be enough to tick him down? Not quite. Moon lives on 15 HP, and they're out. They're out. OG, they're happy with what they've achieved. They force out the buybacks, and that's actually going to be it. Mineski called GG, and OG will take game 1. And what a performance, Sind. Mineski have got to do something entirely different game 2, surely.
They need a different first drafting phase. I think this was not the opening that they should be looking for against OG. They gave them way too much laning power. They gave them all their comfort heroes, as the panel mentioned, and it's not that I don't think Mineski are comfortable with the picks they have. It just didn't.
Absolutely, and just the whole entire performance of OG, no one had a bad game there. And well, we'll head over to the panel to see what they have to say about game 1 between Mineski and OG.
Thank you very much, Jody Pixel. We'll head back over to the commentary team for game 2 very shortly. The players are going to take a break, of course, gives us an opportunity to dissect a match which was probably the most one-sided game we've had so far here at the Frankfurt Major. We'll start with Nahaz. What do you pick out of that in positivity for Mineski? I mean, poor laning, poor drafting, poor strategy, team fights. Does it all come back to the draft?
I honestly think, and this is not to take anything away from the way OG played, because they played really well. This was 100% a draft loss by Mineski. I thought Cap had one of my favorite comments during the match. At one point, one of the casters asked which team had first pick, and Cap looked up at me and said, which team has the Slardar? I mean, Slardar now 23-12 against Spirit Breaker, 35-22 against Ember Spirit in this patch. And by the way, just to follow up on what Sunderen said, since the release of 6.80, 499 teams have had a 20K gold lead at 25 minutes. None of them have lost.
Drop the mic.
What, yeah, that's a mic drop right there, isn't it? I mean, what else do you say after that?
Yeah, it was really about the Ember Spirit in the laning stage, though. I mean, because they tried to put so much aggression on Miracle, which I think was a smart play, they allowed them to just zone the Ember Spirit. It was an off-lane Ember Spirit in the safe lane. He didn't get anything out of his lane. He got killed in the early game with Rocket Barrage and Brain Sap, or Nightmare, I guess. And after that, he just did nothing for the first 4 minutes. And then when you start at that kind of a deficit against heroes that already are your counter, the game just gets completely put on the back foot. And it's so hard to win at that point.
Let's take a look at the, I guess we should call them lowlights, but highlights of the match.
Ouch.
Yeah, I mean, I can't find any other. It's just so hard for them in that game. So let's flip it around and make it more positive, though. OG played the game they needed to play.
They had a great read here as well. They said that Ember Spirit is stupidly behind. The only way to get him ahead, he can't just passively farm. He has to get kills. So naturally, Mineski will shift heroes up there. And that fight up at the top was basically the nail in the coffin, in my opinion, that really said, okay, they have a small chance of coming back in the game. Let's just shut them down and get that 3-man kill when they go for ganks.
Yeah, this game was won by like minute 5 for OG. But I know it says highlights between like OG and Mineski. I see Mineski there in the top left and everything, but for me, this wasn't Mineski. This wasn't, I don't know what the hell that was. Like, the drafts really wasn't what they're used to in this patch. We talked about it, how Lina and Spirit Breaker, they don't run it very often this patch. And the patch has changed quite significantly since 6.84. I think that as a whole, like, they were just too afraid, essentially, of what OG were doing. Especially, like, the first blood play. I think that says everything about the way Mineski were looking at this game. They were like, oh yeah, we have to put 3 heroes on Miracle in order to kill him. And Cuckoo, you know, you just go ahead and wait a while. I'm sure Ember Spirit shut down the laning phase. That won't be a problem at all.
I'll defend you a little bit here. I mean, your team. Sorry, if you wanna switch, by the way, you can now.
No, he can't.
No. I'm still
let him
remaining
off the hook
positive
like that.
because this Mineski did not show up to game 1.
Well,
so.
I think they did. I personally like the 3-man gank on Miracle because it worked. But what happened at the same time? They also lost their carry. Now, if the Ember Spirit didn't die in that same first 30 seconds where he didn't expect to die, if he would have stayed alive and waited for the supports to rotate back to the safe lane, yeah, he would have been gimped the first minute or two, but then they've got a tri-lane versus a dual lane, and then they could have completely stabilized. Like, that first kill gives them boots, it gives them, you know, another advantage over the Ember Spirit in a matchup that they already win. They just needed to hold him safe, not have him die 4 times in a row, and let him stabilize after that gank works mid, and then they would have been okay and they would have had a normal game.
Yeah, I mean, in normal cases, we'd be looking at the first game and going, okay, what do the other team need to do to come up? But this almost seemed like a class difference in terms of the way that they play, but that's not what we saw yesterday from Mineski.
No, certainly not. I think they put up a really good fight against Team Secret. The group stage was amazing. Just going back to that first blood, I think it just exemplifies everything that was wrong with Mineski in that the gank happened, but that's clearly something that team dynamic-wise that Mineski aren't really used to doing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the Ember Spirit playing so far forward with Flame Guard level 1 against that dual lane. I think they really got caught off guard by the fact that Slarda was going to be at the top lane against the Darkseer Spirit Breaker, and that's another thing, right? They drafted that 1-2 opening intentionally just to be like, they'll put pressure on the safe lane farm, and OG's like, whatever, we'll just swap lanes.
No, I don't think if you'd have listed the objectives off for Mineski after that draft that they accomplished a single one of them other than maybe putting pressure on Miracle. I mean, that's a level 1 Ember Spirit at the 4-minute mark. That's not going to win you a Pro Dota 2 game. And I will defend Cap as well. I just don't think we saw Mineski in that game. That's not their brand of Dota. And I want to see them go back in game 2 to the brand of Dota that got them this far in the tournament.
I think personally, Seat 3 is cursed.
Yeah, it's probably Jacob's fault.
Yeah, in some way, even though he's not here, in some way, somehow, it's obviously Melk's fault.
Well, his shirt is here. Right?
But his shirt is part of Cap's tie today. He's actually cut it up and made a tie of it. It looks much better as a tie, I might add.
I don't know what that lumberjack performance was there from Jacob, but I'm not sure if he misunderstands his physique or something, but that definitely doesn't fit him.
Melk burns aside. What do you want from Mineski this time round? We'll start with Kevin. Is it more traditional? Alan made a great point that they kind of went away from comfort. Are they going to come back to comfort for game 2?
I think they should, and one way they should do that, pressure Miracle by all means, but doing it at level 1 is also still a little scary, because yeah, you kill him, but he's a level 1 hero. You don't get that much experience, you don't get that much gold, and in a lot of games it actually punishes you. Even without the Ember Spirit dying, you're still talking about ganking a hero that gives you a 20% of a level on 3 heroes. It's not that much. He's going to TP back to lane. His gold is probably kind of low anyways, because I think he did go for a Wraithband build, so he probably didn't lose that much gold anyways. Just gank him later, like what Unknown did. They did a Rubik roaming mid. They allowed, they were able to pressure Moo, get kills on him in that way. If they just do like less investment to ganking mid while still protecting their carry, try to get those pickoffs, and then transition to a normal game. I think that's the game plan they have to go for.
Yeah, and to build on that, it was still an SF mid. Like, an SF is always able to make a recovery based on gank, so you can't afford to, like, put that many eggs in that basket. Oh, shut down the SF, shut down the SF. He's going to make a recovery in the jungle anyway.
In terms of OG, do they do anything differently? Do they just react to what they see and come up? Because they look very good in that first game. I know it's sort of flattered in a way by the draft, but they still delivered exactly what they needed to do.
I still say, and Purge called me crazy, and he's probably right, but I still say I would give them the Wisp over the Slardar. I just feel like the Slardar counters so much of what Mineski likes to do.
And Moon had a good game?
Oh, he had a great game. I mean, not just the play on the Ember Spirit in the trees, but the entire game I felt like he controlled.
He responded correctly in the laning phase against the Spirit Breaker Darkseer.
Do you
made
think
sure that he didn't die.
And obviously, we've already mentioned the Ember wasn't very effective. I think that's probably an understatement, actually.
4th lowest net worth at the 10-minute mark in Pro Dota 2 history on the hero. They put that stat up literally seconds before I was about to tweet it, and I just figured, let's stop beating the dead horse.
Yeah, quite. But with that, do you feel like that was draft related, or do you feel like that was also
it's
play as well? Because
some of the laning choices, Purge was on about this, and I think that's right, that some of their choices, they had the right idea, but the timing was off. But to me, it just all goes back to the draft, that when you're playing a lineup, especially in an elimination match that you're not comfortable with, those are the kinds of timing errors that are going to happen.
And it'll translate. I mean, we didn't see them make any other super major errors because they got behind so early, but if something like that exists at the very start of the game, it's something you never see top teams do. And that's because at all points in the game, they say, what should we be doing that's best? And Mineski was on the wrong page right at the start. And if that game would have played out differently, because they made the mistake, I think there's a high chance they would have had some other glaring error.
Any other positive points for Mineski to draw out of that game?
There's still a game 2.
Yeah.
They're not out of the tournament yet.
They have their own.
It's very good.
In some ways, I do feel like it's easier to come back from a game like that where they can just look at each other and say, look, we got outside our comfort zone. We didn't play our brand of Dota. It wasn't like we were completely inept and making execution errors. We just were out of the game in the first 5 minutes.
All right, let's get into draft 2 and see what we get. Early bans, very quick bans indeed.
The exact same opening, despite the fact that this time around their first pick. I don't know. They feel just somehow that's a little bit questionable to me. I can't see a scenario where no matter what, whether you're first pick or second pick, that you still ban away the same heroes.
So they take the Slaughter then if they're first pick?
No,
I mean,
Slaughter was
that's-
banned.
Slaughter, yeah, the Slaughter got insta-banned by OG and
Yeah, OG are going to be able to address the first pick scenario much better.
probably see a Tusk pick. Yep.
Yeah.
Tusk would make more sense.
OG, I think, are very likely to respond with Undying. If that happened to slip through, I was like, Mineski, get this, and they've won the game. But
I read your mind. It was
OG.
actually, you were going to call Undying Shadow Fiend. I knew you were.
I like this draft for Mineski because it gives them 2 heroes that they can pressure Shadow Fiend with. And it's not going to take 2 supports either to do it. It'll just take Tusk with a level 2. So if you can get a fast level 2, get some successful roams off on Shadow Fiend, we could definitely see Mineski winning the mid lane.
Yeah, and again, just night and day from the very beginning of the draft out of Mineski. These are 2 heroes that they've had a tremendous amount of success with. They're 9-1 with Rira on the Tusk in this patch. Both Jay, who's tagged up as Raging Potato, and Cuckoo have played the Queen of Pain with some success as well. They're giving themselves a chance in the early phase.
The Undyne is a little scared for the carry though. So at this point, I think OG target bans heroes that will deal well against the Undyne. I think a gyro ban is definitely in line here, and maybe one more that counters Undyne from a support role. Something high magic damage, maybe like A. Because Undyne Shadow Fiend's also very good for pumping up Shadow Fiend when in their high ground pushes with heals. So it'd be there was even some moments of weakness in the last game where Shadow Fiend Miracle was playing a little too aggressive, and it looked like he might just waste his Aegis. If they throw an A Ice Blast on top of that, they could definitely burst him down easy.
I think the Wyvern is the other hero that I look at banning here as OG, just because it's such a comfort hero for Mineski.
Reserve time.
And they're going to think about this.
I mean, the rest of the draft has been very fast. So this is just like a normal thing, I think. And it's their second ban as well, so. The second round phase is really the place where you get to form your strategy and do weird things if wanted. Do they want to ban a Huskar here? You know, things like that, maybe.
A Brood.
The Brood ban, okay. And the instant Wyvern pick from OG now. Yeah, I think that was one of the, I think the discussion there was, do we want to ban the Winter Wyvern and take another hero, or do we want to essentially get 2 bans in one with the Winter Wyvern block pick?
Yeah, for me, support-wise, it was either Disruptor or Wyvern. I think they both respond really well to the Tusk and actually have good enough lockdown versus the Queen of Pain.
I wouldn't be too surprised here to see Mineski picking up the Disruptor. Oh, yeah.
You've got double heals, Undying as well.
Are we going to see a
Wyvern.
Huskar? Because you didn't waste the ban on the AA, but you pick it up here.
I mean, both teams could pick it, really. OG did play it the other day.
That's true.
And they're against Fnatic even. That was the best of one. They're like, yeah, we'll pick a hero. We'll pick this Huskar guy. It's not very good on aggressive tri-lanes, though. Almost every Huskar game that is picked by any team, the opposite team reacts by aggressively tri-laning him, because his base damage is so low, he doesn't really get strong until level 3, level 4.
Yeah, if Huskar doesn't have a strong laning phase, he utterly falls apart. He's so dependent on that snowball that he usually starts about 15 minutes in. Wow. OG, I mean, pretty standard that they like to run dual lanes. When the Undying, it's usually going to be one of those other melee heroes, Night Stalker, Tusk. Even sometimes you'll see like Spirit Breaker, but Night Stalker being left in the pool is still a really good counter to the Queen of Pain. Can easily clean up heroes like Ancient Apparition with ease.
Yeah, and I really like this leaves the options open. They've run Night Stalker on 3 different players. Moon's played it, No Tail's played
10
it,
seconds
Fly has played it. So I feel like this gives you a lot of tactical options. Undying can still be a core
5
aura
seconds
support here.
remaining.
I do like Mineski's draft right now, though. I think it's in a good place. They're going to need some
Reserve
harder
time.
lockdown.
Night and day versus game 1 to me.
Is that a meme joke? Talking about Night Stalker? I would go for. I think they
Goodness.
just need range disables, and then they're fine. They just need an initiator that's a little bit more instant than Tusk, and I kind of like Mineski's lineup because they're just going to go for burst kills. They've got the core for it with Queen of Pain. They have AA, which is the support for it, and then they just need something that's a little easier to lock down. Slardar would obviously be perfect, but it's banned. But there's other options that they can go for.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned about that. Their go-to offlaners. I think you have to run Tusk here as a core for Mineski because their other go-to offlaners are out for the most part.
Yeah, I think the most likely pickup would be support like Rubik is usually good with Ancient Apparition. It provides decent like instant disable against some of these heroes, sets up the Queen of Pain and Tusk for their initiation. The problem is that I can't think, like at 6.84 they probably ran it, but I don't think they've been running Rubik at all recently.
No, they have not.
I don't like it versus Undying either. It's a little scary. Maybe even something like Avenge wouldn't be terrible.
I'm sorry. Are you completely away from the disruptor, Cap?
I don't like it versus.
I don't like it. Yeah, the Night Stalker, the problem is that both Undying and Night Stalker are so in your face, and Disruptor isn't very good at responding to aggression. He works much better in conjunction with aggressive heroes.
And it doesn't help them set up a burst. I mean, I guess they could glimpse into a kinetic field and then do their
10
combo, but
seconds remaining.
I really feel they need something to slow Night Stalker and Undying from running at
5
them.
seconds remaining.
Wow.
It's one way to do it.
Drow.
Wow.
Okay.
Team back.
That just completely caught me off guard. I mean, they have played it this patch. They're 5-4 with where you're on that hero.
I like it a lot.
You still have the kind of gap closer
10
of the Night
seconds
Stalker.
remaining.
Yeah,
that's
that's-
probably why they were taking so much time, but I think everything else is okay for the Drow Ranger.
But doesn't everything that you just said about Disruptor struggling against in-your-face heroes, doesn't that apply doubly to the Drow Ranger?
That's what Gust is for, man. Thank you, Ice Frog.
Gust, as well as they do have like Queen of Pain and Tusk to kind of get someone in the face of OG to draw attention. The Night Stalker is going to be focusing on silencing the Queen of Pain. You have the Tusk hopefully being able to draw attention onto the SF. It's going to be the Night Stalker and the Cold Embrace from the Winter Wyvern. They're going to be serious issues for the Drow Ranger because you have that single target, entirely physical damage focused mechanism for Drow Ranger, and then the Night Stalker gets in the Drow Ranger's face, stopping both giving that miss percentage chance as well as taking by the agility. I think Mineski were really struggling looking at like what kind of carries they could have gone for. They couldn't really go on AM this game because there was too much lockdown from OG. If they go too hard of a carry, they're going to get run over. They knew they needed to get something that started off early and gave them damage early, and this also makes sure that Queen of Pain has even more favorable matchup.
Okay, guys, what I want to see here, it's crazy. It probably wouldn't work. I want to see the 5th pick Husker anyway. I want to see Husker. I want to see Husker with the Drow aura. It is disgusting if you do it right. This could be an offlane Queen of Pain.
They don't have any supports that back them up, though. Snowball is not adequate enough to cover a Husker.
I agree. On paper, I think it's bad, but it would be so much fun.
The Wind Ranger
Radiant
ban?
team pick.
Yeah.
They have run support Wind Ranger
I don't know
before,
about that.
but
Dire team pick.
It'd be good with Drow Aura. It'd
Yeah.
have more damage than it normally has, which is it's lacking lately.
So this is part of the problem with versatility on the Mineski lineup. I don't think they have that big of a depth when it comes to a hero pool, and
True.
they don't play Visage.
Come on,
can they?
just YOLO the Husker. Why not? It sucks against. It's horrible against PL. It's horrible against so many heroes, but I just want to see it.
The Drow Visage is the optimum pick here, sure.
Well, Visage is, 8-2 so
other
far
teams.
in the major. But yeah, you've got to have a Visage player.
It's definitely good against Undying Wyvern. Their Tri-Lane would definitely be better.
Venge. Okay.
Okay, so Venge is in.
It's a safe pick.
And we're locked and ready for game 2. Can Mineski hang in there? Let's find out with your commentary team as we head into game 2.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Paul. And we're ready to get ourselves in for Game 2 versus Mineski and OG Dota. And the draft's in. Well, we're seeing the Drow Venge coming out by Mineski. They're playing that card, but OG is going to be the No-Tail Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, I actually thought Mineski would go for the PL instead of the Drow when they went for the Drow here. It's a great hero against Undying, just destroys the Tombstone very easily. Is very good at swarming heroes like Night Stalker. Yes, you can get countered by the Silence, but you need to hit it first, which actually gets really difficult, and you can purge it with Diffusal. And it's a good hero for Mineski. So I was really surprised to see them go for the Drow. But they do have a strong lineup this time. I don't foresee an outcome similar to game number 1.
Okay.
They might lose, but they're not going to get as stomped as before. I really doubt it.
All right, well, here we go. Here we have it. Let's see if Mineski can pull it off here with this lineup as we get ourselves ready for Game 2, OG Mineski. And also, I mean, we talked about it briefly, me and you, after Game 1. You said where it all kind of went wrong for Mineski is the way that they didn't really adapt to the lanes that OG gave to them. In terms of the lanes this game, are there certain matches that Mineski are going to look for and they're going to move around if they don't get them?
Well, I think the main difference here is that Mineski, with this AA Venge support duo, is it even a support duo? No. Or am I? Let me think. Do they ever swap roles on their players? Or do they always stick to the same roles?
On the side of Mineski?
Yeah.
They sometimes put Raging Potato in the safe and put Cuckoo towards the mid.
Okay, so they keep the other roles the same. Oh, wait a second. They're actually already going to find No-Tail here.
Okay, giving it some here. Ryo yet to skill anything, and there we go. Puts out the shards. No-Tail, he has got the doppelganger though. And it will be actually unfortunate there with the jump, but it didn't matter nonetheless. Mineski had already given up on him.
Forcing him to skill doppelganger level 1 is already nice for Mineski. It also secures the rune. He'll have it on cooldown when the rune spawns, so he can't even try to steal. I doubt he would have tried for that. To answer your question about which lanes they should avoid, they need to make sure Drow gets farm. And it's very easy to do that with AA Venture support duo. You can always just put them together in the lane with Drow. That tri-lane it even destroys an Undying lane, I would say. Since the change to Tombstone, it's very weak on level 1 and 2, just a couple of hits from these high-range heroes, and it's gone. So Drow should be getting farm. In their mid lane, Cuckoo on the Queen of Pain against the Shadow Fiend should also be getting farm. In the bottom lane, Ryo, this is one of the nice things about Tusk offlane, what you can do with the Ice Shards here. Basically the clockwork trick where you block in creeps into the side. He just does it with Ice Shards. He's also getting farm. So this time, way better lanes from Mineski.
And so the tri-lane in Mineski, it's going to be dealing with Moon here on the Night Stalker, because they're going to keep, for the time being, flying his Undying down towards the bottom lane and more towards No-Tail, just in case he needs a bit of backup against that Tusk. And so this mid lane matchup, Miracle, Cuckoo, we saw how well Miracle played in Game 1 on his Shadow Fiend. Is he going to have a harder time in this match, do you think?
Well, he does have the Radiant side this time favoring him, and last time he did get First Blooded, but apart from that, it was just, it was such an easy game for Miracle to play because everything just went according to plan. In this game, if the lanes don't work out flawlessly for OG...
Wrap around on Moon here, they've got the Chilling Touch out as well. They're going to need to look for some body blocks though. Moon's fairly tanky, he'll put the Void Slow to allow him to pass by, but the right clicks, Jesse, he just stopped hitting him there. So Nightstalker will be able to get himself out of that.
Drow not level 2 yet, so no Frost Arrows. We'll see if Raging Potato even goes for that. That's an interesting thing whenever you watch Drow. I think this is one of the heroes that pro players build with most diversity. Sometimes you see 4 points in Frost Arrow, sometimes you see 0, sometimes you see the Frost Arrows leveled up before Aura, sometimes vice versa. I think the last Drow we saw in the tournament was Virtus Pro against Vici Gaming, and he didn't even skill Frost Arrows Illid in that game. Maxed out the stats for pushing power and survivability. And Raging Potato so far hasn't put a second skill point. He's actually waiting to see if there is an opening in the lane.
All right. He's been finding levels.
Those are some pretty good Undying stats. Wow. 24. This reminds me of the old Fnatic IO stats. At one point, they had like some 85% win rate with IO across 30 games or something ridiculous. That's good hero.
Jesse Vash on this Venge did come in from the side with the haste stream, maybe seeing if you could find anything, but of course it's always going to be really hard when you've got this Wyvern just sitting behind Miracle. They're going to go in, and they're not going to commit or try and throw anything out, because every time the Wyvern's around, it's just going to be so hard to catch out the Shadow Fiend.
It's not a kill that I think Mineski should even be trying for. The unfortunate thing is Cuckoo probably is aware that he's losing the lane. I'm actually very surprised that it's going this one-sided for Miracle. So they did rotate the Vengeance a little bit here, but rather focus on the other lane. Shadow Fiend is going to get farm anyway. I would mainly say if Mineski want to rotate with their supports, either look to put some pressure on the PL in this bottom lane, or go and try to prevent OG from getting free stacks for the Shadow Fiend, and that's how you counter him out instead.
Kuku having to be very careful at
He
the raise.
really
He's
needs
bringing
his
him
bottle.
so low. He is incredibly close to the money for it. He doesn't want to walk through it. Oh, the raise. Really coming through there from Miracle.
He was going to survive it, but still, this is not good for Kuku at all. It should not be this. He even has Drow Aura. This can't go this well for the Shadow Fiend this early on. So Miracle doing a great job. Oh, yeah, this is the time you want to be careful. He does get away. Bottom lane, Riot's in trouble.
N0tail with the body blocks. Look at him go. Stopping Riot from being able to get away from the tombstone. Fly getting the slaps in. There's your last forward, and they should be able to get this one. First blood there. Some very nice play there from the duo of N0tail and Fly.
I mean, Eski, they need to have supports on their supports. Did I just say supports on their supports? They need to have town portals on their supports at this point in the game. You're 4 minutes in, you're playing an offlane solo Tusk. It's obvious that OG at some point will try to put on the aggression. I think a TP from bench there easily saves him, or even the AA could have tried, but OG, they see an opening, they go for it and get rewarded.
Actually seeing, obviously on the side of Mineski, they're going to look for an opening themselves. Smoked up from the top lane. Jesse, Vash, and Jules coming in with the wraparound towards the mid. Let's see if they can find anything with this rotation. As you can see, Miracle's come out fairly far, but Crit will be there with a Cold Embrace if necessary, and there we go. Straight up to Miracle, trying to buy him time. They've got Chilling Touch on them, still doing a fair bit, and Miracle's going to go down. They'll get the kill onto the SF, and they force back Crit as well, so a successful rotation there from Mineski. Nicely done.
Yeah, Chilling Touch is so good in this early stage of the game. Even being able to do damage through the Cold Embrace is great. It's got him low enough that they could just kill him up with a Scream afterwards, but this opens up in the top lane. Very surprising to me that Raging Potato actually just stays this aggressively. It's so easy for Moonmeander.
There's
This
a
is
void
such
here, and
a
another
big
CD
kill.
salving up, looking to fog him, but the right clicks there to cancel. He'll bite his way through the trees. Moon gets the slow off, and the final slap will do it, and at the same time, down on the bottom lane, Fly and N0tail are able to find themselves another kill. Mid lane, Kuku jumping forward. He has got a Sonic Wave. Will he be able to bring him low enough to use it? He's going to pop it anyway. He gets it. He gets a double kill. Kuku. A beautiful, beautiful combination of spells used, and literally must have just been enough to bring them down. That was an incredibly close Sonic Wave.
That must have been an overkill of like 10 health on both of those heroes. That was very, very nice for Kuku. And they're going to need him to come up big in this game. He had a pretty weak start in the lane, and now they've recovered him very nicely. 3 kills, minute 6 on Queen always makes for a very dominating game. This hero can snowball out of control. And with the Drow just dying solo to Night Stalker, this offlane NS that was having a very hard game is already level 5 now for OG, so a very big play from Moonmeander, realizing he had that opening.
This is really nice as well. Mineski continuing to smoke up, looking for something bottom. They'd love to find N0tail, and N0tail just walks into the magic missiles. The face Snowball to follow up. Have they got the control? He's looking for the doppelganger at high ground. He'll get it. The shards won't trap him. So N0tail will be fine and is able to avoid that gank there from Mineski.
I'm wondering if they could have killed him if they didn't snowball. They had a ward on that. Oh, wait a second.
Okay, right. And a little bit of trouble, Moon. He's going to chase this one down with the slap.
Just a little bit of
Tombstone
trouble
as well. Jesse Vash is there with the tear back with the decay. There is a snowball buying some time for Riot, but he'll still go down there. Fly gets the kill. They're trying to look for more potential, but Kuku is there to back up the side. Scream comes out onto 2. Look at them diving, though. They found themselves a second kill, OG. They're looking for Jules as well. Kuku will take down Miracle, and he might be able to clean up Scream. Double kill for Kuku, and now he's going to look for Fly as well. Bolling up on the Queen of Pain. Fly's on his own. Kuku blinks forward, looks to block off the Undying. There's a triple kill as he goes absolutely Kukadoodle-doo. 3 kills there for the Queen of Pain, and he is really keeping Mineski in this game.
He has all their kills.
Crit?
Oh my god, are you serious?
I think he might get it.
He's got him. He just needs one more attack.
My goodness. 7 minutes into the game. Ultra kill for Kuku. Raging Potato will get away top, but this quick, I mean, he was in every single place that he needed to be at every single time.
Someone made a joke after the last game that was Arteezy standing in for Kuku on the Ember? I think C2I is standing in for him on the Quals. Some good stuff here from Kuku. 7 kills, 7 minutes. Look at his net worth. He is 2,000 gold ahead of the Shadow Fiend after being 20 CS down. He has 25 CS.
And now they're looking for N0tail.
Oh my god.
Oh, Kuku! Have some mercy! 8 kills before the 8-minute mark. This is...
Yeah, give the man a rune. Let's see what he's up to next.
Okay,
It's
let's
the
see what he
Cuckoo Show.
gets.
He is upset after last game. He's got something to prove.
There must have been some talk in that team room. I mean, he's got a DD now as well. And this is going to be a very fast Orchid on the man. Top lane, Moon's trying to go in onto Jules. Looks like he's not going to get any help from his friends here as he will go down. Moon won't be able to reset the aggro here with this tower. He's fine. He gets himself a kill up top. So even though the Cuckoo Show is going on, OG are still managing to keep themselves kind of on level in terms of kills.
Yeah, I think Moon Meander has played a very good game on this Night Stalker. His first death was understandable. It's a very difficult lane to play. And the few openings he's been given, he's taken full advantage of. So really looking for him to keep OG in this game, as Miracle is not in the kind of situation we usually see him in on this Shadow Fiend. 3 deaths minute 8. They do not even have any stacks for him. I think he's already farmed them. So this mech that we're used to seeing from him sub 10 minutes in good games is very, very far away right now.
This
is really, I mean, it's a 700 gold lead. You would think, wow, there's a Queen of Pain with 8 kills. They're owning? Well, he is owning.
Make that 9 potentially here. He's going to actually TP out. He's out of mana. Cuckoo, okay. Not great for the man there. Gives his streak away to Fly the Undying. Top lane, Moon might be in trouble, and he will be. Raging Potato comes through, so Mineski do find themselves a kill up top. But yes, unfortunate there for Cuckoo giving away a streak.
This time he bit over a little more than he could chew. He's going to be happy that the gold streak went to Undying and not to the Shadow Fiend, because then he would have been very much back into the game. But still, it's one of the marks of some of the best players in the world is that even when they're balling out of control, they still don't drop the ball. And this time he just got a little bit too excited with his lead. It's, you know, you're high on adrenaline, you're absolutely on a roll, and you just want to keep it going. He got a little bit too greedy there and gave OG a finger, and they took the hand.
Main as well. Jules just trying to find levels. Of course, does have level 6 now. Ice Blast is ready. Bottom lane, Ryo tried to contest the rune. He did get it, but No-Tail trying to chase this down. There'll be an Ice Blast coming through, but No-Tail's already backed up. Tuss did eat the mango, ready to look for a turnaround stun if No-Tail came after him, but No-Tail playing the safer game here.
And it's the way to go for OG right now, is playing safe. They need to buy time for Phantom Lancer. They need Shadow Fiend to get probably a mechanism in this game. Even though they're playing against an AA, I still think it's the right choice. It's obviously Ice Blast does counter all the healing, but either you can outlast it and then get a mech off, or you just, you know, don't get hit by it. Sounds easy, but it's still, it's the way OG can come back and win this game, is just playing it slow. They do have good counter picks for Drow. Both Night Stalker and Phantom Lancer can get up in her grill and keep her out of the fights.
A lot of attention being drawn towards mid lane and for OG. You've got 4 heroes here. Look to set something up. Crit, what levels he's sitting on at the moment? Yeah, halfway through 5. So looking to get that Winter's Curse so they can maybe have some form of initiating onto this quad, allowing Moon to get in there with the Crippling Fear. Top lane, Potato actually smoked up here. Maybe looking to see if anyone comes into the lane, or looking to just jump out and start to get the push on. No-Tail's going to come up towards the top.
This is such an aggressive position from Raging Potato, being all the way up here. They do have, of course, this ward, but with Darkness cast, he doesn't feel safe at all in that top lane, and he will TP out wisely. Mid lane, pressure looking to be applied from OG. They want to see if they can find another one on Cuckoo here. There are heroes ready to back him up with the smoke. It actually expires. And are in a good position to flank. Here we go.
Just swap, actually going to be Cuckoo initiated there with the Sonic Wave, gets it off. There's just Snowball as well to follow through. Ice Blast is flying in, and here we go. It's going to connect beautifully onto Crit and Miracle. Cuckoo, look at the burst to bring down Miracle, and he'll get it. They take down the SF, but Cuckoo, oh, he's going to survive. He gets himself out with the bottle. Can they get the kill here? No-Tail with the final lance. He'll find it, takes down Cuckoo. So they do find 2, but they did lose Miracle on the Shadow Fiend. The question is, can they find anything more? Shards get thrown out. Isn't going to hold back Moon as he continues to pursue this Tusk. Gets the urn on the Tusk and the Voice though as well. There'll be a Snowball. There's a TP coming through from AA. Can they try and turn this? They get the Warriors Punch low, and with the shards, Coldfeet's going to kick in, but Moon, he turns and he will be able to get the kill. They do manage to bring down the Night Stalker. So ending up a 2-for-2 trade there between the sides.
I actually think, wasn't that a 3-for-2 in total? I think someone more died before it. I'm pretty sure OG came out on top of that, and they got the tower, so a great win for them. the swap play from Mineski there was obviously, it was a good way of trying to get a fast kill, but OG quick on the reaction with both the Cold Embrace and with the Soul Rip before the Ice Blast landed. So they got all their heals off, and yes, Miracle ends up dying in the end, but it costs them a lot more time and resources. As a result, OG do get the better fight out of it. And Cuckoo has been slowed down. That's the important thing, because this could have gone completely out of control. Like, it already was reaching that point, but they've managed to kill him twice now, while he's only been getting 1 kill in return. This could have been an 11-minute Orchid if he kept the game going his way. Now it's about to be, what's this, 16? That's still good timing, but...
I mean, interesting, the fact that Cuckoo just holds the record for most kills this patch at 10 minutes in. And this is him in second place now with this game. First place was when he performed on the Huskar, but this man, he knows how to do it. In terms of net worth, he is still 2K ahead.
Good ice spot.
And, okay,
nice.
Straight onto Fly. I don't think Fly gets himself out of this one, and he will tick down here. Throws out the Tombstone. Maybe they see if they can find something in return. They get the Crippling Fear onto Cuckoo. Avoid Jules. Jules goes for the straight TP out. And he doesn't want to stick around here. Cuckoo will hang around here in the tree line. He himself, he does have a TP. He's going to stick around, clear out the wave. Feel fairly confident to do so. Moon's going to wrap around, potentially seeing if he can close in again, but Cuckoo's straight there with the reaction. TP's out from the side and keeps himself safe.
Yeah, Moon got spotted by the creep wave, and he didn't have darkness cast, so of course the 800 night vision is enough for Mineski to be able to react there. On their Queen of Pain.
If this Ice Blast lands on No-Tail, and it will, he could be in trouble. We'll get the Doppelganger out. Crit is about. Okay, we're not going to chase this one. And there we go. So Orchid is now complete here on the Quap, and Mineski, they're going for Roche. Are OG going to get wind of this? They've got an SF in the neighborhood. He has got this Invis rune. Is he going to head into the pit? Oh, this could be big just as it's about to expire. He's got the Red Crim on too. Oh my God! Miracle! That could be the turnaround they needed. Cuckoo's going to come in and desperately try to turn, but oh no! 3 Cuckoo from Mineski! And the Roshan will go down to the Radiant. Aegis is going to be picked up by OG, and that was absolutely disastrous for the Dire. And they might lose right here as well. Moon's going into the Tusk. He's going to get it. It's oh, no, he messes around a bit. There's a snowball, but I think this Tusk is still dead, and he is. Effectively a team wipe against Mineski. My God, Sin, that was the worst nightmare for them.
Game-winning rune, and Miracle making the decision to try and check the pit there. Absolutely perfect play from him. And now all of a sudden OG, okay, now they have a 7.5k gold lead. Oh my lord.
Oh
that was,
my lord. That.
If he comes in 5 seconds later, they have the Roach. He might still get a couple of P kills, but that's a good game read right there from Miracle. And now OG are just full of momentum.
That play there. Wow. I mean, Mineski, they're going to be feeling a bit shaken, but they can still fight. You know, this is by no means a similar position yet as to what they were in the first game, but...
Wait, it was his Shadow Blade, it wasn't an Invis rune?
No, I'm pretty sure it was an Invis rune, and then he bought the Shadow Blade.
And then he bought it after?
I'm almost 100% it was an Invis rune.
Regardless, he was invisible.
It was literally at the last second of the Invis rune when they came around.
Oh dear. No, not this
not
too.
The courier.
Oh my, everything. OG are just taking absolutely everything away from Mineski. They might as well just go top and take this tier 1 tower as well. I mean, why not? They've just got the biggest spike in gold over the last 2 minutes. One of the biggest we've seen all tournament. It's about a 10k swing right here.
No-Tail.
He can
This could
perch
be
that
the
off.
kill that they're looking for.
He's gonna be fine.
Cookie's got to get himself out. My God. I mean, we talked about how the co-op, I think it was about a few minutes ago, 2k ahead of the Miracle SF, and now he's ahead. And so is No-Tail. And they're smoking up. OG are now looking for the aggression. Let's see what they can find as they come towards the top. You've got towards the mid, Mineski, keeping themselves fairly close together. Miracle. And leading with the Shadow Blade now. He's found Potato. Is he going to go for the straight-up Requiem? Yes, he is. Potato getting fried by the side of OG. They also lose AA here, Mineski. The rest of them just TPing the hell out. And 2 more kills for OG. They're finding them perfectly each and every time now.
And the issue right now for Mineski is that they haven't been able to utilize their Drow at all. It's difficult to say how many kills she has netted Cuckoo. I think 1 or 2 of the kills would not have happened without the Drow, or maybe even 3, so that's been great. But he's not contributing to fights. He just gets caught out, can't really engage or anything. And
Is under attack.
Mineski are just losing every single bit of map control. It's got to be super devastating losing that Roshan like they did. Now they need to get it together again before it's too late. Just losing.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It's interesting to see that it's kind of like game 1, just delayed. You know, this time they got through the early game, and now they're just getting run over again in the mid game.
Well, they're going to see if they can find Miracle here. Miracle's going to try and duke it out here. Jesse will get the swap. They've got the snowball. They've got the Orchid down as well here. Miracle could be in trouble, but he does, of course, have that Aegis. It will pop in Mineski. They've got a Sonic Wave as well. They might try here for round 2. They'll get the Silence up, but Miracle with the Shadow Blade. Looks like Mineski themselves just getting back. They've got a Sentry down here, but already Miracle just revealing himself, looking to try and find Jesse Vash. Won't quite be able to do it. He has got the backup of Flying No-Tail. And Cuckoo, he's going to just head down and take himself this DD here. So, I mean, what is the plan for Mineski? How do they kind of regain their hold on this game?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think getting rid of that Aegis is a pretty big deal. Now they rely on either landing a good Ice Blast to engage a fight on a key target. Of course, disallowing the Cold Embrace and the Soul Rip from having an effect on the target is the way they kill heroes. They don't have that great burst anymore. Sonic Wave is starting to fall off a bit 20 minutes in when heroes get this amount of health. Split pushing is also a good way of dealing with it, but it's very difficult for the Drow. The Queen of Pain has more options, and she is doing it right now in the bottom lane. We'll be taking this tier 1, so it's something. Mistiming the glyph here from OG, so that's also shouldn't be underestimated. Will allow maybe Cuckoo to have a look at mid lane within not too long. And more important than anything, they need to activate the Drow. And I don't think Sanjin Yashi is the way to go here.
Top
But
tower is under attack.
Worth noting as well, at this point of the game, we've just had the Axe
Oh, maybe
and
it
Gem
is.
on Night Stalker. So Axe, Gem, Night Stalker is going to be there. Something else for Mineski to worry about as OG's control of the map.
Oh, and it's nighttime now as well. He's going to have 5 minutes of night, the 4 natural ones, and then a darkness. It's
Dire's top tower is under
going to be hard
attack.
for Mineski to find the farm right now. Smoke is really the best way for them to find some sort of opening. Playing against darkness and Axe after already 20 minutes in is almost impossible.
Lights out.
Radiant's
Oh, maybe
Close the
Sanjin
gap
Yashi
mid.
is actually the best choice. We're
Doppelgangers
gonna see this
aggressively,
get out, though.
Diffusel's down with the Spirit Lance slow as well. There'll be a swap from Jesse, saving the Drow. Get the Silence to push back the rest of the side of OG, but No-Tail just moves in. He's looking for the kill, actually backs off, so won't finish off Jesse. Doppelgangers to avoid the magic missile. The illusions come through, there'll be the snowball. Defensive keeping alive, but it's not enough. They'll still lose the Vengeful Spirit here, as they do pick that one up there with the Decay from Undying. And pick off there for OG, and they've got the space that they've needed to just pile on the pressure on this top tier 2 now.
All right, that tower's 100% gone. And Mineski are not really getting that much of a trade. They did get the entire bottom tier 2 with Cuckoo, which is actually really good,
Dire's
but
top tower is under attack.
now the tricky part comes, like, what's next? That was the easy grab for him.
Dire's
The
top
mid lane is
tower
going to be
has
very
fallen.
hard to push. Even getting out on the map in general is going to be difficult. They could... How many smokes do they have? None. Oh, they have 1 on the bench. So maybe with that good ward here from Crit, a lot of information.
Just throwing out the Ice Blast to slow down the push. And one thing worth noting as well is...
Oh, is he
Jules-
going for that?
He's going to try, but there is a Tombstone now. Cuckoo's got to back himself off. Crit's moving in as well. For out a Sonic Wave, but there's your Winter's Curse into Requiem. Crit and the Miracle Man blowing up the Quap, and now Jesse Vash hiding in the trees. It's not going to work out. He's down as well. Raging Potatoes trying to move forward there. They'll throw out the shards, but OG again taking 2 and losing nothing.
After they shut down Miracle very well in the start, he's just fully in comeback mode here. 180 CS minute 22. Way ahead of the Queen of Pain on net worth now, who overtook him by 2,000 very early in the game. And it's just a shame for Mineski that they haven't really seemed to be able to activate the Tusk and the Drow very much. It's been kind of underwhelming from Ryo this game, who has had some standout performances, but this time around just isn't finding the openings that he needs with the Snowball, and still short of a Blink Dagger 20 minutes in. Unless if he wants to go for maybe the Greaves, he could actually buy a full mech right now. Oh, well, almost.
OG at the moment, just taking control of the dire jungle, clearing up the camps, and keeping the pressure in on this top lane. We'll see when they're ready to make their next jump in onto the side. And I believe, yeah, that is going to be so Manta style now complete here for No Tail on the PL. So if he already wasn't hard enough to kill, he's going to be even harder for the side of Mineski to deal with. And yeah, as you said, blink on the tusk. So maybe that's something that they can use to try and initiate, try and catch out the PL, follow up with a silence. But the fact that he's got the Manta to remove it, it's going to be hard for Mineski.
They need an Ice Blast. The heals are going to be too much. Even if they get a good opening on the PL, just a Soul Rip will heal him like 400, especially if he has illusions in the neighborhood. It's very easy. So they got to be... Mineski are just losing the entire map. There's not much to do when it's nighttime. You've lost all your tier 2s and you're against an Ag Night Stalker. This is probably the strongest part of the hero is this stage. They're going to be waiting for daytime, which will kick in 20 seconds. Well, of course, Moon will have the darkness, so they got to wait another minute. And by that point, OG might have already taken Roshan. Mineski don't know, obviously, when it's respawning. It could be spawning any second now, and it is very clear that it's what Moon is scouting for. You got to wait a bit longer.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if we just don't see OG go for any action until that. They're a very, very calm and controlled team. We very rarely see them go for the YOLO high ground pushes. They always play it safe and only go when they know for sure that they can have a really, really good shot at taking it. And that Aegis, of course, is going to benefit them absolutely massively. And Mineski themselves, they just do not want to leave the base. They've seen what can happen to these heroes. On the plus side, though, the fact that AA, he is closing in on that Aghanim, so it's going to be something it's going to be really nice to hold OG back when they come in for these aggressions.
That's true. We haven't talked so much about Jules' progression. That's kind of surprising. He did get a fairly fast Midas, so... But still, even then, this is a pretty good timing for him, all things considered. And it's a big item, but I'm still looking toward this Drow. Can she find a way to position herself in the fight so she gets to deal damage? It's a lot easier on high ground, especially knowing you have Avenge on backup to swap you out. And that might be the play for Mineski once the high ground siege comes, is to try to bait the Drow. Have OG commit, then swap her back, line an Ice Blast into Sonic Wave, and take it from there. Roshan has spawned, Ice Blast. Gonna miss, but at least give them info here.
Top lane, oh, Miracle. Oh, Miracle. Oh, Miracle, he's done it! He's done it again! The BKB even came out before she went down. Oh, Miracle. And that is going to be as good as any to be the indication for OG to just go for Roche or even just push in the other lanes. Down for 50 seconds there, that Quappen. Wow. Miracle, I mean, we talked earlier about his recovery. He's really done it this game.
And popping that BKB was understandable because he was thinking, okay, Shadow Fiend is going to attack, raise attack, but he didn't even need to. He just attacked him, I think, twice. The attack speed on Miracle is very high with the Manta style as well as Shadow Blade and Treads. Oh, even a full Scotty 2 Ice Blast will scout them out, but they don't really find anything. Fly's just zoning.
Just keeping them busy mid. Making sure the Mineski don't get themselves anywhere near the pit.
This was very predictable that they were going to get the Roche, but maybe not this way, that they would find a pick on Quap first. Mineski? I don't think they can try to contest this. Do they have a smoke? Well, they do. It is a possibility that they try for it. They're going to be too late anyway.
Surely not. Surely not. Now we have it. Roshan done. Miracle picks himself up the Aegis. Pretty much in tandem, though the AA does have his Aghanims. So we'll see what Jules can achieve with that. But with OG's lineup as well, the fact that there's a blink on No Tail, they're going to be very comfortably able to push in multiple lanes at the same time. So Mineski are going to have to try and deal with this as best they can. And it's going to be hard. There's no doubt about that.
Cuckoo can't blink. He just took a lot of damage. He has to go Fountain now. And now OG are just clearing out the map again. They have the gem. They will probably wait for nighttime, kicking in about a minute. And that's when they can think about the high ground. It also makes it very tricky for Mineski to try to go for these bait plays because OG will get to see the entire area as they push in, so they can just think one step ahead. Mineski might have to do something tricky like flank them with a smoke, which is being purchased here by AA. They still have the one on Jesse Vash as well, so two of them are available. But look at their vision. They have one ward. Look at where that is. It's at their bottom tier 3. This is the vision that they can put right now.
Miracle. Alright, he's not going to find anyone this time. Court blinks away. Cuckoo. Now, after the BKB hasn't really found much more gold, and Miracle
Oh, he
he's
can't
got an
afford to die
Invis
again.
rune as
Right,
well. Yeah, Cuckoo's playing it safe. You just can't afford to come out this base at this point unless you're doing it in the form of a smoke as a 5-man.
And it does look like the Drow. I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but
Hang on. Okay.
that was
Well-
without Requiem. And Cuckoo's out for 50 seconds.
All right.
Since his
I mean,
he had 8-0-0, and now he's 9-6-1. That's
That wasn't the play.
no, it's just strange to see that Miracle with this one play just completely shut down the entirety of Mineski. They just look like they've lost their courage in this game.
Dire's structures
Oh,
are
Tato is
fortified.
going to use the Gust, but just look at this PL go to work. He has to respect this and go away, and he is going to go for the BKB. He could almost buy it if he
Dire's
sells his
middle tower
belt.
is under attack.
They're closing in on getting their first lane of barracks now, OG.
Dire's middle tower has
There
fallen.
is the BKB.
You're gonna have to quad back up. They've already lost the range rack to the middle. The melee short to follow. Ice Blast is flying in. Straight down the middle. Mineski now seems to follow up. A Miracle. Oh, there's damage. Cuckoo just has to get himself straight back. A Miracle now with the late game Mask of Man is to add to the pushing power, get that attack speed in, take down the racks. There we have it. Middle set now gone. The shards, they will catch Miracle. Jesse Vash moving forward, but the Glimmer Cape's up onto Miracle. It's gonna be all right. Now just throwing in the illusions. Big Daddy blinks up to the top, swapping Cuckoo back in, saying you take these.
That's a 40-second cooldown. And that's one of their most important spells that he just had to use to
Dire's top
get away
tower
from
is
PL
under
illusions.
attack.
If OG realized this, they could get the tower, I think. Okay,
Here's
here we
your
go.
smoke.
Try
Here's
to.
your smoke. But as you said, they don't have the swap for this.
It's the Hail Mary, though. Something's got to give.
Oh, Moon, she's going to get silent. Shards come out as well, but the Saurus there to heal. Ice Blast to fly across, and that's a nice Sonic Wave. They'll get the Night Stalker, but No-Tail starting to go to work. Miracle as well with the Requiem. There's a snowball to buy them sometime, but they've lost the Drow, they've lost the AA, they're going to lose the Tusk, they're going to lose the Venge. 4 dead, only Cuckoo surviving, and GG is called. It's all too much for Mineski. OG just outclassing them this series. 2-0, Sin.
Yeah, this was the strong OG showing up today, and Mineski just not with their best performance. And it's an elimination game, it's a best of 3. It's a lot about mentality, the pressure that's on you if you show up on the given day, if you're in your top form. And unfortunately for Mineski, they were not able to show what they've shown earlier in the tournament. Whereas OG, they keep it rolling, stick to their guns, very standard OG picks in both games, not really showing anything special. Maybe the PL is a little bit of a curveball from them, but everything else just standard OG stuff that works.
Absolutely, and if one thing to take away, Miracle SF, as ever, is absolutely awesome. But that's it from myself and Sin. Over to you lads on the panel.
To Cinder and to OD Pixel over in the commentary. We'll hear from them later on in the tournament. OD Pixel actually getting a day off today after that. It's, I don't know how that works, but nevertheless. OG are also going to get the day off now because they've done good work and they have advanced through to the next round in the lower bracket. Back on the panel with us, Nahaz, Capitalist and Purge to take us through exactly how they've done that. And a round of applause. I don't think that's for you
Thank
guys.
you.
Don't get too
Thank you.
excited.
Thank you, everybody.
I think that's the players leaving the booth. I don't want to dent your
Let us
spirit
have
already.
our little illusions, okay?
In all seriousness, 3 of us said OG would win this, and one said Mineski. And
Would you like to know the storyline of that game, Paul?
Yes, let's do
So
that.
the first 15 minutes of the game, it was all about Cuckoo
Oh my
saying,
God.
okay, 8,000 matchmaking points, that's cute. That's cute in Europe, maybe. That's like 5KC, all right? I'll show you how it's really done. And then the response after 15 minutes was like, I hear Shadowblade's an item. It's a pretty good pub stomping item. Yeah, I guess with all that potential advantage that they could have had, no, they just couldn't deal with an invisible hero.
Fun for a while for the Mineski fans to enjoy the Queen of Pain at the start of the game, because you start to think, whoa, actually, this could be quite feisty.
Just one of the great performances on the tournament. One of the great performances on the hero, frankly, that we've seen in recent memory. That was the first time ever in a professional match that Queen of Pain has had 8 kills at the 8-minute mark, and that's the second earliest. There have been, I think, 242 ultra kills on record in 6.85. That's the second earliest and by far the earliest in Frankfurt. So just absolute domination of the early game. But yeah, we saw that OG mid-game discipline in full effect.
We absolutely did. We're going to get more from all three of you shortly, but before we do that, we do have an interview with Fly, and this time Coddle Guy is in attendance.
Thank you, Paul. Here on the stage floor with Captain Fly of Team OG. A dominant performance, very nice 2-0 there. Now, coming into today, there were rumors, and we saw online a bit, certain No-Tail a little bit miffed, and you know, we heard that maybe a certain Miracle feeling a bit under the weather. So mentally coming into this series, how are you guys feeling?
It was a little hard this morning because No-Tail came early and he wanted to practice early, but we had some problems and couldn't get him to play. But he really stood up and he was really positive. And Miracle also, when it was time to play, he was really positive and everyone was feeling really good. So, we stepped it up when it mattered.
Yeah, he definitely took it out in Mineski in game one, that's for sure. Game number 2, though. First 15 minutes, it felt like Mineski were looking to come back in full force, specifically Cuckoo and that Queen of Pain. And then you got a certain Invis rune that worked out. But for those first 15 minutes, were you guys feeling a little bit shaken at that point?
We weren't really shaken. Sometimes what happens with Queen is that she dominates really hard. But as soon as Wyvern hits 6, we know we can kill the Queen at any time we want. We kill her once, our game is pretty much done. If the guy plays absolutely perfect, doesn't die once, they have a good shot at winning the game, but I felt really confident that we're not really in trouble at any point.
So when the Invis rune came in then, did Miracle just take it and go in on his own, or was there a certain call that had to be made to make that action happen?
We knew they were going to go Roche because at one point we saw Joe has a Morbid Mask on her and there was a smoke running to them, so we kept saying, be aware of Roche, be aware of Roche. Then at one point we're like, all right, she might be doing Roche, Miracle ran there with it. He's like, all right, I got Invis, I can go there. And that was pretty much the game for them, so,
Excellent played. So if you had to pick out a certain MVP for your team, who would it be?
I'll go with Miracle for this one, the 8K.
Excellent. Well, I hope he feels better. Congratulations again. You guys put on a hell of a show. Let's give it up one more time for Team OG and Fly. We'll go ahead and send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Fly down there. And obviously a very happy Fly today, having seen his team come through 2-0. Interesting that he mentioned that there's a few issues this morning for the team as well. I'm always more impressed with the team that turn up and play really well when there are those other things kind of bubbling around. I saw No-Tail this morning. He was in even earlier than I was. I was like, what's he doing in this? And he was on his own as well. So there was real dedication. He really wanted to do well today, wanted to make sure they got through. And just put that into context, Alan, as that mentality of coming in when you're all a bit, one's feeling unwell, one's a bit stressed, one's not able to practice the way he wants to do, and then they still deliver a top draw performance.
Well, that's what I really love about OG as a team. They're one of the most tight-knit teams I've ever seen in a LAN, maybe the most tight-knit team here. We saw them a couple weeks ago at MLG. They do everything together. They're the team that's always coming and leaving together. For No-Tail to come in alone by itself is really unusual, but I feel like that gives you a huge edge when you face adversity.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin? What are your thoughts on OG today? They seem, it's hard to really say how well they played because Mineski didn't perhaps play as well as we know they can either, but the performance nevertheless was good.
Yeah, while they did lose their early game, their ability to come back was incredible because, they got a little lucky with the Invis rune, but they saw then things that they needed. Oh, they have the smoke coming. That means they're obviously going to smoke. He's got a Morbid Mass. That means he's going to go Roche with the Venjora and the minus armor on that. So they put the pieces together. They did a little scouting. Maybe they got a little lucky with the Invis rune, but every Shadowblade kill after that was not luck. That was them finally catching up to an item he should have had if he had a normal game. And then he just continued to get solo kills. It was literally the Miracle show. I was like, how can I even watch the rest of this game? He just keeps getting kills.
Cap, Mineski, we'll turn to you for the Mineski, post-mortem because you were such an avid fan early on. Disappointing way to go out of the tournament, but they should be proud of what they've done. They had a great group stage, much more not as expected. Everyone was sort of saying, no, it's probably the top 8 teams will go through, and they were the one to buck the trend. So they've had a good tournament, but I guess they'll go home a bit frustrated.
Yeah, I think this will just play into more experience for them moving forward. I think that going into this tournament, the fact that they had such a strong group stage showing was, I think, good enough in a way for Mineski as they're showing in a tournament. Moving on, having 2 losses going into the main event itself is sad, yes, but I think this will just make more opportunities for Mineski in the future. I hope to see them more international lands, and I think that they will perform better having this kind of experience here and being able to adapt to the pressure better.
Big time. I've been really excited to see that with both Unknown and Mineski, the two Cinderella teams. Both of them are unfortunately home now, but they've really, both in their own ways, left their mark on the tournament. You saw Mineski pulling the amazing upset to get into the upper bracket, and you saw Unknown playing arguably what's been the game of the tournament so far to send the TI4 champions newbie packing. Both of these teams have really bright futures ahead.
Okay, thank you very much to all three of you. We are going to move on, and we are going to move on to another game, but that's a little way away just yet. The players are going to be coming out and setting up and what have you, so we will be heading to a break shortly. But what happens when you put two very funny men together? Let's find out.
At Frankfurt Major, and I'm joined by Detective Slacks, Sir Action Slacks, and I'm just going to ask him a few questions about what kind of stuff he's up to here, and what have you been up to?
Frankfurt. It's a dirty town with a lot of history. Somebody got to get their way into the secrets, into the mess of the world. And that man is me.
Give me that one, idiot.
Sorry, sir.
What is your actual job here, sir?
I'm doing Twitch chat reporter this year. It's a very good job. We walk around making annoying videos of people. I'm having a great time, man. What an event.
You seem to get on really well with everybody, and whenever you see the fans and everything, they're like, Slacks! So how have you fostered that, given that in real life, you're a pretty detestable man?
That is true, actually. I kind of see where they're coming from. Like most fans of Dota, I'm very bad at it. I go to these events and I see heroes who I want to be one day, and I can kind of connect. And it's real good, and it helps a lot to be like them. Unlike you, who is pretty much just a weirdo that nobody can really connect with.
I see, thank you. You're actually much better at Dota than you give yourself credit for. Yeah. Aren't you one of the top 20 Omni Knights in the world?
Yeah, you were speaking to the 25th best Omni Knight last time I checked. So a little bit more respect would be great, but I am amazing. Thank you.
He is amazing. And he's here. If you see him around, go up and grab him and talk to him. Sir Action Slacks?
Yeah, that's correct. Now, aren't you? You're good at something, right, in Dota? I mean, I've seen your stuff. Your Wraith Kings, it's still good, right? You're rocking it.
Yeah.
And a welcome back to Frankfurt, and a welcome to the Frankfurt Majors. We are on another day of Dota 2 action today, which is hard to remember how many days we've had. I think this is the 5th day, though. Nevertheless, they have all been very memorable. We've got a change of personnel on the desk as well. We welcome Syndrome back. Now has taken a little break. Welcome back to you. How was first match for you?
A little disappointing, I guess.
Yeah.
I was hoping for some more close and more action-packed Dota than what we got. Well, I'm saying that when it was kind of the OG show.
The game of the day anyway. Alliance versus Virtus Pro is our next match. We're going to start with Alliance. Haven't always started their matches as quickly as they would like to, I think, would be fair to say. They have the lowest first blood tally of any of the teams here in Frankfurt, so not always getting off to the best of starts.
Their stats are even hard to look at as well because they haven't played that many games here. They got 2-0 twice in the group stage, once against eHome and once against Mineski. So there isn't a whole lot of data showing their recent performance. They looked really good in the qualifiers where they ended up doing well, but we're not completely sure what we're going to expect to see out of them here.
Yeah, right, quite rightly so. Group stage is very disappointing, Cap.
Yeah, I think Alliance, slow start is definitely a way to describe them through and through. Both in-game, I think they have much more of like a methodical play style, going all the way back to TI3. Obviously, they were the split push kings, like to play the late game. But also, it seems like the group stage has been just a genuine tournament start slow for them. They have been looking a bit better, but I'm not overly optimistic. I was going into this tournament thinking that Alliance could actually place top 8, but seeing their performance so far doesn't make me think that's going to happen.
Syndrome.
This, for me, I thought this series was going to be more one-sided than the previous one. I thought this is
even more one-sided than OG Mineski.
Well, now that I saw it, then no. But going into today,
Thank God for that.
Going into today, I thought this was going to be one-sided. I think Virtus Pro have been looking really good. Yes, they lost, but they didn't look bad at all in their series against Vici Gaming. They played super well. I think against Alliance, based on what we've seen, they're clear 2-0 favorites for me. I don't know what percentages I would put on it, but it would be maybe like 80-20. I think it's very, very
really
clear.
that high. Okay, I don't know. I think there's a man that'll definitely disagree with you downstairs right now, which is Loader. I don't think he shares the same view as you. Yeah.
No, that was not the view
That's not the view that you had, Syndrome. Kevin, is it really that clear cut here? 80-20, Syndrome says?
VP looked better yesterday than they had any other time in the tournament, in my opinion. Their drafts came together really well. They organized super well as a team. They almost got the win, but they didn't. So I think coming off of a loss like that, where they almost made like one stage away from top 3, then I think Alliance is going to have a lot of trouble dealing with that, honestly. They made Cloud9 look bad, but that might not be enough.
Okay. One of the key players in the team, of course, is Admiral Bulldog. Now, he's had a storied history, of course, and who can forget the momentous occasion that was TI3?
For once, saying that you're best at something is something very few people can do. So winning the international is obviously quite the achievement. Going against Navi, especially the last game, was pretty insane to play. So many mistakes and so many plays. Winning that was quite something.
I don't have no words.
Alliance definitely had a hard year. So it's very nice to see them coming into shape again and actually doing well and qualifying for the major.
It's a team game. You need to understand that you can't get angry with your teammates. You can't flame. You need to understand that everyone makes mistakes, and so do you. So you need to overlook them when your teammates do it and just stay strong. It's very hard to reach where we were at TI3 when we were dominating the scene and that tournament. But we are getting closer there every day, I feel, especially since S4 has rejoined. Outside of Dota 2, the things I love is my dogs I have. They mean a lot to me. Right now they're living at my mother. She's very nice. She likes to take pictures of the stream when I play, and my father, he follows it a lot. He watches every game I play, and I mean, he calls me a lot to talk about the games, and he barely knows how to start a computer, so to talk about Dota with him it's not very productive. If you want to play professionally, it's important that you continuously play a lot of Dota. It's just important that you have your mechanical skills up. I love to play heroes that have summons, to go around harassing people. It's just fun.
While the enemy team is fighting with the rest of Alliance, he's really good at knowing when to take a tower or another objective like barracks. I think he's one of the better players to know when to come and help and when to actually stay.
Winning games with Nature's Prophet is probably the most enjoyable thing. I mean, it's become kind of a meme. People spam the Twitch chat about it and slowly getting split pushed and you can't do anything about it. You're just pushing out waves and waiting for your doom. So I don't think my enemies like me so much for it, but you know, who cares? At the Major, I definitely think we will prioritize the hero a lot. I mean, there is currently a lot of good heroes, like every patch, and it's hard to say if you want a first two Prophet, but I mean, I wouldn't say no to that. We are much stronger now, and I feel that we are getting stronger and stronger, and hopefully we can keep this up, and at the Major, we can show it off.
The goal at the Major for Alliance is definitely to win.
Yeah, Bulldong is back.
Absolutely. Great round of applause. Great feature piece as well. I've really enjoyed the pieces that we've had this last couple of weeks on those. And Bulldog, of course, great player. Those memories from TI3. I mean, it'd be great to see them back, but are they back?
I think that the biggest changes that have come for Alliance have also come in patch. I think that TI was actually meant for them. TI3, they had the patch, they identified exactly the way they needed to play it, and everyone had to adjust to Alliance. And I think that's the way that Alliance should be trying to approach this tournament as well, is they should be looking to force the enemy team to adjust to their playstyle, because they do have so many unique strategies. I mean, Admiral Bulldog, just the feature on him is perfect because I think he adds the most amount of diversity to the Alliance team. The fact that they can run more harder, like off-lane carries, essentially, to being able to depend on heroes like Nature's Prophet. Even Lone Druid has come back into the fold. It's not very popular in this patch, but we have seen Alliance run it most recently just before the tournament, right? So just having those kind of signature heroes available to them opens a wide variety of different heroes that they can pick up during the draft and have that outdraft advantage.
Kevin, one of the other key players, of course, in the team, all key players as they get ready to enter the booth, Zaki, the helping hand in the team.
Yeah, he's a very experienced player. He's been playing a very long time, and he consistently has really top performances, too. He's shifted to slightly different heroes than before. The TI3 era, obviously, the Wisp was being played by EGM. Ake takes up that role, and their other support player, he lets him create the space, go for the ganks and things like that, while he sits back and protects the safe lane.
Okay, Synderen, let's move on to Virtus Pro. You pointed out that in your opinion, it's 80-20 in terms of the way that they're favourites. So what makes them such strong favourites? Is it the showing they've had so far? Is it just their general team composition? Is it the drafting? What is it?
It's mainly the way they execute team fights. I think what has separated the really, really good teams in this tournament from the less good ones is just their ability to communicate micro-engages during fights and make very clear, quick play calls. They're showing against Vici Gaming, for me, pretty much cements VP in the top 8. I think it's a massive disappointment and not representative of how they've played if they don't make it. Alliance, on the other hand, yes, they've had some good elements, but they just can't match up to that precision that we've seen from VP.
To be able to highlight exactly what Sin is talking about, I think that VP is by far the best team to run Vengeful Spirit because they are always able to get their team coordination so perfect to hit the swap and always have an instant stun go out, especially if it's not even just an instant cast or if it's some sort of projectile or something. They always nail it perfectly, and I think that really exemplifies what VP is all about. Perfect team fight execution. They stumble sometimes going into the mid to late game though, and I think that's the biggest opening Alliance have.
Teams lining up and almost ready to come out. I also want to just go through some of the highlights that we've seen from Virtus Pro as well. They have had a number of games here in Frankfurt. Let's take a look back at their game against Vici Gaming.
This was the biggest counter gank of the tournament in some ways. G here gets ganked by 3 heroes. Great support there from Lil to do some body blocking, but they're able to turn this around and get 3 kills out of it.
Yeah, unbelievable. The fact that he managed to almost survive through all of that, ends up dying to the Shatter Strike, was just insane.
How do you rate that game, Synderen, against Vici?
I think this is about as well as VP can play. This game was top 3 potential. That's why they beat one of the favorites pretty convincingly too. Like it wasn't, Vici didn't get stomped, but it was one of their bigger losses in main events that I've seen. And if VP can keep that kind of play up, they're looking really good. And I think even in game number 3, VP had a really good chance, and then I believe it was the 3rd game, where they kind of threw it away by overextending in the enemy base. That is their Achilles heel. Is their over-aggression when sieging high ground. So if Alliance can draft a lineup that's really good at defending high ground, that's an option. I see them either doing that and playing super late game, or they need to play the just early split push and look for disallow VP from taking fights, essentially.
I think VP can definitely be over-aggressive sometimes, but I think that they've really dialed that back in a lot of ways in their last couple of games. They were looking a little shaky in the group stage, but even though they did lose this set versus Vici Gaming, I really felt like they took all the pieces together and they said, these are the base heroes that we need to succeed, and these are the base attributes that we need to succeed. Maybe they try to force fights too much without finding kills, but I think that was more of a symptom of just Vici Gaming being so good and detecting those, and I don't know if Alliances can be able to hold back that aggression as well in the mid game.
Okay, some interesting stats. Let's talk a little bit about the farming and fighting. Less farming, more fighting potentially, Cap.
Yeah, one of the things about VP is that they are a rather aggressive team, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're all about kills. They are rather good at taking objectives. So this comes down to like the coordinated game plan that we're talking about, both in the immediacy of a team fight, but also the overall plan. They are good at being able to, okay, let's smoke up, force this fight, take this objective. They always have a game plan moving forward. It's just, it's funny enough that they're good at taking objectives until it comes to that final push, right? Sometimes they make the wrong call. That game 3, they tried to push up too early, too quickly. They had the victory in their grasp, and then it slipped away.
Okay, we'll get more from all 3 of you, but first, we need a couple of teams to the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Alliance and Virtus Pro. Okay then, teams will take their positions and we will get ready for the draft very shortly, but it's time to put our experts on the spot. And we'll start with Capitalist.
Virtus Pro, all the way. I think VP are the superior team through and through. I was hopeful for Alliance at this tournament, but I haven't seen the performance to back it up.
Okay.
I'm going to say Virtus Pro as well. I don't quite have the confidence that Cap had in the last set, so I'm going to go with the clear favorite.
You're supposed to be in the milk position. You're supposed to be bold and adventurous and go for the underdog.
I'm scared to get flamed. Sorry.
Okay, fair enough. I'm also going to go with Virtus Pro. I don't think there's any surprise there, although I should point out Alliance fanboys. So it's a little piece of me that would like them to win. Syndren?
Yeah, I think 2-0 VP is the most likely, and then it just goes from there to 2-0 Alliance. In terms of likelihood, it just drops off gradually.
That is how that works, yeah.
So what are the chances in your mind? Crowd really doesn't like that. That Alliance can 2-0 VP. I want to hear the percentage.
Okay, it says Virtus Pro at the bottom, right? Just ignore that. I'm going with Alliance.
For Alliance to win 2-0.
Crowd.
I mean, the crowd can help.
That's the one.
Alliance 2-0 chance.
I'm just saying it's going to be 2-0, but...
Oh, so the chance for winning. Didn't you ask what the chance
I was
for 2-0
specifically
Alliance?
asking, because you said the percentage dials back, I'm really interested to see what are the chances that you think Alliance could 2-0 VP?
Wait, so I said 80-20.
How low does that number get?
I said 80-20 that VP win, right?
Yes.
So then...
It has to be less than 20. Right?
Wow, we need Nahaz back right now for these statistics.
10%. One out of 10 times they 2-0 VP right now.
Okay, so it's looking pretty grim right now for the A's, but and most of this is going to come down to how they draft. How is the first draft going to go?
I think it could go kind of crazy. I mean, like we talked about before, Alliance is a team that has a lot of possibilities. even going back a little bit before the Frankfurt Major, they had a series against Empire where they picked Lone Druid 3 times in a row and they won every single game. It was either 3 or a best of 3, I can't remember. But they have those picks that they could be saving. I mean, group stage, I would say, and what we've seen from teams as well, it's not really you pull out your crazy strats because you're kind of drafting against the same teams consistently. So it's entirely possible that they do have something whipped up their sleeve. They didn't use it in the best of 1 versus C9 because they knew they were a better team and they could win. This is the time to pull it out.
Okay, just switching tact a little bit. If we were all saying Alliance on here, we'd have to back that statement up. Based on 1 win against Cloud9 in a best of 1, there's not a huge amount of evidence, is there?
No, there's
Is that partly why we're all perhaps thinking Virtus Pro looked stronger of the 2 teams?
Yeah, I think so. I base a lot of my call. Mineski actually had a good showing
in the groups.
Previous in the tournament, and this is what I'm expecting. I haven't seen Alliance give me a good showing. Even their game against Cloud9, I wasn't really convinced at all. So going into this best of 3, it seems much less likely they're going to be able to step up. But I think the biggest thing for them is that they have, while we haven't seen it, they have potential. They have a huge amount of growth potential, and maybe that's just going to come online right now, but it's got to come through the draft first.
Yeah. And Virtus Pro FNG, what's he going to be thinking draft-wise? He'll know, of course, that Alliance have this wide array of strategies that they can run and heroes that they can run. Is he going to be focusing on anyone in particular? Or do you think he focuses on their draft and what they want?
I don't really feel there's any player on Alliance that they're super outmatched by. I think G is definitely one of the best mids in the world, so he's going to be absolutely fine versus S4. I don't think either of them has a major advantage either way, but nothing to really worry about there. Nothing that he needs to focus everything on. I think VP just plays their standard draft, adjusts to what Alliance pulls out, because surely they'll do something a little weird, and then just do what they normally do.
Okay. Draft 1 is underway, 2 bands in. No surprises.
One thing we should keep in mind that should never be underestimated, Alliance are coming from a win and VP are coming from loss. And VP, historically, I think, have been a team that have been pretty good at dealing with losing games. And actually, for example, at TI, they dropped to the lower bracket and then they managed to get 5th, 6th, I think. Yeah, they did beat Secret out in the lower bracket, which was a huge underdog match for them. So they can definitely deal with having a bad series and come back. Alliance, of course, with the win, like you said, maybe not. Okay, this is going very fast.
Oh yeah, VP, they knew it was going to be a first pick Doom. If you leave it open, I actually thought this is going to be something that Alliance could bring to the Frankfurt Major. I think that if you can identify their strongest hero in the patch and be able to allow that into the draft and showcase you have both counters and can play it really well, I think Alliance is the one team that can really prove that. But VP instead are the ones saying, go ahead, take Doom, and they don't even get the Ancient Apparition. I think the Spirit Breaker is by far one of their best heroes. They should pick that one up. But they couple it with the Darkseer this time around.
Do you think it's better, because I'm just thinking, when Alliance has Doom, it's always Bulldog playing it. Yeah. They never played on Loda, right? Very rarely.
A long time in the past when Doom first got popular, it was Loda.
So if it is Bulldog playing it for them, they already picked Darkseer that Bulldog couldn't have picked with this. So they could have gone for the Spirit Breaker AA that I thought was outstanding yesterday against Vici Gaming. So I'm a little bit surprised they grabbed the DS already. By the way, this opener was the one Mineski used in game 1 against OG. Did not work very well.
I think it
has been used a few times, actually.
But it's not necessarily the pick's fault.
I think it's good against Alliance, though. They picked Wisp 2 times against eHome. It was Wisp and Tiny. That's something that's still scary, you know? And you have to deal with that burst damage that Tiny throws out. It throws a lot of your strats off when somebody that you expect to live, all of a sudden Tiny's there and does 1,000 magic damage. If you take the Wisp out, much less likely that you'll see a Tiny this game.
So Jara Doom for Alliance.
There's a lot of info for VP.
What would you say the info is? Because I feel like they could aggressive or they could not.
Well, the thing is, if Alliance do run aggressive, VP already have a hero that's extremely good against aggressive trial lanes. They have a Darkseer. You can just stand there and Iron Shell the wave and stand back. It's one of the best heroes out of any at dealing with having an unfavorable lane matchup. If Alliance do that, their Doombringer gets completely crushed in lane. He can't even defend his tower. Darkseer can obviously do that with shells. So VP, they know 2 cores. There's no way Alliance play a gyro support right now.
I mean, Doom's not awful against Dark, so you can eat one of the Iron Shell.
Oh yeah, if they get a one-on-one matchup. No, Doom is actually one of the good heroes at playing against Darkseer in lane. I just don't think that's going to be the lane matchup he's going to get. Either Alliance aggressive tri lane and then they tri lane against Darkseer and then he gets tri lane in turn, or dual lane by VP and loses the lane. Or do you think Alliance will safe lane Doom and then VP will put Darkseer off lane and match?
You lost me like 3 sentences ago, man. That was...
It's like a game of chess, man. You got to think like 3 or 4 moves ahead.
Cindy's officially the Dota Riddler.
I'm working on my 2-step right now, and you're at like step 4.
I think Alliance are by far, if I look at them sometimes like Secret, where they try to give Misery a favorable matchup. Alliance do that even more so, right? So I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if they could actually set up Admiral Bulldog on the Doom for success and run some sort of aggression, maybe an aggressive dual lane, maybe they go a full-out tri-lane or something like that. But not terribly surprising. Alliance will ban away the Queen of Pain because it's G's hero, and VP will respond by picking up the Lina.
What's the Drow ban?
Draw Visage was
Draw
good.
Visage, okay. 3-4 is...
I still think VP will get Visage.
5 seconds.
Yeah.
It's actually a really good hero against Doom.
Absolutely. His low armor makes him really susceptible to the physical damage of the players.
And it's a hero a support that has tons of nuke damage. It's a 4-second cooldown. Most heroes are sitting on like 10-second cooldowns for most of their nukes, so he can easily compensate for that high regen that Doom has.
And even if you get doomed, you have your birds. So generally the main heroes that you would say on paper are good against Doom are heroes that have a lot to do even after their Doom. So Death Prophet with Exorcism cast, Razor with his ultimate cast, Viper, who's just all about running and tanking up and dealing damage by taking damage. And a hero like Visage, I think, also fits into the category of heroes that could do well. I really think it's a VP Visage now.
Yeah, but, I mean, they picked it a lot of drafts even without Visage. Consistently, Lil would do well. Even games where his pull was blocked and his levels were a bit behind, he always catches up in those mid-game team fights. He just can perfectly micro his birds and his hero. Even if his hero dies, you still see a lot of value out of it. And they do some complex ganks like send birds to the top lane while he's busy getting last hits in the safe lane. He's just very good at the hero.
10 seconds.
He's able to do much more with it than it seems like any other team did, even when Vici stole it away from him yesterday in the set.
So, playstyle-wise, we were talking about ways Alliance could address VP's threat. Do you feel like they've accomplished with their first 3 picks to not play VP's game? Are they playing an Alliance game right now?
I mean, Gyro covers them against the aggressive dual lane with Darkseer Spirit Breaker, so in that way a little, but and the Bane as well is a very good tri-lane support. He can also potentially just zone Lina, which would give whatever mid hero they pick some advantage. I think neither draft is really set in stone. I would say VP's maybe slightly more due to the Darkseer Spirit Breaker, but I think both drafts can still be countered or not countered.
Yeah, I would say Alliance just from the get-go, right, focus more on themselves by first picking the Doom, knowing the VP, that's what they wanted them to do, but they were like, doesn't matter, it's still a strong enough hero. We've seen other teams open up with a lot more like Ancient Apparition, just a wide open first pick that doesn't really give a whole lot.
That still exists, by the way. That's another good pick that VP did play on Lil yesterday too.
Doom's going to be really good at shutting down the Lina as well. If he can get good Dooms off at the start of the team fight, VP's won a lot of games where Lina just went insane. G on Lina, that is. If they can Doom him, it's a big advantage, especially damage-wise. Spirit Breaker and Darkseer is decent damage each, but in a late game scenario, if Ajara has a BKB and Lina's doomed, I just don't see them killing her right now.
Hey, Sin, I wanted to ask you, this is a hero that actually I thought about a lot for Alliance. They've only run it 3 times this patch, but the Naga Siren support that used to be a thing, Alliance, I think, are probably one of the more adept heroes. Why do you think we haven't seen much of it?
I was thinking about it the other day as well, why Naga has completely fallen out of favor. There's no like change in the metagame right now that makes me feel, okay, this item just ruins it out of the new patch or anything to that extent. So yeah, I would agree that it is a hero that Alliance can turn to, especially against such an aggressive team as VP, just being able to pause the game down, set up their combo with, for example, Call Down in this case, and get Doom in a good position to Doom the Lina could be very nice.
She got slightly nerfed.
Like got nerfed, but not so hard that you can't run it anymore.
Just nerfed her roaming, basically. Early level 1 or level 2 roam. So Razor's a pickup, like you said, very good against Doom if he gets doomed. Also, there's a lot of single target spells coming out of Alliance, so his passive is going to give him some value for sure.
He's multi-purpose, good against Doom, drain Gyro.
Yeah, exactly. Draining Gyro, I think, is one of the most effective heroes to actually take away his damage. Renders that flat cannon pretty useless. More control against the Darkseer in lane.
Good against Breaker.
They already kind of had it with the Bane, but...
I like the Disruptor pick a lot. Ulti versus Lina is really good if you can catch her. Glimpse is good against Spirit Breaker if you're getting ganked or something. Good against Darkseer in lane. Not very good versus Razor, I guess, but I like it against the other 3. They can get a lot done in the early game as well, and that's something that their cores really lack. Doom rotating is a little hard because having Doom and nothing else, you have to get around behind your opponent. Gyrocopter can do some roaming, but he can't really set it up. So Disruptor can basically set up Alliance's ganks in the early game.
Alliances turn to ban.
Now they banned the Wind Ranger that Alliance did play S4 on against Cloud9. I'm just thinking about classic S4 heroes that remain. Queen of Pain is banned. Wind Ranger's banned. He still has the Bat Rider. I don't think it's a very good Bat Rider game, to be honest.
I don't think the matchup is that favorable for you against Lina.
Not at all. It's one of the worst. But then again, Lina is like the worst for 80% of the mid laners. That's the worst matchup.
There's still TA in the pool, but
TA's good.
I'm not
But
sure
no, actually no.
They need more early aggression to, like, cause they're gonna have this Doom farming away. I think that they need something to make sure it's not just the Gyrocopter, because you have these two kind of like more defensive supports that are able to respond to setups from their cores, both Disruptor and Bane. Rely on their cores to be able to create space to get a Fiend's Grip or get that extra pick off with a Glimpse. And so I think you really need a good tempo controller.
TA is also very countered. She's good for the lane matchup, and that's it. She's bad against Darkseer. She's bad against Razor. She's not even particularly good against Spiritbreaker. Here's a VP Classic, though, Dragon Knight.
Which does open a lot of melee heroes now. They could go something as far as like a mid Brewmaster or something like that.
It's a support Lina then. They've basically swapped their lineup around. We were sure this was going to be a G Lina, but they might have tricked Alliance just as much as they tricked me here.
I think they're too worried about the Doom and the Disruptor.
She's pretty
salty. They picked Dragon Knight a lot on the group stage. They got a lot of value out of him. Lots of early movement from VP will be expected here. And they've got the heroes for it. This is the kind of stuff that Illidan likes playing. Razor, very aggressive, strong with levels, doesn't need that much farm. So VP could get some huge advantage in the early game from this.
Here comes Puck.
Against Dragon Knight? I don't know. They're going to be lacking some damage there.
Puck.
They need something at least partially magic to deal with Dragon Knight since his armor will be so high.
How about
Razor as well?
10 seconds remaining.
I think Synderen has an idea.
Is there any space for an Alchemist? I don't think there is. My Brewmaster.
And some more classic Brewmaster. Okay.
It's probably also a better pick.
Lineups complete. Alliance versus Virtus Pro. Game 1 on the way. Malini and Toby 1, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Red. Yes, it's great to be here. Alliance up against Virtus Pro. Alliance with a lot to prove, and VP with stability to prove in this matchup. And we're kind of hashing out the old by bringing back the Brewmaster of S4.
I know, it's a classic for him. It's a nice tempo control for the mid. I like the switcheroo that Virtus Pro pulled with the Lina move to the support. And kind of leaving actually, Illidan's playing the Dragon Knight. We thought it was going to be a mid-Dragon Knight.
Yeah, instead it'll actually be the Razor who gets to go towards that mid lane. And maybe that's when we start looking at Alliance switching up the lanes too, because this was something which we were kind of talking about before we actually started this up, where Alliance, would like to run this safe lane Abra Bulldog. Like, then you just throw someone to the off lane to see what's going to be a better matchup there, but can you actually get a better matchup? Who can lane against the Razor? The Brewmaster, is he enough to do it? Would you almost think you could rotate the Gyro up? By the looks of it, they're going to go back towards a more stable lane and throw the Doombringer towards the off lane and the Gyro up to the top.
I think that's their best option, looking over here.
I suppose their supports aren't really as tanky. With that Dazzle being banned out, they don't really have that old dual lane option which Alliance would like to play for.
A lot of Alliance fans here.
Just a couple. Just a couple. They're all on the other side of the hall. It's kind of like VP. They're fighting against the crowd as well as VP, as well as Alliance.
Yeah, so it looks like they actually want to put the Razor versus the Brewmaster mid. Pretty good matchup, I would say, for Razor, but I actually think Brew's one of the few melee heroes that can actually do decently in that lane.
Is that because you're just looking towards Clap to farm?
Well, he doesn't really, his damage can't be drained that much because he can just clap whenever he wants, and even if he does get a lot of damage, he has high physical damage EHP with early point in Drunken Haze or the evasion. So it's not really a lane that he can harass the Panda out.
S4, he wants to get this room with FNG charging forward. They go for the passive field to start with. The Nightmare keeps Lil out this fight. Light Strike Array actually hits on nothing. The Rune still going the way of the Razor after all of this. And Alliance just want to back themselves back out. S4 barely surviving, already has to burn this salve very early on. But no one ends up dying after the engagement.
It's not so bad for him. And on top of that, the Razor was able to take a Plasma Field at level 1, so I guess he can get a few hits in. Brewmaster also didn't go a super greedy build and had a salve on hand, so he doesn't have to wait, 30 seconds for that first one to come out.
Bulldog's playing very similar. They actually got, no, they've only got Thunderstrike on top. Bulldog's playing insanely similar to what he does with his Lone Druid Bear. Jumps behind the tower, grabs the creep wave, pulls it up, ensures he can get that second level, because once he's got Scorched Earth, combined up with Devour, he should be pretty well set right in the off lane.
Yeah, on top of that, if he sees a nice creep, he can swing by and devour it. They don't really have a good way to send him back, I suppose. No good catch with the DK in the safe lane. Man, I don't remember the last time I saw a DK safe lane. I think I saw one of the Chinese teams run it a long time ago, but it's pretty nice.
Would you actually make Illidan more of the initiator this time around? Because the Razor will probably be building into something more like a mech. Is this the quick blink for the DK, rotate around, or is it meant to be more of the combat kind of build? Get yourself into your treads, your drums, and force out the buildings, like push down the lanes.
It depends on how much farm S4 gets. If S4 is able to get early blink, he might have to go a more tanky build, whereas if not, then he can probably get away with a blink build. And
oh, bottom lane, they might have a little bit of initiation. It's probably going to be mid lane where S4 is going to be the first blood, as God just there with the charge in from the Spirit Breaker kept him controlled. The bottom lane not really having as much of a chance of getting that first blood after Lil airballed his stun out. Looks like there was also some action up on top lane as Loda very, very injured back behind his own tier 1.
yeah, good reason for VP's most picked hero, the Spirit Breaker. I think it really suits their playstyle and just being able to pressure all three of the lanes, although Admiral Bulldog is getting a lot out of the bottom lane.
And S4's going to be so careful about this. We haven't seen a Brewmaster versus, well, almost anyone, especially a Razor in a very long time in this mid lane. But with the way the Static Link now works, it's not as easy just to clap and walk away from the Razor. This continuous drain is actually giving enough to God that he's able to find that damage. Like the Plasma Field still did a little bit of the work, but as well as Spirit Breaker, speaking of which, Admiral Bulldog, they do have the follow-up stuns, and with the triple stuns available, they're still fighting through that regeneration of the Doombringer, and it's just not enough. Bulldog dropping down to 25 life. That's with the Breathe Fire, that's with all the stuns, the Slave. The only thing they were missing was that 17% bash.
Boy, that was so close though. Scorched Earth. If it got nerfed just a tiny bit more, he would have died right there.
Especially if he also went for that more aggressive Devour build. He went for the second point up in Scorched Earth.
I mean, I think you have to do that when there's a Spirit Breaker on the loose.
Oh, 1-0 in favor of VP so far. There's a small advantage coming in the way of VP as far as the gold, but this is primarily just because that Raid's getting so much out of the mid. S4 only at 8 CS to the 17-6 that God's managed to achieve as the Razor. And then actually pushes Brewmaster a long way behind the levels. He's actually a full level behind that of the Razor. Obviously, the death counts for a lot as well.
But of course, on the VP side, you have DK Phobos, who just recently hit level 2. And not too many stacks on the Radiant side for him to come back with. Lena's had to devote most of her time to trying to zone out Bulldog.
An under-leveled Darkseer. We know till the Bulldog, like, if things get too rough down here, like if he dies, he may just rotate himself into the dire jungle. He's gonna let the Scorched Earth off, and Illidan, he doesn't have enough mana. Even with the Mango up his sleeve, the charge is coming in as Bulldog just postures a little bit by getting aggressive.
His Scorched Earth's about to run out though. He has to be careful.
Yeah, FNG's on the way in, but he still understands the fact that DK's got no mana. Even Lil's walking around with only 160. They have to burn both of the mangoes in order to have a chance to kill Bulldog.
Still, he hasn't been able to go in the jungle and get a creep though. Imagine if he had a Satyr.
Top lane, Phobos, Nightmare, gonna come out from Arcade. Nuts doesn't actually have the wall. He's got a level 2 glimpse, so they can harass out a decent amount of damage and then just glimpse him back up again. Arcade's still got Brain Step available, and Phobos, perfect timing on the surge. Gets himself back behind the tier 1 tower. Arcade not actually committing his nuke to that.
They really needed the rocket barrage from Loda, but he was off. He was quite a bit of ways. But by the time the sleep wore off, there was too many creeps close by, so they couldn't actually hit him with a barrage.
It burns through the consumables a little bit of the Darkseer and keeps him away from completing that Soul Ring. Middle lane is finally going to have that charge coming in from FNG. He was waiting in the tree line for a while, and they start the Static Link, but God, it instantly separates. They needed that damage, and S4 just turns for the clap. Arcade in the neighborhood, not really wanting to fight up against a double damage Spirit Breaker, but at least enough to just push VP away from their Brewmaster.
They're doing a really good job of slowing down S4's farm because he's kind of their main initiator in the fight. They can't rely on the Doom because he's far too underleveled and underfarmed. He actually swung by the jungle to pick up a Centaur creep, but S4, he needs the Blink Dagger very, very early or they're not going to be able to stop the Dragon Knight push. They have a lot of wave clear from VP in case Alliance even try to make a 5-man move and sweep towers of their own, and it's far more likely that VP's going to start taking down towers once Illidan gets some more farm.
Is there any way Alliance can rotate their lanes in order to get him that farm?
I mean, they can rotate the gyro down and counter gank for the Doom. I would actually say that's probably the best move that they can do, but VP already have an Observer Ward down there to kind of mitigate this effect.
With Admiral Bulldog getting charged where they shouldn't have... Okay, now he'll walk into a position where maybe they would have vision. Doesn't give them enough information to work out there is a ward in the lane. And Alliance didn't actually find the earlier wards too. Okay, this actually is probably going to be a dead Bulldog unless he runs to the side now. Lil's going to arrive. The Scorcher doing some work, and Bulldog trying to use that Fog of War to his advantage. Still no patches arriving for FNG. RNG just is not on his side.
This is a great sidestep by him, though. He dodged the Light Strike array.
I actually haven't seen Lil hit one of those apart from that, like the 3-man stun on bottom lane previously. Like that was the only other one I've seen him connect on.
I mean, it's really hard with the increased movement speed from Scorcher. You can't really blame him for missing those.
Yep.
I guess you can be like, Spirit Breaker, come on, bash more, set up for me, man.
Yeah, because that's obviously a skill-based ability.
So Loda actually coming into a very early farming build too. We see the Morbid Mask as opposed to the early phase. So it looks like he's not really that interested in helping out the rest of his team and letting the Doom fend for himself.
I think he understands what this game is all about for him. It's all about ensuring as best you can that mid-game. Not through the laning, just through his strength in the team fight, because that is still going to be very huge. VP, if they can slow down that Razor, if the damage initially from the Gyrocopter is enough, I mean, all of this VP lineup won't want to run forward. They're running 3 melees while /1 range.
Most of Alliance's strategy, though, I think, is trying to take on VP head-on in the fights, or else they wouldn't have committed to a last-pick Brewmaster. So I don't think Loda's build coincides with that, though. Like, no treads drums early, let's say, because that's really what you need to fight VP. So I think they're not really looking to stop the DK push at all.
VP should be reading this perfectly. Spirit Breaker's winning in the tree line, but this is the classic 7-minute Alliance push. They come in with a catapult, and they try and force the issue. They take out the tower, and, well, Phobos, Nightmare's going to start. S4's moving over. They want VP to fight into this, because then you've got the split from S4 that can go to work. And will it not take so much damage with Lil arriving? They don't get the trade-off. That Darkseer's away to safety. As also, FNG TP's out. Just over in the tree line.
Wow,
you lose your Disruptor, you burn your Brewmaster split, and all you get is a T1 tower.
He was in an amazing position, too. He was, like, on the left side where the T1 just fell, and then he was able to, like, charge through their backline to the hero that was closest to VP side, so he was actually able to escape after the charge. That was a really good maneuver by Spirit Breaker. They also didn't scout him out at all.
I'm surprised S4 didn't commit his ulti earlier. Because they jumped in, he could have just popped that.
Well, he had a
Spirit Breaker when he ran in.
He had a haste rune, so he thought that he was going to be able to, you know, get more mileage out of his right clicks and maybe not have to use his ultimate. Because, I mean, after that, Alliance really didn't get that much out of it. They had their tower before they even needed the Brewmaster to come to the fight.
Under attack.
But ideally, you want to kill 2 people. If they commit more, then you can split and then be well on your way for Blink Dagger, but not really getting that much out of that is really going to slow him down. It's 9 minutes in. I think a free farming brew usually has that around this time, but his is more likely to be delayed to maybe 14, 15 minutes.
And now
it's very problematic.
And now he's forced to farm up inside the jungle. They've given the Doombringer the space in the mid, so you do have Doom up for Admiral Bulldog. In fact, he's backing up with Arcade. There's smoke coming out in the Courier, so they might be considering a movement, but there's not enough mana on this Doombringer yet that he can join the fight.
He has a mango.
He does. He does. That still doesn't give him enough mana to get both Scorched Earth as well as your ulti off. At least the Mango is exactly the right amount of mana to get your Doom off.
So Phobos doing a pretty good job of actually not dying, which I think is commendable versus a Disruptor, as well as making his way towards the mech. But I think the ball from VP is coming down pretty soon, and it's very difficult for Brewmaster without a blink, though. If he tries to walk in and ult, he's going to get chain stunned by Dragon Knight, and Lina, who's already level 6, can easily burst him down. And barring, Glimmer Cape or a really nice defensive sleep, he's not going to be able to get it off. So that means that he might have to cast it really early on in the fight.
Okay, get a Nightmare on this Spirit Breaker. FNG getting very aggressive and loaded TP's in. He doesn't actually commit the big ultimates. The Razor will arrive, and Alliance will back up as 4 heroes show themselves in the mid. They don't have any Observer Wards looking for that, just the one Observer Ward for the Dire side watching the bottom rune area. But VP in a great position to fight. The Dragon form is up and running as Illidan shows himself in the tree line. And with all 5 heroes, maybe now Loda will be happy he saved that ultimate of his. Rotations coming over from Nutsu. They can isolate the Dragon Knight with a wall as well as that Storm. Illidan needs to be dragged back in. They go for the Doom. The stun, however, there was a double stun from the Lion Strike Array. They'll drag Illidan all the way back with a glimpse, in fact. And that'll be the death of the DK. FNG's also not a healthy man as S4 soloing him up, but the charge away in time will allow the Spirit Breaker to survive. And a very quick TP as well, no risk at all.
Alliance had really good positioning there. They saw exactly where Illidan was. He was kind of isolated from his team, and Lino was also behind him to follow up for a chain stun. They really wanted to kill the Brew, but Brew was all the way on the left side. FNG spotted him out immediately. He charged him, but they weren't able to burst him down before the ultimate. So that's a really, really good fight for Alliance. And the VP weren't in that tight-knit ball that they need to be in.
Yeah. It's funny though, because you telegraph the position. Your surprise is the Dragon Knight, but you still did heavy amounts of damage to the tower, and Alliance committed every single ulti they had. It seems like the reason we have a pause is because S4's binds for the little Brewlings not actually working for him. So that would also be understandable why there's a little bit of problems when he split it on the top lane previously.
Overall, this is going pretty well for Alliance. The Gyrocopter is going to have his HOD soon. They already have some Ancient stacks out for Alliance, so I think they're pretty happy with how the game's been going.
They're in a pretty good position. VP, they're like, it still feels like they're the ones dictating the pace of this game. Until that Blink Dagger comes up, you got the counter initiation that can arrive from the Disruptor.
Well, they're forced to.
Yeah. But the Doombringer doesn't have anything to jump in either. Like, do we look at the Shadow Blade and the Blink Dagger? In fact, do you get double blinks up for Alliance? And who becomes your target? Like, you Doom the Razor as well as the DK. Both are very, they're innately tanky against this lineup of Alliance.
Just depends on how great the Static Storm is from Disruptor. They do have that really nasty Doom Glimpse combo, so they can pretty much guarantee a hero eliminated from the fight. All right, they're ready.
Yep, that they are. So straight back into it. As VP, God can just see that tier 1 tower so low. It's risky to do this, however.
Nah, there's no Brew ult or Doom, so they're pretty comfortable with that.
Dire's top tower
So I think they really need the mech on the Darks here. Looks like it's only a little over halfway completed now with the Headdress and the Buckler out.
Dire's middle tower is under
Fortification to slow down VP. You're right, Alliance will not be defending this. Instead, they're also very low on mana. If Disruptor had a little bit more to work with, that would have been fine for him. FNG's going to charge down the bottom lane, but ends up pulling out of it. Admiral Bulldog realizes a little bit of trouble and just phase boosts back to his tier 2 tower. But while VP are hunting these kills, like, yes, you take out the tier 1 tower in mid, you're still getting a really farmed up Loader. Hello, Glimpse, Scott. Triggers the ulti, but Alliance aren't really looking to do anything here. Nuts has no real mana to work with. He doesn't have the ulti. He's just keeping the attention of VP in this mid lane.
Yeah, but those two supports are very vulnerable right now to a charge.
Like this one. In they run. RK still with Nightmare, however. That was how Alliance thought about initiating on the middle lane previously, where FNG charges in, then you Nightmare counter initiate.
Oh, they have the Blink Dagger on Illidan, so it should be spotted out right now. But they really need S4's ultimate up. That's 40 seconds, so I think they just let this tower go.
is under attack.
If they try and commit, look at FNG's position again. He's like kind of behind enemy lines, so he can charge the target that they want to focus while stunning all the support in the back.
Yeah, you're right. Without that Blink Dagger, and there's nothing else to control him. Like, normally you'd have the Bane who can Nightmare one Fiend's Grip another, but this Bane is so underleveled. Like, we're 13 minutes in, and Arcade's only just about to hit level 5. They need more time and space for these cores. Nuts can't find the denial. That's what he's sitting on the edge of the hill for. And VP just taking map control very simply. Pop the Dragon form, move on to another target. If they can find a kill, they go for it. Second you take out the tower, the aggressive boards start getting placed. And Alliance just dodging. They just keep farming.
They're one item behind in terms of team fight. The Brewmaster's Blink is going to come out minutes later after Dragon Knight. And then by the time that comes out, they're going to have the mech on the Darkseer, and Alliance isn't going to have one. But they're one item ahead in terms of greed. They have the HOD up on the Gyrocopter, and of course, ability to sack the Ancients, although no control to actually take that down.
Yeah, that's really hard when you've lost your tier 1, tier 2 tower on bottom lane and your tier 1 tower in mid. You don't control Roshan and you don't control your Ancients. And VP have been watching those Ancients for the last 6-7 minutes. Since they've had the Observe Ward, which is now timed out, but it was watching the Ancient area.
And you can't really rely on the Gyrocopter to even do that much damage if he gets farmed, because the Razor can drain him and just walk up on him. So I think it's kind of on the Brewmaster and the Bane to make sure that the Razor doesn't have his way in the fight. He can't drain all of the Gyrocopter's damage, or else they're simply not going to have any damage output in the fights.
Admiral Bulldog is having the Centaur, which is controlled up by Loda, coming down to help the bottom lane. More than likely is RK microing it. He's just shared control of it. But because of the way the reaction came from FNG, they understand there's probably going to be an Observed Ward over there. And it already gets dewarded.
That's the area of the map that Alliance, I think, need to control the most. Their top's already pretty safe because they have the T1 tower, and next they want to move over to the Ancient so that Gyro can do that safely, get a BKB, and go to town on VP's lineup in team fights. S4 still working on his blink, about 300 gold away.
It's taking him so long, though. Like, while he works on this, you get the completed mech over on the Darkseer. And now you have, in fact, bottom lane blink in over an Admiral Bulldog. There's no Scorcher up, but that Disruptor ulti will buy the space to go for the Doom. Can they get the trade off with Laguna? But an Admiral Bulldog, he gets one last War Stomp. Illidan will tick low, but he probably won't die from this Doom. FNG's going to be glimpsed back into Nuts, and RK has to Nightmare him. FNG's ready to find. Charge back off cooldown, but the wall is up, so they'll be controlled. S4 running in with that ulti, but can he get in range to really do anything? Light Striker able to control him, so will the Dragon Tail. Not the best coupling of abilities, and S4, whilst he charges up and Loda into the fight with a Rocket Barrage and Flat Cannon. Huge amounts of damage out of Flat Cannon, comes back off cooldown. They take out 3, and they'll take out a 4th. A triple kill for Loda. Nuts extending that fight and finding more of the kills. And that's exactly what Alliance needed. That's going to skyrocket them forward. That's going to be their Blink Dagger. And that's going to be a hell of a lot of money coming into that Gyro.
Man, they saw these juicy supports. Okay, I think was only level 4 before the start of the fight, but after the kills kept on coming in, he got the level 6, and they were able to get yet another kill. And unfortunately, they had to blow the Laguna on the Lina on the Doombringer instead of the prime target, the Brewmaster. But even if they had gotten it off, the Gyrocopter would have just tore them a new one. Yep. The call down just came in at the perfect time.
Oh, Nuts ends up getting cracked by Spirit Breaker, and the rest of Alliance just want to get the hell out of here. That tier 1 tower will also be denied up now by Phobos, so Alliance may be overstaying their welcome on the bottom lane.
Still, it's good. They got that tower down. This makes them feel much more safe when they want to control their side of the map. It's still on VP's court that they need to actually, I think, kill Alliance and take down their towers with the Dragon Knight in the safe lane, especially with the Blink Dagger first build. This is all about getting kills, getting the jump on Alliance.
They're coming. They're coming for Loda. RK shows himself in the lane as well. But this smoke gank kind of has to work for him. And they can find an opening. As if RK comes close, almost like top lane God. Well, Doom's at it again, this time with the help of Nuts and S4. And they beat down the Razor. Alliance find another kill, and this charge now comes in from FNG. They don't have Brewmaster split. In fact, with that Slave, Nuts takes terrible damage. And Admiral Bulldog just has to walk away. But you trade off a Razor for a Disruptor.
And a lot of time wasted too. Alliance are doing a good job of making sure that VP has to react to them.
It's delaying the big items as well. Like if you check out the build coming out from God, he's gone for the Sun, so trying to go for the full S and Y, filling the early aggression. But this now means his BKB is going to take even longer. Brewmaster control, Gyro control, Disruptor control. Even just getting doomed is just too easy against the Razor at the moment.
Yeah, they have to get BKBs too versus the Disruptor. But at the same time, even if you do get a BKB, you can still get doomed.
Yep. The ZK just decided to go for more aggression. Like, you go for that Blink Dagger. I would say he would go for something bigger, but with Illidan's 2 deaths to his name, he hasn't got the money to go for his next big item. But maybe with this gank on top lane, that'll be a way to do it. S4's reaction, that Blink Dagger, not going to be in time. The Blink into stun, charge coming as well. Lil lending his extra stun. In fact, they Laguna Blade just in case S4 had anything more to give.
So they were able to get like half the stack down in the Ancient stack, and Loda's waiting for his Flat Cannon to cool down. So it's not worth a T2 and a Brewmaster death though, especially when his ultimate is up.
What do you think about Loda's item build change? So he went for the Sanj early on, and now he looks like he's starting up for the BKB.
Dire's top tower
And
is under
bypassing
attack.
going for that earlier Yasha to finish up the S5.
BKB's really good against Razor until he gets his own BKB, which is looking like it's going to be a long time coming. Similar to how Illidan's Blink was really good until Brewmaster gets his Blink. But I don't know, Illidan is not in the position that you want your #1 to be in. He's 1,500 gold behind Loda right now.
It's a very defensive nature again from Alliance. I wasn't quite sure if this kind of playstyle would work. Like it was what created doubts in their game up against Cloud9. The fact it was this, like, it was safety on top of safety on top of safety. And this draft from Alliance kind of feels that same way. Like they've got really good teamfight control. You run the Doombringer, which is always that safe kind of farmer.
But they have the right heroes to delay into the mid game. Like Brewmaster is nearly impossible to win teamfights against, you know, up until the 20, 25-minute mark, or when you get your BKBs, which might even be later than that mark. So,
and what do you even do against the Brewmaster? If this Brewmaster starts getting more life, like you talked about the triple stun combo before, like the Dragon Tail with the charge in and the Light Strike array. After that, you've kind of got nothing more to give. If you throw all that into the Brewmaster and he gets a split, how else do you win the team fight if you're Virtus Pro against Alliance?
yeah, you really need to make sure that he doesn't have a split off. But, you know, that's where the vacuum wall comes in from Darkseer. That's where Razor's Static Link comes in against the Gyrocopter.
I was wondering then if it would have been more worthwhile for Lil to get some extra level of control, be it Orchid or something like that. But it looks like he's just going to go directly into the Aghanim's upgrade on his Laguna Blade.
Nah, they have to rely on the Dragon Knight stun. It's on such a low cooldown that once you get the levels, you can just, you know, blink, kill once his ultimate's up. But they kind of need Roshan pretty soon too. I don't know, VP are kind of letting this mid-game slip away from them. This is where their lineup's supposed to be at its best.
Well, they 5-man smoke, look for the opening. Illidan already into Dragon form. They're coming for S4, and Alliance, look at it. The timing of S4 perfectly moves back to the tier 2 tower, understands that everyone is missing. They did not see the smoke, but they have to understand that something is up.
I mean, they have the defensive sleep, though. Ake's standing right behind him, knowing that S4 is the key to this fight and what VP are going to look to just immediately take out.
Loda. He's in the worst position here of all of Alliance, and maybe now he can be initiated on. Illidan, there's the Laguna Blade. Loda can't be protected. Walk back through the lanes. A good clap from S4, but he needs to get this split off in time. The Nightmare buys him the space to do so. Then the split, but no! He's brought down. Alliance, they've lost 2 huge cores, and VP with a creep wave here, they're going to inflict some good damage into the tier 3 tower. What a pick-off time.
FNG has been amazing on this Spirit Breaker, from the positioning of his charges to the instant charges on the Brewmaster. That time he blinked and clapped, wanted to go for a split. Nope, FNG just charged him up. It was crazy.
And they might find another. Into RK with the Breathe Fire, but it's going to be FNG to find this kill. 3 heroes down for Alliance. They could take out the range racks pretty easily here, Virtus Pro. Getting more than that, maybe not. They've got Gyro as well as Brewmaster up in 5 seconds time. And that's with their ulti still intact. So VP will back up 21 minutes in. And Alliance, they're here for the chase. Scorcher is off cooldown for Admiral Bulldog, and FNG charges in. He already gets a kill on the Disruptor. The back into a big Light Strike array. Alliance, they may lose everything here. The damage from Loda, he's doing terrible damage to God as well. It's a triple kill for Loda, an ultra kill. Lil will shut him down, as well as putting Bulldog in the grave. The Laguna Blade and Slave saving VP from being completely team wiped.
Under attack.
Oh man, that's really close to a scepter now, but I think VP's always kind of one step ahead of Alliance, though, in the team fights. They realize that, okay, they're probably all sitting behind the Brewmaster, and then they're going to use their defensive cooldowns, like a drop a Static Storm on top of him, for example, to make sure that he gets off his ultimate. So instead, they smoke around and go for a target that Alliance don't think they're really going to go for, in the Gyrocopter, who's right outside of his T3. And that's a fairly risky play by VP, but it worked out for them in the end.
You could see Loda as well hesitating as he came that way. Like, he backed up twice. He changed his pathing twice to come back in front of the tower or not. You almost feel like Alliance was looking to use Loda as bait at that point when they first initiated in.
Yeah, but they weren't on the same page. There were 4 heroes mid and the 1 hero in the bottom lane. And then as soon as he got a first stun, they're like, oh crap, we're in the wrong place.
This is the reason why most of the panelists, in fact, all of the panelists, including Red, all were backing Virtus Pro. Because you'd still feel like if you're a gambling man coming into this game that VP's team coordination is going to be stronger than Alliance. Alliance is still a little bit rocky, but when you have that damage coming out from the Gyrocopter, it just does so much for you.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of HP right now.
Yeah, and with the BKB, he won't be controlled like he was previously. The Spirit Breaker is still the only hero that is able to penetrate that immunity. Actually, you do have it with the Lina because she does have the Aghanim Scepter as well, but with the lifesteal, Loda should be able to survive through the fights to get his full combo of abilities
I mean,
off.
if he gets his BKB off.
Yeah, that's true.
It depends on whether or not Dragon Knight gets a stun on him first, but Dragon Knight still, look at his items, just, you know, some strength items and a Blink Dagger.
I think Loda's going to be very happy if he's the one taking the early Dragon Knight initiation, because that means S4 then gets space. And Admiral Bulldog then also has space.
But the S4 threat in the fights have been heavily neutralized, though. He's 1-4-1, and this is kind of where Brewmaster starts to fall off a little bit, unless he's able to pick up that Vlad's and the AC to continue to offer his team something in a team fight.
How fast can Alliance be at this? VP just smoked up. They passed their tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and Roshan, he's ticking down low, under 2,000 now, and it looks like Alliance will be able to finish the job. So they'll have the Aegis Immortal before this fight. It goes into the hands of the Doombringer in the back wall, catching out Nutswell's Arcade. The two supports from Alliance instantly gone to Phobos, but Loda turns on his damage, and now they win the split as well. They've got the control factor. Phobos runs himself away, but S4 will take him out this fight. Illidan also doomed up. We just splintered 3 different parts, God as well as Phobos almost surviving. In fact, Phobos now stunned up by S4. Start find that kill. The TP from FNG, however, successful, did it inside the pit. So it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade-off. But that initiation for the Darkseer, perfect onto Alliance's supports.
The fight was a little bit too hectic for VP at the start, though. They ended up lagooning down the Aegis target, and instead of, let's say, controlling the gyrocopter, and he was able to pop his BKB off in a timely manner and just finish all of VP off.
And Loda's getting stronger and stronger too. Like, it's not just the fact he's the top net worth by almost 3,000. He's finished up the SMY, he's got the BKB, he's got the lifesteal. Now you can start working your way into, well, do you just go directly for damage at this point if you're the gyro, or is it worthwhile getting like a bit of a crossover? You get something like a butterfly instead.
I like the butterfly.
There's no Monkey King bar heroes for VP.
Yeah, butterfly is still pretty good damage. I mean, they have a lot of armor though with the Razor and the Dragon Knight, so MKB is still good. I would say one of those 2 items though. If he's really scared about getting targeted, I suppose he can get a Scotty, but that's not enough damage.
What's also a good build for the Brewmaster in this game? Like, in the old days, you'd instantly just say the Aghanim Scepter, but so he just goes to the Aura, looking at Sakura.
I think at this point, by the time he gets to Ags, it's not going to be effective. I think, like, you know, having the Vlads and the Wolf from Doom and the Drums and the Shivas and the AC is going to be really big for Alliance in the end.
Oh, he does go for the Vlads. They're using the Dominated Siege creep to kite out this Radiant creep wave, which is fairly substantial.
Yeah, I think, you know, all those small items and auras add up too. And on top of that, like if you invest too many items on S4, like let's say he gets Blink and stunned and doomed, for example, or Blink stunned and Laguna down, like he won't be able to offer anything if he has a scepter. Whereas, you know, if he is able to tank that much with that much armor, you know, he can still, you know, maybe tank some damage from Loda so that he can finish everyone off.
There is one thing which is going to play around a little bit with VP's initiation. The fact that that middle lane was farmed up by Arcade, Alliance gave him the space, so now he's got a Glimmer Cape also available. So VP initiate, and if that Glimmer is fast enough, now you've got Glimmer, Nightmare, and Fiend's Grip to mess around with VP's initiation.
Yeah, they don't have any detection, actually. The magic resistance is not that useful, but the invisibility certainly is.
It's just not one of those games where you think, okay, these are going to be like the Shadow Blade style heroes. Like, it's been a long time since we've seen it over on the Gyrocopter. The Doombringer is more of a common item, but Admiral Bulldog decides to go more for the BKB, the strength, combining up with the Shiva's Guard. Obviously, he's still working on that BKB. But he's a Doombringer with Devour, so working is very simple for him.
Yeah, I mean, his job is just disrupt the fights and take away a lot of the attention from the Brewmaster and the Gyro. Kind of exactly what he did at the Roche pit, and providing vision with the Shiva's Guard so that they can position themselves accordingly.
Dire's middle tower is under
Still,
attack.
VP lacks sustained damage. Dragon Knight falling further and further behind Alliance's position 1.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
This is when he's begging for a damage item. Anything he can get his hands on.
I mean, he's going to have to rely on the Razor to drain a lot of damage, and then maybe he can just get an AC to further augment Razor's damage.
It's kind of hard for Razor to do that. Like,
Well, he has
with
a BKB now.
With his BKB, yes, but you've still got high movement speed heroes. It's almost maybe worth getting 4 staffs now over on the Alliance support heroes. They got your Glimmer Cape, you got your Arcanes and Urn.
I think 4 staff is definitely a good item against the Razor. I think it's one of the few ways to actually deal with the static link on the gyro, unless you get a Lotus Orb and precast it. But that's what they need to do in the fight. They need to drain the gyro's damage, because on the flip side, Alliance actually don't have that much damage too if you eliminate the gyrocopter from the equation.
Alliance again. When they put down that Observer Ward and Sentry inside the Radiant jungle and left Loader farming the camp just to the north of it, you'd instantly think, okay, Alliance, again, it's the Loader bait. They want VP to initiate in on him.
Yeah, but they have to be careful that Phobos, doesn't pull a fast one over them, blink behind them, vacuum wall everyone else, and then Loda's out to die.
Yep.
Because Loda's the only one with a BKB, so everyone can still get vacuum wall into potentially, like, let's say, a Lina stun. That would be brutal.
It's tower trade time, except there's no other towers for Alliance. So Alliance can just TP themselves back. Actually, they can't because Loader doesn't have a TP. Neither does Disruptor, so Nuts and Loader can't come instantly back. If VP are aware of this, they could just push. In fact, it might almost be worth it for Arcade to give that TP scroll over. In fact, Loader's already walking himself back. This is going to take a very long time to retreat. But they take out the tier 2 tower. Tier 3 tower takes minimal damage, and VP don't force the issue.
More importantly, though, they get the ward inside of Alliance's base, so they can see exactly who they want to go on. Bulldog walks into positioning. So I don't think they see S4 yet, but they see Bulldog and Loda.
They still don't see Nuts as well. They're probably worried about that Disruptor. Disruptor has some really good control over on the Spirit Breaker.
They don't see Ake. I'd say Ake is actually a pretty big deal too, because he can control the Razor.
That Observer Ward actually really has limited vision. They need to get rid of the building for it to work. Okay, now it's going to be even better. As now Illidan into Dragon form, looks up to S4, gets a stun, they'll charge into. The Doom's already on the BK, beat up Illidan. S4, the fact, it doesn't work combining up with the Laguna Blade. Nuts, he can't get the ulti off, but Loda turns on the flank cannon damage. Is still not really enough, but they'll drag Lil back in, so there'll be at least a 1-for-1 trade-off here. Actually, it's ending going to be a 2, as that DK also dropped things down. Loda's having all that damage on, over 220. But God can't stay in close enough, as Alliance back underneath their tier 4 towers. And VP a man down. Yeah, Loda's got no damage, but he's okay with this.
It looked like a pretty good fight for VP, but they had to just commit so much to killing the Brewmaster. The Vacuum Wall, the Laguna, their BKBs, and still they have a damage problem. They can kill one target, but what about after that? Whereas Gyrocopter can just flat cannon their whole entire team. And now Roshan's going to respawn pretty soon. And VP needed to make sure they don't give another one over.
Yeah. I'd love to know the exact time. At the moment, we just know it could potentially spawn in 1 minute and 10 seconds. And Alliance will have to start warning around here, because if you actually look at the vision, they've only got one Observer Ward down on the Radiant side of the field, and that's down inside the Radiant jungle. So they understand when VP move back to farm, and they'll also understand now when they smoke gank it up, because they have that Observer Ward now freshly planted inside their own jungle. So Alliance just trying to get as much intel on VP's movements as possible.
Yeah, I think this is the time, though. VP can blow the game wide open if they get one more pick into Roche, into another Rax. They only got the range Rax on bottom, but they already have a smoke on
They're
the
coming.
Lina.
S4 blinks away just in time. The charge is on the way. Illidan couldn't get the charge. In fact, now they go for the split. FNG's in a little bit too fast. They send FNG up into the air. Nuts can basically solo him up right now. With the Brewmaster making a little bit of space, FNG hits the DAG, and VP, they cup their losses. They accept the fact that Spirit Breaker is down.
Even though we haven't seen that many Brewmaster splits from Alliance, it just puts so much pressure on VP, and I think it was actually a really good pick versus them, because VP's strength is all about the mid game, and now VP's in this position where if they don't commit to killing the Brewmaster, all their heroes are just going to get wrecked by the Brewlings, but if they do, then they don't have any damage left for the Gyrocopter, or let's say the Doombringer even.
Yeah, we kind of forget about Admiral Bulldog. Like the man who just completed up his BKB, still walking around with this aura of his, making Alliance stronger. Like, he's not any focus. You're more worried about everyone else apart from the Doombringer, which is kind of a, like, almost a stupid thing to say.
I mean, his Shiva's Guard aura is doing a lot too in mitigating VP's damage. Like, none of them have attack speed items. There's no AC out on VP, not even a Hyperstone.
Yeah, God, though, does have that plate mail, so he's on his way. He's got 2,600 gold. But he needs space to farm.
I think he might be going Shivas, though, and DK going AC. That's usually what you'll see.
Okay. Yeah, you are right. The Hyperstone just got picked up by Illidan.
Because they kind of want both of them. So Razor can actually stay in. but at the same time, there's I don't think any other better damage item or team fight in damage item for Dragon Knight from AC. But Roshan respawning very, very soon. Alliance already trying to control that area.
Yep. Lil's going to try and remove that control by grabbing up that gem. So it does take 33 minutes for the gem to appear. There's only one, okay, there's 2 wards for them to grab because there's another observe ward watching over the mid lane from Alliance. They actually see if VP cross the river anywhere. The only thing that will allow them to go undetected would be that smoke gank. And they do have both the gem and the smoke now on the Lina. So they group up. Phobos not being part of the party. In fact, he just wants to iron shell the creeps so the middle lane pushes in a little bit harder. And Alliance waited out. It's only a couple of seconds till Roshan is up, and that dominated creep, the Hellbearer of Loader, is just keeping tabs on it.
And Lina also has a gem now, so if VP lose one big fight, this could be it for them.
Well, here they come. They smoke up, they move towards Roshan. You kind of expect Roshan to be up at this point. They don't have any vision inside the pit or any easy way to scout out what is inside the pit. So they're committing as though the fight's probably going to happen, but Alliance haven't shown themselves anywhere, so you assume they're in Roshan. They come in, the Hellbear's there, they're staring down Roshan, but Alliance is already back and defending. So VP have the choice. Do they fight or do they take Rosh? And it looks like the answer is fight. With the Hellbear watching Roshan, maybe not the greatest choice. Illidan jumps in, goes on S4, Phobos back into a big wall, catching up 3, can they get the split up? S4, yeah you can! They only lost the disruptor in the feed strip, it keeps got him in position. Loader just keeps that damage pumping out, but will it really be enough as they split the fight up? Admiral Bullock's just playing around with the Lina on the back lines, but it's Loader killing up the Spirit Breaker. The doomed up god now no longer doomed, and Illidan, he's got that life, can he fight it? Loader, he can't see him, the Glimmercade buys him that space, god's about to die to S4, he beats him down with one last attack, 3 down for Virtus Pro. Lil is still on the run, but S4, Laguna Blade of the Slave, combining up with a back mix so he cannot blink or get away. So it will be a 2 for 3 trade-off as Lil is capable of TPing out under the cover of the Fog of War. Now leveling the board up at 18 apiece, 35 minutes in.
That was a good Doom on the Razor. It was before he got his static link off, and S4's been in this position where, okay, if VP go on them, they can't really finish off the fight from there. Bane used all his defensive abilities on the Brewmaster. He got a split off, and from there you can tell that the fight is going to go worse and worse for VP.
And what a big thing as well for Alliance. Not only do they take that fight, but it's the timing they take the fight. The fact that now Alliance can just walk in, they can grab the Aegis, the Immortals, their second life is available, and VP, what have they really got left? FNG and Phobos? They're coming in. Phobos, he doesn't really have a lot of mana in the Nightmare. A key Spirit Breaker out. This will allow Alliance to finish the job. They don't have Doom available with the homing missile coming forward. The back, he puts 2 of them on the wall. Admiral Bulldog as well as Loader can't get back down again. RK and Nuts have to hang around. Even the Hellbear's up there with them. Alliance playing with pets on a hill. And what can they do? The TP scrolls are flying out in the courier at the moment, but the charge comes in from FNG. Nuts, where's that control? He's actually going to get charged down. The Glimmer Cape can't buy him enough space, not while Lil's still holding onto that gem. And Arcade also on the run out of here. Loader finally TPing out, so is Admiral Bulldog. There's no secondary interruption, so they do not get kept up on that hillside. But wow. Alliance losing both of their supports after taking up the Aegis Immortal. Great play there by VP to get something in return.
Yeah, Phobos with a miracle play there and isolating 2 of the supports. Now they can actually burst down those core heroes.
S4 jumps out, gets a split straight away, including the clap as well. Spirit Breaker wants out this one. They had the Doom available. The Shiva's Guard will pop. A Spirit Breaker charges himself away, but God, with a BKB, Static Link starting takes 98 points of damage away from the Gyrocopter, but now it's VP's turn. Can they escape the Brewmaster, sending Lil up into the air? Admiral Bulldog still with his ability of Doom, but they jump back in, the back end wall, the charge from FNG! The timing is perfect! Alliance, they're gonna lose 3! The buyback comes out from Loader, trying to get back for the bash on Admiral Bulldog. The Aegis Immortal will give him the secondary life. Nuts, maybe he can also work this in as he throws down that Storm. Needs to control a VP a little bit more. Phobos not a healthy man. The Storm won't be enough to work, and in fact, God, he's doing it with a double kill for him. Loader again losing the damage, and God just being empowered by this. 224 points again. He avoids the cooldown, but with the attack in the plasma field, he needs another one. With a charge from FNG, he'll get that one too. Triple kill for God. Bulldog can't do anything. The sole survivor, and 100 seconds without the Gyrocopter due to the dieback.
Wow, and they're probably kicking themselves over giving the Aegis to the Doombringer instead of the Gyrocopter. So Gyrocopter died, bought back, and died again. And again, Phobos with the miracle plays. I mean, that vacuum really just won the game for them, or put them in this position where they're actually in a really good position now instead of Alliance having the Aegis. But just isolating those supports and.
It's the 2 times over, and Alliance having no way down. You always come back to what we talked about 10 minutes ago. Where are these force staffs that work perfectly against the Razor? In positions like that, it would have been beautiful, but they were trying to rush into the Aghanim Scepter over on Nuts. That's why they didn't have it there, and the Bane purchased the gem.
Yeah, it would have been nice for them, too, to just force that people down from that cliff. That Hellbear is still stuck up there.
That would have been a lot more efficient than let's wait 25 seconds for the courier to fly from base down to Roshan, deliver the TPs, then they have to drop their items as well on the hillside. The Magic Wand is still sitting there from, I think it was actually Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, you can't prepare for that situation, though. They think that the Scepter is going to be much better versus the BKBs coming out and stopping like a vacuum wall combo that we saw Phobos just pull off in the last fight.
And now VP, they still haven't taken the ranked advantage, and pushing into Alliance is not a simple task. Like, finding the initiation has been hard enough as it is, but when you go against all the clearance that Alliance has.
Yeah, but now they're getting their items up. Dragonite with almost his AC completed. G, I guess, working maybe on a Scotty, I suppose, with the Ultimate Orb.
Would Scotty be the play, or almost be worth going like a Scythe of Vice so they have that extra control time over on the Brew?
I mean, he could also be going for a Lincoln so he doesn't get doomed or Fiend's Grip during his BKB. So
a lot of options.
But they don't have a BKB up yet on the Bane, so they can still interrupt it with the Dark Seer. But yeah, I don't know if he really cares that much about getting doomed. He has to get his like Shivas and ulti off. It's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get the static link off before the Doom.
Fast as a diving dragon.
Well, Alliance look like they're playing very scared at the moment. After that fight with the Dark Seer initiation, I don't blame them. But they are starting to get a little bit more power coming their way. Admiral Bulldog, even with the nerf, he still decides to go in for that Aghanim Scepter over on the Doombringer. S4's got his full BKB combined up with the Vlad. So now he's actually able to BKB blink in, fight a little bit more, and then split. Can cause a couple more problems for Virtus Pro.
This is one of the few games where you see like the Doom target actually almost fight through the entire duration of the Doom and still be in relatively close vicinity to the Doom too. So I think it's a very good pickup in this game.
So just forcing VP to disengage and then come back in again.
Or die.
Or die. Yeah, that would be the ideal scenario if you're a Alliance fan. If you're a VP fan, it's disengage and then come back in again.
It also makes for a better build-up too into the Refresher.
That is true. Because then he can lock down both the DK as well as the Razor.
So as of right now, Alliance still confident in their late game. Gyrocopter is still mega farmed compared to the DK, but they don't really want to take any risk. They're already 1 racks down.
They already lost a huge advantage. Like during that last fight and over the course of the last couple of minutes, they've lost almost 10,000, in fact, over 10,000 net worth.
Yeah, but it really hasn't impacted Lotus' net worth. He's still on top, and that was with dying, buying back, and dying, which goes to show how crazy far ahead he was.
Yeah. Sorry, correct. XP, not net worth. The net worth doesn't look as bad. That's only 5,000.
That's actually pretty surprising considering they've been down to range racks. I guess that melee racks would have been ideal for VP. It would have really stunted Alliance's growth.
They just didn't have time when they pushed before. They took what they can get. Because they would have been kicking themselves if they attacked the melee racks and then it just regenerates up because they couldn't finish it.
But they need an AC on the side of Alliance.
They do. But what are you going to do? You're going to put that now into the hands of Admiral Bulldog? It almost feels like Admiral Bulldog needs to blink himself forward. Like, I know you're talking about Refresher Orb over on this Doombringer, but Bulldog, like, if you look back at that mid-fight, like, probably 10, 15 minutes ago, he walked himself in and then never really found a target. Like, there was a couple that he wanted, but he had to walk through almost the entire VP line to reach them.
Well, he's their meat shield, right? He wants to get focused.
Yeah.
He has 2,500 HP. He has 21 armor. I mean, he kind of walks up there, and then once S4 sees a good time to run in, once Lotus sees a good time to drop his call down, then they all just follow up the Doom, and he's almost certainly going to get his spells off with that Aid of Glimmer and Defensive Nightmare. So you're not really worried about him getting his Doom off. I think that's maybe when you want to go for the Blink Dagger, but they still need a little bit more damage, which is where the Scepter comes in.
VP, they got that Dire base ward up once again. Alliance, they need RK to walk up. Once he walks up, he'll reveal the fact this Observe ward is there. For now, the Observer Ward actually doesn't see any of the heroes of Alliance. It keeps getting a glimpse. Yeah, it's getting a glimpse of S4. That's the only information they've gotten so far. With the creep wave arriving, now Admiral Bulldog also comes into vision range. But Arcade does not want to move forward. If he moves forward, he's got the potential to be initiated on. That's the reason why he's not searching for the ward.
Eventually, they have to move outside of their base, though.
Oh, bottom lane, they find a catch out. It's Admiral Bulldog. He's got a hell of a lot of armor to get through. And in fact, now BKB from S4 initiates over on the Spirit Breaker. Drunken Haze is on Lil, just keeping him out, and they can glimpse if they want to. FNG a long way back, but Eldon jumps forward, goes an Admiral Bulldog with a goon to play. They're going to kill him off in time. Yeah, they do, but Loaded with a big cooldown. He's losing his damage, however. God can be Fiend's Grip, but he got the static link off, and that's the big part of this fight. RK and Nuts, they try and retreat as well. RK will hide himself inside the Glimmer Cape with the Nightmare trying to buy space for the Breeze Fire, doing the work, giving Eldon a double kill, and this may almost be the game. S4's the sole survivor, no BKB, no split. The bottom ranks and the mid ranks are now forfeit of Alliance, and they could lose more. They could even lose S4. He blinks away, and the buyback comes out from Loader.
You really have to commend FNG again. He like pulls Alliance so they're all outside of their base. Initially, it was just a Doombringer, and then they see this lone Spirit Breaker, his BKB recently acquired.
Wow, that's confidence of S4. Blinks in with no BKB or split, takes the stuns, which are all easily up again by Virtus Pro. They back him and they kill him off. 72 seconds on the sideline. Without him and with Gyro facing a dieback, in fact, Loader, he just does anything he can. There's no other real choice for him at this point. Triggers the BKB, but with Loader dying, Alliance buying back on Disruptor. They just keep fighting, but it's a futile cause. GG is called. Virtus Pro will take game 1 against Alliance.
Wow, crazy good execution by VP. I am super impressed how they carried this through with a position 1 Dragon Knight. They had the pressure on them. It was like, oh man, we have to deal with the Gyrocopter in the late game, but I think FNG just pulled Alliance around like puppets.
Yeah, he did great. Phobos, though, his plays really gave them that extra advantage. And Darkseer, he's always been a hero to be feared when you get those combos off as well. You worry about it, FNG's charges work, but everything from VP just seemed to work that game.
Yeah, I think they have to be really happy with that win.
Yeah, they do. Solid draft, solid play, solid game. VP with a 1-game advantage over the Alliance. Well, we knew it would be a rough run for them. How rough was it? We'll ask our panel of experts to see just how rough it was.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, it was a bit of a rough ride for Alliance. Great start for them and a great early part of the game as well. And it looked for a while that they may be in with a shot of winning the game, but in the end, FNG pulled them around like puppets. That was taken from the commentators. I like that line indeed. Kat, summarise if you can Alliance's downfall in that game.
I think Alliance had a lot of shining opportunities where they were able to showcase their strength in team fights. I think their movement was perhaps a little lackluster, but it was just because VP were being so aggressive and set them on the back foot early. What I liked most about VP, I have a lot more good things to say about VP specifically than bad things about Alliance. I don't think they played a bad game 1.
Yep. Well, let's talk about the positives of VP because, you know, and we talked about this before, FNG's leadership and his skills and the way that he's pulled that team around. And there were some great examples in there. Cinder and I were talking about it when they went towards the end of the game, really. But, you know, great way, basing them back towards the base, then pulling them around to the top racks. It was everything that you wanted to see from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think Alliance actually played a really good game. I was positively impressed by them. It goes to show that when VP are actually playing this well and Alliance take the game that late, I think it's the best game Alliance has played all tournament, like for me. But then again, VP just has that extra edge. The strategic edge, I think they make some better play calls. They're a little bit sharper. Their combinations that we talked about, their team fight prowess is just that step above that of Alliance. And at the end of the day, that's what matters when it comes to the late game.
Yeah, it wasn't all about VP's team fights, though, because Alliance won a few of those. They had a 4-man wipe at the early part of the game.
Yeah, they definitely had some really good initiations, but I think VP basically put them on the back foot just from the laning stage because they're anticipating Dragon Knight being mid, and then Brewmaster versus that is a good matchup because it's evasive and you reduce his attack speed, you can punish him a lot. But because they ended up putting the Razor mid, then S4 had far less impact for the first 15 minutes. If you would have had a more decent lane, you would have gotten a lot of advantage there. Now, Alliance did get some things out of this because VP was forced to put a Dragon Knight in the safe lane, which is not a good place for Dragon Knight. He's 2 mana starved. And because of that, Bulldog didn't die very often. So Bulldog was able to do better, but they just had so many chain stuns that S4 would continuously die in the first couple team fights, and it prevented Alliance from getting ahead.
All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the game. This is fairly early on in the game. 6-6, and actually at this point it was pretty even, Cap.
Yeah, it was. I think VP had a couple of missteps. Nuts on the Disruptor actually played incredibly well. He had so many good responses to the attempted combos of VP. Always had the right static storms, I felt. But ultimately, VP had just cripper execution through and through.
Yeah, that ended up being a 4-for-4 trade in the end as well. It was a pretty crazy set of team fights. This is actually the other end of it.
What this really shows is what Purge was talking about, the fact that the lanes really wasn't quite what they expected, and you can see it just becomes all unloaded to dish out the damage, and he's facing up against a team that is very tanky, has a lot of sustain from the early mech, and things like that. It was tough for him.
And that fight we saw just before, the game would have ended there, I think, if G managed to get Static Link off on Loda. But Loda had really good positioning, stood far back, came in after Static Link had been committed onto, I think it was the Doom in that fight, and immediately after VP lost that fight, or maybe it was after the next one, because this one was okay, G was way better at targeting out Loda in the fights. Getting in, getting that Static Link that they picked the Razor for. We're going to see, I think this fight here, he also linked someone else.
The Static Storm was great there. It prevented Lil from getting close enough for the follow-up, and it looked like a fight that Alliance was clearly
G was doomed here. This is why they lose the fight, because G was actually getting in position to link Loda. Is a great heads-up play here from Bulldog. Yes, they don't kill G right away, but they at least delay the fight here, and I do think Alliance come out on top on this one.
Yeah, S4 ends up getting that kill. And then because they're able to move the Dragon Knight back into that area again, they just surround him rather easily. But you show, like, a lot of the reason the Static Storm was so good is, per said, it kept Lil from being able to get the follow-up. He didn't even throw out a Laguna Blade because he gets into that silence, it's a little bit sticky, and then Admiral Bulldog chases him out of the fight after that.
It was a little surprising to see VP take this fight. They held onto it with the skin of their teeth with the buyback on the Gyrocopter, but again, the Dragon Knight Blink initiation was so good, and Lil with the follow-up of the stun on the vacuum just made the fight so difficult for Alliance to win.
Yeah,
that was just after they baited them back to the base as well with that sort of mid attack that they were doing, which looked fruitless, but actually proved to be really good for VP.
There was a scenario very early on where VP actually really lost a lot of their flow in the game, where they traded 1-for-4 favorable to Alliance, and it was because they actually stuck around a bit too long. We were talking about it in the middle of this fight, and it was like, oh, this is going to be that all over again. VP are going to stick around too long, get too greedy, try and finish up, but it actually works out beautifully. They get a dieback on the Gyrocopter, and I think ultimately that keeps Loda from any further progression in items.
Yeah, Loda had a good game though, overall.
This fight was really crucial as well because they got everything they needed. Static Link off the Gyrocopter. They bursted down the Doom, prevented Doom from hitting any of their heroes. And as soon as those two pieces happened in the team fight, there was no way for Alliance to win that. Even though the gold graph was very close to the end, we're not even kidding. Every single fight was absolutely razor edge here.
Yeah, and that was a feature all the way through, wasn't it? I mean, the graph was up and down, looked like a heart rate of someone on a heart monitor. It was crazy.
The thing that mattered more than GPM or gold lead in this game was Static Link. That's, for me, was the deciding point.
But it's all going to come down to.
Well, seriously, though, if you look at how close the fights are, the ones Alliance win, they don't Static Link Gyro. The ones Alliance lose, they Static Link Gyro. It was the deciding factor, and regardless of how Alliance prevented it, that's how they stayed in the game. However, they never built a big enough lead. I think they barely even had the lead all game, maybe 500 gold. Loda was big, the others were trailing behind. We were also talking about Nuts played a great game. I disagree with his itemization. He tried to go for an Axe. I don't think it was the choice. We needed a Force Staff for them to disengage from Dragon Knight stuns and delay fights, because they were doing really well once they dragged it out and the Static Link didn't come on.
Performances, G stands out, obviously. Yet again, he's having a monster of a tournament, isn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely is. The best Queen of Pain that we've probably seen almost all event. But you can't just give him, it's not just the playmakers, right? He's still able to showcase himself in some of the more passive team fighting based heroes. And I think this definitely shows his variety, his showcase full of heroes.
Okay. They all played pretty well, honestly. Even FNG on the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
Kind of an unsung hero, but he had some amazing charges that were completely game winning. Even one fight, he charged through Bulldog to go to a creep wave. And then you're like, okay, he's safe. And then, 10 seconds later, he charges back, and they're like, oh man, another 4-man charge comes through and bashes everybody on Alliance.
All set up by DK Phobos as well, because the vacuum just groups them all together. I mean, those two, we didn't really talk about them during the recap, but everyone from VP played extraordinarily well. And Alliance, they all played, really well, but it's just that slight separation. I think it also comes down to strategy and in-game tactics. Synderen, you keep bringing up the Static Link and how critical that was.
I think VP identified the fact that they could keep the gyrocopter. Yeah, you let him get farm, but we shut down the rest because you look at the laning phase, it was very favorable to the cores of VP, except the gyro. They had an answer for him going into the mid to late game fights. It was just all about that static link.
I would say you called FNG the unsung hero. I think he's the MVP of the game, actually, for me. If you look at the potential of what that hero can do with the limited amount of farm he had and how much he pulled out of it, baits, incredible charges, and of course the leadership too. He also takes most responsibility for the draft and for the play calling, I'm guessing.
Yeah. The other really good thing he did in the early game, he was level 5 until 14 minutes, but he still did so much. I mean, how many times in the early game do you see him charge in and then stop the charge right before he got there, boom, a TP comes out? Every time, that's 75 economic damage to his opponents, and sometimes they completed the TPs. He was basically forcing Alliance to be scared on the back foot constantly because VP did have such an aggressive draft and such a ganking lineup. So I think that's the best thing he did all game.
Oftentimes people will try and criticize when you have a support that is low level for that long, but ultimately FNG recognizes that it's better for him to be off map and then show himself with those charges and putting more pressure on Alliance than completing his level 6 and actually being more of a threat in that factor. It's actually more of a psychological game for FNG in that one.
As we turn our attention to the draft for game 2, neither draft was, I mean, no one really pulled out anything crazy, but no one really did anything that was, you could sort of pinpoint and say, well, actually, it was probably led to their downfall. So what do we see in draft 2?
I would say other than the laning stage, which was definitely VP favored, I would say the drafts were pretty equal. It just came down to execution. So
Execution and position, do you think, as well? Because there was some positioning that FNG got his team into, which was really good. I mean, pulling the teams out of the base, pulling players all over the place, helping them focus on one, and actually then coming around the back and hitting them again. It seemed almost like FNG was just like, I know exactly where I want them to be, and I'm going to place them there.
Yeah, that was the late game part of the outplay, if you will, was just the better baits from VP. Okay. I was going to say something more and I lost it.
Lost your train of thought?
I'll think of it.
Are you still on the VP train?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's okay.
I personally was like I said, I was very impressed by Alliance, but I don't think they'll come closer than this.
I mean, the great thing about this as we go into game 2 is that we've got two teams who are obviously playing very well. It's not where one team's underperforming, and that's mainly why they missed out. So we should be looking forward to game 2.
Yeah, even though there were some low kills up until 15 minutes, I felt completely
cagey,
wrapped
wasn't it?
into the game.
Yeah.
Honestly, everything, all the laning stages and the rotations and the pushing, I thought everybody was playing very well. It was a super exciting game to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. The first 15 minutes was almost like a couple of old prize fighters feeling each other out with a few jabs here and there, but there wasn't much to report, was it? I mean, you ended up 31-21. It sounds like it's been a pretty vicious game, but that first 15 minutes, what was that?
That was one of those things. I really felt like VP actually could have ended this game so much sooner until I think, because the gold lead was actually, I think it was most favorable for them around 15 minutes. Like, if you just look at percentage-wise, the total net worth. And it was like, okay, VP are just about to take off, but Alliance had that one really good fight where VP overextended themselves. And that's something that Alliance, I think, played really well around. They oftentimes were like, go ahead, come on. Keep
please
going,
come and
keep
attack
at
us.
And I think that was something that Alliance recognized, that's a Virtus Pro weakness, and they tried to manipulate that as much as possible, but VP proved to be the better team.
Not a great surprise to see the Breaker gone this time.
Their Spirit Breaker is so good.
Yeah.
They have like 2 amazing Spirit Breaker players.
Now, this is what I was talking about when it comes to leaving out Doom, right? You put the pressure on the enemy team, you can have Doom. If you leave it out in the pool, are VP actually going to take it and prove that they can be as strong with Doom as they are against Doom?
Wow, they're not. They're going to go with SF instead.
Illidan did have a really good Doom performance when they played in their last set, so it's definitely possible they could still pick it in the second phase if Alliance doesn't, especially because G is the Shadow Fiend player. I don't think I've seen him get Shadow Fiend much all tournament. Definitely one of the most feared, so maybe they'll change their strat a little bit, go for more of a high ground, protect the Shadow Fiend one.
I think Alliance would be wise to pick Slaughter right now. Yeah. Right? They're getting Doom again. They will give Doom Slaughter if VP wanted. They immediately get Lich. Of course, a good lane counter to the Slaughter mid-game with the armor.
Pretty good reads, I think.
Okay.
But VP will do that.
Say.
So Alliance, so looking at that opening, I like it quite a bit. I was with you on the Slardar, but if you're going to go for the Doom, and you still have both Ancient Apparition and Slardar out there, I think the best hero to get at that point in time is not trying
take the Slardar for yourself or take the Ancient Apparition for yourself and block that away from VP, but get the Lich, which prevents the Slardar's usefulness against Doom. It's probably one of the better off-lane counters to Doom, and VP just go an entirely different route.
This is one of the best first phase Brood picks I have seen.
Agreed.
It's super good. Lich does nothing against it. It just eats up Chain Frost among Spiderlings. He can't sustain against Brood in the early laning stage. Brood isn't good either. And maybe most importantly for VP, he draws attention away from Shadow Fiend. So G will be getting a farm. You can't keep ganking the Shadow Fiend and sacrifice your safe laner. So Alliance already, in my opinion, in a pretty tough spot here. They need to find a solution to that.
I mean, they can play it similar to how Vici Gaming did. They played Lich in the off lane. He shifted mid sometimes. He ended up being like 3-0-1 at the start of the game through some rotations. I think if they get a lot of value out of ganking the Shadow Fiend with the Lich, obviously not the most conventional gank, but if they get value out of that, it'll help compensate for the fact that Brood is such a good pick.
This is the 9th different hero that G will have played in Frankfurt alone.
So what has he played?
He's played Razor, TA, Lena, 3 times at Frankfurt, Ember, DK, Queen of Pain, Beastmaster.
And Wind Ranger.
And Wind Ranger, yeah. It's pretty incredible.
The Beastmaster one was particularly interesting to me. That VP are able to go into that kind of play style as well.
So do they ban another Brood counter?
I oftentimes feel like Winter Wyvern is one of the better support.
It's pretty good, yeah.
Broodmother counters. It stems the push a bit.
But it's not good in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's the problem, right?
problem here, right?
You want perhaps more of a laning phase, more catching mechanisms. I think Spiritbreaker and Slardar are also potential like support pickups that are good versus Brood, but perhaps that's getting too greedy because, again, may not have enough laning phase presence.
And that Doom pick definitely put them in a weird spot for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Tiny's gonna get banned. Bit of AoE on that hero.
5 seconds remaining.
A little surprised about the Tiny pick or ban. Okay, yes, Slardar's the solution, like you said, against Brood in the late game. Amp damage helps a lot. You could do okay against Brood the first few levels. I mean, even like a Slardar Lich dual lane wouldn't be awful against Broodmother, I feel. As long as you have
Slardar
sentries,
Lich?
it's okay. It'll delay his GPM. He'll get his Soul Ring a little bit slower. I know, it's not amazing, but it's like...
I want a better support to pair up with the Slardar. Something that has...
Not enough.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Frost Armor will do a lot against Spiderlings. You're reducing their movement speed by a lot.
We're really looking for some way for Lich to do this, but it's not happening, I think. They'll need something else. And now VP, yeah, I think, again, a good pick, because what VP are basically setting up for here is, Alliance, you are going to have trouble dealing with our Brood. So now we can go for a farming mid, a greedy support for a safe lane that we know we scale well with, and I can't see Alliance beating the Brood lane without either directly counter-picking it with this next pick so they can dual lane with Slardar, or putting a tri-lane down there, in which case the lane is perfectly fine for VP. Here we go.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Very obvious Draw Ranger Visage. Alliance may have they have some decent heroes if Slardar can actually get an okay amount of farm.
Yes.
Link Dagger, jump on a Draw Ranger, same goes to the Queen of Pain. Doom is tanky enough to get in the face of the draw as well. But VP have also shown that they don't necessarily care too much that if you have those kind of initiators, they're still willing to run the strat because they're so good at it.
I think the good news for Alliance is that they have really good heroes for their players. In my opinion, Loda's best hero is Slardar. He played an exceptional Gyre in the last game, but he must have some incredible stats in this hero in terms of win rate and KDA. The Doombringer from Admiral Bulldog, I think he played it well too. S4 has been getting some flack sometimes for his Queen of Pain. He's a little bit on and off. I think he's way more on than he's off with his hero, and he just gets remembered for 1 or 2 bad games. But when he rolls with the Queen of Pain, he is exceptionally strong. And it gives them some flexibility in terms of if they get through the laning stage, they have good solutions for Drow with just engaging with Slardar and having burst damage through Queen of Pain. And the Broodmother in fights doesn't seem that scary for me. It's more the laning stage that Alliance just need to get through. And if they manage, they have a good mid game.
Disruptor, I think, was probably the best catching hero to set up the Slardar against the Broodmother. You can actually get kills. Other heroes, there's still the Winter Wyvern, but it doesn't give you kill power against the Broodmother. heroes like Rubik, you have a stun, but you're really weak against Brood Mother, very susceptible to just getting overrun. I don't think there's a better hero than Winter Wyvern.
I was thinking that for Virtus Pro as well.
Wyvern is very good against Visage, Drow, and Shadowfiend. It's a multi-purpose pick. It still leaves something to be desired against the Brood. I think we still haven't even discussed the possibility that VP could run a dual lane with the Brood. And in that case, you need extra support from Alliance.
They also did a Brood mid one game in the group stage,
That's
so
true.
they could do some weird stuff here. But I think they're fine with their standard lanes. Shadowfiend mid, Brood off, Drow trialing.
Yeah, they could do something like the Undying, right? Running with the Brood Mother.
This does not
solve the problem.
Is it the support Slardar? The nut Slardar?
Could be support Slardar, jungle.
Oh yeah. If they do it that way, but then Loda.
Or is it better to have support Queen of Pain?
I think
that's
bot
also
needs
a line
levels this
specialty.
game.
Yeah,
It's difficult for Queen to find kills very early on as a support this game, I would say. Support Slaughter isn't half bad. I'm just not sure if which hero they're going to put Loda on in the safe lane then. I think Queen of Pain Slaughter Lich will manage this bottom lane, for sure. Queen of Pain Slaughter alone might even do it to begin with, and then they can dual lane Lich off.
What, just out-greedying them? Out-greedying them.
For VP?
For Alliance, just do Jungle Doom or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Jungle Doom is going to...
Bane is our last pick then, as we head into Game 2 for Virtus Pro versus Alliance. Can they hold on and stay in the tournament? Let's find out.
It's a very good question, Red, and one we're going to find an answer to. Will it be Alliance forcing us into a decider, or will it be Virtus Pro handling my lovely lady perfectly and bringing
How
it to a
excited were
victory?
you for the Drow pick?
You know, I actually, because we had the Drow earlier today, and I was very disappointed, because I kind of knew she would die a horrible death multiple times over. The Virtus Pro, they are flawless with it so far. They've already won two games with her, and this could actually be the third. Combining up with the El Classic, it is the Visage. So you've always got that split push you could fall back to.
Is that your favorite hero to cast?
What, the Visage?
The Drow.
The Drow? Actually, no. No, Nature's Prophet is actually one of my favorite heroes to cast. The Drow Ranger is always that disappointment because her abilities don't let her disengage. Like, that's where the sad part comes in. But we are going to get ourselves underway. And as the guys were saying on the panel, if Alliance can get past the early stages, if they can get to the point of initiation, then VP could be having some decent trouble on this map. I'm, however, not certain how long it's going to take for Star to get to his Blink Dagger to reduce that space against Drow Ranger, because the Gust is going to stop his charge, especially when you also get that 5th pick Bane up from Virtus Pro.
I mean, my question is, can they handle the Broodmother? Looks like they have opted for a support Queen of Pain. Nuts will be playing that with Dust and Sentries already up on him. S4 will be playing the safe lane, Wind Ranger, so that looks to be their solution for the Phobos Brood. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. I mean, I guess they can right-click them a lot, but I don't think they can zone them out at all.
Can they really do this, though? Because how is Admiral Bulldog going to go up against this Shadow Fiend? He can't control the SS farm, so that means you're basically saying that you're willing to give God whatever items he wants at 15 minutes.
I mean, and kind of Phobos, too, I would say. Most of the times we've seen teams handle Brood, especially an early pick Brood, is just picking 2 supports that are pretty much on full-time Brood control duty, letting your safe lane farm up, usually a Gyro or a Slardar, and then after that, your safe lane carry is strong enough to deal with an underleveled Brood, but we'll see if they can keep him underleveled in this game.
I thought Phobos would have tried to contest for that bottom rune. At least makes Alliance burn something to try and grab that bottom rune.
Well, he doesn't know where the supports are.
True.
But, I mean...
And maybe he doesn't also want to reveal his position this early on, because you might be thinking, oh, it could be a Brood.
I mean, they already have the webs.
It's not a Brood safe lane. You're running a Drow Ranger. She is safe lane until she gets buffed.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Phobos actually make a move for the rune, too, because people are missing, but it's like a Lich. Lich level 1 Nova is not that scary, and it slows down his level 2 a lot.
It's like S4 ends up rotating towards the middle lane, so they give Nuts this Queen of Pain and run him on the bottom lane. So Admiral Bulldog, he's able to do the pull through, and they are actually kind of changing this around where we run 2 3.5 positions for Alliance with Nuts and Bulldog.
Yeah, they're playing pretty darn greedily with Bulldog starting up in the jungle, but I think it's going to be pretty okay for them as long as Nuts doesn't die in the bottom lane. But as a Queen of Pain, you might be limited in terms of farm, but
well, you need to get the levels up anyway. Like the panel was saying, like they were really concerned about running a support Queen of Pain because you don't find these early levels, so you don't really have that clearance against the Brood Spiderlings, or actually just really having an effect in the game, because that's what MyNuts wants to search for. He wants to have that quick level 6, run around the lanes, blink him, Sonic Wave, and then with the Power Shot Shackle from S4, that's basically a guaranteed kill over on God, and on the top lane, it'll be a pretty well guaranteed kill on a Drow.
So 3-1 for Drown Visage or 3-0 for this bro. I think they've been the most successful with the Drow Ranger this tournament. Unfortunately, Mineski couldn't pull the same thing.
No, they could not.
But Phobo's doing a good job of leeching the experience, trying to just make Admiral Bulldog a little bit underfarmed. But he already has a Wolf, so he's pretty happy, and Nuts is pretty happy too.
In fact, all of Alliance would be very happy. Like, if you check out the quick levels, normally this early on it doesn't really mean as much, especially when you're 2 minutes in. But when Nuts is able to hit 3.5 levels, Doombringer is just behind level 3 because of Sacrifice now being reworked to get that direct experience for the Lich. He's also pushing up the levels and keeping it away from Illidan. Illidan, it's a Drow Ranger. It's almost like the same story like a Spectre. You need to keep that support up. Middle lane, God, well, he's in real trouble. The double damage. S4 will get the last attack. Actually, no pain. He denies him up, and now S4, they turn it around. FNG finds it only one, but he can go for a second. The space away from Nuts. Nuts is actually dying to that Nightmare, but he will not go the whole way. Oh, my.
Big plays coming out from FNG yet again. That was a great save from him, and that's kind of the threat of the Queen of Pain support. Like, she can be anywhere, and Blink Shadow Strike with a lot of right clicks, and especially with the double damage rune.
It's crazy to think that they didn't get the last hit, but it was also because Nuts and S4 both backed up a little bit further. They both didn't attack at the same time. That would have made that deny impossible for FNG to achieve.
Well, G kind of hid himself in a pocket, or tried to hide himself in a Tango pocket. So Loda not really getting pressured that much on the top lane. He has 11 denies, and combine that with Ake's, it's crazy.
They're just keeping this top lane down. And a Drow Ranger without level 6 is kind of, well, nothing.
And I mean, without farm too. She has 3 last hits, Loda has 11.
Yeah, it's a hard life for Drow. Once you hit level 6 though, that farm really does kick back your way. Just because of the massive increase in damage and the speed you get. But yeah. They still need to then give her the space, but how do you really give Drow Ranger space when you can just get Frost Blasted and then charge into a crush?
To jump on Phobos. Gets dusted.
Yeah, they are moving in. Admiral Bulldog though, there's...
Oh, he's trapped.
Okay, he's out. He's out. Coming underneath that tier 1 tower. It's fair enough that Bulldog has the confidence. Like, he's got the high level up in Scorched Earth. Phobos doesn't want to commit too heavily to this.
Yeah, I mean, Blink level 2 Shadow Strike is pretty good. I don't think he has an UV on him. No UV on Bulldog. That would make it a little bit easier for them.
What's the best build here for Doombringer as well? Like, knowing you're going to go up against a harassment of the Broodmother, is it worth building the earlier points like the headdress? Middle lane, they're going again, but Invis Rune gets him away. As looks like Nightmare up on the top, Loda, they're going to switch it around, moves back over to Lil. That wasn't really part of the plan. And then the Crush will allow Alliance to disengage, bouncing the Nightmare position around.
So again, Illidan goes for this no Frost Arrows build. It's nice to have the stats to pump up your Precision Aura, but it definitely suffers during the laning phase. You can't harass freely without the Orb Walk, and can't really chase people down. I think that plus the Grave Chill could actually lead to a couple of kills, but he's more banking on their strong mid game and everyone just getting a ton of damage from the Precision Aura.
I think he also understands in this lane that he won't find early kills with the cold arrows. Like, yeah, they got buffed a fair few patches ago.
They were close.
You can get away with having level 2 cold arrows, but when you could be going up against like Lich hitting level 4 with Frost Armor, Arcade bypassed that. He went for the 202 build instead. But it would make it almost impossible for Drow Ranger to keep up. And you don't really have that damage output until you get your treads as well as your ulti up and running.
Yeah, it also makes the Visage Birds pretty much a 6-0 with
God,
lots and lots of
Loda
stats.
starts the sprint. God, did he see him? I think he did. He's going to back out towards that tier 1 tower, away from S4. But now is FNG who's in a bad position. So is Lil. He came down into the river. Nuts will blink forward. He wants to kill over an FNG, but the Nightmare and Brain Sap, it's just control going either way. RK not a healthy man with the Frost Blast. He has enough damage to inflict into the Bane, allowing Queen of Pain. In fact, it was Nuts to get the kill. But RK will survive.
Radiant's middle tower
Nice
is
bottle
under
by
attack.
S4 to protect the Lich. Almost no chance of a kill after that bottle came out. Still, they're in a position to dive Bulldog right now. Looks like people are headed down there. G with the raise. Scorched Earth going to be down in just a few seconds. This is prime time.
That it is, especially when Bulldog moves over to pick up Phase Boots, but Nuts is rotating down. He doesn't have a high level, so I don't know if he can really help out Admiral Bulldog. Yeah, 2 raises from God up at level 4. That's an easy mop up on Admiral Bulldog.
And now you really have to be worried about this tower falling down pretty soon. And even if the tower doesn't fall, Phobos can just farm both of the jungle camps.
FNG, they find Loda. Loda starting the crush, but the Nightmare just by a space for FNG to get out. They might flag the fact that FNG did drop to the ward, but I haven't seen a ping out from Alliance. They may not have noticed it happened.
I don't see a move from the Queen of Pain to buy sentries.
Space created for Illidan. That level 6 is rapidly approaching. And it's not just for her, it's for the SF. The SF already has a bonus 14 damage available. And that's on top of everything else he's got. Okay, this is probably going to be, in fact, it will be a very, very dead Phobos. With the dust out in him, he's got nowhere to run to. He can't deny himself up. He put the pilings in. But it will be the kill. Solo going the way of Admiral Bulldog. A good first use of Doom.
Yeah, nice pick up with the dust by him. And overall, VP really just trying to get levels, I think, on the Visage and the Drow Ranger. Lil's not that high level, but level 4.5 is pretty decent, considering he had to deal with the Lich in the lane as well as try and constantly harass him down, so Loda doesn't get free farm. And Loda's farm has significantly slowed down.
Yep. He can't control the lane anymore, and he can't also stop Illidan from farming. That's why Nuts has to rotate up, but he's still not level 6 yet. They need to have a couple more successful rotations from him. Yeah, you got 1 kill, there's no deaths to his name. But catching Lil out here before he hits level 6 is a big thing too, slowing down these familiars coming online. And again, that God rotation to bottom lane. Trying to team up with Phobos.
So both teams have kind of traded jungles. You see Alliance drop down to a Zephyr Ward and constantly look there to scat out the SF and hopefully gank him while he's taking a stack out, but G is nowhere to be found. He's already in the Radiant jungle.
He just runs away, looks for the opening, and may actually find one over here on Nuts. 2 raises, the blink from Nuts. He actually waits a while before throwing it out.
And back to your early question about build on Doom, I think the mech build is really useful here. I mean, they're pretty much all in on physical damage, I would say, with Shadow Fiend minus our Visage and Drow Ranger. So
is there anyone else from the team that would actually build it anyway?
I mean, Wind Ranger, but that's a far outdated build.
Yeah. And you really need to see that Aghanim, like that damage coming out from the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you could see it on the Queen if she were more farm, like maybe a Guardian Greaves. So
you need more successful rotations for that to work.
Yeah.
Bulldog's got a little bit of an army behind him. He's got no Scorched Earth available. The Face Boots are still up, but only having the Pack Wolf Aura gives him no real defensive nature. I guess it's only due to the wand as well as that ring that he's looking at some armor points to keep him alive.
I mean, alternatively, he could just get a blink and just all run in on Drow Ranger. You want to eliminate her at the start of the fight, and with a potentially early blink on Slardar and an early blink on Doom and Queen of Pain, you just dump all your bursts on a Drow Ranger, and there goes a lot of their damage in team fights.
Yep.
I mean, she just needs to stay alive. She doesn't even have to be anywhere near the fight. Yeah, already a lot of agility up on the Drow.
Just starting to rack it up. Phobos is going to make the most out of this timing from Virtus Pro. So they can start attacking into the top tier 1 tower. Loda as well as RK are doing a pretty damn good job of throttling this lane still. But it's just a heavy farm start of the game. You look at God, straight back into his jungle. Like, he just needs like another 500 gold or so, and he's already got that full mech completed. Then maybe VP can force out the lanes, because around that time, Lil will also crack his level 6, so the familiars will be online then, and that buys space for Phobos to push in through the bottom lane, and use that Orchid to maybe even get a kill of his own on that Doombringer.
Again, VP always seem one step ahead of Alliance, though. Phobos like controls the entire Radiant jungle, so he can scout out if the supports are doing anything funny, or they're pulling, or if they're even rotating down to kill him. And because no one's actually down there, they expect them to be in VP's own jungle. and that forces G to move all the way to the bottom lane. But I think G with only one death right now, with Alliance's movement and focus on the dire jungle, is pretty incredible. So we'll see Loda hit level, I mean, he's already level 6, so they could potentially throw him down in the lane versus the Broodmother. But I think they're actually worried about that lane potentially being dove, because Phobos keeps creep skipping as well as taking out the small camp.
How are you even meant to do anything about this? Like, the Drow range has moved off the lane completely, so you can't even gank her up. She's farming up the Ancients at the moment. So you're getting some easy levels. Lil just keeps that tower up, expecting some kind of initiation from Alliance. Because Admiral Bulldog also hasn't rotated off yet. Like, he stays down here, S4.
They're making a move on top, though.
He takes so much damage, and in fact, the TP out, it will allow him to survive. But that move up on top, like, how do you even do this? Lil's familiars will stop you, and in fact, you then just have TPs in from VP. Like, this push is, like, this gank is just gonna fail unless Nuts gets the perfect Scream Sonic Wave off. And in fact, Lil already left.
Oh wow, looks like they might actually go for Roshan right now. They saw the Wind Ranger TP out. They see a couple heroes up on top, and that's a signal for them.
Oh. The damage output is still pretty damn high.
Oh, they're actually trying to counter it, but they have the mech completed on G.
RK's coming over. He would love to throw out a good ulti right now. That Bane's so low. A Lich ulti would end up killing him off, but they don't want to commit something that big. The mech charge now triggered. FNG going to get focus fired down, but the brain sap keeps him alive. Backs RK, Soul Assumption down. He knows all about that Visage. Dies to it in the crush from Loda. It's just keeping the Spirelings off, and Admiral Bullock jumped all the way in. He gets the Doom over on God, and they end up surviving. FNG can't get in range for the brain sap, and now the fight splits into multiple parts once again. The bigger part is going to be Loda, able to get that Amplify up over on Phobos. The power shot's really flying astray from S4. And Roshan's still alive, 2.3k on the life, gets that clap off. Needs VP taking extra damage, but Alliance are in no position to contest him now. VP, they get the Aegis onto God.
Oh, that was really smart of them. They utilize the Brood incredibly well into their lineup. Like, they take the fight around where Brood is, so she can come in with like 20 Spiderlings, and they're forced to use a lot of spells. I saw like a Crush on it, Power Shot, multiple Screams coming out from the Queen of Pain just to deal with the Broodlings. And after that, they don't really have enough damage to burst through the mech and the Brain Sap heal from Bane, and it was a wonder FNG survived that fight.
I'm really surprised too that RK didn't just commit the ulti, take that Bane out of play straight away. Because it bought time for VP to come out and get that mech off.
Well, you expect them to be clumped up in the Roshan pit as they were, so he was waiting for a better opportunity to cast it. And even killing Bane wouldn't have been that great of a threat for them, though. He just got a brain sap off and then kind of wandered around looking for another brain sap, but he was too low to, he had to be super wary of the straight power shot.
Loda's in trouble. In fact, Loda is dead. Fiend's grip on bottom lane. The Broodlings are all there. Phobos has soaring off cooldown 1 second time, so he can just throw another spawn Spiderlings into him, and there goes Loda. Down for the count. S4 gets a trade-off by taking out the tier 1 tower on top, but that's directly after VP took the tier 1 in mid. And now they even assault into the tier 2. And Alliance is not ready to fight this. So you could throw that Sonic Wave out from Nuts, but he doesn't want to commit it for just a standard defense against VP Spiders.
VP uses the Brood in a very unique way, though, especially in this game. So they see Alliance trying to play greedily and, somewhat sack the Queen of Pain / the Doombringer, and instead they farm up both jungles at the start. They stacked up the jungle for Shadow Fiend, and then after that they also utilize the Ancients and the Pull. So they're getting pretty much farm everywhere on the map.
And that Doombringer, like, you talk about sacrificing him, he's the top net worth for Alliance. Like, the Wind Ranger and Slana are so far behind. Loda is just begging he can get to this Blink Dagger, now about 75 gold away from completing it. And I wonder just how much of this is valuable net worth on the Doombringer, because he's walking around with the Vlad now, 1900 gold just sitting in his bank account. He's obviously looking to get to that Blink Dagger so they can have some kind of jump in initiation so he can be more of the target.
I mean, they kind of banked all in on the early game too, with the Lich committed to bolster their lanes.
Well, that worked still. It worked. There just was no transition for him.
I mean, it worked kind of for one lane, and then after like 5 minutes, it just, he couldn't touch creeps anymore.
Here they come. Blink from Nuts with the power shot. Well, it just takes out the Spirelings only. There was no damage really done to VP, and Loda revealed his Blink Dagger by putting that amplification over on God. But VP just easily take out that tower. Doombringer was not ready for the fight. He was a long way off, and in fact, you're actually looking at Doombringer going for the bigger items. He's got the plate mail on himself at the moment, probably looking for that Shiva's Guard.
Yep, they need armor. I still think they need a mech, though, if they want to actually take VP head-on. But, I mean, if they don't, which it looks like they don't really feel confident in that, even with the Frost armor up on their heroes, then VP is just going to farm the entire map and have 4 cores with little transitioning into damage.
And really comfortable for Virtus Pro. It would take...
Oh, there's an Orchid up already. He's going to go for a kill on Nuts. I don't think it's been scouted out quite yet.
He just saw him down the side. If you mean the Orchid?
Yeah.
It's so difficult to do that, however. Like, Phobos shows himself for a fraction of a second, then runs himself back over into the tree line. Getting clear vision on Phobos is difficult. But they have the Observer and the Sentry on bottom lane. Now the Sentry times out. So they may have seen it fly in.
So this is really good versus Queen, really good versus Windranger, even I'd say pretty good versus the Doombringer.
This is really good for them. They're smoked up on top of a dire Observer ward. Well, it could have been until the smoke broke.
I mean, they're in a position to kill G2.
Oh god, the Fiend's Grip, Admiral Bulldog, the Shackle ends up, well, the only did fly out, but there's a big crush over on VP with the Lynch Holy bouncing around. God's very low, the focus fire from S4 does the work. They'll still lose Nuts as well as Loda. And Alliance have to bail out of here. All they end up doing for that big crush, for the big ulti, is taking out the Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under
It was looking pretty good. The Chain Frost was decent, but so many summons from the Broodmother, so many creeps coming out, and of course, like, the double heal from Brain Sap and Mech also kind of mitigated that. And Queen of Pain blinked in, she got obliterated. She does not have enough armor to blink in there.
It could have been a very different story if that Shackle came out a fraction earlier from S4, because he could have cancelled the Requiem of Souls. And that would have made a very, very different fight. Now, jump forward, the Doom's over on Illidan. There should be a very dead Dro Ranger. FNG hanging behind him. They got that scream damage, but God, also looking for the razors. Hits pretty hard into Admiral Bulldog. FNG low, RK with the last attack. He'll kill off FNG. As Admiral Bulldog forced back as those familiars keep him out of the fight. It's Nuts who moves forward to take out Visage as we split once again. God just bailing out. The amplification keeps the vision on him and Loda. He really wants to go for more. If he blinks to crush, he could catch out Phobos. But already VP, they're happy to fully disengage.
Again, VP committing a little bit too much to the high ground push, probably not expecting Alliance to respawn so quickly. It's only level 8 on Slardar.
We have to remember, we're still only 18 minutes into the game. It's just so much Alliance get back from that. Like, they got 2K net worth from that, 2K gold from that. The net worth is roughly about 2K as well. But it's the time to be on the map, and the kills mean so much for Alliance when you get even trade-offs.
But still, they lose their towers, and Phobos is just able to farm the entire Radiant jungle. Before, it was only like half.
True. Also with VP, where they focus that tower attack. Like, you're running a safe lane Dro Ranger. Instantly, then I just scrap the Radiant Tier 1. But the Radiant Tier 1 is still up and kicking. VP instead focused on pushing down the mid, pushing at the bottom to buy space for that smoke. Yeah, they're coming. RK does have his ulti back up again. There's no Doom for 15 seconds, so Admiral Bulldog can be the bait. Loda just blinks himself away. Admiral Bulldog getting gusted for a little bit. Slowed down by the Grave Chill, but VP, they're not close enough to attack. Fiend's Grip range is not far enough for FNG.
It was still a good try by VP. They wanted to get a grip on someone. If Slaughter has to blink in, he's very likely going to die, and even if he does, the rest of the team can't really follow up with that. So that's, well, it was a good idea by VP. Looks like they just want to go for the bounty that is the T1 and the T2 towers on the left side of the map. But I mean, who do you really doom here, though? If you doom the Dro Ranger, she still has precision aura. Then Shadow Fiend has like a lot of HP, and next time he's in a good position to get doomed, he'll likely have the Aegis.
It's almost worth just taking out the Bane, so you take out the control factor of VP. Like, you still got the Familiars, which do a decent work, but he's still the primary disabler.
And Illidan has a Dark Troll Summoner. This could be pretty problematic, actually, for Slardar or Doom, who want to actually chase the Dro Ranger down.
Alliance is just dodging this so hard. They don't really want to fight. S4 just bought out as well because he purchased the Aghanim Scepter. He really needed it as well, but with Nuts forcing in the middle lane and now rotating in the bottom lane, VP won't feel too comfortable, and they're not really pressured to push either, are they? Because like, what's really the problem of this game going a little bit later? You got NSF, Dro, and Broodmother who are all looking very, very good for that 20 to 40 minute area.
Yeah, I don't really think that they're worried at all. And Alliance have just a difficult time itemizing. They want a lot of armor versus the precision aura and the birds. They also want BKBs at some point so they don't get blasted by the Requiem. I mean, they need Blink so they can initiate with some of their heroes. And Queen of Pain is not sure what she's saving up for. She has 1,600 gold.
What would you even get in this game?
I'm not sure. She has to deal with the Orchid. So that's where some Queen of Pains turn towards the Yules. But at some point, she's likely going to need a BKB, BKB2. But once they get, let's say, another armor item up on Doom, I think he can actually be a pretty good front line.
They might just try and buy a little bit more time. If Queen of Pain has a half-decent fight, maybe going in for the Aghanim Scepter might be a good option too.
Yeah, but they can't stall for too long or else VP will get another Aegis and then take down that T3 tower, which is already at 200 HP.
True. And Alliance aren't fighting much more while they're just sitting inside their base or close to their base farming. Like, Loda's not getting his big life item. It's such a raw slaughter. He almost relies more on the Frost Armor than anything else to keep himself alive during the fight. But there's just no survivability on him. The Shiva's Guard is now done for Admiral Bulldog. So he completes this at the 22-minute mark and still stays above the net worth of the Drow Ranger. When you're 5 towers behind, that's not really a bad thing.
Alliance is still getting a decent amount of farm up on the map though, and they've kind of limited the gold. It's been 7,500 gold for the past 6 or 7 minutes, and this may kind of lend VP or make VP want to get a gem because they know that Alliance is kind of moving around where they're moving around because they're kind of forced to stick as 5, so...
Alliance are coming.
Yeah.
As God just playing around with that ulti of his, and VP actually smoked. They're waiting. They're waiting for Alliance to come over the hillside. Now, one Familiar is going to show themselves the power shot. Loda, he blind blink crushes in. But VP do not react. They're quite happy to wait.
Well, they have the Broodlings pushing in the mid lane. It might take out the T1, T3 tower all by itself.
Wow, that's too easy. Wind Ranger, no, S4 will end up denying it.
And if they see the TP back,
VP now push.
Oh, actually,
their smoke's going to run out underneath that obs.
They moved the Familiar away from the pit, so they actually don't know when Roshan's going to be up. But, I mean, they could have done it if it were up right then, but S4 is kind of close enough to his team now that VP don't really want to go for that engage where it would have almost certainly been a 5-on-4 before. So Visage Bird will scout it out, starts getting beat on by Roche.
Gotta keep those Familiars alive. But Lil's in the perfect position he wants to be in. He's got to resummon the Familiars coming into this fight. That's a lot more instant damage coming the way of VP. Another power shot from S4, just scouting it out. They really do not want to give VP this Roshan. And VP want Alliance to go in and try and take it themselves.
But now they're walking right under VP's eyes, and with S4 going in, it might be their time to go in. So S4 reveals himself, and immediately they go in, but now they see Alliance.
This one bloody Sata. it's moving over.
It has 1,400 HP.
And just purging out Admiral Bulldog at the moment. Roshan is dying so quickly.
Illidan has actually been favoring the Purge creep a lot, but I think both times it's been versus the Lich to remove the Frost Armor.
Oh, there goes Roshan. Admiral Bulldog nightmared up and isolated inside the river with the Fiend's Grip as well. The Shackle cancels that and Loda moves forward. Focus fire. They already burned through the Aegis Immortal. Illidan finds safety in the Roche pit. But what more can VP get? Now they're back alive. But Arcade, well, that's what they can get. The Broodmother just attacking the Pulse support from behind, and Alliance is split into 2 and 2. 2 to the west, 2 to the east.
They immediately get the Aegis though, and Doom is not expended. So I think Alliance are still fairly healthy for this high ground defense. But I don't know, maybe without the T3 though, that's going to be a tough one. And no items up on Slaughter. All he has is Tranquil and Blink Dagger.
Yeah, he's so fragile right now. And you look at the comparison between him and then someone like God who just completes a BKB with the mech and the Mana Style. Getting through him, even with Amplification, which is still only level 1. Loda is still level 9, 25 minutes into this game.
Yeah, he's really fallen off compared to his counterpart. I guess you can kind of consider Loda the position 3 this game. Yep. So if you compare him to the Brood is over double Loda's net worth.
It looks like Nuts is going for the delay build. He's going for that Aghanim Scepter build for the Queen of Pain. Gives time maybe for S4 to get a little bit more damage out of him. I'm still looking at the Visage. Like, Lil's going to have this Aghanim Scepter up by probably like 30, 32 minutes into the game.
It depends on when they want to push. If they want to push right now, he can just complete the Solar Crest and they can be done with the game. But it's still, I think, a little risky to push right now. If they had the Aegis, I would say it's fine. But without that, I don't know if they want to take that risk. They've been burned on so many high ground pushes this tournament.
I'm trying to do the calculation of just how much damage Dro is now giving over to the SF when she also brings that Alpha Wolf down with her. Like the SF's hitting roughly around, or just shy of 300. When in range of that Alpha Wolf, it's an easy 300.
Yeah, I mean, even Bane's hitting for plus 55. It's pretty good.
Actually using Alpha Wolf and Familiars together to push out that top lane. Don't have to commit a real hero to do it. And you are right, like maybe they want to win this game now. That Solar Crest done over on Lil. It is the standard build for him. But just when you have such a great start, easy money for him.
I think they're worried about Alliance getting BKBs up on Doom and Slaughter, which probably will eventually come out. And then at that point, they can just run down the Gyro Ranger. And they don't even have to kill her. They just have to make sure that they're in range of her to, you know, disable the marksmanship.
Yep. Might be easier with these 4 staffs arriving. I say 4 staffs plural when it's only 1. It looks like the starting build for the Slaughter. Unless he... What else would you even get on this Slaughter? Like, Blink Dagger 4 staff would make sense.
I mean, BKB if you're position 1. but I don't know.
But he bought the extra ring, which is like, it's not an item where you're committed into the 4 staff.
It helps versus the Orchid, for sure. He can push out the Wind Ranger or the Queen of Pain, but I mean, you want your Slaughter to be able to do damage, to be able to stay in there and fight.
S4. Real trouble for him. Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, and God, well, he's going to wind it up and let it rip. S4 can't win run away. Requiem as well as Ray is doing all the work, and that's 50 seconds without a buyback for the Wind Ranger. And in fact, they might even lose Nuts. He's orchided up, can't get himself away. He's going to pop to the Brood Mother, and there's 2 heroes down. Queen of Pain can buy back, but this is really going to set it back on the Aghanim Scepter. But what's your other choice? You're going to lose mid.
I mean, Alliance are just feeling squeezed out of the map right now. They're just like, okay, we're getting out-farmed.
Gotta be careful when he gets Gust Silence like that by Illidan. That's a level 4 as well. That silence lasts for so long. So the range racks drops.
I mean, where's the wave clear? All these Broodlings are still up.
Yeah, they need Sonic Wave. You actually need to trigger off the Shiva's Guard as well as a Scorched Earth, but now they run themselves in, and they do get that combo off, but God, he just stands his ground with that BKB up. Another Orchid's already going off an Admiral Bulldog. It looks like he'll end up surviving. He won't pop from it. And Nuts jumps forward. The Sonic Wave's already been blown. S4 can't find that shackle. Only that first little initial stun on Illidan. These familiars from Lil buy them the space, but Alliance, they need kills. A Blink Crush from Loda, catching Illidan as well as FNG. FNG looks for the Nightmare, the silence. Okay, it's not going to do enough, not while the Lich Hold is bouncing around already. And Nuts is forward. Illidan, Mana Style breaking free, but the Shiva's Guard slows him back down again. And another Crush from Loda, giving S4 a double kill. They don't even need the creep wave, they can just take this tier 1 tower. They got Focus Fire back off cooldown in just a moment. So good exit kills on VP, but you still lost your ranged racks again.
Yeah, I don't think they expected to get chased down that much, but you have Doom with extra movement speed and a Blink Dagger, and you have Sora also with extra movement speed and a Blink Dagger. So, I mean, they chased them all the way from the T3 to the T1, and Alliance definitely getting way more out of that. I don't think the range racks is worth it at this point.
They're really pushing this harder. They don't have Lich ulti up, but man, Sonic Wave's still on cooldown for a very long time. But Doom is available, so if VP do trying to engage with just 1 or 2 heroes, Alliance could kill them off.
And the Familiars were in a position to try and cut them off in case they decided to split up in a disorderly fashion. But BP, knowing that the Roshan is not up and was not able to respawn in that period of time too, they were willing to take that risk.
All right, Nut still had to expend his buyback, but even with that, after the fight, he's 300 gold away from the Ags. For me, I still find this is going to be like the most critical item that will allow Alliance to have some breathing room inside their base. The ability every second wave to throw out that ultimate, get rid of the momentum that VP have coming in.
Yeah.
You've still got Power Shot, you've still got Scream. Admiral Bulldog, he waited so long. He waited until the team fight happened to do the Scorched Earth plus Shiva's Guard combo. He doesn't want to have to use that to clean off Spiderlings.
And they don't have that much HP on the side of VP. Like, Shadow Fiend went for an Eagle Song, so that's where the Scream of Pain and the Sonic Wave and the Shiva's Guard especially, I think, really can burst them down. And also the Shackle Shots from Wind Ranger. So they have multiple blinks. They have so many ways of jumping in. Like 3 of their heroes have Blink Dagger, 1 of them has Blink, and it's not like you really would need one on a Lich, so they can definitely get the jump on VP. They have to be very careful about how they proceed.
FNG and Lil They're moving in closer. Arce's being hunted down by familiars at the moment. Luckily for him, it's not Ags up for Lil just yet. So he is just going to TP himself back to base and away. Alliance just don't want to be fighting this. They want to do exactly what they're doing. They're allowing Loader to farm up on this top. He does finish up the 4-staff. Nuts gets more space in the bottom lane. Just pushing it out, getting momentum more than anything else. So when VP do try and siege Alliance in, they're not worried about being attacked on multiple sides. And what has VP really got? Like their split push still comes from the Broodmother. And this is a Brood ticking down.
All Brood and Familiar and Precision Aura. They can push out lanes.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
But I think that Alliance are doing a really good job of placing the wards around the map too, because VP still doesn't have a gem. So they actually have this really nice ward in the mid lane to see that no one's behind the Broodmother, and that was a potential kill, especially with the sentry placed behind. So they're in a position, very good position to get pickoffs.
S4 ended up just going for the YOLO shackle. He blinked forward hoping the Broodmother was still going to be in the mid.
I mean, there's not that many opportunities where VP are that split up. I guess we see Lil split up right now.
Bottom lane, Crush, yeah, going to go on him. These familiars are still here with stuns, but with the shackle shot, it doesn't latch, but Lil, the focus fire damage from S4. Combining it with that Chrysalis does some serious work. And with the Visage down, like he does have resummon so he can get these familiars back when he respawns the next time. But there's still 200 extra gold going the way of Alliance, and the forcing of the resummon. As long as Admiral Bulldog doesn't die here in mid lane. Force stuff up from FNG. He was starting that. He was starting the Fiend's Grip. The hands went up in the air, but Bulldog gets away just in time.
And now Alliance gonna encounter a run of bad luck with the Roshan respawn. Looks like it was 2:30 after the 8.
Takes a while, man.
I mean, they would have been in a really good position though had they been able to get that. And because even if Lil buys back, it's not like he can really walk himself over there. It's mostly his birds doing a large amount of damage, and it's not like Alliance really have to worry about a lot of AoE that VP has coming out, so they can clump inside the pit without really having their positioning be at a bad position.
Yeah. It's not like they got something like that Slaughter Crush and then the big follow-up Requiem of Souls. There's no AoE control. That's kind of what they had like a lot more in game number 1. That was when you had like your Darkseer doing serious lifting.
Yeah, Alliance don't really have to worry about clumping as long as they can, let's say, I guess, doom the Shadow Fiend if he's channeling Requiem. So G will have to be clever about his Manta usage if he wants to get it off.
Free gold on legs on the bot. Just scouting out Alliance, aka Spiderlings of the Broodmother.
It doesn't feel like VP have a 12k gold lead though. It
really
seems
doesn't.
Much less. Or are a range racks up for that matter. But you know, this is kind of what happens when you have a Brood on your team.
It's just the fact like you just don't, like it's the effective gold on the map. You don't really feel it from the SF until the fight begins, and now the fact that you went for the crystals for the Wind Ranger, S4 doesn't have that direct attack into the SF. So that's going to cause him problems as well. Illidan's walking around with the Manta, but he's got 3.8k gold on this Drow as well. He could easily pick up the Eagle Song and go into Butterfly as well.
Oh, there's a DD in the... Oh, okay. So
that's nice.
Yeah, that's very nice actually. So that, I think, kind of makes up for the fact that Nuts isn't there at this fight. They have to be wary that he TP, but he's actually the one that can get back there the quickest with the Blink Dagger. So I think it's a good decision by Alliance to make him the one to go back and defend. Because if they see someone like Slaughter or a Doom, they're instantly going to go.
Crush, that Force-Staff gets FNG out of trouble, and now they can feed grip on S4. Force-Staff out a very long way. God's still going to go for this Requiem of Souls. It'll hit S4 on the edge, but now Doombringer back in the fight with a Sonic Wave hitting so hard. Nuts doesn't have a way out of this one. He jumped in with no exit strategy, and now Loader and Admiral Bulldog scampering themselves away. Bulldog, he won't get chased any further. In fact, it's Loader who, okay, it looked like for a moment he wanted to just blink himself back in again, but it was still on cooldown. And Roshan will start with 3 heroes down for Alliance. They can't contest Roshan. Great fight for VP.
Again, FNG with the plays. He kind of forced Alliance, like, okay, if you don't doom our Shadow Fiend, you're going to lose the fight. And he doomed him, but it was just a tiny bit too late. The Requiem had already come out, and from there, it was an easy team fight for VP to win. But, I mean, with a grip, too, they already had to commit a 4-step to the Wind Ranger. She's not doing any damage.
It always seems like VP are the ones who are getting the better initiation off in the fight, and they play it on their terms. Illidan is never on the front lines. Alliance can never reach him. So he just sits at the back. He had a 10-second BKB, which wasn't even required for that fight.
VP always had the lanes on their side, though, with the Broodlings, with the Familiars. Like, Alliance are the ones that have to TP back and potentially fight 4-on-5 and be like, okay, well, if we don't take the fight now, we have to defend, and then VP just take Roche. So it's just not a good position for Alliance. VP have the luxury of time.
Yep. And Alliance then, like maybe that is also why you feel a little bit rushed. As 4 was so low and just want to get out there, and Nut's like, okay, I've got to go in. Threw out the Sonic Wave, hit all of VP, but the mech just repairs most of the damage that was done.
They needed the Chain Frost, I think, earlier. They can also use Chain Frost to interrupt the SF. It looked like he was gusted, though, during that fight, but... Yeah. Oh, they actually... I'm not sure if they saw the screen come out from Nuts, but this could be a really good time to push.
Nuts also needs to get the hell out of here. If he blinks backwards, he is dead. And then, with the 4-star pushing Drow Ranger forward, Nuts just wants to TP himself out to safety. The Nightmare cancels that. With a couple of raids, they do bring him down. Buybacks available. This is... I don't even say a support Queen of Pain, but that Sonic Wave can be up if required. And now God, Amplify, the Shackle won't latch on Illidan.
He's still sitting in positives after the Amplify. That's actually pretty absurd.
Oh, for now, maybe when Bulldog rotates himself down, but the Brood just wants to push in through that middle lane, but Bulldog, he initiates. This time they get on top of Illidan, and Illidan's so low, but FNG's Fiend Script, it controls him up. The Drow Ranger will actually drop. That Lich only doing some considerable damage as Loader back in again with a crush, and the follow-up bash going through 3, but Godzilla has so much damage. S4, he'll burn through the Aegis. Meanwhile, amid Brood doing brutally things, taking out that melee Rax. Loader, he wants to try and fight. TV out, that's not going to work. The Shackle, however, controls up God. It's a rampage for God, and S4 has to retreat back out. That SF is just way too big for Alliance to deal with, and they have no buybacks on their dead heroes.
And again, another Requiem goes uninterrupted. That one had to come out from the Lich, though. And Alliance, I mean, they went with the best shot that they had. They saw the cheese on the Drow Ranger, so okay, we have to doom her, so she can't pop the cheese, and if we doom G, it's a lost fight. So they went with the best percentage plate that they had, and unfortunately, yeah, as you said, G is too strong.
Nah, he's so strong. Phobos is split pushing. They can't even grab a fight. They can't dictate the terms of these engagements. Alliance, even with good blink crushes, you get loaded with a triple kill. It's just like there's nothing else to follow up after that point. And VP, they got such sustainable damage just because the SF is so huge. Admiral Bulldog, now with the blink forward, he really wants this kill over on God, and maybe they can get it, but they have to get through that evasion. Able to do so, S4, a little bit harder, and in fact, no, not when the Rays are there. God takes one, Bulldog's down for over a minute. RK is gonna join him as Phobos just goes to work, draws back the front lines, and this really is the game. VP, they've controlled it perfectly. They've done the Drow proud. Loader will miss his stun. Bane, actually Fiend Script's over on the Slaughter. They'll switch the Nightmare over, but already VP with the extra stuns from the Familiars. S4 will drop. Phobos will survive to the bitter end. I think S4 just wants to get a little bit of revenge here. He can't reach him. In fact, he's going to get gusted up by Illidan. The Tier 4 towers are attacked, and there it is. 11-22. Virtus Pro will end up taking the game against Alliance, eliminating them from this Frankfurt Major.
I really like how G just stood up there in man mode. He's like, I am God, you cannot kill me.
He really is. And he had support everywhere across the map. The control was perfect from VP. They're on comfort heroes. The Familiars were dropping everywhere. The Broodmother was always adding pressure. Man, maybe Phobos went to that Russian, like, the Brood God, the Brood Master, who's been training up Mag. But he played in a wonderful game, a wonderful coordinated play from Virtus Pro. And I would be very scared if I was going against them in the next round. All right, so that's going to wrap it up for now. We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk. They're itching, I'm sure, to talk about how wonderful it is that Drow Ranger has a third win for the tournament.
Very much, commentary team. Bringing you the second game, and it is a Virtus Pro victory. They move on through the lower bracket. Alliance, unfortunately, now drop out 9th to 12th for them in this particular major. Let's talk about game 2. Capitalist first.
Well, let's start with the fact of what Toby said. I'm not that excited to see Toby posting more Drow Ranger smut on social media, but I am excited that VP are going to be moving on because I do feel that they were a superior team through and through, and they showcased it here. Alliance did not have a bad showing in either game, but game 2 was even more disciplined control from VP.
Yep, never really in it. I mean, again, a cagey start at the beginning and sort of feeling each other out, figuring out what they were going to do. But you always had the feeling that Virtus Pro were in control.
Yeah, I think Alliance started their lanes off well, and that led to a good situation. They got maximum farm in the first few minutes because they had the dual off lane. It definitely punished Illidan a little bit on the Drow Ranger, and they had Admiral Bulldog. He started jungling, and that allowed Quap to get those early levels that she used to gank mid. Now, the gank didn't really work out perfectly due to the really good plays from FNG, but they lane set up in a way that allowed for their greedy picks to pay off a little. It's just that in the mid game, their farm really slowed down because they didn't have typical farming heroes.
Syndrome?
They lost map control. I agree 100% with Purge. I think Alliance actually did a really good job in the early game. I saw them losing the game harder than this, but the way they put their lanes in play worked out pretty well. And then ultimately, it just takes, you just got that feeling over time, towers disappear, the map control vanishes, and the decision Alliance made with how they put their lanes, they had to put Bulldog against the Brute because no one else could stand there, so Slaughter just didn't become a factor in the game. Was it 25 minutes, Tranquil's Blink? I think Loda played well with the tools he had, but you can't do anything.
Couldn't do anything more. Okay, we'll get more thoughts from all of you in just a moment, but Coddle Guy has caught up with FNG to find out his thoughts on a 2-0 sweep.
Thank you, Paul, here on stage with Captain FNG of Virtus Pro, a very successful 2-0 run. You guys made it look pretty clean, almost a bit easy at points right there. What was the key to success in being able to break them down? Was it with the draft or just more on the execution of the games itself?
I believe we just wanted to play as much aggressive as we want, but in second game, like our draft was really greedy, and Alliance have also greedy draft because Doom, Leech, Slardar and stuff, you can punish with these heroes our lineup, and that's why it worked.
Do you want to ask you a personal question? I looked up a bit but didn't find an answer. What does FNG stand for, if it stands for anything?
It's nothing. It's just bum.
Let people determine?
Yeah.
Fair enough. So now moving on forward, you guys are going to be going against OG. I don't know if you had the chance to watch their match earlier. They also had a very successful 2-0. What do you think about going against them as an opponent? Were you able to kind of read anything from how they play from that matchup? And yeah, basically, what are you looking forward to with that?
Probably we will watch some replays and try to create something against them, but at least I hope just play good Dota, as always.
Last thing I want to ask is, if you could describe your team in 3 words, what would those 3 words be?
You know, the 3 words always anime, anime, anime. There's nothing really to say. Also, I can, there is some pasta on Twitch chat, some smiles.
Fair enough. FNG, again, congratulations. You guys look great, and best of luck moving forward against OG. Let's give it up again for Virtus Pro, and of course, props to Alliance on a good run. We'll send it back to the panel right now.
Thank you very much. FNG, answers on Twitter, obviously, as to what those 3 letters might mean. Fantastically nervous gamer? I don't know, maybe we can do better on the panel.
He's not nervous in the slightest, come on.
No, exactly, it's kind of like an oxymoron.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Anything better? Cap's looking at me like,
no, I'm not going there.
What is
I'm not going there with you, Paul. I'm sorry.
See, if Milk
I was more
here-
entertained by the anime from FNG. I mean, with that flowing hair, I think he would make an excellent anime character.
He would, yeah. Someone get security and get rid of Capitalist and replace him with Milk, please, because...
He's not even here. How are you going to do that?
We'll get him back somehow.
I mean, that's fine. I'm leaving after this.
Right. Oh, I see how it is.
I don't want to be
I
here
see how
anymore.
it is.
Such a likable guy, though.
He is such a likable guy. Yes, very likable guy. Let's also talk about Alliance. Put up a great first game, not so good second game. When you look back at the tournament itself and through the group stages, they've made 1 win, and it was in a best-of-1 against Cloud9. It's not very representative and not a really good ending to the way that they've gone out.
No, I don't think so. As you said, I don't think it was very representative of Alliance's actual showing here at the tournament. I think that they were definitely a much stronger team. They just happened to be facing up against, I think, one of the big boys. If they were perhaps on another side of the bracket and facing up against one of the other teams in a similar position, I could actually see Alliance moving forward. But for me, the fact that VP were down here in the losers bracket was already tough enough. The fact that Alliance had to face up against them was just bad luck, essentially, for them. I think they'll move forward. I think they'll look at this and go, okay, we really haven't hit our peak yet. I think Alliance still have a lot more to offer, and they just weren't ready for this major.
Yeah, it has. We shouldn't forget, it's only been 3 months since TI, and the reshuffles have probably been even less than that. So still time to come and show something different. But Virtus Pro moving on, they always look stronger the longer they go through these tournaments. TI was another one of those cases. They're a genuine top 6 team here, but can they go even further than that?
The next match was OG, right? I would consider them favorites for that one. And then what comes next in the bracket? Should they win that?
Should they win that? Well, they'll play one of the teams that drops down from the semi-finals, so it'll be one of the big four.
That might be the end of the road. So that would be top 6. I think that's, again, that's where I would place VP right now. They're almost up there with the top 4, but just lacking the little extra. We saw how close they were with Vici Gaming. It's 5 to 10%. If they hit a really good day, I definitely think they can do it.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much, Capitalist, Purge, and Synderen. We are going to take a quick break, but before we do go to the break, you may well remember back at TI5, there was a certain North American team who did rather well. And if you're not familiar with Dota or you've not followed the scene since, don't worry, we've got your back. This is the story of the champions, Evil Geniuses.
Universe ready to turn. He's got Echo Slam up. He doesn't believe they're going to come back. Call out aggressive. The call out. The perfect position. There's your Echo Slam. Aggressive. Locked in position right now. He's got embraced up by the way the wire of a few moving forward as well. TK about to drop. Aggressive on the survivor. CDEC. It looks troublesome. It looks really, really bad for them. Aggressive on the run. Universe right behind him. They keep running out, but TJ well played. EG are your TI5 champions. Claim the Aegis of the Immortal. They are the champions here in front of their home crowd.
I went around and talked to players about joining our team, and nobody wanted to play with us. Everyone thought that we were on the losing end of this Western shuffle.
As soon as we lost our TZ and Zai, everyone would be like, welcome to becoming a tier 2 team again, EG.
When we picked up Aoi and Sumail, there was a lot of uncertainty, and we kind of picked them up because we didn't really have too many other options because all the other teams had their roster set, and TI was, only a couple of months away.
I really liked Aoi because he has proven himself, but for me, when we picked up Sumail, it was a big gamble.
He was a 15-year-old kid who just moved to the United States from Pakistan, and he's very young. He's never played professionally before. He's never even played on like a competitive team.
This could go very bad, honestly, so it was concerning.
So when I first joined EG, a lot of people thought that it's gonna be a lot of pressure for me, but I always want to be like on the main stage playing video games, so it was pretty exciting.
The team was definitely rocky at start because we went to our first LAN and we lost that one pretty badly. We ended up finishing 3rd. At the end of the day, we just didn't perform up to our standard.
When we played at DAC, no one expected us to win.
We were feeling pretty insecure about our team at the time, and we just wanted to place well and do well, and I think we definitely surprised people. I think everyone expected us to be the weaker team.
Just winning something like that is just every Dota player's dream, honestly. That's why TI came out, and everyone's like, I want to win TI, but DAC was pretty much like a TI as well.
Probably helped Sumail and Aoi out the most. We've won tournaments before, but those guys, they haven't won as many tournaments, and Sumail, it was his 2nd tournament ever. So that probably did a lot for them in terms of their confidence.
I think most of us going into TI5 would be happy with top 3, and if we got first, great, but I think top 3 was the goal.
This event was actually just insane. I mean, even before the event, when we were watching the prize pool just skyrocket, it was just unbelievable. And I remember everyone at like TI4 was like, is it gonna get bigger than this? Because TI4 is pretty crazy too. And then they just obliterated the money and size of the event at TI5.
Let's get TI5 underway.
Going into TI5, I don't really think we had too many concerns. We did the same thing that we did before DAC. We boot camped. We built the habit of winning before we went in.
We're actually very happy with our bracket.
We had some losses that humbled us. We had some things to improve on, but we were all just focused on Dota.
And we were like, okay, we beat CDEC now, we get to the grand finals.
We kind of thought we knew how to play against them, and we kind of thought we could handle their play style, but we were totally wrong.
Everything just started going wrong for us. Like, we overestimated like our own abilities, and we underestimated them, and they just completely destroyed us in that best of 2. It was a very fast 2-0. Once we got back to our practice room back in the hotel, I just kind of went up to everyone, just like started a conversation like what went wrong and how we're gonna fix it for next time.
Going back into face CDEC in the grand finals, it was really useful that we lost to them in the winners finals just because we were able to sort of predict what they wanted to do in the games. They wanted to like invade our jungle. We knew what they would ban. We knew that they weren't strong with last track. We had a lot of key points of information that we could use.
They play a very weird style of Dota. They're very aggressive. These guys just did something completely random and weird in like a grand finals match, and it worked. So we just had to focus and re-strategize directly after that.
In Game 3, we really came together as a team.
We had heroes that we were very comfortable on. Sumail was playing his Ember Spirit. That being said, the game got to be pretty hectic, and it was a very intense, high-action game. We had to play as a unit, as a team. We had to either fight as 5 or kind of like dodge as 5. In Game 4, when we had the Earthshaker Ancient Apparition ult on the Roshan pit.
We were in control of the game, but they had just picked off Sumail and they were trying to take Rosh. And they all walked into the pit. We didn't have vision of them at the time, but then I told PPD to throw in an Ice Vortex, and he threw it in there, and I saw a couple of them, so I just assumed they'd all be in there, and I just made a blind leap of faith, and then they were all in there, and they all died to the Echo Slam, so.
They're all together. PPD, here comes the Ice Blast, ready for the dawn! In from Universe! It's a disaster! CDEC! They're gonna get wiped from the face of the earth, apart from aggressive. They'll jump out, but the wombo combo!
My first reaction after the Echo Slam, I just yelled. I don't even know what sound came out of my mouth, but it was pretty loud, yeah. It took a while for it to set in. I wasn't really sure what was going on, and once we started like doing interviews and stuff like that, then it kind of sunk in that yeah, we won TI.
When I came out of the booth after winning, to be honest, I think I was just confused. I didn't really know what's happening. It was too surreal. The crowd was going crazy. Everyone was going crazy.
Everything that we had was pretty much used up at that point, so it was hard to get excited or anything like that. We're just so drained. It was hard to believe that what just happened at that point. I've been trying to win a TI since TI 1, and it took me till TI 5 to actually do it, so it's been a very long time and a lot of hard work to do so. So I guess for me, after we won, it was like kind of like pressure, like a weight being lifted from you. It's like, this is one of the goals that I've had for my entire life. And now that I've achieved it, I can just kind of like lower my shoulders and just like relax a little bit.
It was like a sense of pride in like myself and especially my teammates. It was like, you know, these guys go to the world and back for each other. I don't think we could have won it with anyone else.
Life's pretty much been the same. You know, I just been relaxing. I went to Disneyland right after TI, but then after that it's been mostly the same. Trying to get back in the swing of things now, playing a lot before ESL.
Well, after TI, when we came home, like, I wasn't sure what to do. You know, we won the tournament. Obviously, we won a lot of money as well, but didn't do anything special, so I just sat down and started playing Dota.
I don't know if it hit me that we won TI5 just because I never really had time to take a vacation. Everything for like the next couple of weeks was just too surreal, and then there's some major changes.
We ended up releasing AUI and bringing in our old teammate Arteezy to play with us, and it's just kind of what everyone on our team thought was best for us going into this next year.
I see these changes as an opportunity to work together with other motivated players to just improve, and that's like one of my favorite things in Dota, just seeing a team grow and flourish.
I'm pretty excited about the upcoming season. I think if everything goes right, I think we have a very good shot at being the best.
Being able to be the first team to win 2 TIs in a row is my ultimate goal right now, because no one has been able to do that. No single player has won 2 TIs as well. So being able to be part of a team that won 2 TIs in a row would be great.
TI5 was a highlight. It's going to be a highlight in my life for sure, but it's not the end of the road for me. I'm not done. I still want to win more. My new team and we have a lot to learn, a lot to do, but the long road to victory is always something I like to walk down.
I think at this point, everyone's just all in all the time. Nobody really wants anything else right now. We're all young and we have the rest of our lives ahead of us to want other things. What we want right now is just to win.
And a very warm welcome back to Frankfurt and to the Dota 2 Major, the Frankfurt Major, as it is now called, of course. We are well inside the upper bracket as we head into the semi-finals now of that upper bracket, and the 4 teams involved, the winners of which will be guaranteed a top 3 slot. Our first matchup is almost upon us, and it's a rematch from the TI5 final between Evil Geniuses and CDEC. We're going to start off with Evil Geniuses. We've also had a little bit of a personnel change again on the desk, just to mix things up and make it a bit more fun. The Haz is back with us, and so too is Merlini. Welcome back to both of you. How you doing, Ben? I haven't seen you today.
Pretty good. That was a pretty good
all
series
good?
to cast.
Yeah. It was, I would say enjoyable, but not if you're an Alliance fan, obviously.
I mean, they were still pretty close games.
Yeah.
I mean,
especially the first one.
You'd much rather see them be close games than Alliance get destroyed.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to focus on Evil Geniuses to start things off. Nahaz, we've seen the story. It's a fantastic story in many ways, but also a sad one in some ways as well. They now have a better team on paper, but does that translate to championships?
Yeah, that's, I think the question on everybody's mind is how are Sumail and Arteezy going to coexist?
Yeah. Synderen?
Well, so far so good, right? They're
Seems all right.
in the winner bracket semis. I think they've looked pretty good in the group. They look good against Vega Squadron. It was a 2-1. I think Vega played really well.
Yep.
So this is going to be a hell of a match, I think.
Yeah, it is going to be a hell of a matchup. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Evil Genius's previous games. And they were impressive in most games, but also dropping a few maps as they went along as well. So hopefully we can get those highlights for you in just a moment. There we go. What do you make about this, Ben? In the sense that it's, you know, they've dropped a map or dropped a game every single time they've played, whether it be group stage, the upper bracket.
They're one of the few teams that get stronger as the tournament goes on, as opposed to, like, let's say CDEC, whose weaknesses were kind of exploited near the end half of TI5. So e.g., they keep pulling out new stuff, right? The Invoker, you know, we might even see like a Brood back from Universe. Who knows? Right? You never know with EG. They pulled out a position 1 Sven without a Wisp, which is not terribly uncommon, but still uncommon enough for me to comment about it. So I don't know. I think they have a lot in store for us.
Okay. We talked on day 1 about how sometimes Evil Genius can be a little bit slow getting out the blocks and starting off slow on those day 1s. Could have caught them out. It didn't. They went through safely, but conceded a game in both games against Fnatic and Virtus Pro. No shame in that, because we've seen how strong Virtus Pro are. Fnatic, though, having taken a game off them, what does that say about them? Or is that just that early rust?
Yeah, it's not just rust. I think EG has always been a team that's willing to lose a game or two early on in a tournament to not give up their strats too early on. And like you said, I think a lot of people have talked a lot about Evil Genius's tendency to take losses in stride and to continue to improve as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, they did that at TI as well, of course, losing in the upper bracket. We saw in the video.
I think it's important for them to lose, though, because even when we saw the interview from them, they were talking about how they just completely underestimated CDEC. They did something that was like surprising to them, completely caught them off guard, and boom, they're instantly in the lower bracket. So the more they lose, the more they have that hunger that a lot of people talk about after winning TI.
Yeah, and also information as well. PPD's been very smart in the way that he's drafted and figured out teams as he's gone along, whether he's lost a game. You learn more by losing than you do by winning, obviously, and he's taken that to a completely different level.
Well, I think their big asset as a team is just they never get too high, they never get too low. I mean, you saw it after TI, right? They were not that excited.
Really? I think they were too low at that point.
They're exhausted. Right, absolutely. But I think they are probably the most level of all the teams out there. And I think that it really is an asset when it comes to, especially these really long LAN tournaments.
I want to pick this one up with you. Brian's given me this one. Highest average team GPM of any team at Frankfurt. What story does that tell us?
I mean, they're just, EG at all phases of the game are just super efficient. And they've found different ways to be efficient in different patches. That's what's impressed me most about EG in this patch, is that they've changed their farming rotations. They've completely changed how they use the map, not only to accommodate Sumail and Arteezy, but also because the meta has moved away from these really heavy stacking emphasis. And they're still the most efficient team out there in a very different meta environment.
It's hard not to find farm when you have Sumail and Arteezy on your team and Fear support, right? I mean, as long as you're controlling the map, these players know how to drain it of resources. Yeah. To just finish off on your point earlier about the game against Fnatic, how much we can read into it, I talked to Charlie the day of the game, and he was just like, yeah, we said after that draft and after that game, we were like, yeah, that they didn't expect, like, they thought they were outpicked themselves, basically, and got in a bad position. So
That game didn't really matter too much. They moved on and just played easily in the next 2 games. Then against Vega, I guess they learned something from the loss in that series too.
Okay, CDEC are their opponents, top of the group in Group D. Very impressive in the group stages, and arguably even more impressive against their sister team in the first round of the upper bracket.
Oh, we all made so much before this tournament about CDC getting figured out, about the fact that they hadn't adapted to the new meta, about the fact that I made a lot, about the fact that before this tournament, Aggressive in this patch had a winning record on only 2 heroes. And they open up this tournament, and what do? They pick Aggressive's Gyro 5 straight times.
But isn't it scary that you always hear about Aggressive? Aggressive and CTY arguably the best 1 positions, but what about the rest of their team? In the interview, they talked about, hey, we know Shiki can't play Letrek. What else can he play? What else can we kind of draft him into? Can they really utilize Doom that well? What about the Slardar? And I think it is great that Aggressive can carry his team, but my question is, are they going to be able to outdraft? Are they going to be able to have those first crucial pickups that are going to lend them a win?
Yeah, they've been picking up the QoP in the first stage for exactly that reason, really to give Shiki a hero that's more self-sustaining in lane.
Okay, so, sorry, let's just take a look at the highlights of CDEC. And carry on, Sinu.
Yeah, so I'm guessing we will see that showcased here. I think if CDEC doesn't win this tournament, it's because they get outdrafted. I think they have the best team fight out of any team. They're absolutely incredible at moving around for each other and finding the right moments and openings. This game against LGD, of course, we talk a lot about Aggressive and how much he squeezes out of his PL in this game, and he played the Ember in the next one. But it's just the team's ability to understand angles and how to flank, how to attack from multiple areas. They are exceptionally good at doing this. You see the support duo in this game, I believe, were Visage and Shaker, but essentially Shaker and the Spirit Breaker just managed to set the kind of battlefield that allows Aggressive to just look like an absolute god.
I don't think there's an argument that CDECs are better at team fighting and playing this type of style game, but I think that EG are going to try and take them out. We saw take them out of that style, rather. Yeah. They had the anti-mage just a couple of games ago, and then we saw at TI5 how they used the Naga Siren and the techies, right? So CDEC couldn't play the way they wanted to, and I wonder if they have anything else like that where CDEC just can't run around as 5.
Probably the single biggest thing that I look for, especially in this matchup, is that vision advantage. CDEC, to me, more than any other team, needs a vision advantage to execute those team fights as perfectly as they do, and you saw EG in the TF5 Grand Finals pick up Clockwork, for example, in the first phase and really abuse that vision coming from the Rocket.
As well as AA, I think, in the final game, too.
Exactly.
Maybe like Night Stalker and Beastmaster having a little bit more priority in this particular matchup.
But the way that they played against LGD yesterday, was that more impressive for you guys than perhaps Evil Geniuses have shown us so far, or
I think
about the same?
I think so. From a play perspective, yes. I'm super impressed with CDC's ability to execute. But again, it's also about the draft. This game, for example, not a big fan of LGD's draft into CDC. It's basically LGD want to fight fire with fire, and then you lose when the enemy burns you more, right? And in game number 1, they also, again, allowed CDC the style. They also didn't lose a game. That's another thing to keep in mind. They beat LGD 2-0, and EG did show weakness against Vega.
Yeah, I thought just based on some of the games that we've seen at LANs that coming into this event, I thought that eHome and LGD both had a very good shot of beating CDC, and CDC handled those 2 teams easily. So they've clearly got the Chinese team's number, but I think we're going to see them against the top Western team today, arguably the top team in the world.
Average 20 more assists per game than any other team at Frankfurt. That's an incredible statistic.
CDC, yeah. That's been their MO since very early on in TI, that their kill participation rate is just so huge because of the way that not only Aggressive moves are on the map, but because they move with him. Their supports do such a good job, as you guys were mentioning, backing him up.
All right, okay. We're going to just take a little break on the desk. We'll get more thoughts from you in just a moment, of course, and we still have the predictions to come. Before CDEC found themselves in Frankfurt, inside the Frankfurt Major, we caught up with them to find out their thoughts on the road ahead.
TI 之后的话，我们战队先做了一个短暂的放假。随着新版本的变化的话，我们慢慢的在尝试一些新的阵容和套路。其实外界那些压力对我们没多大的影响，说实话的话，因为我们本来打职业时间就不长，然后现在大家打比赛的话都是比较放松的状态吧，然后希望我们能越打越好。 我们 CDC 最好的优点就是在于我们非常的团结。我觉得打了这么多比赛的话，我觉得首先打比赛的话要相信队友，不管队友是崩盘还是怎么样了，或者因为有些小失误，都要相信队友。而且打比赛千万不能急，然后要心平气和的打完。法兰克福的话，我最想遇到EG吧，因为他们之前在 TI 决赛把我们打下去了。我觉得我们队的话，只要状态好，然后阵容这些东西选好的话，我觉得是能战胜他们的。感谢一直以来支持 CDEC 的粉丝们，我们会加油的。然后祝秋季赛越办越好。
Let's find out how they get on. The match is very shortly around the corner, of course. They'll take on the champions of TI5 and the team that they lost to in the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to welcome the two teams to the arena. So teams on their way to the booths. Gives us a few minutes to talk before the draft gets underway about the two teams in a little bit more detail and discuss these two as they match up together. Alan.
How spoiled are we? How ridiculously spoiled
we are spoiled.
We have arguably, I'm not even arguably, I think these are the top 4 teams in the world playing in these 2 best-of-3 series, and we've still got 2 more days after this.
I know, right?
Unbelievable.
We're on, like, I don't know, day 73 or something of how much Dota we've had over the last couple of weeks. And I could still definitely have more. Is it only 5, really?
I mean, you forgot. You said it earlier today, but...
Yeah. I don't know.
I could make an old joke, but
well, you're in the milk seat,
making
so you're
an
allowed
old joke
to.
is
You're allowed to. You're in the milk seat.
You're old, Paul.
Thanks, Milk.
Is that a good
You're allowed to make jokes.
So burnt, right?
It's in the milk seat, you're allowed to make jokes, you're just not allowed to be funny.
Oh. Okay. Milk's getting burnt online and he doesn't even know it. I love it.
That's pretty accurate.
Is it? Well, you work with him all the time. You should know. Yeah.
He's funny off camera.
He says he roasts you on Danish TV, though.
We roast
He did say that. He did say that.
He says you don't roast him.
Yeah.
Really?
He says it's a one-way street.
He's good at lying, too. That's another quality he has.
It's brilliant when he can't fight back either, and he won't know about this until he watches the VOD. No, actually, what am I talking about? He's not going to watch the VOD.
Wrong game.
Yeah. Wow. Right then, so let's move on from burning milk anymore, even though it's a fun sport. The way that these two match up, we saw it at TI5, obviously, with the upper bracket. Then we see them again in the grand final. We learn, we know what PPD learned, and we know what we all learned as well. Does that mean that this entire panel is going to go for Evil Geniuses? We'll start with Alan.
I'm going to go for Evil Geniuses, but in both of our second 2 best-of-3s today, no result in these 2 series would surprise me, not even a little.
Okay. Sinner?
I'm going to go with CDEC. I think it's a 2-1, no matter what. At TI5, CDEC crushed them 2-0, but then EG figured them out and beat them in the finals. I think we might be looking at something similar this time where EG needs the experience of playing against them first, and then if they meet them later, they will probably be favorites then.
Okay.
But CDC looks so good to me that I can't bet against them.
Okay, mine's Evil Geniuses. That's nice and quickly. Just very quickly, because the draft is about to start.
Evil Geniuses.
Evil Geniuses as well? Okay, so almost a clean sweep. 3 out of 4. Syndran putting his reputation in seat
You also
2.
lose in the seat on prediction.
You do, every time.
I'm
You're playing the
following.
milk roll perfectly. As we head into the draft for game 1.
So we talked a lot about TI5 and how these two teams matched up, but they actually played after that, and MLG.
Yes.
And EG beat them 2-1, and the only game that CDEC won was where Shiki got Lina. And he played a couple other heroes. He played Ember Spirit as well as Night Stalker, but they are nowhere near his Lina, and his Lina is amazing.
But that was part of the reason I said that no result in the series would surprise me, because if you think back to that series, the first 2 games of that series were stomps in opposite directions.
And he can get his Lina if he wants in the first phase. Looks like.
Turn to pick.
Are they testing him here?
So let's see what got through. Doom, Tusk,
Ember.
They picked a lot of first phase Spirit Breaker, a lot of first phase Tusk.
and there are so many heroes that got through. Doom,
Slardar.
Tusk,
Slardar without
Darkseer,
Slardar.
Slardar, the 4 main ones, I guess. And then for CDC, there's the Spirit Breaker. EG
Lina.
first phase pick. Do EG have anything in the first phase they pick more than other teams that's out? Not really very meta right
10
now.
seconds remaining.
You could say Spirit Breaker is starting to become, because CDC and VP both
seen,
favorite so much, but
5 seconds
We've seen a lot of
remaining.
Darkseer and Spirit Breaker, first picks. Not on their own, anyway.
Universe, despite being god tier on Darkseer, still insists he doesn't enjoy playing the hero.
the things you do to win.
And I think this is a draft where you can expect both teams to take a lot of time in the first phase. So we talk about the second phase ordinarily. Yeah, Tusk is, it's just such a staple hero for CDC. Senator, when you were talking earlier, I thought your description was great. You're talking about CDC understanding angles better than almost any other team out there. And I feel like Tusk is a hero where if you have that understanding of map angles, the return is just so huge.
Yeah, this was one of their best heroes at TI5. They were absolutely incredible with their Tusk, I think. I'm giving CDC a lot of praise, but they were in the finals for a reason. This was
10 seconds
one of the heroes they
remaining.
utilized better than any other team. EG tried to use it against them, I think, and they lost.
seconds
That was one of
remaining.
EG's losses. Was that
about right, yeah.
Or might have been another series, but anyway. This is another hero that
Evil
should be hotly
geniuses
contested. PBD
turn
loves
to
the
pick.
Wyvern, so does Q for CDC. So no surprise here, actually, that gets picked.
A little earlier than normal.
So do we think
Arguably.
EG are going to tackle them in a straight 5-on-5, or are they going to do something unusual, like, you know, a Naga Siren, perhaps, like anything funky?
They kind of went away from the Naga Siren. They tried Fear on that greedy 4 Naga a couple times. Didn't really get much value out of it in the mid game, and kind of went away from it after that.
So far, this opens up for good team fight for EG, and of course the potential to play more of a split push game that Doom is really good at, because of his ability to just catch off enemy targets that are forced to go to lanes alone.
This is only the 3rd time in this patch that EG have picked Doom. It's not been a hero that they've exploited a lot.
This AA pick was pretty straightforward. 2 heals against it. Solid.
10 seconds remaining.
Good synergy with Tusk too. Ice Shards set up very nicely for Cold Feet. We've seen that proc quite a lot of times this tournament already. And of course Tusk, in addition to the Ice Shards, has 2 stuns in between his snowball.
Reserve time.
And again, the vision advantage. I feel like you've got to, if you're CDC, you gotta pick something in the first phase that's going to give you guaranteed vision.
Now you don't get Ice Blasted and Echo Slammed in the pit either. Maybe only one. It's nice. They are dire though, and they don't have a Roshan hero yet. I'm thinking Shiki actually does play a really good Templar Assassin. It's a hero we didn't talk about so much that could become relevant because they're dire. All right. Relevant in another way, I guess.
Well, that might just be setting up a Lina pick for them, though.
Could be. EG is going to read that, though, most likely.
I mean, they might not even care because they have the Doom.
Yeah.
And they just Doom Shiki.
Well, also, Sumail is very confident playing the mid matchup, both with Lina and against Lina.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Remember his angry tweet after he lost
Yes.
mid to Shiki? That was really funny, actually. You know, it's kind of those losses that propel these guys even further.
Sumail generally doesn't lose lane in one-on-one matchups. If it's an even matchup, then he wins slightly. If he's favored, he crushes, and if the lane is against him slightly, he generally tends to get a draw. So just an incredibly skilled mechanical player.
So other strategies that Evil Geniuses have used for CDC are the Magnus AM. That's a game they lost, but that was because Shiki got out of control with his Lina in the mid lane versus the Magnus. So I wouldn't be terribly surprised if they did something like that.
Reserve time.
Do you think this is an Arteezy or a Universe Doom at this point, if you're CDC?
I think more likely Universe.
Okay.
At this point, I think Arteezy Doom is a fallback plan at this point in the draft for EG.
Okay. I was just thinking in relation to Darkseer, of course, great synergy with Wyvern. It's also good for CDEC.
I mean, one of the hallmarks of Peter's drafts,
So they do think it could
it's
be
simple,
Darkseer.
but he almost never locks himself into lanes in the first phase.
So there's still a lot of good heroes of like Night Stalker, I think, might be what CDEC have their eyes on right now.
Then they have
Ember
to
Spirit, of course.
play Tusk Core. I don't think they play Core Night Stalker, do they?
10 seconds remaining.
They usually play XZ Tusk though.
Oh, they do. Oh yeah, Tusk.
5 seconds
They
remaining.
played. They've only picked Night Stalker 4 times, but they played him on 3 different heroes, and they played Shiki Night Stalker
Reserve
once.
time.
Oh, really?
Yep.
That was a disaster.
Yeah, that was it. I remember doing that game with you.
Midnight Stalker was good 4 years ago.
Aren't you a Night Stalker fan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It used to be good. It's not a mid hero anymore. Not really. The game has changed a lot since then.
Way. I think we're gonna have to start to see the mid heroes come out
Geniuses turn
like right
to
now. I would not be I would not be surprised to see a Wind Ranger out of EG here.
Does Shiki play that hero very well? Because else it's not a hero they need to grab yet.
Which hero?
Wind Ranger.
No, I think EG pick it.
Oh yeah, but
I-
they don't have to pick it if they're not scared of CDC taking it. They could get something like this instead first.
Yeah, the Bane's a good.
turn
Wow.
to pick.
I mean, they can still. I think Temper Saw is also a good option for Sumail in the mid lane. It's really good versus, like, let's say.
So
Phantom
you're
Lightning.
buying into that. You're buying into that.
good.
I would love to see that again.
It's another hero that Ice Blast is good against. I mean, EG keep picking heals. Now they have another heal that Ice Blast counters too. So if they pick a Timber to it, it's like it doesn't even matter who you hit with Ice Blast anymore. If you hit 2
Yeah,
heroes,
but
it just
Doom
does
and
devastating damage.
Timbersaw are like heroes that get in your face, get up there really quickly, and rarely can you like really clump up for the AA
5
to
seconds remaining.
count on the Ice Blast. Like, I think the fights are going to be a lot more hectic than,
Reserve
boom, 4-man Ice Blast after Cold Embrace or something like that.
I mentioned earlier on the panel, I felt like we've seen a lot of big plays from the 4 position in this tournament, and Fear had just a huge play the other day at Nightmare Save on Arteezy.
He's very good at Bane. I think this is Fear's best support hero in this tournament, at least so far.
I would argue for the Undying, but
He's very good
yeah,
with Undying too.
it's
But that's
Fear,
banned in first phase for a reason. For
Exactly.
CDC. It counters their playstyle too much as well. Okay.
But I think Bane's a much stronger laner, though.
Evil
You don't really, like,
geniuses turn to
as opposed to, like, let's say a Dazzle, who I think gets countered way more by the AA than the Bane does.
Yeah.
And I think you go with the Wind Ranger right now. I think the Wind Ranger. Wow.
Okay.
Cedex
I've-
turn to pick.
CDC are very confident in their play, but they just picked an Ember into Winter's Curse, Doom, and Fiend's Grip. So they need to play. They have to be the initiators of the fight every single time so that they start it on their terms. If EG find the Ember Spirit with any of their key abilities, it gets really difficult. And I'm really happy to see Tiny, because this hero has a ridiculous win rate in this patch. And
Well,
even with... Doesn't it?
It does, but most of that, it's 75, it was almost 80% with Wisp.
How much
It's now
without?
just barely above 50%.
Yeah,
without.
see, that's,
Without Wisp.
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
problem, Syndrome, with having Professor Nahaz on the desk. When we threw out those kind of things yesterday, we were absolutely fine.
Now-
with them.
I honestly thought Tiny had a better win rate without Wisp.
It's still, it's still like 55%. It's still pretty good. But
okay.
he's not the juggernaut that.
I mean, the sample size is probably so low, like one loss drops him like 10%.
Geniuses
No, it's
turn to
like two or three Wisp games for one without. So he has been picked without Wisp, and we've seen some big games. I mean, Secret ran Wii on him without Wisp to win the series.
And it's a great solution to playing against CDC, I think. He can split push pretty well and take towers. And if CDC force you into fights, this is the kind of carry that can fight
5
really, really
seconds
well.
remaining.
Or mid.
Yeah, well, regardless of where you put him as a core.
I have no idea where Evil Geniuses are going to lane. I mean, obviously Bane and Winter Wyvern as supports, but
Does this also bait out
I
a
think this-
potential ban from CDEC?
Wisp, Evil
Yeah.
Geniuses almost
EG
never
play Wisp.
Almost never
Absolutely.
play Wisp.
I cannot.
They're not gonna be fooled by
PPD
that.
has been on record, by the way, at several points saying we don't play Wisp.
Yeah.
And now it would
that-
kind of be like Peter to mind game them, but still, I think this could be a Sumail Slaughter.
It's also not a good Wisp game. You're against AA and Spirit Breaker and Ember. Like, all of these heroes are actually super difficult to deal with. I seriously doubt it.
I just think the Sumail Slaughter on the safe lane duel, the Bane Tiny mid, sort of some mid duel lane with Arteezy, I think that's so strong right now. And it just, Slaughter counters, we talked about this earlier today, Slaughter counters Ember Spirit and Spirit Breaker
It
so
goes
well.
both ways.
I think he has really good win rate against the two heroes, so it's difficult to argue against that. But just looking at the kits of the heroes, Ember Spirit, of course, one of the heroes that can engage on Slardar from long range and hold him in place. Breaker, it is like who engages on who, right? If Slardar gets the jump, you can crush the Breaker really easily and vice versa. I don't think Slardar is a good hero against Tusk, though. I think he's one of the best counter picks out of all. Cut off his path, you have 2 stuns. All right, they're going to play it safe, though, so a good call. Maybe I should just be quiet.
All right.
Maybe the better solution. Paul is laughing. That's a good sign. It was like my time to shine.
It just seems to happen to you more often than anyone else. I don't know why.
I think now with the Slardar out of the picture, I think now I go back to the Sumail Wind Ranger.
Yeah. I'm all on board with the Timber.
I'm all in on Timbers.
I'd love to see the Timber. I'm not quite convinced by Timber Saw yet, especially as Sid was saying against the AA.
It got quite a bit better now, I think, with how the draft developed. Pure damage against Ember is great. He's okay against Spirit Breaker. Again, it's one of those who jumps who situations. But then you are playing triple melee core, though. That's something to keep in mind.
I mean, so are CDC.
Yeah,
that's true.
Could be 4.
Now that's interesting. The melee range distinction has become a little bit less relevant now because the support rotations are so much better. There's your Timber.
And this might prevent CDC from picking the PL that they would have wanted to run, because it's also a good pick against that potential. Or never mind, they have Ember already.
Yeah, that's going to be
a Shiki Ember and a PL. For
I want to see this be an aggressive Ember Spirit, and maybe it. Boy, I don't think you can pick a Shiki Dragon Knight now, can you? Into the Timber Saw. No way.
You can, but you'll get destroyed.
Right. So that's going to be the question. So what's the Shiki hero now?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Razor Viper already gone. Lena gone, Fina Pain gone.
His
TA
top
gone.
4 heroes are all out, and the next is Dragon Knight and Invoker.
All right, let's go Invoker.
5 seconds remaining.
Crosswalks?
I don't know.
DK.
DK.
Man, here we go then. CDC versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1 is brought to you by Blitz and LD.
Thank you very much, Paul. This time it's our fault. Welcome in, guys. It's time for Game 1, a rematch of the International 5 Winter Bracket Finals and the Grand Finals. I'm LD. I would be joined here by Merlini, but unfortunately, he can only do one job at once, so I'm stuck with you, Blitz, and there's no Storm in the game. What do you got for me?
It's honestly just incredible being on stage here with the guy that they brought in case Toby gets sick. So, I mean, I'm really excited just to cast this game in Merlini's spot.
We're both substitutes.
Yeah,
what can
exactly.
you say about it?
So, the tier 2.
The draft is complete. They've got 3 strength heroes and an Ember Spirit, 4 melee heroes against the Timber Saw. The last time I saw Sumail have a good matchup on this hero, it was extremely ugly for the opposition.
The thing is about CDEC's lineup is it kind of feels like they were pigeonholed into the Dragon Knight. I was looking at the draft and remember I turned to you and I said, okay, the Razor, and then it's banned out.
And then you realized you hadn't been watching the draft very closely.
No, I was. I just didn't see the last ban, and it was going to be the Razor, and once that happened, you look at it and think to yourself, okay, if you take the Wind Ranger, you're immediately going to get blown up by this lineup, and you're the easy Doom target. You don't even have to Doom the Ember because he's your main DPS, right? And if you just Doom the Wind Ranger, then fight's won. Well, DK's a hero that you don't necessarily want to Doom, but at the same time, you're picking it into heroes like the Winter Wyvern, the Bane, and the Timbersaw, and that's going to be a little rough in itself.
You know, it's where CDEC oftentimes will prioritize picking Shiki's hero earlier in the draft, but they didn't opt to do that. They didn't get it phase 1, phase 2. One of his big ones, Lena, did get banned out. So we'll see if it ends up hurting CDEC. They have been roundly criticized by the analysts for their lack of versatility on Shiki, but this team definitely excels in the execution, even if the drafts always don't look the smoothest. So with that, we get underway here. The rune spawning relatively soon. Both teams planting down their wards. A lot of vision towards the top side of the map. There's one kind of unusual ward down towards the bottom rune. Very unlikely to get dewarded here. We'll scout that out. And we do see a hill ward over towards mid. So pretty good vision for both teams. It looks like it'll be 4 EG heroes all looking to secure this top rune. And CDEC, they might look to join. Garter hasn't skilled anything yet, but he could get that charge if he wants to get active. They are moving in. There's the Breathe Fire off the bat. The Shades come through, trying to burst down Arteezy. He is being hurt by the Chilling Touch here, but first to fall is going to be the Ember Spirit. It's a 1-for-1 thus far. Q now getting the wrong end of Universe's Flaming Sword as he runs up the ramp, tries to juke.
I think he's going to die.
And
315
here,
boost speed.
should be able to get him with this last auto attack. Just the braid set. EG, they strike first. They get the first blood. They get the 1-for-1 bounty run trade, and then they get the second kill as the cherry on top.
And that just goes to show you why teams are prioritizing Bane so heavily. Just look at how stat heavy this hero is. He's got really good base attack. You've got 315 move speed without boots. Heroes like Crystal Maiden and Rasta are asking themselves, why don't we get that kind of move speed buff? As it just allows you to trade so effectively with different heroes. And you're seeing Fear already. He's going to be sitting on the high ground. And this is usually what we see happen to Arteezy, where players normally are sent to kind of disrupt his flow. But when Fear plays the Bane, oftentimes he's going to be here to just give him the biggest advantage possible.
Yeah, meanwhile, C-Deck, they are running the Spirit Breaker Ember dual lane, at least for now. A bit of pulling from him as we do see the sleep. Can they make the go on Cheeky? You betcha. Avatos and done. EG off to the races here early on. Look at C-Deck. Where are the kill opportunities? Timber versus Tusk. That's not going to be an easy kill early, though. Sumail does find himself a bit underleveled as this wave is only now just pushing. I think he got here a bit late. But still, the top lane, it's a Doom and a Wyvern. Very difficult to find any sort of openings there.
Yeah, and if you're just looking at the lanes overall, it already looks like CDEC are in dire straits. You've got a Tusk one-on-one against a Timbersaw. That's a really free matchup for Sumail, or it should be at least traded farm. And this mid lane, like we just talked about, this DK is going to have a rough time with the Bane sitting here, but there's not a lot of rotations that you can make if you're CDEC, right? If the Spirit Breaker comes in, what is he going to do? You just sleep the Dragon Knight and run away if you're the Bane. And the Ancient Apparition has to be the hero that just focuses on getting level 6.
There's going to be a charge down towards the top rune as Fear will get caught by that initial charge. Then there's a sleep. Looking to turn, rotating in his PPD as well. Burn. He is fairly tanky here, but they're going to try to pursue this one. Garter taking a lot of damage from the auto attacks, and one more should get the job done with the double damage run on Fear. They do. Another kill for EG as the Courier decides it wants a little celebratory lap around the neutrals. Well, chase Fear back. Now going to head the other way. Run, little donkey. Be careful, my friend. Was even scouted out there by Q, who's hoping to snipe it. We'll head the other way, though, and dodge all the bullets on its way back.
Yeah, and this is so miserable right now for EG. 4-1 start already, but...
That sounds really miserable, Will. I agree.
Yeah, it's this mid lane again, because look at what Fear's going to do. He's just going to come in, disrupt him as much as possible. You don't even have to really get in Shiki's face, because he's resorting to using the Breathe Fire to CS exclusively. And even then, he's going to struggle in this matchup, as they've got a lot of different melee cores. The one good spot, though, for CDEC is even if EG take the advantage in the early game, their high ground present...
Oh, there's the toss. Beautifully played by Arteezy. Now trying to chase down Cheeky and will end up going down. Another grab for EG. It's just too easy for them right now.
No, this ban pick phase went so horribly for CDEC. You can tell that EG really studied the draft, and when they banned Shiki's Lina off the bat, they made sure that they even took out the Gyrocopter in the first 2 phase, and they just said, okay, you're going to beat us with the Tusk, then we'll just give you the Timbersaw.
That Timbersaw pocket pick definitely paying off now as Sumail has more or less equalized the bottom lane. XC just a tiny bit ahead in experience because he got to the lane first, but it's not really going to make a big difference here. Already farming the Timber, the Tiny, and even the Doom doing all right, and we all know Doom, even if he has a bad start, can easily catch up.
Yeah, and you don't really characterize this as a bad start, but...
No, this is a fine start for him by all accounts.
Yeah, it does sound like I'm being more biased towards EG, but it's just because I'm looking at CDEC's lineup, and it's not going to come online for quite some time, or at least during the mid game, because we saw what happens when the Spirit Breaker tries to charge in. He just dies. So what they have to do is just focus primarily on getting levels and shift their focus from the laning phase to the mid game.
I thought you were going to say because I'm American.
No, I have no bias there, man. I'm a C Dota fan.
That's not what you told me backstage, but that's okay. We'll let bygones be bygones, Will. So Fear now swings down towards the bottom side of the map. XZ, it's the one who you would expect to move since the Spirit Breaker's mostly been forwarded, but you move off this bottom lane, and suddenly Sumail has free farm and can kill or threaten anybody who rotates in. So curious to see if they do look to rotate the Tusk and try to get something going. Snowballs onto Sumail, but quickly is met with a very angry whirling death.
Yeah, Timbersaw against melee heroes. I've done it quite often. This was a hero that we picked for ourselves in Korea just for these types of matchups, and this is where the Timbersaw, even if you're not dominating in CS, the effectiveness of the hero when it has a little bit of farm is so good, and that's where it always struggled, right? Is you can never really give it a safe lane.
Oh, little uppercut there. XC just letting Sumail that he has it. There is a rotation from Garter, swinging down towards the bottom lane. Does have the 2 points in the greater batch. Potentially could get a kill. Maybe XC can bait Fear in. So he is going to be a tough takedown. And he doesn't really feel any pressure to go for that. He's content with the start. It looks like EG are happy to rotate into more of a farming rhythm now that they've had the great early laning stage.
This is what you do. You don't just continue to sit in the mid lane, because Shiki's already been zoned out heavily enough. And I doubt he puts himself in a position where he dies once again. He's probably just going to play defensively and use the utility of Dragon Knight's abilities rather than trying to catch up an overwhelming farm. Like, the fact is, he's already far enough behind. But at some point, RTZ playing the Tiny is going to rotate, and this is going to be Shiki's chance to kind of do some damage to the mid tower. And that's what you want as the DK. You want to punish the mid hero.
Is going to find Arteezy down in the river. This could be an opening. They charge in. Arteezy, the avalanche actually interrupts it and traps Carter up on the high ground. What a miraculous Ava that was. And now the turn from Sumail. Nothing going right here for CDEC as the chase. Sumail does chain up, but lacking the mana for further pursuit. And while this is also going on, there's an initiation on mid. Fear has looked to set things up there with the sleep, and now the quick dunk, chasing onwards towards Shiki. Can they actually bring him down? They did have the additional slow coming from PPD, but Shiki is rather tanky and aggressive. Is going to rotate in. He wants Universe here, has the plus heal from the Saturn. Not going to be enough. The charge also coming on to Fear, but he's got a Nightmare available. Might be able to cancel this initiation. They're even bringing in the Tusk as well, but this TP just takes way too long, so instead he'll help out clear the creep wave. That is not ideal. 7-2 the score.
Still a fantastic rotation by the Ember Spirit. This is something they really needed to see. You have to halt that momentum wherever you can and just focus on the mid game at this point. CDEC have kind of conceded, okay, the early game has gone pretty rough. That's the lightest term that you can use in a position like this. And I mean, being on Zephyr, we were often in this type of position. You kind of just have to recover, compose yourself and say, okay, this didn't go the best. What are we looking towards next? And you've still got a lot of team fight on CDEC, especially once the Ancient Apparition hits level 6. That's where you're going to have your biggest power spike so far in this game. And you notice that that's what they're doing right now. They're going to give Q the safe lane at top, even if it's against the Doom. You're going to let him farm because, again, the laning phase hasn't gone well. Just trade farm at this point.
Yeah, XC off in the trees here, bottom lane, just finagling about, but Sumail's not the hero he's going to look to take down, so he does just chuck out the shards. It seems that Ice Blast is going to be the linchpin here for CDEC to get any kind of momentum, so they do focus on giving Q the farm, try to get that level 6 up, but Universe is dangerously close to his own, and might be able to just dive him with the Phase Boots and the Doom. That will be a very easy kill. So Q's got to play it safe. They're looking rather under-leveled here now. Almost 800 experience down, 3,000 gold. That's even the bigger deficit there. Still, CDEC do have a very strong mid-game lineup, and if EG gets sloppy, that could be where CDEC look to come back, but EG, not a team known for making too many mid-game mistakes.
What I do like about CDEC is that they've completely shifted their focus now, and they kind of understand that they're not going to catch up or beat EG in the CSing game, so they're solely focused on trading levels, which I think is the right idea, because you're not going to beat them in the farm war at the rate that this game's going at. So just try to get your levels up as much as you possibly can, weather the storm for now, and then they're probably just going to play that all-in mid-game.
Yeah, the level's still not quite there, though. Garter just clipping level 4. The AA is close to 6. Could be the cue for a potential smoke gank here, as Garter and Shiki do smoke, not scouted by the Radiant, although it may get quickly suspicious with the creep wave pushing in. In fact, Shiki is going to have to show himself here, and at the same time, EG may be looking for their own rotation. PPD has just purchased the smoke, but it's currently in the stash. Fear also has one on his hero, and they already have the grip.
They have damage for bottom, I think.
They have the grip. This could get real ugly for CDEC.
It's going to be who meets who first, because Sumail doesn't actually have that much HP. So if CDEC...
And Aggressive is also coming in. He is scouted. He might walk right up.
Oh,
they
this
want to
might be
go
rough.
on him. If they can get off that grip right away, he does pop the Flame Guard. And with that, the charge comes in. PPD does have the Cold Embrace. Garter diving deep for this. And meanwhile, on the side of the fight, Sumail's come in. The Ice Blast has arrived. It's not going to hit anything. And Sumail just gets done right outside the boundary of it. Uppercutted, focused, but gets off the Chakram. Garter quickly getting brought down. Beautiful Embrace to keep him alive. Finally, they'll grab Sumail. So far, 1-for-1. It is a core for support.
Arteezy has a blink.
Now the Doom onto Shiki. Aggressive able to TP out just barely at that. And it looks like they are hunting, killing off the Tusk on the side of the fight, and now hunting towards Shiki. Looking to bring him down as well. The Brain Sap and the Horse. And enough, the Hadouken is the kill. Another one. EG, they respond to numbers. They were ready for the early aggression, and CDEC just didn't have the firepower.
Yeah, normally when you see C-Deck go for that move, they usually have the gyrocopter, and then it works out beautifully for them because that hero can fight at any phase of the game once he hits call down. But when you have a hero like the Ember Spirit, it's too hard of a commitment, and he's not tanky enough to do that for you. Same with the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight is so underfarmed at this point that all he does really is represent one Breathe Fire, and then he gets bursted down.
Yeah, he does at least get his treads up here, and an okay job considering the way the game began, but not seeing that tower pressure either that we so often see from the Dragon Knight picks. Tier 1 mid, to take a lick of damage. They're going to charge on the Sumail, has the chain available, gets it up, but no, it's interrupted. This is the opportunity for a kill, and C-Deck will quickly claim it. And with that almost max Ice Vortex, it's a very high amount of damage when you start getting the greater bashes.
Yeah, really smart setup by Garter and Q. They know that
he almost got out there, though. That was very close to being a whiff. Aggressive does get caught out. Abba toss and zips away. Just barely surviving, about 70 HP. EG, though, the grip is cooled down, and Q could be the man that's caught out in a bad position. Arteezy currently invis with the Blink Dagger. He could even get a double if he catches these heroes stacked on top of each other. C-Deck, they're farming at the tower. Arteezy has the vision. Does he want to risk it, though? They know the Ember could quickly rejoin the fight. In fact, Aggressive is going to pop back in. So it seems EG may play it safe. They aren't going to go for the backstab. Aggressive, Flame Guard. Oh, Arteezy fishing, but it's a narrow miss.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still, EG not ready to fully commit to this one. It seems like they want to find those free pickoffs.
They've got some control in this game right now, LD, and they don't want to throw it away. They understand that they have a heavily centered team fight lineup, but at the same time, Aggressive is aggressive. You don't want to just dive under that guy, feed him a few kills, and give C-Deck back the momentum.
Their whole lineup's good at chasing, too. You've got the Ember, the Spirit Breaker, the Tusk. These heroes can all run you down, and if the Ice Blast hits, it could get ugly.
Yeah. And in the reverse, too, they're really good at running away. You don't want to overcommit to a hero that, if he has a Spirit up, you're throwing 3 heroes at him, he gets away instantly. You might just set up a fight for C-Deck.
Oh, they see Arteezy, but Arteezy sniffs it out.
You notice, though, that C-Deck, they're playing exclusively in EG's jungle, and that's why EG made their own maneuver into C-Deck's jungle to kind of put some more pressure and free up a little bit of that map.
Oh, they get the ward down. They see Sumail. The snowball comes in. Can Fear turn this fight around? Ice Blast, no chance. Instantly deleting the Timber, but it is going to come at a cost as they will trade Garter for that, and now PPD joins the fight, trying to slow these heroes down. That is Q's. Midas, though, very early, considering the start was rather slow for him. XC chucking out the shards, and that is going to be the end of the fight. A 2-for-1, 2 supports for a core, and they do buy the Midas first. So not too bad for C-Deck.
No, this is pretty great for them. I really like the focus that they've had on giving their Ancient Apparition a lot of farm and levels. You notice that the Ember Spirit at some point just kind of ditched top and allowed him to get his level 6 relatively uncontested. And this is just a little bit more focus on immediately getting your Ember a little bit less, but giving your AA enough so that he's not just the ulti magnet, right? You want him to be able to get the Aghanim Scepter a little bit sooner, and then maybe even scale a little bit further than that.
And as we heard on the panel, there's a lot of heals on this team, whether it's the Scorched Earth, the passive regen of a Timbersaw, the Wyvern heal, even the Bane's Brain Sept. So getting a very farmed AA could really mitigate some of EG's mid game.
Yeah, C-Deck's focus right now on trying to slow down Sumail is working out perfectly. This is a hero that almost deceptively looks tanky because he's got 872 HP. That's not a whole lot. If you can burst him down before the reactive armor really starts to kick in, then you're in a really good spot.
Still waiting to see when C-Deck actually look towards those objectives, though. Every tower is very healthy on the EG side right now, and you pick Dragon Knight, you want to be busting these things down.
It's just difficult, though, because they lost so much control in the early laning phase that you kind of have to give that up a little bit and allow your heroes to get just a little bit more farm, and you might have to just delay the timing. Because if you go for the push right away with the Dragon Knight and it fails 1 or 2 times, then that hero essentially gets phased out of the game.
Now, EG content to farm in their own right. Arteezy spotted up a Haster now. Flying out on the courier will be his drums together with Universe's headdress, so looks like the Vlad's nearly complete as well. EG not trying to get anything too greedy here item-wise. Yeah, they had a good start. They've got some great late gamers, but they know C-Deck like to fight, and they don't want to get caught with their pants down.
Yeah, they're completely prepared, and I think they thought for a second there might be some rotations to Universe at bottom, but nobody's going to make the jump.
They do have the Ice Blast here if EG look to push in. Let's see if they go for it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Gotta be careful about that
Dire's
haste rune.
bottom tower is under
The
attack.
Sigil did scout out a few of these EG heroes moseying in. You can see Xe really hugging the tier 2. But it's actually a charge from Garter deep behind enemy line. Sumail already scouts it out courtesy of the Hell Ward, so he's able to run away. And Garter will be forced to TP out, but at the same time, this also does deter the pressure that EG was putting on the bottom lane. So in the end, nobody really gets anything objective-wise, and Aggressive will be just farming up the top lane.
Yeah, EG's lineup does rely on getting a lot of kills to push in first, because you never want to just go for the 5-man against something like the AA Blast plus the Tusk. One bad fight
And the
against
Ember
something
as
like
well.
that. Yeah, exactly. And if you look at EG's lineup, a lot of their cores...
Grip.
Oh, a top.
Top lane, they found Aggressive. He does have the Remnant back in reserve, so they have to fully burst him down, and they can't quite do it. Zips away. It was a good effort, but they just didn't have the burst.
That was a really good setup by Fear, too. He had no idea that that was going to happen at that moment. And Universe, they might just get the turnaround that they need.
C-Deck, they've been looking for these openings. They've been few and far between, but there's the Nether Strike pushing him back into the
got
turret.
one!
And he can't get out in the end. Meanwhile, top, they found Aggressive again. Does he have the defensive Remnant this time as well? He jumps back once. Sumail looks to chase with the Chakram. Aggressive, try to bait this a bit, just narrowly dodging out for the chain, and now looks for the turn, gets off his own chains, and goes in onto Sumail, Remnanting to try to dodge the damage and finish him off. Q does get it done. A big grab there, 2 cores down as C-Deck ramp up the aggression, but they're gonna need help top because the entire EG family has joined the fray. You've killed our brothers. We shall avenge them. They do end up killing off the AA and the Ember Spirit there. But 2 cores down on EG.
Yeah, most importantly, you're noticing that they're not actually getting a lot of objectives out of these kills, but C-Deck, 1 kill up bottom, this is going to lead to the tower, and Shiki's not even going to die.
Casually will pop the Invis rune and skates away. Has the Blink Dagger now. This is a good source of initiation for C-Deck. A lot more reliable than that charge. Even the snowball, you can somewhat see it coming. They are charging bottom right now, but it'll get canceled. And I have to say, this lane ward bottom has really been helpful to EG, as well as the one mid. They've pretty much been able to shut down Garter for most of this game.
No, they've done a really good job of that, spotting the rotations in, but again, I just want to highlight that EG, they're getting a lot of kills, and the momentum's definitely in their favor, but they're still not really getting out of towers. I guess their lineup isn't really built for that, though. They don't really have anybody that you want to send up to just...
They need like a fat Tiny, right? Basically, that's the main way they can do it.
You either get a really fat Tiny or you just get enough tanky cores to just essentially run at them. You get the kills and then you can grab the towers after that. But when they went for that bottom push, it wasn't even really a bottom push. They were hoping that Universe might get smoked on. Then they go for the turnaround, and then by convenience sake, they happen to be by the tower. Then they can push it. But aside from the mid tower that they took pretty early, they haven't really been able to pressure too much after that.
Score 14-7, and on the back of that, EG holding a moderate advantage, about 2,500 gold, 1,500 experience. The tier 1 mid did fall for the Dire. The trade was the tier 1 bottom. But nobody taking those big objectives yet. Rolling up multiple towers, trying to walk into the Roche pit. Probably one of the worst Roche lineups for 2 teams in one game that I've seen in some time, actually. Yep. Normally there's at least a Shadow Fiend, a TA, even just an early medallion pickup, but we don't have anything like that.
That is a really good point. If you look at C-Deck's lineup, the Ember Spirit is actually garbage at it. You don't want to just have a no armor hero that barely has any attack speed or stats slowly plinking away at Roshan. And EG, I think they kind of matched it, but mid,
charge, as well as the Ice Blast. It's a connection on Universe. Then they get another strike follow-up, and Universe, no heal, no way out. They may lose Garter as the trade of Sumail drags back the Chakram, will connect. Then they get the grip on Q. It is, in the end, a 2-for-1. And they're looking for more. There's the big chunk back from Arteezy, and Shiki may die as well for this. So close to falling, as the Blink can't get it off. Constantly damaged and harangued on the way out. He, too, will drop, and, you know, the big question mark for me, Will, is where's Aggressive? Normally, this is the stage of the game, whether he's Gyro or PL or Ember, where he is all over the fights, just cutting apart the enemy backlines. He's not able to join them. He's just farming top.
Yeah, I actually really agree. I think it was mainly because they assumed that they were just going to get 1 kill and get out, though. But by the time he would have been there, it was a little bit sketchy. I actually think the Dragon Knight should have just kind of ditched that fight immediately once he saw that 2 of his supports were going to go down. But stays a little bit too long, assumes that he can help out. And just look at Aggressive's position. He was already at the top lane. He assumed that he could at least take this tower down or get close to it. And the mid tower versus where they were in the fight, he would have had to make pretty much an all-in at that point. Like, you use all 3 spirits to try to get there immediately. If that doesn't work out, you just fed a core away for no reason.
Yeah, it wasn't the ideal time for him to come, but it does feel like when he's not able to join the fights, that CDEC just aren't that comfortable. They are finding some picks, but they're coming at heavy cost, whereas EG, it's pretty much all 5 heroes at the point of attack every time they look to go in. While after that fight resolved, Arteezy did grab the tier 1 bottom, so more gold for him, and that is almost the completed Aghanim Scepter. Looks like they want to set up on aggressive top lane, but tough to get the jump on him with these heroes. And while that's all going on, CDEC are on the smoke. 4 heroes swinging towards the top, tier 1, but Arteezy, actually 3 now, as they do TP the Ember Spirit out, so
Radiant's top tower.
let's see if EG look to hold this. It's a long way to smoke, though. That mid lane's starting to creep in. EG definitely suspecting something is up. They didn't actually see the smoke, but they see a lot of missing heroes in these lanes.
Yeah, and if you're EG, this is a fight that you might not want to take, especially if one of your cores get bursted down immediately, because even if they're ahead, they don't want to take a 4v5 fight.
Oh, they have
CDEC will definitely play the numbers game.
And it's EG's turn to smoke. 2 smokes crossing in the night. Who's going to get the jump here? The Dragon Knight starts it off. They get off the Ice Blast. It's on Universe. But in return, Arteezy will quickly get the dunk, braining down the H apparition after he's unloaded. And then PPD gets a beautiful ultimate.
Oh, the Timber!
With the punish coming in. Massive AoE damage. Cheeky and Aggressive try to turn this fight, but they've lost 4. It might well be 5. Aggressive, no more remnants. No way out, no surrender. EG, clean up CDEC. And they make it look easy after that curse.
That was the perfect initiation by EG. Their captain had such a good winner's curse. And this is where you really see that Timbersaw thrive LD. He was just in the middle of a forest. All the heroes were clumped up, immediately initiates. Everybody at one point was just at full HP, and I thought for a second, well, maybe they're able to do this. They got Universe off before he was able to get the Doom,
Dire's top tower.
but unable to do so. So much burst damage from those 2 cores.
Yeah, Sumail was like a stoner and a pot dispenser there. He's just like, great, it's Christmas for me. Ice Blast will come out to try to slow down this fight.
All right, so the Tiny, we were wondering about whether or not he could go for the high ground.
How can you just proceed with the catch?
What do you want me to say, man? I'm professional.
I'm professional too.
Not like BTS, but anyways, this Tiny, he's got an Ags. They've got the high ground ability. They can definitely finally start to threaten the towers, as you saw at top. And this is what EG wants. They want to be able to take the team fight before they go for the push right after.
So Q is working on the eggs. And good news here for CDEC. Probably their best chance of salvaging these fights, but it just gets harder to burst anyone down, even if they can't regen. Now with the Bloodstone up on Sumail, I don't think we talked about it. Now he's up to 13 Bloodstone charges. Your Doombrainer picking up the Shadow Amulet. We'll see Universe most likely get that Shadow Blade. Then
top.
Even more pickup potential for him, but yeah, it is top laner. Aggressive's been caught out.
Do they have the damage
for the Remnant?
this?
He does have the Remnant. Just barely gets it off. That was close. But he's running for his life. This is the opposite of how Aggressive wants to be playing Dota.
The counter initiation is coming. EG, they don't have a tower to go back to.
This is a really long way to die. If they do get up the Ice Blast here, it's going to be on 2. It looks like Snowball coming in. Fear with the Glimmer, though. They still manage to uppercut him and try to finish him off. Can they do it? Cheeky comes in. They get a Bane, but that's it. They need more. Stunning Universe, jumping. No, just kidding. CDEC, they're on the retreat, and EG don't even have the whole team here. They've currently got Arteezy pushing out the bottom lane.
You want to be able to put it on pressure during this time. There's actually no way that they were going to be able to get there in time to save Fear. But it was a good jump, but I think they're overestimating the amount of damage that the Timbersaw can pack, just because the Ember Spirit is almost always just focused on gaining HP with his item build so far. He's got Strength Treads, the Magic Wand, and the drums completed. This is not an easy hero to kill by any means, even with the pure
Playing Gava, they found one in the river. It's XZ trying to turn. This is aggressive. The Ice Blast is coming in. This might be enough to bring down Arteezy. Can he get any damage out in return? The Snowball comes through. Does manage to stun too, but Sumail again just cleans up. Arteezy takes the bullet. And Sumail will look to punish now, leaping forward. Garter has the charge available. Where is he gonna look to use it? For now, not. And if he doesn't use it soon, there's the bashback. Can they interrupt this one on the way out? Universe, oh, just barely in range for that AoE stun. Can they run him down though? They're trying for drums activated. Garter, no charge for 8 seconds. Sumail not ready to give up the chase just yet. The earn charges are ticking up, but it's not like they can exactly kill him either.
Might be a little bit of aggressive.
Oh my. We saw in the Sumail profile that he loves to play aggressive, and he certainly is now. Sumail getting caught out here, has the Bloodstone. If he's really worried about it, could go for the deny. He's not. Then the Glimmer helps keep him alive. He makes it out. Again, the aggression rewarded here. CDEC are not playing their game.
EG are just relentless right now. I think they smell blood. They understand that there's almost no way that CDEC are going to be able to fight against them. This Dragon Knight, the Blink Dagger, we saw it work out as soon as he got it, but since then, he just doesn't have enough to really frontline tank for the rest of his team, and the Ember Spirit is just way too far behind. I mean, when's the last time you saw Aggressive this underfarmed?
Not in a long time.
Usually, he's kind of the hero that is able to make space for his team, which is a little bit different because most carries, you know, they'll just kind of right-click creeps, farm out, but he's the guy that they really rely on to make those rotations for him in the early game, but because of the poor laning phase,
he normally gets his farm secured a little more than he did this game. They had the Doom Wyvern, they put a lot of pressure on lane, it was a Spirit Breaker support there. Not the best zoner, even the AA struggles to keep those two out, and maybe that's where it started to really suffer for CDEC. Normally, he's the most farmed here on the map, or dead even with the enemy safe lane, but definitely not the case this time around.
Aggressive, he is closing in on his Battle Fury, and this is going to help them both team fight and farm up a little bit better.
He needs so much more, though. They've already got the Vlads, the Timber naturally high armor, as the reactive starts to tick in. You've already got the Wyvern as a pretty good solution for at least one hero getting hit by the Ember. It's not going to be easy.
No, it's not, but EG, they're going to slow down the pace a little bit. They've got some items flying in. The Blink Dagger is completed on PPD, and I believe this is just wards coming in his way. Fear, he's got the Ogre Club on him. Likely a BKB, I believe. And Sumail's grabbing an Ogre Club of his own. He could go that route too.
Oh, they look like they want to fight soon. EG, 5-manning around mid. Maybe expecting a potential gank, not seeing anyone defending these lanes, and it looks like that is what PPD's pinning out. But now they just mosey. 5 heroes right past a Dire Observer Ward. Who cares about smoke? They're just going to take the tower, it looks like.
Yeah. EG, I almost feel like they're sort of trying to condition CDEC into believing every single time CDEC goes for a kill, there's going to be 5 heroes behind him.
Pavlov's dog.
Exactly, and I think EG, from their past experiences with CDEC, kind of understand that this is a team that wants to 5-man, right? And CDEC, this is how they got to second place at TI. They just played aggressive as the 5-man, but what EG don't realize is CDEC, they're not interested in fighting at all. Like, they're just sitting behind their own cores, making sure that Aggressive is able to play this aggressively in the lane.
Oh, Shiki might get scouted out here. Not a solo kill for Universe, but with a little backup, he could get the job done. The charge from Garter heads over towards the mid lane where Arteezy has the blink available, not opting to use it just yet. He's going to let that Spear Breaker get very close to him. And he gets off the Nether Strike. He's going to engage. It looks like they're trying to bait this one. Aggressive suddenly rise. The AA has an Ags up. The Curse gets deployed, but it's after the ult hits. Arteezy is going to take a lot of damage from this one, but now they're forced back. Aggressive doomed and dealt with. Garter also on the retreat. In the middle of it all, there's a grip trying to lock down XC, but he had a BKB, so he's very healthy through this. As Sumail engages onto 2, Shiki gets the hell away. Not often you see a dragon running for its life, but this is one of those times.
And the AA actually does manage to kill Arteezy.
Yeah, he just got the eggs, and that might have caught EG a bit off guard, but even then, it's not a clear win for CDEC.
This Ancient Apparition is actually incredibly strong. It's pretty rare that you see somebody at level 14.
He feels like he's their main hope this game.
And he's been delivering time and time again. Been able to kill the core. And they might just get another one here as it flies in.
Uh-oh, are EG getting sloppy? Sumail likely to go down here, gets off the Bloodstone Deny. So they don't actually give up the kill. They do get one in return, bringing down the Spirit Breaker as XC looks to pursue. They did just purchase a gem as well in that Ancient Apparition.
Dire's middle tower has been
A lot of core
CDEC will
items.
slow down. They get the tower deny as well.
Yeah, and a lot of core items are flying in for CDEC. They've almost got the BKB completed on Shiki. I'd imagine after that, they start to look for the fight. This is where they look to be their strongest so far in the game. They've got a lot of BKBs on their cores.
Arteezy still isn't hitting all that hard yet. Only has the Yasha and the Ags. You know, there's no AC complete. He's not quite in dataless territory, so mainly magic damage for EG right now, but that will change if he drags the game out.
And without a BKB of his own, he's incredibly susceptible to these initiations from both the Spirit Breaker and the Dragon Knight, who's able to just get in there with a blink stun. So they've got to be a little bit more careful than they are right now. I'd say if you're CDEC, you just want to go for the fights as soon as the BKBs all come fly out. That's going to be where you're the strongest right now in the game, because you don't have any more damage dealing items that are going to come in before you want to go for any more aggression. Maybe you wait for the Battle Fury on aggressive, but I doubt it.
Wait is normally not in the C-Deck vocabulary, but I do like the point you made that they're actually not looking for a fight, which is where oftentimes we talk about C-Deck as a bit of a one-dimensional team, or not, at least not as versatile as, say, an EG or Secret, but they are capable of shifting gears, and they certainly can read the game, and they knew that was not really their time to go for the big 5-man push, so they do adjust, even if their lineup's not ideally suited for it. This, to me, is a mark of a very polished team. Whether it will be enough, that remains to be seen, but they are getting towards that stage where we may see the full aggression coming out.
I think this is around the time that you want to do it. You've got a fresh 10-second BKB on your Dragon Knight. He's so far away from his level 16 that it's probably not reasonable to just play incredibly passively and just hope that EG doesn't lay on the aggression.
And this Battle Fury is really taking a while. They are going to charge. They find out PPD in the mid lane. Uppercuts there. They're going to commit some BKBs, looking to finish off the Wyvern before he can get off a single spell, and they do it. Well, they get the kill, and they do get out. Another grab there with the Ice Blast. And considering the deficit, these are nice kills, but still EG are using the map well. You see Arteezy farming up the bottom lane. They were just in the jungle with Sumail and Universe, and if they can't fight, they'll look to split push. There's a charge bottom. Oh, Arteezy's already out.
I believe that the single largest reason for their deficit, though, is just because Aggressive hasn't had his typical game. Like, he's struggling so hard right now to get any measure of farm.
I mean, it's 32 minutes, and he still doesn't have a Battle Fury or a kill. When is the last time Aggressive has not had a kill at 32 minutes?
Exactly.
We've got the professor on the panel now. I'm sure he can tell us after the game.
He's usually the type of player that is the one creating the space for Shiki, actually. It's usually the reverse for C-Deck, but the amount of pressure that they put on him, he just hasn't really had the opportunities to farm. Like, he's had some really nice escapes, and you think to yourself, okay, they haven't really been able to kill him, but he still has 5 deaths, and a lot of those were near misses where they just sent him back immediately.
And the other thing is Shiki is not a hero that can easily take over the game. Dragon Knight generally has to go with the team, doesn't have that much damage. The farming potential is kind of average, I would say, especially if you don't have the easiest lane early on, and he got dual lane mid, so it's not like a game where Shiki's on that super farm lane and can just make up for Aggressive. He's very much relying on Aggressive to be that carry.
Exactly.
Finally gets the Battle Fury.
And we are talking about him a lot, but if you watch all their replays, he is their center point of a lot of their strategies. Like, they tailored their TI5 strategies solely around this player to make sure that he had the best possible starts, that he was the one creating space for the rest of his team. But EG, they've done a really good job of making their own strategy about focusing him, slowing him down. The Bane pickup seems to have really worked out for them just from the ganking game.
EG do move into their own jungle here. There's a Dire Observer Ward giving them quite a bit of vision. But EG are playing it safe. They're sticking together mostly as 5, or at least in the same general vicinity where they can't easily be punished for farming. And it seems C-Deck just don't see those opportunities. So they may opt to just continue playing their own farm game. But do they really want to get into that battle? Up against a Doom, a Wyvern, and a Bane, 2 of the strongest late game supports. Tiny, the one-man wrecking crew.
And they're fairly content to farm EG, but C-Deck, we've seen them win fights. Like, Q-God somehow is almost level 16. And he even has more XP per minute than his Dragon Knight mid. I don't really know how this guy does it every single game, but they gave him some farm and he just ran with it.
Yeah, it did feel like EG somewhat neglected him. They left Universe top, but they didn't. Oftentimes you'll see teams like try to gank. As soon as that support is left alone in the safe lane, they'll send someone to gank him. But he just hugged the tower. He didn't take any risks, even when Universe had the early Doom, and he was able to combo together the Midas after the good fight mid. Arteezy walking down the Roche pit. Almost instantly, the shards are there. Dire team didn't even fully see this, but they had an idea as they saw heroes walking down the ramp. So C-Deck not taking any chances, but do they want to take the Roche fight? They do have the Ice Blast, not quite level 3.
Oh, they smoked just because they showed that they were roshing in the first place?
Did the ward wear off? I think it did just before this.
Yeah, I think EG was trying to bait them into coming outside their base here.
Radiant's top tower is
But
under attack.
C-Deck, they're so smart. They're not really going to take the bait. I think they know something's up.
Yeah, they see that ward die, and even if they didn't see the smoke, they would just be like, okay, we don't know where EG is at all right now. Let's play safe.
Tower is under attack.
So they split push, but Ember, not really the best hero at this.
Does have the Battle Fury, and with it, he's already got up to 1,400 gold. This is what you need to see out of
Radiant's top
Aggressive.
tower
Oh, they're
is
going to
under
need a
attack.
big Ice Blast if they want to contest this one, Will.
I think they probably give this up. Aggressive.
Maybe EG give it up for them.
Yeah,
Get back
Aggressive
out of the
doesn't
pit.
look like he wants to run in for this. I think EG's just afraid of the Ice Blast more than anything. You don't want to get caught by like a 4-man Ice Blast, immediately lose the fight.
Radiant's top
But
tower
CDEC, they're
is
going to go
under
for a smoke of their own.
Oh, and EG, they're so used to CDEC going for these plays. They get the shards there, and it is a decent trap onto RTZ in the pit.
Where's the
XC's gonna
A-Blast?
BKB. He rolls in. He wants to keep PPD out of the fight. The A-Blast is there. It hits absolutely nothing. Not the way that you want to begin this one. Roche kind of watching this. The chaos ensues outside the pit, and it's RTZ with the big stick going to work, beating down Aggressive into Garter after getting his first kill of the fight. Garter did manage to find one as XC gets pursued by Universe on the southern end. Looks like he'll drop here in a moment as well. Snowballs forward onto Fear, tries to blink out, gets off the wall, punch down, he goes too. And then back to RTZ and Sumail hunting after Garter. They're gonna club him down as well. Death to the Tiny. And now likely back to the pit. EG, they just couldn't get that good Ice Blast to set up the fight for CDEC, and then it just felt like there was no chance.
Every single time Q is hit right on the money on the heroes that he had to. And if he was able to hit both cores there, maybe they stand a chance. But they just didn't really get the jump that they wanted. Both heroes were able to BKB before the DK was able to enter the pit. And the Ancient Apparition Blast only hits the BKB Tiny, unable to do what it was doing for them for such a long time. A large part of why CDEC were still able to win these mini engagements and these mini pickoffs was because he was able to hit those 1 or 2 man Ice Blasts that were killing heroes.
EG now after that fight, the graph peaks out above 10,000 gold and experience. By no means is it over. Can be very tricky to go high ground against the Ember, the AA, but there's still going to be quite some time until they get the next round of farm. And they have scouted Aggressive running into his jungle here with their own Observer Ward. EG moving into position. Aggressive does have that Blink Dagger now, so very difficult to hunt him down and lock him down. And he is going to zip back.
Fear's got the completed BKB, really significant support pickup. And the Universe at top, he's got the Shivas now after that fight. Things are looking a little bit grim for CDEC, but they still have some ways back into the game. Like Shiki can still get his level 16 and get that crucial level 3 Dragon form.
Yeah,
but a lot of your
really devastating against Tiny
in
particular.
I think the problem, though, is a lot of your farm is centered on this Ancient Apparition that is kind of just using the Ice Blast and staying back. He's got a lot of gold, but he's not really battle ready yet.
And they're not really getting out of the base all that much. It's just Aggressive. Maybe a support comes to kind of cover him, but you know, even if Shiki gets level 16, he's not really farming. Look at his net worth, and it pales in comparison to what EG bring to muster.
I think the goals for CDEC at this point are just hope that EG overextends and maybe gets a little bit too cocky. We saw that in VP's game against, I can't remember what team it was off the top of my head now. But, Vici.
Yeah.
When they played against Vici, they got a little bit too over-aggressive, and they were able to swing the game around as a result of that. So they're probably hoping that EG does the same here.
The one concern right now is Ember's not really out on the map. Aggressive is going to head towards top, and he knows he's got to play this much like an anti-mage, just constantly be pushing out the lanes, trying to play the stalling game, but we'll have to see if EG cooperate with that. They still got about 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. Plenty of time if they want to go break the base. Let's see. Any big items for you that EG should be waiting for? Do you feel they should wait another Roche to try and go high ground? They're pretty far ahead right now.
I don't think you really have to wait for anything. You're probably just looking for opportunities, and if they don't immediately present themselves, if you're EG, you probably just farm out the map as much as you can and see if CDEC are willing to leave their base, but those opportunities are going to be few and far between as CDEC, they really shouldn't go very far right now.
Yeah, this is this is like when a baby just starts learning to crawl, you know, just take a few little steps and it feels like you're way out there in the world, but really CDEC aren't even close to the river.
That doesn't apply to me, LD. I wasn't able to walk.
And you still can't see, so I'm not really sure what you're doing here at the desk, but...
And somehow I'm still better than you. No, I'm just kidding. All right,
Whoa.
All right, they're going to go for the high ground now, potentially with the Aegis being reclaimed in 2 minutes.
This is going to be heavy hitting from Arteezy. 13 armor.
They don't have glyph, actually.
He does blink out. Is he content with the chip damage? You know, they are slow rolling this. They know that's how C-Deck turned this game, is a bad fight into an Ice Blast. He was trying to get off the cold feed here. Kind of a forward position for him, a bit dangerous. But in the end, the tower will fall. And C-Deck are cornered. Aggressive, getting the chains off, but it's only on Arteezy. And again, he's still got the Aegis here. They've really got to do more if they want to try and take a fight. Arteezy will get held in position.
They've committed the Dragon Form too.
They have the Ice Blast, but popping the Aegis at this point, is it even really worth it?
No, it's about to expire in a minute. I think EG just run out, reset the fight. And something we haven't talked about, the Moon Shards eaten by this Tiny.
Yeah, allows him to keep the Aegis, doesn't have to drop the Yasha. So given that he's got 6 slotted, maybe the best choice for now. You want it anyway late game. Generally, you would see the AC though.
No, I think it's a really good pickup just because they probably didn't anticipate losing their racks that quickly. It just took a few swings.
Don't mind if I do.
You think the not seen it in his inventory? Sneak attack?
They probably clicked the hero, almost 100%.
Yeah. I would hope that the second place team in TI, but you know, it's a stressful moment here, Will.
People get sloppy, man.
Especially you.
I was thinking more of BTS post 2014, but
I'm kind of thinking of when you doomed that creep.
Thank you, thank you.
Yep. One of your.
I honestly, why is that a mechanic in Dota 2? what value does that add, Ice Frog?
It adds the value of, well, people who can't. You can't
It's
walk.
a mechanical skill.
You can't walk. So here's the thing: you can't walk. You can't click. You can't see. How do you get about the world in your daily life, William?
Honestly, just Dota 2.
Pretty much just your sister.
Yep.
Carries you in more ways than one. Well, we are going to see the Voidstone grab now by Sumail, so it looks like a Hex coming in short order, as though they needed an ability to start a fight here.
No. All of these items are just luxury goods at this point for EG.
They should just open their own shop. Start competing with the original shopkeeper.
I mean, at this point, they definitely could. All of their heroes are so farmed right now.
Auction off items to C-Deck in exchange for like a deficit going into game 2. We'll give you a Hex, but in exchange...
this is like the most luxury pickup.
We get a bottle first on our mid.
Yeah, the Bane has a Shadow Blade LD. He's just...
Almighty money.
Instead of going for Blink Daggers, all of EG, they've just got Shadow Blades at this point.
I mean, you can't leave the base.
Yeah, they're so
the
comfortable. I think they're a little bit too tentative right now because they understand that they can't take the fight. But EG, they're probably just going to wait for the Roshan, get control of this bottom area, continue to farm out the 3 camps and the enemy Ancients, and hope that C-Deck eventually leave their base, and this might be it.
The big, bold maneuver. No longer crawling, now they're walking.
This is a good opportunity, though, because EG, they're anticipating C-Deck to just sit inside their base and farm up, but I think they realize...
Someone ping that top wave. It seems Arteezy might be saying there should be a hero still farming this.
If Aggressive's not there, they know.
Yeah, and Shigi will end up getting a smoke reveal. Not sure if Sumail actually saw it. Do they look for the jump in? They have been scouted out, no longer a free initiation. And they say no. Back to the base.
That was a really good opportunity for them, though. The problem, though, is that they didn't push out that top tower enough, so that when EG sees that and they think to themselves, okay, Aggressive's been farming that out almost exclusively this entire game, and nobody's there. And they were hoping that EG were going to be split up, farming the map a little bit, look for 1 or 2 pickoffs, then disengage and get back in your base. Because you can't just live this lifestyle of sitting inside your base, waiting for the creep wave to come to you. You're naturally going to get out-farmed.
I don't think I can live this lifestyle either. I want action. I want blood.
Just wait for the Roche.
Arteezy just wants creeps. Do you really think they're going to contest the Roche?
I think you have to.
I guess you kind of do.
It's probably one of your better opportunities because it's a pretty enclosed area where AA can get that ultimate off. The splash damage from the Dragon Knight can pay off. And especially the Ember Spirit. The high ground defense is good too.
The positioning from Q, just trying to get down that Ice Vortex, is so bold. Really worry about EG just pouncing on him. So they do have the blink up on PPD.
Q has a 4-staff now. I think he has to, instead of just firing Ice Blast from the base, start coming to fights.
Well, he's been up in front, but he's also kind of in a precarious position.
You don't want to just get bursted down by the BKB Tiny immediately.
And there's no buyback. He's 200 gold short.
This is a weird situation for them to be in, but okay, they've learned from this lesson. So they're actually going to smoke up with multiple heroes and leave aggressive at top to push in the lane to make this a little bit less obvious. This isn't one of those smoke attempts where you assume it's going to work out, but you have to hope for the best.
Oh, they get the ward down, but it sees nothing here. As the chakram goes to work, PPD in a decent position to cut off any sort of side swipe.
You've got to wait for
going to come
aggressive.
in. You need that big ultimate here, and they start to get a bit nervous. They're trying to back out. Cheeky jumps in, does get the jump here off the bat. The Ice Blast coming through. It might hit on 3. It does, but the BKBs get popped, and they are going to try to turn this. Cheeky doomed up and kept out of the fight. It doesn't really seem like the Ice Blast is doing
Arteezy's
enough,
got the
and
cover.
now Tiny comes to party. Bangs one down, looks for more. XC, you're next. Go back, go home to the well. Now, Avalanche even trying to catch him on the snowball landing, and he will stick it. So it seems EG, once again, there's no sort of desperation gambit's paying off here for CDEC. 2,000 gold swing, and at this point, that's a lot considering how far ahead they are.
Yeah, they semi had to go for that just because of the position that they're in. And mid, he gets Hex.
This might be the game even. He does have a buyback, but forcing that buyback out, his item progression has just been non-existent. That in and of itself could just be the end for CDEC in game 1.
Are under attack.
Last time these two teams clashed for the first time in the winner's bracket, it wasn't the winner bracket finals at TI5, and it was there that CDEC got the clear advantage, 2-0 sweeping them, but EG, they've learned their lessons since then. The roster a little bit. Seems to have made the difference so far. Charge in from Garter. Could be interrupted. He gets up the BKB, does engage. 2 heroes stunned from him, but they're going to need a lot more than that. The Ice Blast coming in. It will connect on the Doom, it looks like. But again, the BKBs from EG completely negating what this Ancient Apparition brings to the fight as they focus on Garter. Looking to bring him down. Nobody dead just yet on CDEC. But BKBs will be wearing off soon. There's the curse. It locks down Aggressive, who just fought back. Sleight of Fist, Remnants away. Can he make it out? Chamber Chain. Sumail slices him up. Punishes the carry player for CDEC, and that is just about it. And CDEC, they know it. They've been beat. They've been bested here in game 1, and they will call the GG. A virtually flawless performance from EG. No big mistakes. 47 minutes against CDEC, that ain't easy. And Arteezy says, it's easy for me. I'm going to get 2 Midases.
For me, this game kind of just boiled down to the draft and how much EG were able to get out of the lanes. They were able to punish from minute 1. They took Aggressive out of the game by constantly pressuring him, mixing things up. And from there, I mean, they just made it look easy.
Yeah, they look pretty relaxed here after that game 1. They know they have to take 1 more against CDEC, and CDEC certainly a team capable of comebacks, but Blitz, EG, for once, have actually taken game 1 of a best of 3, so it's a bit of a change-up from them. And with that, we are going to hand it back to the panel, see what Red Eye and the analysts have to say.
Thank you very much. Yes, impressive victory for EG in game number 1, and we do have our 3 experts back at the desk to break it all down. Alu, great first game from EG, and the commentary said it was all about the draft, but
yeah,
how much was about the draft?
I thought that CDEC actually played very well to make this game as long as it was.
Yeah.
I think any other team could easily have lost at the 20-minute mark or before. And you saw some of the team fight execution that Synderen was referring to as we talked about these teams matchup. But at the end of the day, the draft from EG was way too strong. Sumail, I thought, was amazing in that he died 3 times between the 10 and the 13-minute mark, and he still had a top 15 all-time CS on his Timber at 20 minutes. He just, it doesn't matter what else is happening on the map. This kid gets his farm.
Yeah, he was, I think it was 0-3 the other day when he played Timbersaw, came back and had a 15-3 game. You're right, it doesn't matter. On the flip side of that, Aggressive, 0-6-8 in a 47-minute game.
You could have died a lot more. You got Fiend's Grip. And
that's a positive way of saying it.
Like him and Timbersaw
yes.
tried to grip and combo him down a few times, then he escaped with like less than 10% HP. So yeah, I mean, I think I was pretty good given the circumstances. He had to do a lot of heavy lifting. He has 3 strength heroes for Timbersaw. I think the pick that I really liked was actually the Tiny. The Tiny with the blink toss was able to catch out the Ember Spirit. We've seen far too many Ember Spirits just do whatever they want. I mean, it was a little bit easier once Feeder got his Glimmer Cape, but even then, the blink toss and the stun, and then whatever other burst you have is actually a big threat to Ember.
Let's take a look at the highlights as we run through. Arteezy having a great game again, but the whole team really just chipping in with whatever they needed. If one fell by the wayside, another one would come in and help out. Perfect set of team play. Somehow get taken out in that particular run, and Fear is there to clear things up.
I think
kind of the story all the way through.
I think the casters had a really good point when they said this game, Aggressive wasn't there to set up for his team, but it had to be the other way around. And that was just a consequence of the early laning. Not only that, but also the Ember not being that good of a pick in this particular game. We talked about it. The first 3 picks from EG actually all had tools to deal with Ember. So Aggressive doesn't get to play the Ember the way he likes, which is in your face and keeps just kiting around fights and going in, because he needed to be so much more cautious in this game, and then the hero just doesn't pose the same amount of threat.
I thought actually that you were not necessarily pick on the Ember Spirit pick, but the Dragon Knight pick.
Yeah, Dragon
We
Knight
were
also.
puzzling over that on the panel.
They made it work very well because it set up Ice Blasts for them. So even though he had a very hard laning phase, he also lost his lane. I think he was against Arteezy's Tiny and just got shut down very hard. This is the kind of game where if CDC don't lose the laning stage as hard as they do, they are a threat in the mid game. But that was part of EG's strategy, was winning the lanes.
Yep.
I still think CDC should consider picking up the Lina in the first phase and banning out the TA in the second. I think that's probably one of the best ways to deal with it. There is a Viper to counter it, but Sumail almost never plays Viper, so I think that's kind of okay for them. But
so in this game, you would have picked it over AA into Doom and Wyvern.
I mean, maybe even first pick Lina at that point. It's just it's so limited what he can play. They even banned out so many of his heroes, and then you're forced to pick a Dragon Knight into the Timbersaw, right? Like, how is he supposed to survive? How is he supposed to do well?
Yeah, I don't think it has to be a Lina, but I think that they need to get like a Lina or a Queen of Pain. I think they need to get him a ranged mid in the first phase. His last 5 games on Dragon Knight, he's played 5 games on DK since the start of TI5. In those 5 games, he's got, what is this now? He's got, I believe, 15 kills, 27 deaths, and they're 1-4 in those 5 games.
He's actually really good on those heroes, though, and he can actually pressure a hero like Timbersaw, a melee especially. So I think that not only is he really good at those heroes, he's also really good versus this potential Timbersaw pick coming out from EG.
Okay, well, there's the highlights from Game 1. We'll head towards Game 2 very shortly. Players obviously on a break right now. Gives us a chance to discuss what they may or may not do headed in to the second draft. Syndrome?
I was curious about Ben's opinion on the second ban phase, because I was talking about TA being an option for Shiki, and then they banned it themselves to set up for the Lina, and that's just super obvious for EG. So they ended up banning out 2 of Shiki's heroes. They banned one themselves, and EG get one for really like, cool, thank you very much.
Yep.
What if you just wait through the second phase, and then at the end of the second phase, you pick Shiki's hero as a counter to whatever EG has shown in their hand in mid? Because they can't ban out all of Shiki's heroes in the first 4.
I mean, that's a good idea, but at the same time, I think that Sumail's pool is much wider than Shiki's, so they'll just play the waiting game.
And the trouble is, Alan, that there's a lot of heroes for them to ban here, isn't there, from a lot of different players, so it doesn't really matter what they do. Someone's going to get something that they're really good with.
Yeah, I mean that's the problem, really. That Shiki's hero pool is just it's just not as wide, nearly as Sumail's. I mean, you've got the Queen of Pain, the Lina, Viper, Shadow Fiend, Razor, and Dragon Knight. Those are the only heroes that he's played multiple games on.
But not
5 of them were banned.
They don't prioritize like a Doom, XZ Doom, or XZ Slardar like we see a lot of other teams pick up. The first pick Tusk is pretty good for them too, but it also gives the other team the Doom and the Slardar, or Doom and or Slardar. So it's just a weak opener, I think, from CDEC.
I also want to talk about Aggressive's game. I'm going to harbour on it too much, but it's rare that he has a game as poor as that, isn't it? I mean, I think there was a stat up in the middle of the game, only the third time in 248 games that he's not got a kill by 35 minutes on any hero. So rare, but also demoralising for him, I would imagine.
But I feel like while that's a very telling stat, we've almost already covered that ground, because that's all about the laning phase.
Yeah.
CDC and Aggressive's ability to get aggressive, early on, is built around the fact that they're a very successful team in the laning phase. They don't, the things I look at with CDC, again, they need to come out of that laning phase solid so that Aggressive can get those kills in the early mid game, and they need to set up that vision advantage so they can execute team fights. They lost the lanes, they lost map control, and they're not going to be able to win like that against EG.
Do you know, you're very lucky that Malk is not sat here, because he would never have let you get away with that terrible pun, Alan.
No, he would have made it first.
You're right, actually, he would have. Yeah, that's exactly what would have happened. As you can see, the players have returned to their booths, and we'll be dropping into the draft very shortly. Synderen from sorry, Malini. I looked at Malini and said Synderen. That confused Malini completely there for a moment. From CDEC's point of view right now, what do they do in terms of the draft? Because we've seen this the other way round. We saw it at TI, we've seen it before, where they've got the front foot and EG have kind of got to react to that. Now it's the other way around. What do we expect from them?
It's tough to pinpoint exactly what was the problem. EG also had really strong laning support, so you can't really beat out a Bane in the early phase. So I think they just need to be more open with their picks, rely on something other than the Ember/PL4.
If they were to focus on one player to try and reduce the impact of one of these star players on EG, who would it be?
I would ban out Fear. They banned the Undying in the first phase, and then in the second phase, again, I'm going to come back to that TA ban that I think was useless. That could have been a Bane. And then all of a sudden, Fear doesn't play one of his two most successful heroes that EG run on him every single game when they can get away with it.
Alan, you're not completely convinced?
No, I actually, as you articulated that point, I think there are 3 heroes that you have to ban with Fear. I think you have to ban the Undying, the Spirit Breaker, and the Bane.
But they picked the SB, so that's fine.
And they got right, exactly. As long as you can control those 3 heroes, I think that's a pretty good draft recipe. Yep.
Yeah, CDEC just returning to their booth as well. A little later than EG. I think EG obviously just wanted to get on with the game. CDEC obviously had a little bit more to talk about in the break. As we said, they will be headed into the draft momentarily. Any other final thoughts on game 1 that we just want to wrap it up before the draft starts? There's shaking of the head all the way around here on the desk.
I think you have to find some way, maybe, go take Peter's mouse. You got to get a Queen of Pain early for Shiki. You have to get him one of those 2 range mids.
You've got to go and unplug Arteezy's mouse. Is that what we're coming down to now, is it? It's the only way they're going to lose this game.
You have to give yourself a chance in the draft. Yeah. And that game, I just thought CDC had to play so well just to make it even close.
But the reason Shiki ran out of picks, apart from the Dragon Knight, was the TA ban. I've mentioned it before, but it allowed PPD to ban Viper and Razor in the second phase. So he immediately identified what was going on and what the situation was. So he allowed himself to run the Tiny instead. As a result. So
I may be misremembering this, but PBD has said before about the fact that they kind of underestimated Shiki when they went into the first game at TI. It was only after that they kind of went, you know what, we need to focus him a little bit more. Is that something, do you remember that?
He said he underestimated CDC.
CDC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because they did seem to focus him a little bit more. Most teams looking at this with maybe...
Is it focusing when Sumail's killing him 1v1 mid?
Maybe not.
From a draft perspective, they do focus.
Yes.
He's the target they can go for. I think the rest, you can't ban them out as easily.
Okay.
No, that's the one really glaring spot where CDC's hero pool is limited.
And we say that when aggressive generally plays one of 3 heroes most of the time, Gyro, Ember, or
Lena.
Yeah, Slardar is probably. Slardar is
okay, let me think. Gyro, Ember, and PL are his most picked, and then after that, when they can't get that, he plays Slardar and he plays Queen of Pain.
And Slark.
Slark is a very rare pick. They played it once in the grand finals of TI, I think. This is the only time I saw him play it. So they do have recovery plans for him. Shiki, I feel like, doesn't have the same impact as aggressive does on his hero pool.
But during CDEC's interview too, they said that they were exploring new playstyles, they were trying new heroes, and
where are they?
Yeah, I was going to say we haven't seen them yet. Then.
Well, okay. You know what? I want to stop a minute here because I feel like a lot of what we're saying could be interpreted by people that don't know the history as saying that like Shiki's a bad player, and that to me is far from the truth. It's that their game plan really almost leaves Shiki on an island mid. Yeah. There is so much of what they do is structured around aggressive and his early laning prowess and his ability then to TP gank around the map when he hits level 6 on his best heroes, that Shiki is more than often left to his own devices in mid, and if he has an unfavorable matchup at all in that lane, they can really struggle.
And maybe that's what PVD's found. Maybe that's what he's trying to exploit in that game.
And you were getting to something with the new strategies, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they have maybe enough time to experiment too, or maybe they just had so much success with their old strategy that they've kind of been like, we don't really need to, not yet. And then it depends on how this major goes for them, but at least teams like EG will be able to exploit that part of the draft.
Do you feel like maybe it's just that steady progress through the tournament? They don't need to rely on anything that they've practiced that's new, that's maybe a little bit offbeat. They don't need to use it yet all the time they're winning. Now they're under a bit of pressure. Maybe we see it now.
I mean, if at TI, they weren't really pressured until the grand finals. So, I mean, if you can get away with the same strategy all the way until second place, then why revise? But now
and they got away with it here, right? They got away. They came back into this tournament, picked Gyro Cup through 5 straight times. They've run the Bounty Hunter that almost no other team has had success with this patch, maybe Pylai Die. But they've gone back to, in many ways, the TI5 meta, and it's worked. It's just all of a sudden you run up against a truly top-tier team, and they know exactly how to counter it. They've seen it all before.
Is there also an element to this where at TI they were the underdogs, they were the ones that came through the qualifiers, the wild cards and everything else, and everyone kind of underestimated them as they went through. There's absolutely no underestimating them coming to this tournament.
I mean, on top of that, too, they haven't had as much experience playing against EG and some of the other Western teams that, let's say, like LGD has, because they only really rose to the international forefront just a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
You know, these kind of things take time.
Yeah. Okay, we're into the draft for Game 2. We'll find out what their first 4 bans are, and they just tell us a little bit more of the story to come.
So we expect them to ban the Undying and hopefully prioritize Shiki a little bit more. Do you think the Doom is going to be out a ban from CDEC?
I don't really feel like Universe's Doom won them that game.
Reserve time.
I thought that Universe could have been on any number of heroes besides Doom, and they still do pretty much the same thing.
Wait a second, something isn't right here. CDC have first pick again. I think this is the first time we've seen that in the whole main event, that one team gets first pick twice in a row. Because every single time the team with the seeding advantage has
taken first pick, you're right.
So
did they have it last game?
Yeah, CDC had first pick last game, but it's not swapped. The other team gets to choose. Yeah. So that means either EG did not choose first pick or the other way around.
Yeah, CDEC were on Dire last time, had first pick.
Yeah, remember it was CDEC that all the way through TI5 played Dire in all but I think 4 or 5 of their matches. So it wouldn't be surprising if there was going to be one team. But again, then why is EG not first pick?
I mean, maybe they think that they can ban leave Doom and other heroes in the pool and just snag a really strong 1-2 punch after the first pick Tusk or something.
So you think they chose second pick?
I think that's more likely.
EG? Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. Wow, the Bane ban.
Yeah.
That's
slightly different. 3 out of the 4 are the same.
They banned Fear.
Yep, you guys called it 2 Fear heroes.
EG will get Spirit Breaker now, I think. Even though it's not that good against Tusk, it's still a solid idea for them to go for.
I agree with that.
I mean, now we're talking about it like Fear has 3 heroes, which is not the case. It's just the 3 heroes we've seen the most. All right, they're going to ignore it. Shadow Fiend goes through because of this. So we get SF and Doom on Radiant. This is pretty strong.
I mean, arguably RTZ and Sumail, the 2 best SF players that we've seen.
They're very, very good. Shadow Fiend is a hero that there are so many players that are incredibly talented on that I think it's difficult at this point in time to say who's the best.
So do you go with AA right now for the global synergy with the Ice Blast, or do you go with something like Spirit Breaker to maybe put a little bit more pressure on the Shadow Fiend?
When AA last time.
Yeah.
I think SB Tusk is a little bit too much pigeonholing yourself, isn't it?
I mean, now they don't have to
CDC
worry.
has run that combo before.
They have, but yeah, they're
okay. So the early Lina.
That is a very good choice. The alternative for them would have been to wait and try for TA, for example, against the Shadow Fiend, also a decent matchup. But TA doesn't beat Shadow Fiend like she used to anymore.
Yeah, but EG might just run, if CDEC don't ban TA now, they might actually run it in the second phase, put SF in the safe lane, and Shiki can still get destroyed, because I think that's actually the best matchup versus the Lina.
Evil geniuses turn to bad.
That is true. Still, a Radiant Shadow Fiend, you might lose to Lina marginally, but you will generally be on par after 10 minutes with stacks.
Yeah, you can lose the lane and still catch up very efficiently.
You just need to not die, which is difficult if CDC do go for that Spirit Breaker, for example. Now I think it's a lot stronger than it was before. It's also the combo we've seen out of Virtus Pro. Breaker plus Lina, very strong.
A lot of good teamfight heroes left in the pool too, Winter Wyvern and Darkseer in particular. But as you mentioned, the Spirit Breaker deserves some consideration.
I don't think CDC will give them the Wyvern that's...
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would be a little bit surprised if this next ban is a Wyvern.
They already targeted PPD with a Dazzle because of his synergy with SF, and of course it's a better synergy than the Wyvern has. If they do give Wyvern away, they need to make sure they have enough spell burst. Of course, Lina is great, but we've seen heroes get pretty tanky pretty fast, especially Shadow Fiends.
Yeah, I think it's pretty scary if Evil Geniuses can manage to pick up the Spirit Breaker. You said they went through with some of the Fear bans, but not all of them yet.
That's true. They could ban the SP as well.
But otherwise, we might see a lot of rotation to the mid lane, similar to how Bane and Winter Wyvern kind of ruined the DK.
There you go. That's Wyvern. So they can get it now if they want to
Turn to bad.
I still would rather give up. I still would rather give up the Spirit Breaker than the Wyvern. I feel like Wyvern just
I agree.
destroys so much of what CDC want to do.
I mean, alternatively, they can take the AA, so CDC don't get it. I still think there's, I mean...
Then I think they grab the Breaker, though. That's like serving it on a platter almost. He's a very good hero against AA.
Is Visage a fit here for CDC? They've run that hero very, very well, and the vision advantage, again, is just something I go back to over and over for them.
They could do that. They could do Night Stalker that we talked about as well. He is actually a decent hero when he gets doomed because he can still run away.
Oh, Bounty.
It's a great quality to have. Bounty is in.
Bounty would be a fit here.
Yeah, I agree. I think the key difference we're getting at here is that we feel like CDC has a lot of options.
Yes.
Compared to last game. So for me, they just have a better opener in the draft. And I'm saying that against the team that has SF Doom. It just seems more like a CDC game.
No, that's actually one of the ways that you can kind of tell when you're predicting the last pick of a team, even though you know that the matchup is bad.
Yeah.
Like the Dragon Knight in the last game, that's a failed draft.
Ban the Breaker. So I'm gonna give CDC the chance. Has Fear played any other hero than those three in this tournament? I think all the games I've seen him on, Bane or the Undying.
Yeah, he's not the only other heroes besides those three that he has multiple games on this patch are Wraith King and Naga, and they've gone away from the Naga.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if we'll see the PPD special with the Baden this game.
I was considering that with the defensive supports being banned out, actually, it is a possibility. eHome made it work very well. It was against a different kind of draft, though.
They made it work in one game where it basically countered everything, and there's the clockwork. And again, the first phase Gyro clockwork from EG in the TI5 Grand Finals was so huge. Well, taking Gyro away from the aggressive, and then the vision advantage with the clockwork that they just abused.
This is a lot of information, though. It's 3 cores picked by EG.
It's true. It's very rare for them.
So CDC can actually start targeting. They can take the support they would least.
Haven't we seen Fear play position for Doom though, on occasion? I mean, it's something that other teams have run, so I mean, it's not guaranteed.
He's only done it once in this patch.
It's so greedy though. Against a team like CDC, I think it's one of the scariest teams to run a greedy jungler against.
Well, you can roam. You can roam on the Lina with it, I think.
The Tranquil Boots Orb of Venom.
Yes.
Wow.
Her just smiling.
China
about it. Yeah. Oh, you know it too. Apparently, level 2, you get a wolf. Tranquil Boots Orb of Venom, and then you run.
I'm the one who told Blitz about it.
Okay,
You did?
Do I get to brag a little bit about the Visage?
A little bit.
Okay, a little.
Okay, you get a pat on the shoulder.
Nice.
Actually, it's not worth it. You're non-camera. I'll count it.
Wow. There you go. There you go. I need a little love. The Visage is actually 8-2 overall in this tournament, and
8-2.
Yeah, 8-2. Lil's been really good. Q's been really good.
Do you think CDC could actually consider going for a Drow?
They've done it in the past. Yeah, they've done it in the past. I actually think it makes. I mean, look, you've got Shadow Fiend and you've got 2 melees. I mean, Clockwork against Drow is always really scary.
I mean, how long ago are we talking about? I haven't seen it in the last month.
No, it was quite some while back.
I just seem to recall it being a CDC classic in the Chinese qualifiers for TI.
Yes.
They were playing it quite a bit, so they definitely are capable.
That was back when you have to remember that back then they were playing a very different style of Dota. Like they changed their style dramatically from the qualifiers coming into TI. I still think it's a fit here. Ordinarily, like playing Drow against a Clockwork is just a nightmare. But remember that CDC tend to 5-man a little more, so getting caught out with the hook solo with the Drow is a little bit less of a concern for them.
This Venge pick for me seems to serve 2 purposes. First of all, it needs to be. If you look at how Fear plays and what they try to do with his picks, either they're tanky frontliners that engage like Undying or Spirit Breaker, or we have the Bane, which is all about the timing with Nightmares and being also kind of innately tanky and able to fight. I think Venge is a pretty good fit for him, and it also helps set up for the potential Drow that they might be expecting to come in from CDC. This might scare them off from that idea if they did have it.
Yeah, they just did. That's a lot of positioning tools now.
Yeah. That said, though, we did see the game with VP versus Alliance, where Alliance on multiple occasions actually did go in and kill the Drow, and then the trade-off was just too bad because they had to commit so far into the fight, like you have to go in the backlines. But the main difference in that game was that VP had the Shadow Fiend too.
Exactly.
This time there's no such trade-off.
To my recollection, though, PPD plays the Venge, not Fear.
That's
we
what
just
we've
haven't seen
so far.
Fear play it.
Yeah. And there's the bounty. All right, 2 for 2, baby.
Geniuses turn to bad.
Okay, so if it...
This is, again, it's funny because we're all talking about the 2 previous tournaments in ESL New York and MLG, we're all talking about how CDC got figured out. And this is vintage CDC. This is exactly what they were doing at TI, but they play it so well.
Maybe what they were talking about with their experiments, that they've been trying new stuff, maybe they're picking the heroes in a different order. So that's the experiment. That now Bounty is 4th round instead of 2nd.
Don't get too crazy, Sid. Don't get
level,
too crazy.
Next level stuff, this is.
But they actually expect the Doom to be played by Fear instead of position 1, so this is why they picked the Bounty Hunter to deal with.
Are you sure that's why?
I mean, I think it also works really well with Lina. They compress her to Shadow Fiend, but I think
it's more about that than the Jungle Doom.
Are we sure Fear is a hero?
5 seconds remaining.
Wait, do you really, you ban the PL here ahead of that? Yeah, I guess you do. I guess you do.
You definitely.
You have a lot of single target. Yeah.
I think PL would have been a really good pick.
Oh, the hero's just so terrible overall.
So they ban Ember, you're right. They do expect it to be a Jungle Doom then. Which is interesting because they already have a really good counter in the Bounty Hunter, so if EG do want to run for a safe lane Ember, they could just exploit
again, I think the threat of the aggressive Jungle Doom is there, especially with Alina in the game. Lina is really vulnerable to that.
Okay, can you just flip the script at the very end here and go TA and go 4 Clockwork? I don't think so.
You could do that and go 4 Doom.
4 Doom, yeah.
I think they could.
We could try that.
5 seconds
TA is actually really good. Yes, track is kind
The
of
Night Stalker's the, okay.
safe lane Doom.
What, and that to me is...
That's a good hero for Fear too, actually. NS is great for him.
And they're going to have the vision edge. EG will.
So what will
That's
aggressive
correct.
play now? It's not the normal 3.
How much bounty have you guys played? How much harder is it to get that full team track off? I haven't gotten to play a lot of bounty since the vision change.
They did it so the one time CDC did do that was at TI5, and since it got nerfed, I don't think we've seen them play a 3 bounty. They always play a 4, I think.
Yeah, usually 4.
But the idea of playing him offlane and throwing curveball actually isn't half bad here.
What fighter do you like for aggressive? Slaughter maybe?
Slaughter's good. Drow's still pretty good.
Yeah. I'm much more about Slaughter than
I'm not a
Drow.
Kill their towers. Well, it's not Toby casting, so.
And Drow would be great. Drow is always good then.
Remaining.
Juggernaut is also a possibility.
Oh, yeah.
I like the idea of
5
Jugger.
seconds remaining.
Whoa! Oh my God!
Experiments!
Oh,
Okay, we said they hadn't
this
come,
is a great pick.
but now they have. It's game 2, CDEC versus Evil Geniuses. It's all yours, Aldi.
Thank you very much, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live here in the Mesa, getting ready for game number 2. Of course, I'm LG. I'm joined here by Blitz. Blitz, I have to ask you, as someone who's never cast in international grand finals, what are your thoughts on the draft?
Honestly, the draft seems to be a little bit better for EG. They got a lot of the comfort heroes, but they have a hero that's CDEC, they've got a hero that's less relevant than anybody on BTS is they picked up the Lifestealer. This is a hero that all right, let's just reset.
Let's talk about the game. This is EG versus C.
Honestly, it's not about us. It's about the players and aggressive. The Lifestealer, it was a really YOLO pick. Like, this is a hero that, again, we haven't seen in quite some time. They probably have played it a few times. Like, you don't YOLO this. This might just be a strategy that they've kind of tailored themselves around at one point or another.
Generally, when you see Lifestealer picks, you look for that vehicle, but there has been the interesting change where you can take over the Ancients. I know Loda experimented with the Radiance creep and just kind of ran around, like slowly burning down enemy heroes, but by the time he got the Radiance, they could also just kill the creep fairly quickly. Have you gotten to see much Lifestealer lately? Any thoughts on like how they might look to use it? Because obviously it's not like the old style, you know, back when you were relevant and Storm Spirit was getting picked, where you infest him and then look to jump in. He doesn't really have a great vehicle.
No, he doesn't this game. I guess the Tusk Snowball might be the second best thing that he's got going for him.
30
And
seconds
the
to
Bounty
battle.
Hunter Invis, you can set some interesting angles up for that. But what I really think this pick comes down to is a hero that can still get the right click off, has a lot of mobility against the Doom when he eventually will Doom him, and can do well against the Clockwork.
Yeah, and there is a bit of a change up here with Sumail taking over the Doom as well. So a lot of adjustments. Of course, EG has shown quite a bit of versatility as of late in terms of the ability to switch up Sumail and Arteezy. They ran the Doom off lane last game. They're not afraid to mix up the lanes here in order to try and get the better matchup. So with that, the bounty runes are grabbed, and we're into it, folks. It's EG versus CDEC, game 2. The boys in blue looking for the 2-0, and CDEC looking to force that deciding game number 3. And good news for the CDEC fans, Shiki will be on a very comfortable hero, one he has single-handedly won many a game for them with. On the Lina, gets the better creep block here off the bat. Arteezy probably not going to be too happy about that, and does have to worry about that early pressure from Garter, though. In fact, he's not there, and he is scouted, so Arteezy can play a little more confidently.
Something really interesting here is that in the last game, I felt that objectively EG had the better draft, and they had to take some heroes as a result that they weren't 100% comfortable with. Like the Timbersaw, I know Sumail's been playing a lot more of, but still not something that we quite know him for. Maybe after this tournament, we'll start thinking about it, but this time around, it feels like both teams got the draft that they wanted.
I mean, Sumail likes to play aggressive, right? And Doom is definitely that kind of hero. You get the safe lane farm, you can just run at fools very early on, so could end up being something that really suits his play style, even if it's not a go-to for him. So early on, we see great farm for Arteezy, and they did manage to D-ward up towards the Dire jungle at the very least. I think they may have suspected the Bounty Hunter was scouted just because Arteezy was playing so confidently in the lane, but already the damage somewhat done here as he has gotten 7 CS this early versus Lina with the better creep block. That's a great start.
That's incredibly surprising for me just because the Lina is able to zone out pretty heavily with the Light Strike array, and you can almost never trade with the SF in the early game because you just don't have the stats to do so. Like 47 damage a hit, plus the fact that you don't want to really use the raise just to
top
harass.
Lane. They are going on Universe here. He's dropping quite low. He cogs himself in with Garter. A rare first blood for Universe. The Bounty normally known for the pressure on the mid lane, but he strikes top. It is only a Clock who is still getting his experience, but a nice start here for CDEC.
I really like that the Bounty Hunter decided to start on that top lane and focus on shutting down Universe. I feel like too few teams do this to Universe. They don't often take him out of his comfort zone. And most importantly, most of the time, you're going to have the sentry lane in the mid lane. And so the Bounty Hunter's rotations aren't as effective. You notice that Arteezy, he was forced to grab his bottle by the mid tier 2 tower. So you've already kind of slowed down his pace a little more than he would like. And with the sentry mid, the Bounty Hunter's not going to have quite the impact that he wants, but he does have boots. He has the Janata available.
And he can scout the stacks, and Garter is headed that way.
Yes. Most importantly, though, in case the Flying Courier comes in, you've got opportunities there as well with your level 2.
Can they make a go here on Arteezy? He might be able to come through the trees, but Arteezy playing behind the tower. You can see he doesn't scout that Bounty Hunter. In fact, a couple of heroes missing. He may notice something's up here when this stack doesn't work. No, he's just going to start. Okay, does drag the creeps back with the raise. Tanks a early auto attack from the Bounty, and probably should realize soon enough this is warded.
Yeah, this is going to help Shiki get a little bit more traction in this lane. Like you said in the beginning, Arteezy was getting a little bit too much, but with this stack being blocked and the Bounty Hunter forcing the SF back to the base, it's going to give him a little bit more free room to farm, get a little bit more ahead as you want to see Alina do against the Shadow Fiend mid.
There's the TP back in, and Arteezy will rejoin lane. Artie said he had 13-0, but Shiki with the Bounty Hunter's movement towards mid and the lack of vision has really started to pull ahead now. 19-7, as you would expect, having a powerful start. The Doom, meanwhile, of Sumail, having a great time bottom lane. We're not going to see any of that early Midas rush today. It's all about the upgraded boots, sometimes even the drums, the early aggression, and Sumail appears to be headed that way. Does have the Hurl Boulder now, so a little bit of initiation available for him. So they're going to move in on mid. No more Sentry for Artur. Has to be careful here. Alina stun could really set things up, but no boots yet on Shiki. Trying to make the move. Good juke back, but he knows just how dangerous the matchup is.
Yeah, as soon as you get hit by the stun, the Bounty Hunter's right there. I doubt they're able to kill him, but you really want to be careful if you're Arteezy. Just play the passive farming game, and you've got really dangerous supports on the side of EG.
You almost expect the Shadow Fiend to die once or twice to this. You know, it's like almost part of the game plan in a way. Just so hard to stop it.
Once you get to treads, you're okay.
Yeah.
Before that point, though, things are a little bit dangerous. And that's why, even if you're missing out on a little bit of farm like the SF is, it's okay because, like you said, if you're expected to die, you're going to just play incredibly defensively and make sure that that doesn't happen. Don't feed away those crucial levels. They're going to make the move on Q, though, and there's no way he expects this.
Well, Night Stalker joining the party. Not even really required here, but will help secure the kill. EG, as soon as that nighttime hits, a quick jump towards top. They bring down the Visage, and we saw last game just how much Q can do with farm on any support. I've seen it on his Silencer. We normally see it on the Visage, and we even saw on the AA last time, but this time around, he will be slowed down a bit early, and now the pressure comes to Aggressive's lane. This was the big question mark. We didn't really get to discuss it too much as Universe starts to take some damage here. Aggressive's going to go in on this one, and Infest, get me out of here. He will run away and pops right back out, but it's denied the kill. Still EG, 3 heroes top. And I do want to point out, Arteezy, this ward still has not been dewarded, and they've put up another observer near the camp closer towards the mid-tier 1, so he's not getting that big economic boost you often see for the Radiant Shadow Fiend.
No, they've done a really good job of game planning around this fact, and I was a little bit surprised when they let the SF just go through because this is an Arteezy special. Plus EG are on the Radiant side. This usually kind of just spells the fact that they're almost immediately going to first pick it. And so C-Deck, they came with a game plan though. The Sentry ready, the Bounty Hunter's going to be the one to place it. If he was any other support, maybe he gets spotted and killed, or maybe it's not as effective. But the Bounty Hunter, this is a hero that's meant to just time consume. You don't necessarily need levels, because all you really need is the track up. Like this hero is meant to just slow down other heroes so that your team is okay with fighting 4-on-5.
They are poking their heads out here towards the top lane. Garter making the ping out, but I don't know if he's actually seen Universe, who has tucked himself deep inside the tree line. So he will plant down a lane ward. It is nighttime, so was not scouted. And then backs himself away. The vision here is just immaculate, really, for C-Deck at this stage. Gives them a lot of freedom elsewhere, but still the 2 big cores on EG, Blitz, they are farming quite well.
Yeah, they've done a really good job so far of setting up the lanes. The Doom is naturally just going to win in CS because you get a free CS every 60 seconds. And the Tusk, this isn't a hero that's meant to zone out by any means, as he's going to get pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, has managed to crack that level 5, but with a slight bit of early pressure, once the Doom gets the phase boots and even just the level 2 Scorched Earth, let alone level 3. Life is hard versus Doom, so he hugs the tower. It's basically free farm for Sumail. That said, it is nighttime, and that's coming to an end fairly soon. And perhaps that's the point where C-Deck start to get more active on the map. Still curious to see what they do with the lifestealer, and well, he's going to TP bottom, so perhaps this will answer the question. It's a bounty in Vespa.
All right, so this was the other vehicle that we were talking about, right? This is the less reliable one, but possibly the easier one to set up, as they can kill Doom pretty quickly.
They sneak up on Sumail. They are going to isolate him. He gets off the boulder. Now he's going to get the double Doomling. Mini shard toss. Oh, so adorable. But dead all the same.
There's a lot of dead Doom buddies on the ground right now. But
watching that Bounty Hunter walk in was like watching you learn how to ride a bike, Will. But it worked in the end.
I mean, then unlike the bike, I wasn't able to do that one.
I guess my analogy falls apart there.
Yeah.
Did you never really learn?
No, I couldn't. Did Kevin not tell you what happened? I tried going up on a curb, and I hit my genitals against the handlebar really hard because I panicked. And instead of helping me up, Purge just watched me and started laughing and trying to record it.
Get the camera, Mom. Oh dear. But it is a very clever way to use that Infest. And I like the fact this is a total switch from last game. We talked about it early. The analysts really, I think, broke it down more that Aggressive was not going around the map creating space. He was very much running for his life, as we do see Fear trying to dive Q top lane. Does get off the Grave Chill here. It is a hasted Night Stalker, only level 4 though. And does have to fight through that Gravekeeper's Cloak. But I like the fact they're getting Aggressive involved early, basically.
No, this is what they needed in the previous game. Is Aggressive isn't the type of hero that just wants to sit in the lane, farm nonstop. You want to try to play aggressive on this side of the map, but the Doom comes out.
Takes the Doom. It's only a Bounty Hunter. Still a nice pick for EG, but I mean, hey, at least it's not one of your big heroes.
Yeah, keeping your lifesteal alive right now is the priority, but something that is a little bit worrying for C-Deck is that they haven't been able to pressure the Shadow Fiend quite yet, but another Infest comes out. This time it's on XZ. They're going to bait the Tusk a little bit, but if nobody decides to go on this might just be a waste of time.
It's always the risk when you see a lifestealer pick. Used to be a big problem for a lot of teams was balancing how often do you want to be infested in ganking versus how often are you farming. So far hasn't been that much time investment, but if Fear backs off now and dodges this, they're not even going to waste it. They just decide to go back to farming creeps.
Yeah, that was a full minute of commitment. That's about enough time. At that anymore, you're just kind of, even if you get the kill at that point, it's going to be a level 4 Night Stalker, right? It's not even really worth the investment.
And Sumail continues to farm it up bottom. The Shadow Fiend, yeah, they shut down Arteezy early game, but now sits at 74 CS, right there with the Lina, dead even on net worth. But CDEC do look to amplify the pressure here. Their big source of sieging early, that's the Visage. As the Familiar's out now, and here comes the push.
EG, they're going to go for the pressure on the other side of the map, though, at the same time. And this is a much more balanced C-Deck that we've seen in this game, as opposed to the last one where it felt like because the laning phase went so bad, they were never able to really catch their footing and get aggressive on the map.
Yeah, they were very reactionary that time. Not that they really had a choice, but that's just not the style they're used to playing.
You want to be able to set your pace against a team like EG. You don't want to just play off of what they're doing. You don't want to play off their map movements. And this is the way that you're going to beat them. Just show them no respect.
Maybe a little respect.
Nah, man.
No respect. Just start banging on the window of the booth.
I really think when you're playing against a team like this, you can't just overly think to yourselves, this is the TI5 champions. You have to kind of say, if we play our style and we're able to execute, we can win this game.
Oh yeah, in that sense, I definitely agree. So it is going to be drums up for Aggressive. Looks like the old YYF build here. Let's see if he wants the Sanjin Yasha. Often do see the armlet picked up as well. Does he go for something different? Any other unconventional items that we could expect to see on the Lifestealer, do you think?
I think the YYF build is probably most typical. Just going to go for the mobility rather than the armlet or anything like that, especially when you're playing against a Doom, right? Like you have armlet on plus your Doom running, you're going to die really quickly.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I imagine he is probably the Doom target here most of the time.
It's probably going to be the Lina, because most of the time the way that I balance it out in my head anyways is how much damage does a hero do versus how tanky they are. Like Alina is incredibly weak, even with the Yule Scepter. This isn't the greatest item when it comes to defensive positions, because as soon as you use the Yule Scepter on yourself, you're still Alina with 900 HP, not a lot of armor, right? And you're stuck in the position that you were before. Like this is meant to be an offensive item by all means.
Oh, they bring in the Familiars. This could be the setup here. 1 stun, 2 stuns on Fear, but is that the hero you want to jump? Tanky and only a support? Seems no, but DG are going to look to farm these. Another round of shards. This time they're going to go. They try to use the Familiars as bait. Uppercut comes in onto Fear. He's still very tanky, and Lifestealer is going to engage into the fight. Tries to go, pops out into the Infest, and will look to retreat. Still nobody dead just yet. A lot of spells committed. Everybody walks away. What did Sumail doom there? Was it a creep? Or?
No, he doomed the Lina.
Okay.
He made sure that Fear wasn't opened up on with the ultimate.
Gotcha.
And I think that was the right decision because EG didn't really have a way to get in on that angle. So they just said, okay, we'll use the Doom to disengage and force C-Deck back.
Still emerges intact, and, well, both teams reset. Does anybody actually look to fight now? We also didn't see Universe in that one. Has the hookup now.
Yeah, I don't think he had the best angle, and he wasn't quite there yet.
They do scout him. They want to pressure. They want towers. They're using the Familiars here. C-Deck marching in. There's a glyph ready, but they've already cleared out the trees, and EG...
Radiant structures are fortified.
Quite a big swap from game 1. It's C-Deck making all the early moves. It's EG mostly forced to give up objectives.
Radiant's bottom tower
but they are still farming quite well.
Yeah, and they're doing a really good job so far of scouting out vision, making sure that Arteezy is getting free farm during this time. And this is the type of hero that Arturo really likes to play, the ones that can kind of just force out the waves immediately, just with 1 or 2 abilities and create space for himself. And you notice that he's used the Helmet Dominator to grab this Heartbeat Stormcrafter, who's got fantastic vision for a neutral creep. Like, look how far along it can see. And this is going to help him just farm out the jungle repeatedly. Like, look at the position that he's taken so far.
Oh,
he might just get caught out.
Oh, Arteezy really playing with fire there.
But this forced a lot of rotations.
I mean, that was the creep,
safe.
though, you know? If he didn't see that snowball coming a split second earlier, he may just die there. There's a dust pop bottom. Universe is going to engage onto Garter. Does find the bounty hunter. Looks like it should be a freebie. Indeed, the bounty will go down. Still looking for his level 6. Nice pick off there.
But the Lina is getting opened up on in the river, or the SF.
No. In the end, it's Arteezy who does get punished. So a nice trade there. C-Deck lose their bounty hunter, do manage to grab the Shadow Fiend. Arteezy's still on top of the net worth chart. I mean, the man knows how to farm, that is for damn sure, but does die now, and CDEC, if history is our guide, they may look for a push off of that. Well, maybe not yet.
Yeah, despite how much farm he's been able to get and how greedy he's been, this Lina has done such a good job of keeping up, and you can tell that Shiki, his other heroes are good, but his Lina really kind of sets him apart. Like, this is the hero that you can tell he's the most comfortable on. And for Lina to be ahead in net worth against a Shadow Fiend who had some ancient stacks, had some jungle stacks, and was playing incredibly aggressively at top.
And he's gone for the Dominator, he's gone for the more aggressive build. Mid lane though, there's a stun onto Fear. Out comes the Slave, a couple more auto attacks, needs that one last one, and gets the kill. Shiki really starting to heat up. We have seen this before out of CDEC. And he gets going, it is very hard to stop.
Yeah, this is going to create a lot more space for Aggressive, who can kind of focus on farming a little bit more than he did in that previous game.
Are they actually trying to do this?
This is why you're seeing
these items allow them to. They've got the Vlads, they have the Dominator, the minus armor, but it's very risky.
I don't think you throw the Wave of Terror right now. You just allow for the natural DPS of the Shadow Fiend and the Crit Wolf Doom to be able to tank this up for you.
This would be the second Radiant snuck Roshan in what looks like a pretty bad position. We saw it yesterday from Unknown. It seems this is the go-to play for the American teams. Arteezy will grab the Aegis. Do they get out? Xy's on the hunt. He trucks out the shards. It's a catch only on PPD though. Sumail on the other side of it. Arteezy down in the river. They are going to isolate Garter, bring down the Bounty Hunter as well. And Sumail just kind of watches. There was a jump in from Universe, but he's fighting into a lot of firepower. They doom Shiki after the Laguna Blade. And CDEC try to deathball this, but Arteezy is getting off so many raises in this fight. And fast pop back out, try to commit onto Sumail. There's an armlet on Aggressive, but he is silenced currently.
Oh, he's not going to get it.
He gets up the rage. Just barely, but can he armlet toggle this? Snowball coming in, he does! He toggles in, Aggressive, still rage! Can he toggle again? Yes, he will! Jumping onto Fear, the Familiars finish the job, they've gotten 4! It's Arteezy against the world! Can he get that raise? He wants it bad, there's another rage available, pops it. Familiar stun, and will disengage. Masterful play there by Xy with the Snowball. And the armlet toggling blitz, he was on point.
That was unbelievable. The amount of pressure that he was under in that fight. If he goes down right there, EG take a lot of the momentum. I'm just blown away right now. The ability for him to do that while he's getting urn ticked at the same time as the SF's trying to throw out the right clicks, manages to hit it every single time.
And he's got to worry about the raises, which will kill him even shortly after the armlet toggle if the rage isn't up. That was impressive. Still, EG did get the Roshan, so all is not lost. They still hold on to the Aegis for Arteezy, but the graphs do dip now, and Track is in the picture. At long last, Garter has cracked level 6. And right on the back of that CDEC, they waste no time. It's smoking up. That Doom is still cooling down. It is daytime. Smoke's gonna get revealed. They know somebody's around the corner. Do they find someone? It's Sumail off the bat. He's got the Alpha Wolf here. He's a big source of damage, but he's also a big source of gold to see that quickly mow him down. And we'll wrap up onto the tower.
I think EG have to just give this up. Shiki still has his combo available. You don't even want to go for the deny or anything like this. It's a little bit too risky. If the Yule Scepter hits you, just because of the numbers advantage, CDEC will swarm and go for you. And EG, they've done a pretty good job so far of not allowing for track kills. They make sure that Garter dies in the beginning of the fight, but maybe it's too big of a commitment as they're just getting a little bit clumped around the map.
He's like, oh yeah, I can infest ancients. Let me try this out.
You gotta test it out.
Of course, he took
takes like the worst one.
Yeah, he took the most damaged one. This is how you look to taunt EG. It does deny a bit of farm though, which is kind of nice.
He's got no HP. I think they maybe want to look for this. It's a little bit obvious. This stands out a little bit.
Hey guys, how's it going? You forgot about me! Jumping onto PPD, has the rage going, and is going to engage. Can't finish anyone off yet, but the Snowball coming in with the shards is sufficient. Universe also isolate, looks for the hook. He does, but it's a death hook. His last words before going down. Aggressive has the rage soon. Does he look for more? They've managed to get 2 tracks out now, EG. You know, Blitz, one thing we haven't really discussed, this EG lineup is not very good at holding towers if they're playing from behind like this.
Most importantly, they don't really have the disables they need, and the initiation isn't quite there. Everybody from CDEC, they move so quickly, LD. You've got a Yule Scepter on one hero, the multiple tracks, the ability for this team to engage and disengage immediately. It makes it hard for you to utilize the net worth of the Shadow Fiend, because what ends up happening is it almost looks like for a second they overcommit, but Arteezy just can't chase anybody.
And as farmed as the Shadow Fiend is, it almost feels like they're just able to ignore him in these fights. Yeah, he's got the Aegis. Yeah, he's still the leader in net worth. But they just kind of fought around him there. Oh, this time they might fight onto him. They do use the open wounds here. Arteezy tries to turn, go for the auto attacks. They uppercut Sumail, swapped, and tries to get up the Doom. He will manage to do so, but again, the Laguna Blade quick on the draw. Shiki is going to look to skate his way out of here. Sumail, timing on, is going to survive. Arteezy laying out the raises, standing through it all. They bring down the Tusk. The Lina should barely make it out, it seems. But C-Deck are thwarted, and now they're going to lose, potentially. In fact, it is already a second. They get the Goblin. Bounty Hunter down as well. And that C-Deck lead, a frantic scramble. I mean, you said swarming, and it was starting to feel like a 6-pull with just like a horde of Zerglings rushing at the enemy base, but EG, they've stabilized a bit now.
Because for once, you were able to... Wow, Q. In that last game, the Ancient Apparition was on point throughout most of that game, and this time again, he's proved to be a thorn in EG's side, but this time around, the reason why the fight went okay is because C-Deck actually opened up on Arteezy, and they realized, okay, we're not killing him fast enough, plus he has the Aegis, but by the time they kind of started diverting their attention away, he had already done a lot of damage to them.
Game is going to settle down a bit now, and in all of that chaos, it is, I think, very important to note that C-Deck got down some great deep wards here. Now, we'll see if these result in much. Currently, Darkness has been employed, so not particularly effective, but EG bring 3 heroes towards top. What's next for Arteezy? Is he just going to totally skip a BKB this game, do you think, Blitz, or does he go back for it at some point?
It's difficult to go for one just because the Lina will eventually go for an Aghanims on her own, and speaking of the Lina's build, she actually has a BKB. This is such a significant item because even if she gets doomed, she can just kind of run out, reset the fight as long as she doesn't get stunned.
And she's gotten off her spells before the Doom every fight.
No, Shiki's done an amazing job this game. He actually has. The fact that he's kept up in net worth, the amount of impact that he's had, I don't think a Doom has actually killed him yet. Yeah, his positioning this game has been relatively flawless.
And they've had to commit a lot even to keep Sumail in the fights. PPD's had to swap him out, sacrifice his own life a lot of times, and even then he just barely gets off. Part of it, I guess, is the new, well, not new, but the changed cast animation from a while back. It does get a little bit trickier to pop it off.
I do think, though, that you have to get it at some point just because of the Visage Birds and the Tusk Snowball. You want to try to avoid the stuns, and you need to be able to get on top of people. So you probably just build up your HP pool, and he's done so by picking up the SNY. And by going for the BKB right after, it's probably the best idea. You can even go for something like a Butterfly first if you're able to take the Roshan again.
I like the Siege creep mid, just chilling. You're having a little vacation up on the high ground.
Why not?
It's there for moral support more than anything. The creep wave will run in and die, but the siege creep just stands strong. Yeah, kind of hangs out in that mid lane.
The Lifestealer, again, he's just chilling in Garter. They're waiting around. The SF's going to take a tower for this. It's been about a minute since he's been in here. They haven't been able to find anything, but it doesn't look like they want to give this up quite yet.
Yeah, this is a long, and this is the danger when you go for these plays, especially when you don't have a Storm or maybe a Bat Rider like that hero that can roll in from super long range. This is your pedestrian Lifestealer. The vehicle's actually slower than the hero.
The one good thing, though, about this is that you can walk past wards.
Yes. Oh, this could be big.
Okay, this is just more time. They're going to miss out on this. I think this is around the time you give it up. Yep.
That would have been huge for C-Deck. They did have the Shuriken to cancel that TP, but didn't see it. Good place to get out of there for Arteezy. And it is going to be a BKB for him. Perhaps sees the Lina of Shiki, did not rush the Ags, did get his own BKB first, so now Arteezy becomes the big bulwark for EG in these fights. He's been virtually unkillable. Let's see if this is the time where they look to group up.
I think it's incredibly important for him to get one. You're noticing that he's getting kited too often in these fights, and it might take him a little bit too long to get that ultimate off as well. So you just want to make sure that you're utilizing your ultimate off the bat, make it hard for them to kite by slowing them down with it, go for the chase. Make yourself a target in the middle of the fight for your team to fight around. The problem right now for me, though, is
there's the hook. That's the problem for Shiki. Gets hooked, but the BKB helps him out a bit here. It won't help him against
physical damage.
He gets up the Yules, but then the Requiem awaits him on the way down. Swap back in by PPD, making the plays.
Who's
They're gonna
getting
lose
doomed?
XZ next, and potentially even more here. Running for his life is Garter. Familiar's gonna get cleaned up. And they did not actually end up deploying the Doom there, but didn't need it. Just that quick hook from Universe. No way out for the Lina.
They did such a good job of isolating him, making sure that they didn't have to use the Doom on him that time. And this is going to allow Sumail to open up on Aggressive like he does right now.
Jumps in, Fear's going to chase this one out, has the silence, they've got the lockdown, and they get the kill. EG, patient, even while CDEC was mounting their offensive, and now they've clawed this game back to dead even, and it might even go their way after this tower when the graph updates. It's shooting straight up there in their favor. Roshan also just now respawning.
That was an unusual lapse in judgment for Aggressive, because if I read that situation instantly, it should have crossed his mind, because Shiki should have told him, you know, they didn't use Doom for me. They're actually just waiting to hold on to it. Watch out, but
look at how quick this Roche drops. Are they thinking about it? There is a rocket onto XZ, a warning shot from Universe, and then they jump in. The Roche will end up going down.
Shiki's on the other side, though.
He rolls the other direction. The backup does come from Shiki, but at the same time, they're giving up the Aegis against Sumail. That's a track kill for a lot of heroes. They look to jump in the pit with the Familiars, too late. Track is there on Fear, though. Double stun. Do they have another snowball? 3 seconds, looking for the TP out. He will make it. So they get the 1 track kill. There was a lot of heroes involved in that one, but was it really enough? Doesn't seem like it.
No, it only costs you your Doom, and you would just kill the Lifestealer.
You get the Aegis, you don't lose it. Shadow Fiend doesn't die. And you also deprive CDEC of the Aegis.
Yeah. The good news, though, for CDEC is that the Lina is about to have the Aghanim Scepter. This is going to cut through a lot of the Shadow Fiend's health. Even with that BKB and that SNY, Arteezy's got to be careful once that Aegis fades.
We've seen a lot of players will even go into like more HP items if they see that Ags. You know, I have Scotty, Satanic, perhaps, just so that you don't get comboed down. That is something CDEC are a bit lacking on. Is aside from the Lina stun, I mean, how much disable do they really have unless they get incredible familiar stuns from Q? It's tough to prevent him from popping something like a Satanic.
They don't necessarily have to gear up quite yet, and they want to deal with all of the lanes first before they go for it. Q's done such a good job of pushing out the lanes. He's almost got an Aghanims on his own. Quite surprising, but I mean, it's Q. Nothing's really surprising when it comes to item timings for a 4 position like this guy.
He is certainly impressive. Universe also working on his own Aghanim Scepter. Could see quite a few of them coming out this game. 27 minutes in. Bit of a lull here in the action. The teams are going to reset, look for their next items. For CDEC, probably trying to wait out that Aegis, as we do see an ultimate orb grabbed by Arteezy. So he wants to continue to pile up the stats. And I am still wondering what's next for Aggressive. We saw a couple of early movements. He is 3-1 and 5, but it feels like his impact in this game has slowed down quite a bit. Whereas you know Doom, as long as he presses R, is always going to be relevant.
The Lifestealer just has had such a tough time, because half the time he's balancing over-farming from catching up from those failed gank attempts, and the other times he's just been inside the Bounty Hunter looking for those openings, but they just haven't been able to find it. They don't want to give up this tier 2 for free. They feel like they can maybe go for this fight.
Oh, they're scouting so much in the trees, and now the hook comes. They were expecting this jump in. They get up the Doom on Aggressive, but he's on the other side of the cog, so he backs out Arteezy. Over-committing a bit with the BKB here. It looks like everyone from CDEC should be able to retreat. The Doom's committed. The BKB's down. They maybe want to get the tower and get out. No, they don't even go for that. Instead, familiar hunting. It's time to Safari, but now the chase the other way. Lina trying to get that extra bit of move speed. They even pop a smoke just to retreat quicker. EG knew that that could have been a disastrous turn if they stuck around, but they do get out in time.
I do like that they use the Doom for Aggressive, just to take him out of the fight. I think they realize that even though the Lina is a priority target, she just doesn't stand up very well to the physical right-click damage of Arteezy. What Arteezy's going for right now is he pops the BKB, he's got enough physical damage to make the Lina run away anyways, and it just seems like Aggressive is more of the issue, where he was able to armlet toggle for such a long time, and killing him with just physical damage didn't really seem like it was doing the job.
So with the way the game's developed, Blitz, it's been back and forth, pretty close the whole way. CDEC had that big lead of 6,000 gold, but it was for a very short period of time, so I wouldn't really say they held it for much of this game. Do you feel like either team has a clear late game advantage? What are your kind of bullet points here for what each team needs to do to win the game?
I feel like for CDEC, you just have to make sure that whenever you get into a fight, your bounty hunter has at least 1 or 2 tracks off, just so that you can get the momentum swing going the other way, and to make sure that your focus is on killing the heroes that have the disables. You can kind of ignore Arteezy for a little bit, unless you're able to just instantly initiate jump on him before he has the Aegis. But other than that, we saw in the previous fights what they did is they ignored Arteezy for the most part. They got rid of the 1 or 2 stuns that EG had, and then they were able to just play the kite game. For EG, the game plan is probably get Arteezy into the center of the fights, let him BKB, just start that up, get a good Doom target off simultaneously as the hook shot comes in. Because we saw in that last fight, when that's even half a second delayed, they just run away and disengage. You have to make sure that your core, you have a lot of synergy between those 2 abilities.
And the tricky thing is, even if let's say you get the perfect jump on Arteezy, if you don't blow him up right away, there's the swap. It's only level 1. Now that level 1 swap's a bit better nowadays, 700 range, but gets up to level 2. Could be tough to focus him down.
Yeah, the other scary element that we haven't really talked about either enough in detail is that the Visage, he's got almost 3 birds available to him, and once that happens, he can just kind of assault the backlines, make sure that PPD is kind of feeling harassed at all times. They don't have something like a mech to help him out either.
And drive him away from Arteezy.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the game plan for CDEC. And try to build up an overwhelming gold lead. Get a few track kills off, that's all it takes.
And for EG to only have that 2,500 gold lead. They may not know exactly, I imagine they realize it's pretty close, up against track. There's no rest for the Weary. CDEC are not going to make this easy. They start to move now into the Radiant jungle. They're confident to push in. Aggressive will engage the Rage here. Just to focus the tower down a bit quicker. There's a rocket the other direction. Arteezy struts down mid. And swag as ever as he looks to clear out this wave, possibly even threaten the high ground a bit, but CDEC do grab
they
their
don't
tower.
They don't have the glyph once again.
Uh-oh, this is a lot of damage to be given up freely. Can they even slightly punish it? That Aegis still has quite a bit of time on it.
This is much more damage.
Is under attack.
CDEC did get the gold, but EG got closer to the big objective coming from behind now. It's the bounty hunter of Garter. They've been giving a lot of these birds away, actually.
Like control has to be a little bit better.
5 or 6 go down. And Arteezy looking for even more. Can they engage? Track goes out, but it's on the hero that's the hardest to bring down. They open wounds Arteezy again, just trying to slow him, but they don't want to fight into this Aegis. The problem is they may not have a choice. There's the eggs. This could be the item now. They're looking to set up. They want to bring him down once, probably without using that ultimate if possible. But Cheeky is going to end up getting caught out here, focused, and brought down. He doesn't have the buyback ready, and now time for round 2. Artur unloads the Spirit Bomb and rushes in. They swap back Q. They're going to get a 2-for-1. All of a sudden, EG, they farm up another round of Familiars, almost entirely cleaning them out, and it's aggressive, charging in, looking to man fight the Shadow Fiend.
Does he have the damage?
Does he? No, he runs, he turns tail, gets spanked by Arteezy on the way out. They lose another. They don't have the Lina buyback. They've lost the Lina for X here. And they're not done just yet. They track and rush forward looking for more Universe. Getting caught up. 4-step up to the high ground. Tries to retreat. Instead he turns on PPD. They can't even kill him up.
Oh, Aggressive's alone.
And Aggressive has no rage. He does have the armor, but that's it. Can they hunt him down? Juking around the trees. Here, there. Swinging back, but PPD has a swap in 8 seconds. He's looking to go and gets off the stun. Rage still cooling out. Snowball through. On to 2. They need more firepower, it seems, though. The Shadow Fiend's doing too much work. Aggressive to the left, to the north. He's got to get the hell out of here. Needs to retreat.
You've got an armlet toggle for your life.
Barely. Silence still running. He does end up escaping enough here. Maybe they get at least a track kill out of this. PPD's there. He's got the swap ready. That's the gem saved. And it's PPD. Oh, almost out. EG hang onto their gem. They hang onto their Arteezy. They get the Rex. And they get a hell of a lot of gold out of that.
What a wild fight, though, by both teams. CDEC, for a second there, it looked like they were going to turn things around, but immediately rebuffed, and Aggressive just gets out by the skin of his teeth. At that point, if you die, you're probably too far behind as the life stealer, because you saw what ends up happening. When he's the centerpiece of their team, he's the first one in. He just doesn't deal enough damage to repel anybody.
Double damage.
He needs, it feels like he needs like at least 1, if not 2 more items at this point.
I think 2 minimum at this point.
Like AC, Abyssal maybe, but even then, if they just doom him instead, if the Lina gets caught by the clock, then maybe it's not enough. Such a big opening, though. They just deny Shiki off the bat, and it felt like CDEC's entire plan that fight, Will, was to kill Shadow Fiend once without blowing Laguna, and then just kill him on round 2 with the Laguna, but they lost the Lina, and any hope of that just disappeared.
Yeah, and while we were talking during the pause, that was the thing that we wanted to see, is the Clockwork and the Doom go off simultaneously as to give you absolutely no time. That created so much chaos in the fight, immediately losing Shiki. He bought that Aghanims knowing that they couldn't win the fight without it, but this might be their opportunity.
Quick blink out, Sumail ready with the reactions. They do get the open wounds off on Universe.
Oh, the
Cogs and shards. Everybody trapped in all kinds of weird places, but Universe gets swapped out. Will be kept alive. The Doom committed onto Shiki, who got up his BKB. As Arteezy runs in, starts laying into Q. Quickly gonna bring him down, and now looking for more. They get the stun off on Aggressive. Surrounded and beaten down. He'll fall as well, and they jump onto Garter. Looking for him too. EG. Clean out 3, and it might be Familiars Fest, the after course here. Dinner, perhaps not enough. No, they're gonna let the Familiars go. Mercy for those. Perhaps not for XZ though. Fear has just seen him with the eggs. He can void this. He can cancel it, and now the rest of the team is rushing.
They're just gonna run away?
There's no XZ for this. It's gonna be 3-on-1, maybe 4-on-1 as they jump up. Do they go straight for that second lane? No, they can't. There's tier 2s. Instead, they'll take the raid. No, they're going straight for the throne. EG looking for the killer instinct plays, trying to force out those buybacks. It's Lina against the world, needs the Tusk to help her out. Fear's getting stunned by Familiars as he tries to join the squad, but it might be too late. EG onto the tier 4s, they'll bring those down as well. A win here, they're into the top 3, looking for the repeat. Another huge Valve event with a slightly tweaked roster. Many doubted them, but EG are showing they
just
are
need
not
this
to be
one fight.
trifled with. There is a track on Universe right now, they snowball in. CDEC not giving up the goose just yet. XZ trying to hang on Arteezy, the tank, the linchpin in the front lines. He's way too big. He beats down XZ. He
doesn't have the
kill him
BKB.
off. Laguna, they got him. They actually managed to slay the beast. And now Sumail jacked up as well. Has EG overextended? This could be huge. PPD on the run, popping the dust. That trick worked last time. It won't this time around as Fear will fall.
This
And
might be
PPD,
5 heroes with
this
track.
This might be 5. My goodness, CDEC.
Wait for
Not
the
ready
track.
to give up the stun, the track. They got him too. PPD dead as well. It's a wipe.
Just look at the
CDEC.
gold change.
CDEC. That is 7,100 gold changing hands. And you can see it, a very blunt peak as the graph plummets. But they do have an exposed throne with no glyph.
Really good reactions by EG. They realize at best this is a 2v5 defense. But CDEC with the hold of their lives, they did such a good job of fighting around that SF BKB, waited things out for as long as they possibly could. Shiki was so patient with that ultimate. Make sure that at the last possible second, he's able to nab Artur. And EG, you're not going to run away from a lineup like this, especially not with track available. And now all of a sudden, they're going to get the Aegis with the cheese on top. And if you give this to the Lina, she's almost always going to be able to get her ultimate off.
Eyes on Universe. Does he go for it? Is
There's
it
no
worth
way
the
he's going to
risk?
be able to grab this.
Is it worth it? He's got a rocket soon. They're going to snowball into the pit. Rocket gets fired, and
he's going to go for it!
There's the hook! He gets the last hit! Where the hell is that damage? He couldn't even click it into chaos. And it's Lina who grabs it. Still, denies them a little bit of gold, has the buyback in case it's necessary, and almost just completely snatched away CDEC's hopes and dreams.
If he was able to get that Aegis on top of the last hit,
He just retires the best Dota player
you
ever.
just all you need at that point is one fight, and he just secures his team the game right there.
You remember when Eternal Envy said that he's not in it to win one TI, he wants to win the most TIs ever? I think Universe might be in it to have the most swag plays at Roshan ever. He's already done it on their Shaker. Just time to add Clockwork to his repertoire.
For as much as we talk about that guy, I almost feel like we're still underrating him on this team, because he's not that outside personality that really streams or puts himself out there, but he always manages to get the job done. But CDEC,
those are the scariest ones. The silent killers.
Yeah. They've done such a good job of holding in this game so far. We've given EG so much credit, but despite all of the mess-ups, they are going to be a little bit more ahead.
I mean, looking back at it, Blitz, now that we may have like a moment here to catch our breath, hopefully, do you think it was just a straight up blunder to go for the tier 4? Should they have backed earlier? Or because they could have gone tier 2s. They could have just pushed out the lanes, played it very safely. We might have a fight. Snowball onto Fear. They look to jump. Cheeky's there as well. Does he want to commit that Laguna on this hero? Doesn't seem to. Arteezy is the one that's tracked up. He pops the BKB, and they look to bring out Cheeky. Laguna already engaged, and Cheeky is going to go down. That's just the Aegis, but they also lose their gem. The Bounty Hunter dead. Aggressive Doom kept out of the fight.
He doesn't have
quickly, it's going to turn into a 2v5 between the Doom, the dead Lina, who's only now respawned, looking to engage into this one. The lifesteal out of the picture. The Bounty Hunter dead as well. Q
You have to win win this fight.
To run, to hide. There's no escape from Arteezy. XC rolling out of the cogs, likely to be next. He snowballs. He gets the uppercut off. No escape. And Cheeky even pops his head out of the base. That's a bold move. Tier 2.
Oh,
It's
Universe.
actually still up, but they're going deeper. They're looking for the kills. No, back to the throne. Back where they started. And EG have done it. They take out CDEC, their arch nemesis, 2-0. In a total reversal from the first time these teams met on the main stage at TI5.
And even though this game wasn't as clean as game 1, where that felt more like a draft loss, this felt more like a complete team win.
It really did. Everyone did their job. They put Sumail on a less comfortable hero, but he got the dooms he needed later on in the game, and they had great defensive swaps. Yeah, maybe they overextend a little bit, could have played it safer, but hey, it makes it more interesting for the fans this way. So they move on. They're guaranteed final 3 positioning. Can anybody stop this team?
I mean, we're about to find out as Team Secret. They're going to go against Vici Gaming, and I think it's going to be one of these 2 teams that has to do it.
Looking cool, calm, and collected as they will shake hands with their opponents. And with that, EG, they'll have a day off tomorrow to get ready for that winter bracket finals. And with that, we hand it back to the panel. Red Eye, my God, what did we just watch?
Good question, and we're about to find out because our 3 experts on the panel are going to break down game number 2. EG take a sweep over CDEC, and they are in the upper bracket final. What a way to do it as well.
I mean, good question, but a really simple answer. We just watched EG.
I like that. Okay, let's go to a break. If only it were that easy. Malini, impressive again from EG. This time, it's almost like we've always talked about the fact they start slow in a tournament. They don't really like day 1s. They don't really get into gear until day 3 or day 4. Day 5 seems to have been maximum output because 2-0 against a quality team like CDEC is not what we really expected.
I don't think they underestimated CDEC at all. They were very prepared this time, even though they gave one of CDEC's greatest weapons in the Shiki Lina. He actually did very well that game, but I was more surprised by Aggressive making Lifestealer look like a decent hero.
Yeah. It actually looked viable.
I told you guys it wasn't that bad a pick. Ben was absolutely
I was like,
crushing.
oh no, he's gonna get it. But I mean, at the end of the game, he couldn't walk in on the Shadow Fiend. He's like, okay, I'm gonna get doomed. What am I supposed to do now?
Yeah. I mean, you made a point to me actually in the break. Was it something like there's been 19 picks on Lifestealer this year, and no one's picked it more than twice. I think maybe Syndrome made it.
That was not
Yeah,
me.
it was a stat. It's 4-8 this patch.
Yeah.
Nobody picked it twice apart from Alliance, and they lost
Yeah.
both times. So.
Yeah. So it's almost like they picked it once and went,
Now it's 4-9.
nope, that didn't work.
Well, I was also early on where they were screwing around with Ancient's Lifestealer, which infest the rock golem, haha.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave these guys to argue over whether Lifestealer is viable or not. Maybe that could be one of the questions down on the floor right now, because Coddle Guy is with PPD.
Thank you, Paul, here on the stage. Paul? Hey. All right, there we are. Here on the stage with PPD, congratulations, a successful win, a big 2-0 in the rematch against CDEC at the TI5. Got to ask you, how would you compare this CDEC team to the one you faced off at TI?
They're no longer like the underdogs. There's no Cinderella story anymore, so people going into them don't underestimate them. They are definitely one of the strongest Chinese teams.
Game number 2, we got very interested that you guys opted to hand over the first pick. What was that for?
They don't play Shadow Fiend very well, so we don't have to ban it. We're not too afraid of their Doom. We're more afraid of Aggressive's Gyrocopter and Shiki's Queen of Pain.
Then 5th pick comes in. It's a Lifestealer. What's running through your mind at that moment?
Easy 2-0.
Very nice, very nice. But you got to the point, it looked like it was going to be dominant, but a 5-man almost track wipe happens there. Is there a little bit of nerves at that point?
We were getting a little nervous, but we still knew we had the better heroes and we were still more farmed. We made a bold call. Artur was like, all right, let's just go win. I don't want to scapegoat on him, but that was his decision, not mine.
All right, well, lesson learned on that one, I guess. Anyways, Peter, congratulations, a huge win for you. We look forward to seeing more from you. Let's give it up one more time for Evil Geniuses and PPD. We'll go ahead and send it back to the panel now.
Thank you very much.
Classic Arteezy.
Classic.
God damn that, Artur. What are you doing? I think he just got thrown under the bus, didn't he?
I mean, that's one thing about a PPD, you know you're going to get a straight answer.
I like that about Picture. Easy 2-0 once the Lifestealer popped out, jokingly, obviously, but it was relatively easy other than a couple of mistakes which could have cost them the game towards the end of the game as well.
CDEC had a 6K gold lead at 20 minutes. They were not out of this game. They traded pretty evenly in the laning phase. They got that 5-man game going down into the Radiant jungle, which is something one of their hallmarks as a team. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, Ben was right about the hero composition. The Lifestealer just can't man fight when Doom is in play.
Okay. And as far as CDEC is concerned, it's not the end of the road, Ben, because they dropped down to the lower bracket. They're guaranteed top 6 already, which is probably the absolute minimum they expected, but they'll want to come all the way back up and get to the final again.
I think that Aggressive has to do so much for a team, but I mean, he can do it. He played Lifestealer, I think, one of the best Lifestealers that I've seen. The armlet toggle was pretty darn sick. He kited them around for a very, very long time, and I don't know. I think they can make top 3 easily.
Okay, I mean, a lot is on him, and it's been that kind of tournament where people like G have stepped up and really shown what an important player they are. They've delivered. Arteezy's done the same thing. Aggressive is another one of those style of players who has to step up for his team. Maybe not so much as the other players because they've got maybe a more rounded team as a whole. But
I mean, how much better can he get?
Exactly, and what more can you put on him to drag them through the bracket?
I don't.
No, I don't know either.
I don't have a good answer to that question.
I think for me, the key thing in both games is that they drafted Aggressive into a really bad position, and he still looked good. Well, okay, arguably maybe didn't look good in game number 1, but that was, like, who is going to look good under those circumstances? I think they have to secure Aggressive a better hero for himself. He does have a pretty wide hero pool, and we had some alternative suggestions, and then they come up with Lifestealer, which I think was super hard counter in that game. He's not good against Shadow Fiend, really. Shadow Fiend is one of the heroes that can man-fight him because of a farm advantage. Doom counters it well. Venge is great against it, too.
But he played as well as he could. I mean, there was some incredible escapes in the middle of that as well. He's got away with his life several times.
Same
He
versus
should have been
LGD
dead.
with the Phantom Lancer. It's like, oh, it's not that great here, and then he made it look amazing.
So I think we were all agreed. It almost looked viable in his hands.
That is not easy. I mean, Armlet is almost gone from the meta for a reason. It is so much harder to do that now than it used to be. Those
Against
Armlet
Doom
toggle
especially.
plays, unbelievable.
Okay. Any final thoughts, Synderen?
No.
Okay, good.
Oh, I was left.
You've really taken to that Malk position. It really has. Yeah, you've taken it upon yourself, and it really works well. Alan?
I think the question is still on the table. We came into this tournament asking, Secret has looked really good. Who's going to stop EG? I've still got that question in my head, and I'm not sure there's an answer.
And after the break, we might find out a little bit more information about that. Ben, final thoughts?
I think EG, they're looking amazing right now.
Okay. Very succinct final thoughts from our expert panel. As you've probably not got used to over the last 5 days, but nevertheless, it's a welcome change. We are going to head towards our second semi-final in the upper bracket very shortly. But before we get there, we are headed towards a break. And before that, what happens when Pyrian Flax gets his hands on virtual reality?
Nice room. I'm thinking maybe we could put something a little special in here. So I'm going to have a chat with Shen. He's my man, and he's going to sort me out with kind of a virtual reality experience. Join me, friends. Hi, I'm here with Shen, and I'm going to have a look at the HTC Vive, which is this headset, these controllers, these lasers. What am I going to get in there?
So what you're going to get is a full room scale virtual reality experience. So you have the 2 sensors in the room, and they're being picked up by all of these sensors on the headset and the controllers.
Okay.
Yeah, it will work out its position in 3D space in real time.
Okay, and what's the name of the demo I'm going to have a go on today?
You're going to get a variety, but one of the newer ones that we're going to show you is Arizona Sunshine, which is a zombie shooter game.
Okay, that sounded nice for 2 seconds, but now I'm terrified. Let's do it.
Oh, trigger the paint.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Whew. Okay, that's terrifying. And
Doug Church promised me there would never be shooting games in this because it would be too scary for me, and he broke his promise. That was intense. I need to get back to the real world. Buildings, car parks, rain, the HTC Vive. You might get a chance to have a go. I'll tell you about it later in the show, but for now, I need a nice sit down and a cup of tea. I'll see you soon.
And welcome back to Frankfurt for live coverage of our final game of the day. It is Team Secret versus Vici Gaming. Promises to be a phenomenal game because we deserve one today, frankly. We haven't had one yet. They've all been 2-0s, and well, the desk are itching for a 3-match game, and let's hope we get it. We've got a little bit of a change as well. LD's back, Blitz is back. How you doing, boys? You good?
Things are getting rough here, Paul. You know, we've gotten teams getting smacked around. First Sidek gets beat, then poor Nahaz lasts all of like one day, and they took him out on the stretcher earlier. I mean, Blitz and I are pretty much in shambles after that cast, so we're a mess right now.
Right. Okay. Good. No breaks for the wicked. No.
Ben's
breaks.
fine.
So Ben's fine.
Good, you
Ben's
guys are
more than fine. He's all good. We're going to get into it with Vici Gaming. I want to start things off by talking about Super. And whether you think he's living up to his name.
Uppercase Super. Yeah, I think he is. Super is not like the maybe style of like super flashy playmaking, one position mid that we've seen become more popular over the past 6 months. He's more of like the traditional like tempo controller kind of S4 style mid where he'll play like a Dragon Knight or an Invoker. I think he does his job on the team. I don't think he's really expected to be that playmaker. It can be limiting at times with how they draft, but I think he does what the team wants from out of his role. Is that the right strategy? I mean, that's something you could debate, but I think he does what's expected of him.
Blitz, I know you like numbers. Second highest GPM at the majors for Super.
He doesn't like numbers, actually.
That's why I picked on him.
I'm
That's
the
why I
type of
picked on
player
him.
that kind of plays by feel, and what I see out of Super is he does what he needs to. Like LD said, you've already got enough superstars on this team. You've got FY playing the support. You've got Ice 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 in the off lane. You don't need another big ego or a big superstar player. You need somebody that can balance that all out, kind of carry it through, and say, okay, I don't have to take on that playmaking role. I can just be the guy, you know, that sits there, does my job, make sure that I get my amount of farm. And he's been doing it throughout this tournament.
Okay.
He's more like the backbone of the team, I feel like.
Yeah.
Doesn't
always get the best press, though. That's kind of why I wanted to talk about him, because everyone talks about all the other players.
I mean, in a certain respect, maybe it's sort of like the universe of the team. Yeah, maybe hasn't had the same quite like highlight.
You see his
worthy
Emperor
reels,
yesterday?
but
That was highlight worthy.
yeah, that was the thing is he can actually play those heroes and do a very solid job on them. Maybe he's not going to be as spectacular as CTY or Sumail or maybe, but he can definitely get the job done, or Eternal Envy for that.
Okay, talking of highlights, let's actually have a look at the highlights from Vici Gaming, because they have had a very good tournament so far. They found themselves in the upper bracket of the semi-final, courtesy of a very dominant Group B performance as well. Unfortunately, we can't bring that to you right now, but hopefully
So dominant that
it's so dominant it's
deleted
broken the
the
VT. It's actually
You
broken.
really need to see at this point.
Wow, all right.
It was too ugly for
Give us the highlights, Ben, so far.
I think his Alchemist mid is probably the scariest Alchemist in this tournament. He manages to get his Radiance at, I don't know, usually before 13 minutes, and they've won a lot of games off the back of that. They actually use it a lot in the group stage. He actually excels with the melee heroes, though. His Queen of Pain is decent, but is like Dragon Knight, Ember Spirit, Alchemist. These are all really, really good.
So the dominant group stage, and then moved into the bracket stage and beat a team that we've watched press us a lot, which is Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I think Dominant might be a little strong. They struggled a bit against Vega, and there was that one game in particular where I think if Vega didn't, they sometimes falter mid and late game execution. We saw that. Yeah, okay, they threw. But I mean, I also think Vici is very good at playing from behind, so I give them credit as well for that.
Okay, all right. In terms of where they are in the pecking order at Frankfurt, where would you put them right now, LD?
Vici?
Yeah.
I think top 4 material right now if they bring their A game. The burning for me has actually been the biggest question mark on the team, where they've put him on heroes like Slardar, not traditional burning heroes, and he just hasn't consistently delivered. He's had games where he's played really well on, say, a gyrocopter, but not consistently enough to me where you can, like, he hasn't done the aggressive thing, and the way Vici's drafting, I feel like he kind of needs to do.
You're not convincing Blitz at all here.
I kind of disagree. For me personally, I think that Vici, they're top 4 material, but they're kind of like the LD of casting. They're never really going to get that top spot. They're going to be okay at it, but they're never going to occupy the first, the EG/secret, the Toby level that you really want to see out of them. And I don't know what it is because...
Listen, man, I witnessed the Toby level firsthand. When I sit down at the caster PC, and there were some pictures in that Drow Ranger hash. Hey.
Can we
keep it professional here?
Yeah.
Is that what you were going to say?
But I just think that it's a talented team for sure. They're just missing whatever that extra spice is, because you look at this team and you're like, from top to bottom, superstars all around. They've got so many consistent players, but they just haven't been able to put it quite right together.
Okay, let's talk about one of the other superstars in the team, and that's Ice Ice Ice. There's a terrific stat here that when they leave him alone, when they just let him get on with whatever he wants to do, as in, you know, hard carry that mid, they're 68% as a winning ratio, which is higher than any of the other teams at the majors, which would suggest that you basically just let him get on with it.
Yeah, when you go back to the formation of the old Team DK, one of the biggest fan favorite teams of all time, where they excelled was the patch at the time that they were formed was usually Mushi and Ice 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 could get 1v1s, and then they would try lane with Burning, often aggressively, even though it wasn't really his style back then. He liked to farm coming into that team, but they were so dominant in the 1v1s at that time. Mushi also arguably the best mid in the world or in the top 3. They would just win off of the solo matchups, but they don't really get them. What do you got now, Will?
Sorry, I was thinking about another quip. I was going to say something that you planted those images on Toby's computer, but nobody would buy that.
Are you serious?
It wasn't going to get away with that. There was too many Dro images on there. But I think I completely agree with your assessment. I think that Ice Ice Ice, probably what makes him even more fun to watch is his personality, is that he's the guy that's willing to kind of troll around, have a little bit of fun, drop his items. We saw him do that. When somebody was TPing away, I saw a highlight clip where he just drops a Yule Scepter in front of him and he's like, cancel it, come at me.
Other players have started to steal that.
That was his Naga Siren too, remember? A few years ago, he would just sleep and drop his items and pick them back up.
I mean, my favorite moment of personality from Ice 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 was at the Nunyon Championships. He did the pre-game interview. He was a man of many words. He said, yes, yes, yes.
He's done that to me in an interview as well before.
He's a tough one.
He is a tough one.
Do you think you can crack him, Paul?
No, actually, Dakota did a much better job with him the other day than I could ever do with him. We're going to move on to Team Secret now as well. Their opponents have been in fantastic form, and yet again, we've come to a major tournament and we expect an awful lot from them. Is it too much sometimes, perhaps? Do we put too much pressure on them?
I think both of these teams have enough results and just veteran players that expectations are never too high. Like even for Secret, yeah, when they started the new roster, you look at Weehaw, a bit unproven. I mean, it's interesting how the team formed, where Eternal Envy was even, you know, on record as like flaming Weehaw for antics in an in-house league. But they've overcome that. Vici Gaming, very solid veteran roster. So I think anything less than top 3 is not enough to ask of these teams.
Okay, let's take a look at some of their highlights from the Mineski game in the upper bracket round 1, where they won 2-0, of course. And that one was, I mean, the first game was a little bit close, but the second game was an absolute stomp. So what do you draw from that?
Honestly, for me, I just think that Team Secret here outclassed Mineski. Like, Mineski played pretty well in the group stage, but it just felt like they couldn't handle it when it came to the late game. And by the second game, I felt like Puppy really figured them out in the draft. He kind of understood the way that they wanted to play. And for me, the second game, it just didn't really even feel like Mineski stood a chance.
This match kind of reminded me of CDEC versus LGD, where even if the early stage is closer, LGD comes out on top. You know when it comes to the execution and the fights later on, like CDEC is just going to outclass them in the fights, and especially going late against Secret. They have some of the best late game decision making in the tournament.
I really feel like Secret didn't figure Mineski out. I think they just ran one of their normal strategies. It's like a cleaver with Magnus and, you know, the Wind Ranger that we see a lot. I just feel like no one's really figured Secret out yet and how to deal with the Weehaw Ranger and the Eternal Envy Ember Spirit.
I mean, are those, do you consider first phase banning them, give up something like the Slardar? Do you pick one as like the hero that needs to be countered, or?
I mean, if it's not the Ember Spirit, it can be the Anti-Mage. So it's not only those two heroes, but it's just a general sort of playstyle. We see, you know, a lot of different strategies coming out from them. Sometimes it's the early game Chen, and you kind of have to identify it in the draft phase before it's too late. But that's really hard because Secret run a lot of strategies, even the Meepo, which we haven't seen yet.
Okay, Pilo Dai as a player. Let's just put him in the spotlight a little bit right now. And this is actually a poor statistic. I don't particularly enjoy putting these ones up, but they're points of discussion. Average is only 741 gold a game due to the dying, basically. The lowest of any of the players at Frankfurt Major. Does it really matter, though, with the contribution that he brings to the team? I mean, that team are very sacrificial, almost. I mean, Puppy's quite adamant that he'll pick the heroes that he needs to win a game, and the players will play on them regardless of whether they're getting kills or gold or whatever.
No, I don't think it really matters that this stat exists, because when you look at a Pilo Dai type of player, I mean, his nickname is Die Die Die, because the deaths that he does, it kind of makes sense. Like, oftentimes he'll be pushing along the bottom lane, completely isolating himself from the rest of his team. They'll 3-man smoke gank him, thinking that there's going to be heroes behind him. It's just a trap. Envy's farming, going to push out your top tower, going to get a tower for free because you've TP'd down to rotate. And these kinds of plays, you look at it as a statistic and you say, okay, well, he just keeps feeding and dying, but there's a different layer to it. It sounds kind of weird, but it's like the tactical feed. It doesn't.
I'm going to use that the next time I've
cane feed in your pub.
Yeah, when I've fed a lot in the bottom lane.
but that's what the purpose.
That's a great explanation. I'm going to use that.
And then they're like, "What's wrong with you?" You're like, "You just don't understand."
Have you even heard of Pylide? I mean, come on, guys.
I mean, the thing is, it works really well with their current play style. Is that always the right way to play support? Maybe not, but the way that they're playing right now, where they're picking very late game, excellent split pushing heroes for Envy, Ember Spirit, Anti-Mage. They're picking up Magnus, Puppey even said, solely for Empower. They don't even care about the RP, just so Envy can farm more. That's where the space creating, time wasting style of support really fits.
And it's working because they're winning.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Okay, we'll hear more from all three of you and get some predictions in a little while. But first of all, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce you to the two teams. Teams entering their booths, which also means we're just a few minutes away from the draft of the first game. It also means it's time to put a few of you gentlemen on the spot. It's that favourite part that you all love. It's time to play Predict a Winner.
Can I just ask before we start, did Nahaz get his predictions right today?
Yes.
I don't want to go out like him. I hope I get this wrong.
In fact, everyone's gone for OG, VP, and EG except for the person sat in seat 2, which is very interesting because I got a sneaky feeling how all this is going. We're going to start with Blitz. I get the sense that you're impressed with Vici, but I think you're a secret boy.
I think that Secret, they've proven themselves time and time again at the top levels of competition, winning 2 lines in a row, getting to the finals of ESL New York. I don't think there's really a question. I feel like they should take this series, no problem.
Okay, so a definitive secret from you. Is that a 2-0 or a 2-1?
If it's a 2-1, I would say that the one win is kind of a wash, and Ichi might win the first game, but I think that Team Secret can take the other 2 pretty standard.
Okay. Because you're in seat...
win a wash.
It's like, you know what I mean.
Hold on. Play the game here. It's not your turn. You can give him a hard time in a minute.
Okay.
Because you're in seat 2, LD, you're sort of in the Melk role, okay? And Melk comes up with, slightly crazy kind of guesses. For instance, the person that is sat in seat 2 today has gone Mineski, VP, okay, we'll give them that, and CDEC.
Okay.
And I have a feeling that you're going to go for Vici.
Well, as someone who isn't a shamelessly biased Western Dota fan, I like to evaluate the game objectively. No, I think these teams are very evenly matched. It could definitely go either way. It was a best of 5 in the Nanyang Championship. Secret came out on top. It was 3-2. It was really close. It could have gone either way. Puppey, historically, as of late, and PPD have slightly figured out FY, so I think on paper, Secret are the favorites, but I'm going with Vici game.
Okay.
I think they'll bring it to that.
All right, Vici for you, EG, Secret for me, and... Secret as well for Ben. Okay, draft is just moments away. So 3 for Secret, 1 for Vici Gaming. And yet again, it is the seat 2 that comes up with the alternative. I think Malk has infected that seat or something.
I think he has the best shot of winning this one, though.
Okay. Thank you, Ben.
Really?
I'm glad you believe in me.
Okay, but you've gone for Secret.
Your twin.
Yeah, but Vici is really, really good. It took him to 5 in the last series. We haven't actually seen these 2 teams match up that much recently, and I think that Vici's a really good matchup for
Nanyang? Not Nanyang?
Yeah, but the BO5.
I know. I mean,
since that, yeah.
All right.
It was only the one time.
Yeah. All right. Draft 1 then is underway.
Turn to ban.
There's absolutely no surprises. I feel like we already talked about it. Team Secret, they seem to play the style where it's kind of similar no matter what their drafts are. They can throw some weird stuff at you like the Chen or the Meepo, but for the most part, it feels like they kind of play next hero up. For example, for Misery, if it's not the Slardar, it's the Nyx Assassin. If it's not the Nyx Assassin, then you take the Magnus. And for Envy, if it's not the Ember Spirit, you take the AM. It feels like they just have a designated chain of authority where they just go from hero to hero if one gets banned out.
I think Vici actually has kind of the biggest overlap with the Western teams in terms of being able to play Slardar that we haven't really seen from CDEC, LGD, so on and so forth. They also utilize a Doombringer very well, sometimes in the 4 position.
It is worth mentioning in that best of 5 that they played at Nanyang, they banned Slardar every game. I think maybe Secret banned it once or twice as well, but it was banned every game. Game 5, they actually gave it away because they were having trouble dealing with some of the other Secret picks, and the Slardar single-handedly, basically, I would say Misery won them the game. Not to say, as well as Pylai Die on the Bounty Hunter. So they're going to go back to kind of the safer approach here. They do ban the Slardar off the bat. They have first pick. Doom is out there. I don't know if Secret's that afraid of it, but we'll see, I guess.
I think it's a hero you generally just don't want to play against because of the ability for it to just take out one hero immediately in the fight. For Vici Gaming, though, I think the question now is whether or not you take the Tusk. It's a hero that... I think Tusk is... for China anyways, is pretty highly favored.
I think there's a lot of other better heroes out there. Darkseer, Wyvern, Ember.
It's not really as much of an opener for Vici as I would say like eHome, for example.
Still a lot of first picks there.
Yeah.
There's a Queen of Pain out there if they want to kind of play it safe. Burning has been playing that quite a bit with mixed results.
If you're Vici, though, you're not really that scared of Secret's Tusk. Last time I saw it played, it was by Pylai Die, and it wasn't spectacular. It got the job done, and they ended up winning, but it wasn't like 11's Tusk, let's say.
Darkseer is definitely a big hero for me in this series, especially with a lot of the other premier offlaners likely to get banned out off the bat. I don't know if they first overall pick it, though. The other big hero for Secret is always the Ancient Apparition, something that Puppy loves to run.
That's a hero, though, that's going to be relatively contested in this series, and they're willing to just pick it up first.
I mean, like Ben pointed out, they actually had a great performance from Super on the Ember Spirit, and this also kind of serves the additional benefit of you don't have to waste a ban on Ember, you just take it away from Envy. It's been one of his go-to heroes.
Yeah, and Secret were probably wondering that with their second ban. They're like, if we ban the Doom, are they actually going to take the Ember? And that was the gamble that I think they took with their reserve time, and they were kind of contemplating leaving both of them in, perhaps, too.
So how does Secret want to deal with the Ember? They can't go for the Weeha Shadow Fiend. Obviously, they do love Wind Ranger. It's something they often grab. They've been grabbing their cores more in Phase 1 than most other teams. But with the Ember picked, the Slardar unavailable, maybe they change it up here.
Maybe Night Stalker to deal with the Ember Spirit. We actually haven't seen Team Secret play versus Ember Spirit in quite a long time. I'm looking at their last 20 matches, and they gave away Ember early on in Nanyang versus LGD.
There's also like safe openings, like just Darkseer Wyvern, always a good solid combo. If they want to grab something to try and deal with Ember early, there's Disruptor, but most teams haven't really been rushing him.
I think the Dazzle is a pretty hot pickup too for Team Secret. It's a relatively safe opener. Puppy's been playing it a ton lately, but the Night Stalker I think it's so good right now. The ability for it to catch, you can run it as the offlaner or the support. It doesn't give away too much.
I think it's the best solution versus Ember Spirit that hasn't been banned out. Yeah. Slardar and Doom are pretty good. I also say Wind Ranger is really, really good versus him. But sometimes, I mean, Secret like to pick up their supports early. Dazzle, Bane, or Wind Ranger. I would not be surprised with any of those three.
Agreed.
Yeah, Bane's a hero that really disrupts the mid lane too. It kind of fits inside that highlight die philosophy where you're just going to go in the mid lane, try to give Weeha the biggest advantage possible, but...
So there's the Wind Ranger. They want Darkseer for Ice. That Ember Darkseer combo can be really strong. I think it's also one of the most stable offers.
Queen's still available too.
That's true.
But I'm not sure.
How do you feel about Burning's Bob? Obviously, he has not performed like on the level CTY, though a few others have, but do you think it's strong enough to take Phase 1?
I kind of like it when he plays the more unusual heroes. I think he played Dusa early in this tournament. They won in like 20 minutes. So I like it when they keep their options open for him. Even like the Burning Brewmaster has been a good pick for them.
So they get the Wyvern, that's a little more reliable lockdown, and in case that Wii Ranger does get out of control, which I feel like is every game, basically.
Yeah.
They have some way to deal with them.
It's one of the best counter initiators versus Wind Ranger, though, by far.
True.
I think if you went for the Queen of Pain here, you're gonna, if you don't win the early game, it's gonna get so rough for you. Against a Wind Ranger and a Night Stalker, these are two heroes with a minimal amount of farm that can pretty much solo kill you. Even if you get something like the Orchid, which more or less all of the safe lane Queen of Pains are running, you're still so susceptible to just like one shackle or one silence and dying right after.
Team Secret.
But the dazzle, yeah, you have to ban that. I think especially when you're playing against Puppy, because the way that he positions himself, the amount of graves that he's able to get out in the course of one fight, unbelievable.
And Weave's really good against a farmed Ember as well, if you get it off at the right time.
So Secret, I think, probably have to ban Darkseer.
Unless they want to pick it, because they do have the first pick out. Night Stalker Darkseer is pretty strong. They don't often run that like aggressive dual lane the way like C-Deck or Eho might though. I don't know if it's as much their style.
And there's still Tusk. Oh, never mind. Tusk gone.
I don't know if you let it slip this far, even if you
What
don't
a
play
hero.
it.
I saw a 5th pick Tusk this tournament. That was a mistake.
That was a shame.
That was a mistake.
That also maintained its 100% record as well. 74 games in a row. Pickle ban.
I do like this a lot, though. Banning out the anti-mage. They don't have the best solutions for him. Secret have shown a huge propensity toward this very split pushy, late game oriented style. Envy is a pretty versatile player, but take away the heroes that have been working best for them.
The Ember Spirit first pick just really did a lot for Vici Gaming, though. With the Ember Spirit and the Anti-Mage already gone, the Magnus strategy kind of gone by the wayside. They don't have to ban out Meepo because Ember Spirit is one of the best counters. And
Wyvern's great as well.
Yeah. And on top of that, there's not really that many counters to the Ember Spirit. However, there is still the Broodmother for Misery.
Ooh. So they could ban Darkseer, just grab Brood right away.
I mean, there's also Brood for Ice as Ice too, so but okay.
Other way around.
There was a Brood. Spider has been squashed.
So now Darkseer, I think, is the next pick that...
I think you kind of have to take it here. You think they can give it away, Will?
Possibly. You have a pretty aggressive lineup right now, and I think Vici Gaming with that Ember Spirit.
Vici Gaming's turn
so no
to
combo.
pick.
I mean, you don't want to play against it though. The Ion Shell plus the Flame Guard, I think it does way too much in the early game.
It's kind of the same idea as first picking the Ember for Vici, where it's somewhat a block pick, but it's also a hero that can work really well with their lineup.
Yeah, but now you see the Night Stalker kind of in the support role, definitely. So this, I think, leaves the Undying open to be able to pressure Envy. Vici really like that Undying +1 roam around.
Yeah, they do. They especially love it with the Alk, which I don't see them fitting in at this point.
They still have to pick another core, most likely an offlaner for Ice, but I think Vici can afford to wait a little bit on the offlaner. There's so many options open.
What do you think Burning's going to play? We've seen, I think Gyro's been one of his most stable, successful like early game fighting carries. He has had some good games on Clinks.
I like Clinks a lot. But I don't know if they're going to pick up this early. Red Eye suggests Bane.
Red Eye suggests Bane? I think it's not bad.
Talk to us about Bane, Paul.
I hate getting involved in these. And it's always I always point to it on the screen or on a piece of paper, and then Ben throws me under the bus.
Well, you have to.
What a stupid idea, man.
I mean, Bane's
of course it was going to be an AA.
Very common pickup for Secret, but I mean, after you see the Juggernaut and the Winter Wyvern, Ancient Apparition is a natural pickup.
It's already a go-to for them. I mean, I mentioned it, even something I could see Secret taking phase 1 because of how well they use it, but it's just extra value to get it 4th pick. They are pretty heavily committed to heals already.
I think the last time I saw a Juggernaut against Team Secret, it actually won, if I remember correctly.
I think it got banned out.
Yeah, Vici beat them with Jug in a 53-minute game.
Yeah.
But that was, I don't think it was really the Jug that game, if I recall. Oh, you know what it was? It was the game where they got an early, like Super got incredibly farmed on Alchemist and then fed the Jug in Ags, and then all of a sudden he just took over the game. So it wasn't just the Jug, I guess, in that case. The one thing with Vici is that once in a while they do run the offlane Juggernaut, in which case maybe they could pick a superhero still.
I don't think you can get away with it this game. It feels a little bit too greedy. I feel like you need a hero that can reliably initiate the fight.
So who is
Ember
that?
Spirit's okay, but if he doesn't get a lot of farm, you want him to farm.
So who's left? There's Clockwork is kind of an obvious choice. Good against Wind Ranger, pretty good against Darkseer. Ice is very
really
comfortable on it.
Block works really well if you're able to get any measure of farm and you're not just immediately sacked. And the way that Team Secret do it, I feel like you can get away with it.
So this is actually something I thought Secret might consider versus the Ember, but they do have okay lockdown for him.
So it looks like they want to concentrate on shutting down the Darkseer. Disruptor, I think, one of the best supports at actually killing a Darkseer in lane as well as zoning him out early. But I don't know, this kind of forces Secret to maybe run Darkseer and Night Stalker in the off lane.
You say that like it's a bad thing. They're pretty strong.
Yeah, no, it's not a bad thing, but it limits
their laning options. That's true.
Darkseer is just not a hero, though, that you want to
Reserve
sack.
time.
You don't want him to get forced in the jungle too early.
Secret also just don't like sacking.
Yeah, not for Misery. I feel like they want to give him the best possible start.
Even if
that he
he's
feels
something
useful.
like a Magnus, you know, he'll just stay there and try to get whatever he can. Yeah, they almost never abandon the offlane.
VG
That was kind of the
Gaming's
obvious
turn
ban, I
to
think, the
bat.
clock. So well done by Secret. So what is Ice going to play if it's not the Juggernaut?
Maybe waiting to see how greedy they go on Envy.
Spirit Breaker?
I don't know.
You don't know yet. You have to wait to see what it goes. Like they could go for like let's say a Spectre, right, with the Ancient Apparition plus Spectre, and then Night Stalker to kind of provide the map control. So it's, I mean, they're clearly somewhat scared of the split push already with the anti-mage ban.
That's true. Vici don't look like they're going to be able to put a ton of pressure on the Secret safe lane right now, so they could go for something greedier.
See Envy Necro. Got a Rada Vatos, get really tanky.
I do like Necro actually.
Get the Ags, win the game. the Ghetto Doom.
It honestly does. It always just feels like there's a timer. You hit 50 minutes, you have an Aghanim Scepter.
I remember watching one of those monkey business games back before they became
yeah.
OG.
I know
where
which game you're talking
They
about.
fed an Ags from the Alk to the Necro and then Necrolite, and then just instantly won the game off of it.
I don't know how viable it is, this game.
Remaining.
So he's played Slardar, Darkseer, Tusk, Timbersaw,
Reserve time.
They're still like
Morphling.
Gyrocopter, of course.
Please not Morphling.
I think Gyrocopter is like the safe pick here.
Hasn't played a gyro. At the
Oh, you're
no,
talking
I
about
I'm talking about
Ice.
Ice. If you, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
What else does Envy plays Clinks?
Envy has a pretty wide
5
array of
seconds
heroes, I feel.
remaining.
I think he's pretty diverse as a carry.
It is the Spectre Ben. Good call.
Ben Wu.
So now I think it's kind of a good sign for them to start and pressure this lane. Undying would probably be my go-to if I don't have anything left. But
Has played Undying, but not at this tournament.
It's kind of tough though. At that point, you've got 3 heroes that rely pretty heavily on heals against an AA.
But it doesn't matter. It's more about putting pressure on
yeah,
the
it's
lane.
more about putting pressure on the Spectre. You might even consider just going aggressive with the Juggernaut and just having Ice go one-on-one in the safe lane.
I mean, Secret could look to dodge at that point.
You could
on
get
the
Tide.
Tide's safe lane, so I think they have options even.
Yeah,
then.
Tide's actually not that bad. Their high ground siege is very difficult though with the Ancient Apparition on the opposite team.
It's going to be that way, though, I think, when you have 2 melee cores, especially one like Ember. I think the Juggernaut has to be it. Then you just go for a Roshan early and use that second Aegis. Oh! There's the Tide.
Okay. So
We did it,
Spectre
Ben.
And Tidehunter are the last 2
Going
picks.
Dota sucks.
Team Secret versus VG Gaming. Game 1. Let's go over to our commentators.
It's right, it has been 2-0s all day today, but this best of 3 in my mind should be the closest of all of them. I'm Capitalist, I'm joined by Purge. You've seen the draft, Purge. What do you think? Who's going to be coming out in this game 1?
I'm not quite sure yet, but it's definitely an interesting draft. A couple of heroes that the teams haven't played much this tournament. We've seen a couple Tidehunter picks so far, but it's really rare. And Eternal Envy on Spectre as well, not something we've seen in a while. So less active of a carry as he normally gets. Obviously a lot of Ember games so far, but I think it'll be interesting. I assume he'll just go standard build, but he's got to really worry about that Juggernaut in the early game killing him.
Yeah, for me, the person to really look out for is going to be Weeha's Wind Ranger. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to create enough space for Eternal Envy. Like, they've got to be able to both create space and set up kills for Eternal Envy to be a part of as that Spectre in order to kind of get the ball rolling for Vici before Vici Gaming hit their, like, kind of mid-game teamfight stride that they have so much of.
Yeah, and they don't even have the best setup either. It's pretty much going to come down to Blink Shackles, and there's not really a lot of other options they can do just to initiate, other than maybe a Void. So if Vici Gaming gets something like a Force Staff, I think it'll really protect them against that setup that Secret's going for.
So maybe we're going to see like something when like the Disruptor try and pick up the Force Staff. Now, of course, if our Tidehunter gets a really good start, we may see a Blink Dagger and Force picked up rather early on him.
Also possible. The aggression is going to be really important, though. They have to delay this Radiance on the Spectre, because if they can, it's going to be a pretty straightforward game. I feel like Ember as well as Juggernaut are decent against Wind Ranger. And if they can get on top of her in Chainstunner, it should be a kill.
All right, now that the pause is finally out of the way, we can begin the Vici Gaming versus Team Secret best of 3 to determine who's going to be going up and to be one of the guaranteed top 3 teams. Both teams already starting off with early TPs, FY, getting a nice aggressive Rune Ward up in order to perhaps challenge for that bounty rune in the top lane. Meanwhile, our Night Stalker has actually rotated all the way out to bottom lane and has gotten a ward to block out that pull camp.
It's pretty much the leftmost possible place that you can block, so we'll see if they're going to be able to deward that. Any sentries in the game yet? There's actually none, so that's kind of a big problem there for Vici Gaming. It is going to force one of the heroes to do a little bit of roaming. And considering it's a Darkseer off lane, they might also just double force the zone. Because Darkseer as an offlane hero takes a lot more hero resources to keep out of the lane since his Iron Shells push the wave up so much. But if they can keep him level 1, he's going to be a little weak, and it may force him to go back in jungle. So, oh, I'm sorry, they do have a sentry ward here sitting on FY.
Yep, FY has
Fenrir now.
Is that ready to go?
Dewarding that's pretty important though, because they definitely do want fast level 6s on both Disruptor and Winter Wyvern if they can.
Oh, preemptive Ion Shell plus Chilling Touch. This is not a fight that Vici Gaming want to take. Secret pulling a lot of resources to the top lane. The battle for the bounty rune. Where's it going to go? Spectre picks it up, and that's going to be Team Secret starting off with 200 gold lead over Vici Gaming.
That's a pretty big advantage there. Spectre's going to be happy about that. Can get a fast Ring of Basilius or something like that if he wants to. Doesn't really need his mana for now, but later it will help a bit. So.
Yeah, very nicely set up by Team Secret. They knew they had such an overwhelming advantage at that bottom lane with double Ion Shells plus Chilling Touch. And all the couriers, that's going to be going down. Fenrir finds that opening nice and early, and Weehaw is not going to be able to depend on that courier for the next 3 minutes.
He does get his salve, but man, it's something a lot of players don't do very much. The walking courier comes in, he just is in the area. Easy range extension by using Arctic Burn. He's able to get the 2 hits that it takes to get the kill. And he gets a D-ward at the top rune. This is so big for Fenrir. And he ate it with the Tango, which gives twice the HP that a normal Tango would.
So he's going to go right back up to full HP, and he's going to try and join Ice as the Tidehunter, who's actually bullying out Eternal Envy decently well, causing him to miss some CS thanks to that damage reduction. He brought a lot of extra HP regen coming into this lane, knowing that he was going to be taking a bit of harassment from the Ancient Apparition, but as long as he has, consistently eating those tangos and keeps his HP pull up, he should never die to this lane.
Yeah, he should be just fine, especially when he starts getting Kraken Shell levels, because most of the damage that A does is from Chilling Touch, and that is magical, but it's still a lot of right-click damage coming out of that. So any more Krakens that Ice can get here is going to help extend his advantage in this lane.
Meanwhile, our bottom lane, you were talking about trying to zone out the Darkseer. Misery is actually just going to be doing full-time jungle and let Pylai Die take that bottom lane instead.
I like this a lot. Night Stalker's typically an off-lane hero. He can pressure the mid lane a little bit, but it's with a Wind Ranger, so there isn't really like a follow-up disable that you can land on Ember Spirit very reliably. So it's a lot easier if they just say, you know what, we're not probably going to get a kill mid. Let's just min-max our gold gain and our experience gain. So Pylai Die will be a lot stronger than he normally is in a typical game due to his high roam potential, and Misery's just going to be slightly weaker than normal.
Weehaw getting out the double denies there in the middle lane, while Pylai Die just throws out a void on burning, something small. To build on that, I think it is very efficient of Team Secret, especially since they don't have a good hero to clear through stacks besides the Darkseer. So if he just jungles right away, bottom lane, we're going to have a fight over FY, but it looks like Pylai Die should be able to keep in range, and that is going to be your first blood. Misery picks it up with the Ion Shell.
What a sick little kill there. Damage done on burning as well. He does have spin though, so he can stop the Ion Shell damage temporarily. And that's just some really good harass. And that's the efficiency of
Look at top lane. Eternal Envy's trying to get away to the trees. Just barely gets through. Ice wants to eat through those trees and get another anchor smash. But Eternal Envy does get away to safety and will start hatcheting down those trees in order to get out. But still, the fact that they just put so much pressure on the Spectre looks like this is going to force her back to base, possibly.
Yeah, and the worst thing about this is that the courier just respawns, so he needs to immediately get the bottom mid, and because of that, he can't even ferry himself regen. So they've got the backup there, and the pressure is absolutely working.
Middle lane, though, Wind Ranger has been doing quite well for herself. Seen quite a number of denies coming out from Weehaw. 15 and 9 already, and has been threatening Super quite a bit, as you could see. That was a bad time. Oh, looking in like they're going to go for this dive here. Puppey not really going to be saved by anybody. That Orb of Venom is doing so much work, and Puppey will end up going down here as the ticks continue. Vici Gaming hitting strong so far. Just challenging that Eternal Envy Spectre for all it's worth.
It's very cool that Vici Gaming has the knowledge to say, you know, we don't need an Undying to pressure a Spectre. Let's just use a tanky hero that's able to just withstand the right clicks that his opponents are dealing out. And all of a sudden, he's really reducing Jackie's farm. Like, if he uses Anchor Smash, it reduces his base damage. It prevents him from getting last hits, and he's just going to continue pressuring here. And Envy's going to have such a rough time in this lane.
He's getting so close to Arcane Boots. If he can actually pop the Mango soon and then pick up Arcane Boots, he'll have such a huge boost in mana at that point in time.
But Pylai does shift over. This can pressure him. They probably won't get a kill here. They're going to need at least 3, and most likely Chilling Touch on everybody. Tide is so tanky here. It's going to be a hard kill. They're going for it.
He went for the 2 levels of Kraken Shell as well. This is going to be really tough. Team Secret start going into Ice. But Cold Embrace is going to be able to help Ice, but they have the Chilling Touch eating through Ice's HP, and they will be able to get that kill. Just enough. The damage of Chilling Touch level 2, just a bit too much for our Tidehunter to be able to deal with.
Ancient Apparition is just one of the best counters against Winter Wyvern at all stages of the game. You can Cold Feet during the Cold Embrace. Chilling Touch damage is magical, so it goes through the Chilling Embrace as well. Like, at all stages, Ancient Apparition is going to be great. His ultimate as well when he hits 6. So, looked like he was going to be just fine there, but enough magic damage came out.
It's going to be one of the last moments that Misery really feels comfortable cutting the creep wave like he did at this bottom lane, because Burning is about to pick up his level 6, and with the good control coming out from the Disruptor, they could quite easily get that kill. So may have to start playing a bit more passive. Back to middle lane where Super is dropped low once again. If Weehaw hits another power shot, Super is going to be dangerously close to kill threshold.
Nice advantage here. You can just right-click him every time he comes up for a CS. Not the easiest lane if you are playing an Ember Spirit. Shield goes away, and he's going to have to wait for his bottle to come back before he goes for more last hits.
Spin out, bottom lane, trying to stay ahead of Misery. Will be able to get a slight step ahead. And Burning not quite yet level 6, unable to obtain that kill.
And just pressuring like that, it's very good to zone the Darkseer out, but it also costs Burning some last hits. He could easily be the top CSer in this game if he didn't occasionally have to worry about Ion Shell damage and having to pressure the Darkseer. So it really hurts his overall farm due to the fact that there just happens to be a Darkseer in this game.
Yeah, last hitting on the tower is never favorable for any carry. Ice is going to be gone on once again. This time around, he doesn't have the Winter Wyvern until the TP completes. We'll see whether or not it's enough to save Ice. It is. The Cold Embrace comes in on time. Pylai challenging Fenrir for a bit of damage. Does manage to get Eternal Envy back to safety.
Bit of an interesting skill build here for Puppey. He wasn't doing this in the group stage. He was getting Cold Feet levels. I feel like he could definitely justify at least 1 skill point in it, since it does 150 damage with 1 skill point if it fully triggers.
Do you think they have enough slows, though, for it to be able to proc or even just deal a decent amount of its damage?
That's a good point. They're weak on disables, but you've got Shackle Shot. At level 4, that lasts almost 4 seconds, which is the latch time. And then there's Cold Embrace.
Misery. He knows this is going to be a really tough situation for him to get out of, but he lays down the wall. This is start 1, but he's still on top of Burning. He will be able to get this kill unless the Ion Shell takes him out. No!
Oh my
he actually goes down to the double Ion Shells. Misery. He's going to try and walk away from this one, but he gets glimpsed back. He will go down, but Pylai FY's just blown everything, and he's also got the help of Weehaw coming in. FY is not making out of this one alive. Power shot finishes him up. And boy, Misery just created a beautiful opportunity in this bottom lane.
Those kills are absolutely clutch there. The double Ion Shell, no hero can really match it at this stage in the games. You have to be so careful, but oftentimes you don't see it. On the Mud Golem, you could barely see those little purple spikes sticking out, but it's enough to get the kill.
So smart of him in that situation to stick next to the neutral, so there wasn't really an opportunity for an Omni Slash to get laid on. And also laying down that wall, just creating, even more problems for Vici Gaming in that scenario.
Mud Golems really were Darkseer's best friends. Even if he Omni Slash there, they're going to spawn more little Mud Golems to eat Omni Slashes. It was such a good place for him to fight.
We do have a nice little stack here in the middle lane for the Tidehunter to clean up later once he's got those higher levels of Anchor Smash.
Smoke coming out of Burning. I'm guessing this is going to be for Weehaw. Omni Slash does still strike through Wind Run. The slashes in between will miss.
FY being chased down by Pylai right now. Inspector is going to come in for this kill. He just glimpsed back the Night Stalker. Is going to go for the TP out. Eternal Envy doesn't quite yet have the attack speed necessary to be able to get a kill like that one. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Omni Slash goes down. Weehaw, running out of wind run time, will be chased down by the Amber Spirit, and they do ensure a kill there. Immediate cancel TP. As they know, Weehaw, so many heroes of Vici Gaming overwhelming him. No chance to save him.
It's a solid rotation, but they lost their safe tower because of this. It took a lot of damage early on just because Darkseer is pressuring it. just naturally. And then as they shift down, they didn't get the kill on the Disruptor, but taking the tower is huge. Because now Secret can basically have off the map. They can place a lot of wards that cover this Radiant jungle, and they can make sure that they get that farm and that their opponents aren't able to.
There is enough for a spin on the Juggernaut. If he wants to try and go for this one, pops a mango, actually goes for the healing ward. Ice, of course, does have his ultimate. And looks like this tier 1 tower will be going down. Team Secret knowing not to try and contest. Nice little sneak around there. Misery was stuck in the trees, but managed to eat through one of the trees. Surge is a decent distance away, but he's going to be running into the rest of Vici Gaming unless he just hides in the perfect spot. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, Poppy runs into some of these heroes, but to be back from Super, and he leaves Ice to his death, apparently, as he's just going to be chased down by Weehaw. Misery reveals himself now. The Ravage goes out, but it's too late. The Tidehunter dies. An awkward engagement there for Vici Gaming.
Yeah. I wanted to flame the Observer really bad there because I didn't hear the Ravage sound, and I was like, somebody's messing up. It's okay. He was pretty much dead. It was a panic Ravage. He was either uses that and maybe survives or nothing. So not the best trade there.
Well, the Haste Rune is going to be picked up by Weehaw. So he'll feel even more secure pushing forward in this middle lane, knowing he's got that escape mechanism, that Haste Rune to fall back on.
Spectre going for all early game items, even Wand included. I think this is really what he should do since the Vici Gaming's lineup is so good in the mid game. Maybe Ember Spirit doesn't super kick in until the 11 to 16 levels, but the previous, like, once everybody's 6 on Vici Gaming, they're ready to party. On the downside, Disruptor is really behind due to those early deaths against the Darkseer, but once he does get 6, they could definitely get some good fights. And Disruptor just naturally is so good against Spectre anyways, because if Spectre does use his ultimate and teleports in, ulti on top.
Puppy is gonna go down. Burning finds a nice little opening, but it was an Omni Slash for an Ancient Apparition. Vici Gaming are definitely going to need a lot better openings than that to take control of this game again. That's why Ice. He's currently trying to clear through this Ancient stack, even going for another stack. Does get it.
He's going to be really farmed after this. That'll be a mech, so heal for his team. Although I don't think Puppy's too upset about that death. He got 6 right before he died. So.
Yeah, and that's going to be a direct counter to potentially the mech pickup of the Tidehunter. You talked about how the Ancient Apparition as a whole is a counter to the Winter Wyvern in many ways.
And even Super's got to be a little worried about this as well. If they can remove Flame Guard in some way or just nuke him enough, bursting him down would be really crucial here because in a lot of cases, Ember Spirit is the most dangerous carry that is picked in the late game, whereas Jug is easier to shut down and outplay in some ways.
Eternal
Envy is getting some free farm in the bottom lane right now while Vici Gaming are trying to clear through that stack. Burning is doing something similar, spending most of his time actually in the top lane, farming up the jungle and waiting for the lane to push out.
Yep, they basically both have free reign in areas kind of close to their off-lane tower right now. So while it may seem weird to have the carry be sitting over here, by taking that tower, it just takes so much more time for the opposite team to move across the map to gank them.
Nighttime just started in Team Secret. Gonna go start this off with a bang, it looks like. Smoke leading things in. They're gonna go deep into the enemy jungle, see if they can't find somebody to pick off. Super, of course, would be an amazing start. Weehaw, can he get the shackle shot, lands up? We'll be able to get that one with the Ancient Apparition. Ice Blast over the top. A quick pick off, and Eternal Envy actually jumping in for a little bit more.
That damage was so much, he even had Flame Guard on, but he just got blown up. The Ice Vortex makes a big difference in that, and all it took was a power shot, a Spectral Dagger, a couple small nukes, and that's a dead hero.
Team Secret, they're holding on to so much in the net worth in this game. Highlight Eye is actually going to be brought back, does get ahead of the kinetic field. That means Vici Gaming won't be able to pick him off. In fact, Highlight Eye is still feeling confident enough to stick around. He's so incredibly tanky, and Vici Gaming are definitely lacking damage right now.
So Observer Wards that they placed while they did that gank was also really nice because while getting the Ember kill, they also accomplished something else, and that's, again, huge map control in the jungle. And this more aggressive ward that they placed close to the tier 1 mid, it's going to allow them to see people farming the jungle camps close to the tier 1 and tier 2 towers, as well as protecting any movement going from the mid lane into the jungle. So pretty safely, if Envy wants a safe place to farm, for example, he can just sit in their jungle where they're unlikely to have Observer Wards and just casually last hit creeps.
Honestly, it doesn't even seem like Eternal Envy has been shut down all that much. He's sitting at 5K, just below Burning's net worth. Yeah. He has Phase Boots, Ring of Aquila, another 1,800 gold to start building into that Radiance. Vici Gaming, they gotta start kicking their strategy into gear here. Can't afford to let this Spectre get a Radiance.
Burning's going to try to get an Omni Slash top.
Goes for it now. Eternal Envy just daggers into the trees, but now here comes the turnaround. Pops out the spin and TP's away.
I like that from him. It's limiting his last hits by a little bit, but if he gets a little lucky there, he could get a solo kill on Spectre, and he would shoot up heavily on net worth because of that.
Middle tower is under attack.
Man, Misery's got so much farm. He's sitting at 6K right now because he did go for the very early Hand of Midas. Another 2,200 gold in the bank, and he will be picking up a mech.
That's such an old school build. That was something that was built like the era before Guardian Greaves, where you felt like you would run out of item slots really fast. You'd instead buy really big items. But because he did do so well in the early game, he gets a mech at a reasonable time, even if he didn't have a Midas. And with the Midas now, he's going to be able to get some huge items, such as Shiva's Guard, Scythe of Ice, things like that. Like hard lockdowns, tons of survivability.
And that's going to be perfect against Vici Gaming, who have both the Ember Spirit as well as the Juggernaut. We're able to react decently well to ganks. Of course, the Ember Spirit jumping away, and Juggernaut has the spin. So if they have that Blink instant lockdown of Blink Scythe of Ice on the Darkseer, I could see that working out really well for Team Secret going later on into the game.
Especially because their disables are a little weak, as we talked about before. If a lot of times you have to take it super late, or you have to have an insanely good game, but by getting this Midas earlier off of his early double kill, it's a great choice here from Misery.
FY, he just found Pylai Die in an awkward position. Pylai Die actually trying to go for the silence on FY, now trying to get ahead of the Glimpse. Ice runs into him though, and the Glimpse will now bring him right back. Pylai Die does have that Ion Shell on him, but it's not going to be enough to get a kill anywhere. Tries to threaten FY, but it just will not happen.
I really like Secret's patience when something like that happens. They do obviously poke and prod in weird areas, but they don't all run past the tower and say, let's save him, which I feel like a lot of other teams do. It takes a lot of patience to be able to just cut your losses like that. Or maybe they're just experienced with it. I don't know. It's like, oh, Pylai Die's off doing crazy things again.
In the meantime, Burning did take the Tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, but Spectre's getting equal, if not more, free farm. Burning at this point. Spectre ultimate goes out, middle lane, jump back, Ember Spirit will be able to get away from that one in time.
That was a missed shackle, I assume, to try to grab super there. So kind of a big loss because they don't have Haunt anymore. Envy won't be able to participate in any ganks that happen in the next 2 minutes, which is kind of a big deal. You'd like to jump in with Spectre, steal the kill. That way you get the Radiance a little bit faster, because the faster you get your Radiance, the more damage it does as a percentage of somebody's HP, just because it does so much damage in the early game, and once they tank up, it'll do way less.
When do you think Vici Gaming start being aggressive, or do they really have to? They have both an Ember Spirit and a Juggernaut going into the mid game. They do have this amazing team fight lineup. Oh, they're going to catch Pylai Die once again. This time around, though, TPs are going to come in from Team Secret. Weehaw tries to get something out, but a Static Storm is going to force him away. Vici Gaming will claim Pylai Die's life and get out for free, it seems.
I think what they're doing now is fine. Just group up a little bit, take some towers. With just having Disruptor, it's easier to find picks like that, and they make it work. Burning is looking for solo kills as well. Hasn't found any in a while, but I think they're poking and prodding just enough. They're farming enough, and now they're going to take some important towers.
Yeah, Burning's actually going to be going for a Battle Fury build.
Basically, Secret knows that this stuff is going to happen. They know that Vici Gaming is going to have a better 5-man lineup in the early game. Oh, glimpse back. Puppey gets caught.
Does catch Puppey. Vici Gaming, though, opting not to dive that Tier 2 tower, and probably wise. You had both Misery and Weehaw set up and ready to respond.
Yeah, so basically Secret just wants to delay this push as much as they can. Yeah, it would have been great to win an early team fight, but it's not something you expect when your opponent have Tidehunter and Disruptor and Juggernaut and Ember Spirit. They have a lot of really good early to mid game stuff. It isn't until they get the Radiance that Secret's lineup really gets scary. So for now, they're going to keep doing what they're doing, which is trying to get free kills on a couple of cores so that they can create pressure on the map for Vici Gaming, while allowing Envy to farm other places.
Well, Vici Gaming are about to get a huge buff up in initiation as Tidehunter is going to be completing a Blink Dagger as soon as he clears through this stack.
That's a really good timing. Despite being 1-2 and 2, Ice has been farming very well. Tide is definitely a hero to fear, that's for sure.
He's going to need to find the openings for some of his supports, as both Winter Wyvern and Disruptor, I would say, are better when they have a good initiator like the Tidehunter to jump in, allowing those premier Static Storms to follow up.
What do you think Super's doing here? He's got 3,300 gold on Ember Spirit. He hasn't even bought his Perseverance yet. Do you think he's going to battle for... Okay, did he just buy it?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
He just now picked up the Perseverance, but maybe he was considering I don't know, how much of a danger is that Night Stalker silence? Sometimes we've seen Ember Spirits go for the Manta build when they have like an Orchid hero. In this case, the biggest lockdown would be that silence.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's probably what they did. Glimpse back here. Gonna catch Highlight Eye.
Yeah, he's caught a little bit. Burning is gonna come in. He does still have the Omni Slash. They're gonna try and pop him real quickly, but Highlight Eye with a TP out super. Couldn't get the chains in time. Meanwhile, Wind Ranger managed to land the shackle there, and Ice will not be able to keep those heroes around.
You know, to be honest, I think Highlight Eye is doing this on purpose. I'm not even kidding. He's basically saying, okay, come kill me, Vici. Come run across the map and kill me over here. And if he evades it, it's good. Because right now, he just bought Envy like another 30 seconds because Vici Gaming keeps saying, hey, there's a free Night Stalker. Let's go kill that free Night Stalker. And they're using Glimpse and TPs and movement. And he went to the opposite side of the map where Envy was, which means that it takes even longer for them to get to where Envy is.
Oh no, the Ravage is gonna catch up, but the Winter's Curse does. Weeha's still alive though. He's gonna turn around trying to get off the shackle shot, but doesn't quite hit. VG Gaming, they're still hit by that Ice Blast though. Spectre's gonna come in, tries to go for Fenrir first. Both the supports are actually incredibly low. Super and Ice Blast. Vacuum coming out from Misery with a wall over the top. The catch is 4, but is it going to be enough? Super's still fighting it out. Burning now comes in with his spin. They're chasing down Puppey, and it looks like they should be able to get that kill quite easily. The Ember Spirit bouncing around, but Eternal Envy's right in the middle though. It's going for Fenrir. Puppey hiding himself in the trees will finally die, but Vici Gamer going to call it quits from there. They end up getting 3 in exchange for losing both their supports.
That is not good enough when you're up against a Spectre, especially when the Spectre survived through that battle, got the experience, and got some extra gold as well. He did a ton of damage even without having Radiance, and boom, there it is. Radiance is up 20 minutes, even though he bought a bunch of early game items. He's sitting pretty here.
The space created by Pylai Dai and some of the kills set up by the rest of Team Secret allows the Spectre to have this incredible recovery, where she's sitting at 8,300 net worth right now, still 500 below Burning. But obviously that Radiance is going to mean so much more than Burning's Battle Fury.
Yeah, definitely will. And especially as the game continues, Ember Spirit is kind of more of an AoE hero, and if Spectre just buys a lot of straight HP, the only hero he has to worry about is maybe Winter Wyvern's Arctic Burn as well as Juggernaut directly. And Juggernaut also on a Battle Fury build, but that's more for a let me farm really rapidly. And I like that choice against the Spectre. I think it's a decent item to pick up.
Super exploring the Dire side jungle right now. Weeha's going to spot him out with the power shot.
Dire's middle tower.
They're setting up camp, but not pushing in that tier 2. Not yet anyway. Ice. Perhaps thinking about going for the dive on a Puppey. They do have the vision necessary, and it looks like Puppey is going to be caught. Static Storm laid out, so there's no chance of having a return Ice Blast and allowing Team Secret to perhaps pick up some kills in return.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that happened, but as you can tell from Secret's positioning on the map, they weren't quite ready to fight that. They're thinking about it now. They've got Haunt up now, and they could have started. Oh, Envy gets initiated. He's going to be okay, though. Lost a lot of HP there, though. It's about 250.
There's the Battle Fury for Super, but Vici Gaming seem well prepared to push this late game against the Spectre. With double Battle Furies, both of their 1 and 2 position. I'm not even sure which is which at this point in time. They're going to be extremely farmed.
Yeah. But Secret's gank potential is still is good now and is going to get even better once there is a Blink Dagger on Weeha. So it's getting a little scary for Vici, but I would say this game is still very equal, honestly. It's going to come down to initiation largely. They could just gank Eternal Envy many times and decrease his farm. There's a lot of things that they can do. I think they need to stop getting as baited by Pylai Dai, though most of that damage has been dealt already. They spent so much time killing him, the Envy got a reasonable Radiance. So as long as Secret takes a reasonably decent fight, they get to initiate first and get an Ice Blast on one person, they're going to win the fight every time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Taking a look at some of the other items that have been or will be completed. We have an Aghanim Scepter now for Weeha. FY did complete a Glimmer Cape. Burning now has a Yasha. We're going to see Secret go for the smoke in. They actually run into Super here. Does manage to get the Meteor Chains out on a Pylai Dai, halting his march forward into the Radiant side of the base.
So as long as Vici Gaming doesn't get an Aegis, then Secret's going to be okay, I think. I don't think they feel good about taking it themselves. They don't have a good Roche lineup. They don't have a Medallion. They've got a Spectre who doesn't have any natural regen or lifesteal that she builds, so they don't have a good way to take Roche. That just means they have to make sure that Vici Gaming doesn't get it, because Vici Gaming can deal with this very easily. Juggernaut's got a ton of damage. Almost a Shackle on top, actually, but a great spin reaction from Burning.
There is so much damage. In fact, if it was just a little bit more, maybe he got hit by some sort of spell before that magic immunity, He would have actually ticked down from the Ice Blast, but he will survive in base.
That was such a clutch spin, honestly, because Envy even committed the ultimate. So now it may just be Vici Gaming just sets up for Rosh and takes it easily. Burning should be running there right now. He didn't even wait until he was full HP.
Oh, Fenrir just barely off the mark with his counter ward.
It's a great observer ward.
They seem to know. It's got to be around there somewhere. They saw the support actually placing it, so. Catch it now. Take away some of that vision around the Roshan pit. They're actually going to go for the fight here at the top lane. Weeha's going to be chased down by Super. Glimpse back. FY still looking for the hold. Eternal Envy's on the side. They know it too. Won't be able to get that kinetic field. And Super hit by the Ice Blast. Does he really want to go for this one? He's going to catch Weeha. Eternal Envy doesn't really have a chance to respond unless he's got some backup. Misery's going to come in. Super has a Remnant to jump away to. The vacuum hits him. Doesn't really have a good Remnant anymore. Now that he's just walking away. Didn't have the mana to jump out.
A little surprised he was able to get that kill. I thought, oh, he ran out of mana. Okay. I was like, why would he throw that up and not jump to it? Makes sense. Spent a little bit too much killing Weeha there, so they actually got some value out of that. I don't think that's terrible here, because I would like to see Envy get his next big HP item before. I think that's more important, basically, than Weeha getting an extra 300 gold or something like that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm not sure if his, like the next item, Blink Dagger, perhaps. I feel like they still need extra initiation. And the Blink Dagger would obviously open up better shackle shots for Weeha.
Yeah, but Burning is reacting so fast here. I don't even know if a Blink Dagger is going to be enough.
True.
But Spectre with HP can definitely clear out the back line of Vici Gaming. Disruptor is a little set up for this. He's already got a Glimmer Cape. It'll reduce the magic damage that the Radiance does. And he can also make himself invisible if Spectre is chasing, but Spectre's got a little bit of a bug on his side. If you throw the dagger on a hero that becomes invisible, you know exactly where they are.
What do you think about this Blink Dagger pickup from Burning? What's the best target for him?
Ancient Apparition easily. But you might not be able to catch him. Yeah, basically A is your go-to. Pretty much everybody else on Secret is really tanky. 1400 HP or so. Catching Spectre by himself wouldn't be bad either. They might get a catch here.
Yeah, Fenrir leads away with his Glimmer Cape. They immediately pop 2 different ultimates to make sure that Weeha dies. Ice, Ice, Ice. Looking for more, but he already expended his gush, but he got the vision necessary for the glimpse to catch Puppey. That'll get a secondary kill. Vici Gaming, they may just be able to go straight for Roshan. Burning's inside the pit right now, doing it solo.
How many glimpses have led to kills this game? The Disruptor pick has completely worked out here. Secret, if there wasn't a Disruptor, for example, Secret would have like at least 4 or 5 less deaths this game. It's made it so much easier for them to score kills, and because they did end up grabbing the Wind Ranger, there's nothing Secret can do to stop this Rosh.
So Secret just going to spend more time farming away.
Yeah, that's all they can do basically until Wind Ranger gets her Blink Dagger now. Because now their ganks are just becoming harder and harder.
Vici Gaming, I mean, at this point, you probably just keep going, right? I mean, I know you've expended Omni Slash that's down for 50. So, okay, so maybe you wait the 50 seconds for both your big ultimates, but you could probably push down some of these tier 2 towers now.
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, even without Omni Slash, they've still got Ravage. And Ravage is already going to do a lot. Juggernaut with a Blink Dagger, he doesn't have to worry as much about being far back in battle because he can blink forward and then start attacking. So even without Omni Slash, I totally agree. He can definitely get some damage in.
I was wondering if Ice 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 was going to go Force Staff as his next item, but it looks like he's going to go Pipe instead against an Ancient Apparition.
Yeah, I like that. Gives some magic protection. 10% just from the aura, you can damage block with it for your team. It's a really good counter against Radiance, basically. Because if Envy uses his ult, all those illusions spawn. They'll all do 50 damage a second, but they don't last the same amount of time that the Pipe would protect from. The Pipe protects up to 400 damage, so it's basically just a full Radiance counter. And because he's getting it so fast, that's most of Spectre's damage right now, and it puts Secret in a really bad place, actually. They're just getting too many kills on Secret.
Yeah, oftentimes things are, I feel like things are actually a little bit fragile for a Spectre when you're going into that team fight. If the team does have, enemy team has just enough sustain to stick together and play as a unit, Spectre's not going to be able to get as much Radiance, burn damage, not going to be able to stick in there with the Desolate hits as well. That's when things really start going bad against the Spectre, when you start retreating and separating.
But Secrets can still get a good team fight, and that's what they're trying to do here. Smoke 4, they're going to wrap around the back. Can they catch somebody? FY is Invis, though. I don't even know if they have detection. They do actually have a Dust on the Night Stalker, but With Smoke Pop, they have no surefire way to say where exactly that guy is.
Yeah, and they're not going to pursue Vici Gaming up into the jungle. That'd just be too dangerous of a prospect. So instead, they're going to back up Weehaw as he goes for the back door on this Tier 1 tower.
Yeah. Any Tier 1 tower doesn't have backdoor protection. So pretty easy kill there and makes the rotation a little bit worth it, but they might get engaged on here.
And Fly thinking about going in still with his invis. Tide Hunter following this up as well.
Oh, the
Misery
curve.
gets spotted. They're going to glimpse him back. Actually, the ultimate getting laid down. They're going to control Misery now, but this is expending a lot just to be able to kill Misery again. Managed to get off the Guardian Greaves, getting out of the chains immediately, turns around, gets vacuum
big
ahead of the
blast.
Ice Blast as well. Finally dies to the Omni Slash, but Vici Gaming has just expended everything they can to kill that hero. Looks like they will still be able to get away as Team Secret are not going to be forcing.
Will they ravage this? And
oh, Ice! A clean whiff there as he thought he could get Eternal Envy on the TP out, but no way.
That would have been a great stun. I mean, it would have led to a crazy chase of Eternal Envy through trees and hills, but interrupting that TP and getting the kill after would have been huge. They're going to find Weehaw, though, in the jungle.
Yeah,
this
he's
is really
been caught.
bad. Oh, great shackle.
They've
but the
taken away that
glimpse.
Aegis, but it's going to be at the cost of Weehaw's life. It looks like FY. He's going to get the kinetic field, does reveal Weehaw, gets the chains out, and finally they'll get this kill.
Man, FY has been all over the place.
Spectre actually wants to go for this one. FY is quite low. The Glimmer Cape gets laid out. TP's away. Eternal Envy, he's actually incredibly low. Puppy's got the backup though, and Pilot Eyes coming in as well. The support's on the retreat. Super's going to be the target. Gets silenced up and does die. FY tries to go for the kill on Eternal Envy, but he'll get away. Pilot Eye keeps on going for more. He'll find Fenrir and claim him as his own.
What a great fight for Secret there. They finally got some advantage. They have been behind this whole time. A Manta Style picked up on Spectre, the immediate item right after the Radiance. He can remove a lot of important things with this, such as oh man, I had one. Searing Chains on Ember Spirit. That's the big one. It's the best way to prevent him from being locked down.
And never mind, he's fine. Not only is he incredibly tanky, especially now that he's got that Hood of Defiance, but Misery, after using the vacuum, didn't have a TP cancel.
So it looks like Misery's gonna make a BKB, I'm guessing. It's a bit of a weird item to grab after you have a Hand of Midas. You think like, oh man, he's so rich and he's so ahead. Surely you just go for the next step. But I feel like the BKB is what they need to guarantee that he gets the vacuum wall. Because like Disruptor, Glimpse, for example, oh, he might be in trouble.
Omni Slash, he tried to get the vacuum out before it happened, but Burning sticks right on him with that level 3 Omni Slash. Gets an incredibly good pickoff. Now for the next minute, Vici Gaming can focus on regaining map control. Perhaps pushing out again.
Maybe he needs a Ghost Scepter instead. Prevent the Juggernaut from getting easy kills like that with the Blink. Like, I mean, he could get a Shivas as well, which would protect him in some ways, but a Ghost Scepter might just be what he needs now to stay alive. But with that early Midas, it hasn't quite paid off just yet. It's a hard game for him, though, really. I mean, there's so many different ways that he's in trouble. You have to worry about Glimpse into the Disruptor ulti. You have to worry about Omni Slash. That's like two very different problems that need solving.
Man, they just have nothing really to deal with this Burning split push between the Blink Dagger and then always making sure to carry a TP scroll. He's been able to react to the attempted Team Secret ganks, and I'm not sure if they're even going to try anymore.
Well, there's 1,000 gold up on Eternal Envy now, so he's going to be moving towards his next item. What do you think he's going to build next? Do you think HP, hybrid, agility item?
Yeah, I would probably say, I'm trying to think, is Butterfly as useful as HP at this point? I think HP is a bit more useful for you, just because there's still a decent amount of magic damage.
I guess. I like the Butterfly idea a lot. They did change his dispersion, so it's not just based on how much damage you take, how much HP you buy, essentially. If he gets evasion and he increases his armor a bit, any physical damage that he takes is going to be reflected in a lot of ways. And also it protects him against the Winter's Curse. He'll evade his allies' attack. They're going to fight,
Team
though.
Secret, they're going to run right into Vici Gaming. A Ravage goes out. That's going to catch more. And Vici Gaming are run up. Weehaw, the ultimate gets laid out. Weehaw being controlled. He's still alive somehow, but he finally does go down. The Static Storm prevents any sort of response out from Secret whatsoever. They're on full retreat right now, but Puppy, he's going to be the last one to die in this fight. Glimpse back, 2 heroes go down. A 4-man Ravage set everything up there for Vici Gaming to easily take the team fight. And it looks like they may even push uphill.
I just can't believe only 2 heroes died from that. That was the perfect setup from Vici Gaming. They even got the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field set up afterwards. They couldn't do anything to stop Weehaw from dying.
I think a large part of it was the fact that the Winter's Curse didn't hit more than one unit, just hit Weehaw, but he was really focused on controlling that hero and making sure there was no Shackle Shot or Wind Run.
Well, Envy's going to try to slow this down just by using Radiance Burn, but the tower is taking damage. I don't think this one's going to stay alive.
Vici Gaming, another 5 seconds or so until the Wind Ranger and Ancient Apparition are back up. They're going to start getting away. Don't want to get too greedy after a great team fight like that. They still have the Omni Slash, but no good AoE
He can ult the
control
catch up
like
if he
before.
really wants to. Okay, he's not going to. No, maybe they will.
With the Ice Blast, perhaps, it's going to land on
Come on.
Fenrir here. Eternal Envy does go in. The Glimmer Cape is not going to come in time, and now he's going to look for more. FY's already down to half HP with the Ion Shell. He's just mowing through his supports left and right. Super's now going to try and get away. Should be fine, but a Shackle locks him in. Super's going to go down as well. Omni Slash coming through, but there's too many units. He's just going to have all that damage mitigated. Burning now trying to go for a spin to win on his way out to the tier 2 tower, but Team Secret, they're just going to keep going. They don't care about towers anymore. Manta helped dispel some of the...
the shackle!
Launches him down before he can get the quick kill.
They got all 5.
Gets wiped as well. Vici Gaming, they go too far, they go too deep, and Eternal Envy, he finds the perfect response.
Man, a simple play there where they just tried to take a building, and all of a sudden, Secret chased them down. Some of the most mobile heroes in the game, and the Glimpse did nothing to stop Envy. He just popped his ult and teleported straight up into Vici Gaming, taking 5 heroes, man.
And the crowd is loving it too. They see Vici Gaming. They don't have buybacks on 2 of their heroes. This could be Team Secret perhaps taking a full lane of Rax, especially if they can get more pickoffs. Senmir, he does have the Winter's Curse, spamming out some Splinter Blasts, and Team Secret, they're going to learn from Vici Gaming's mistakes. They're going to back out nice and early, making sure they cannot get caught.
Envy's got 4,000 gold now. We're going to see what item he picks up right next. I would love to see a Butterfly or a Scotty. I think those are going to be his best options, but he may just go hard as well to guarantee that he's always at full HP once he's out of combat. But for now, Secret basically just goes back to the game they're playing. Wait for their cooldowns, get a little map control, and then try to get a 4-man smoke into a team fight.
Yeah, there's the heart. Eternal Envy, he's got so much gold that he might as well pick up the biggest HP item he can, Reaver and Vitality Booster, in his inventory. And this is a really bad sign because once he completes that heart, then we can start talking about things like that Butterfly from earlier, and that's going to be even more effective when you've had that just raw increase in HP.
That HP is going to be so much. And Vici Gaming immediately gets ready to fight. The reason they couldn't win that last one was no Ravage, but they will have the setup here.
Yeah, the Ravage on it too here. Eternal Envy's going to be controlled up
no Manta.
Now the Winter's Curse. Eternal Envy has everything blown on him, and somehow he's still alive, but he will go down eventually. Vici Gaming going to look for more. Secret, they had a response with Pylite Eye. Looks like he'll be able to get out. But Team Secret, they just lost a fight right in front of the Roshan pit. Luckily for them, Roshan is not up yet, but of course, we all know it's only seconds away.
A little unfortunate. Actually, it's quite unlucky for Vici Gaming. The Roche is spawning a little bit late, close to the 2-minute mark out of 3 possible minutes. And if they could have gotten it right there, huge advantage. Get ready. They'd still have to wait for the next Ravage, I guess. So they're not quite ready to take the next fight against Secret.
If they go in there right now, they may still have time. 30 seconds left until the Darkseer's back up. And yeah, they see Roshan's up. They're going to go for it now. Burning's just now picking up a Basher, soon to be Abyssal Blade for him if this continues.
Nice sucker
Pylite
nose.
Eye, he's got an Axe, he's got a Gem, he's revealing all of this. The Ice Blast is going to come in. Vici Gaming going to retreat out. Roshan's still decently healthy, but now Super's going to add his damage to the pool. And together, they should be able to take it. Spectre does have an ultimate, though. If they're brought a bit too low, Vici Gaming may have a fight on their hands that they can't win.
They're going to be absolutely fine here. There's no haunt for 10 seconds. Doesn't have buyback for this one, so Aegis is going to go to Vici Gaming here.
Puppey getting dangerously close to the pit. Team Secret, they're still going to try and fight this one. Spectre ultimate goes down. Puppey immediately gets blown up. Oh no, they're not going to have an Ice Blast for this
Oh,
fight,
the
but a
shackle.
shot. It latches down Super. Controls Ice Ice as well. The
But no
cold race
AA.
comes in. It's buying Super time. He now gets another slide of fist down. The Glimmer Cape as well. He's getting away into the Roshan pit. Misery's trying to chase him
Oh, they
down.
got
They
him.
finally get the kill, but Eternal Envy is battling out with Burning. They can't. No, Eternal Envy. He's getting out as well. The Winter's Curse doesn't catch him. Here comes the second life for Burning, and he's going to be back in, and he's mad. He's pissed. He wants more, but Team Secret, they got the kills they wanted. They're going to try and get out as much as possible. Misery will die, but the rest of Team Secret escaped most critically. The Eternal Envy Spectre back to base.
Man, if he went down there, that's a Rax, basically. They go straight up mid, take the tower, and even still, it might happen. They don't have any buybacks except for on Puppey. The biggest mistake made there was him. He shifted in, he died, he didn't get his ultimate off, and because of that, it took so much longer to kill the Ember Spirit.
They've got an Ice Blast now from the Ancient Apparition, but it needs to be a good one if they're going to be able to force Vici Gaming away from this lane of Rax. The dagger gets laid out. Eternal Envy putting himself on the front line. Fenrir gets over the cliff ever so barely.
The illusions are pressuring, going onto the supports. This is a really nice thing about having all that HP is that he can just put these in the middle of his opponents and it clears the creep wave. So the Glimpse comes back.
8 seconds. They're going for Eternal Envy now, but no, the Infist, the Glimmer Cape saves Eternal Envy with that damage. And now Team Secret, they see their opening. They're going to make this turnaround. The Ice Blast gets laid down on Vici Gaming. The pipe is helping to protect these supports, but Weehaws come in. He gets the shackle shot. Vici Gaming, they didn't get the laner Rax, and now they're just going to try and TP away. Fenrir, another beautiful Glimmer Cape, gets the TP out. Vici Gaming managed to keep their losses to a minimum, only losing their Disruptor, but they did claim that tier 3 tower in the middle lane.
That's that gem being gone. It used to be on Night Stalker, but I'm pretty sure that Vici Gaming picked it up after that fight. And good for them as well, because that would have been an extra kill. Oh, okay, he's got it again. Must have picked it up on the courier.
There's going to be some big upgrades coming in. We're talking about the Force Staff, but once again, we're going to see a Disruptor that goes for the Aghanim Scepter almost immediately. Just slightly sidestepped by the Glimmer Cape.
I like that. It gives him a option that can help his allies. In the previous Disruptor game today, he never finished the Aghanims, and because of that, you just have a bunch of items that give you stats on HP. By going for at least a mobility or survivability item first, it gives you so many more options and way less deaths, which will ultimately get you your next item faster.
If he actually completes this Aghanim Scepter, they'll have really good lockdown against that Darkseer. If they can actually stop his BKB, because that'll be the best response. If they get Ravage, if he's able to get the BKB off, turns around, vacuums, walls, that'll cause enough chaos that Vici Gaming may not cleanly win the fight like they're intended. So
it all comes down to the setup, though. If he glimpses first, Misery can pop BKB to stop the glimpse from going through. But if they Ravage first, which it's happened so many times this game, I anticipate it will happen more. If they Ravage into the kinetic field with the Static Storm, man, that's just going to win the fight. Secret won't be able to pop BKBs, they won't be able to cast. They can attack, but that's about it.
Speaking of BKBs, there's one on Burning now. And Daedalus complete for Super.
He's really farmed. This is like a really dangerous point to play against Juggernaut, especially if he gets an Abyssal Blade afterwards. Like if Spectre's solo, he's still going to take too much damage from this. And for that reason, I'm a little... the heart is the right choice, I think, but he needs some better way to deal with physical damage, whether he goes AC or Butterfly or just goes super tanky with a Scotty after this. But he needs some way to not die to the Juggernaut, because right now that's his biggest threat.
Especially with Burning next on the block should be that Abyssal Blade we were talking about earlier. Stalled it up for the BKB, but now he's got no other slots but the Abyssal Blade. Team Secret leading the way here. The Night Stalker is waiting for the rest of his team. He has that Ags and Gem revealing Vici Gaming, but Vici Gaming are staying one step ahead. Team Secret aren't able to find their opening unless Vici Gaming start turning back around, but they have full 5. We're going to look towards Misery to make that blink and vacuum initiation. There's so much of Vici Gaming grouped up. They're going to make their initiation now. Already Fenrir's been locked in. The Spectre ult gets laid out. The vacuum controls Super, but it still gets off the Sleight of Fist and bounces himself away. Vici Gaming just want to get out of this fight as best as possible. The Omni Slash bounces around. The Ravage gets laid out now. It does clip Eternal Envy on the side, but a Shackle Shot comes in. Ice Blast over the top. Ice. He is out of his league. He's going to be taken down by 3 members of Team Secret. The rest of Vici Gaming just going to try and get out of this one. They've kept their 2 carries alive, but Team Secret, they didn't lose anybody, and this is right in front of the Vici Gaming base.
That's a bit of an interesting initiation, but it did work out. The main thing was that the Omni Slash just didn't strike very true. It hit a lot of illusions. It jumped so good at the start on Pylite Eye, but once it jumped to some of those super tanky illusions, it ate up all the slashes, and that's just too much of the damage potential that Vici Gaming has. And now they're on a big cooldown for Omni Slash. Eternal Envy doesn't need his ulti to fight, but it helps a lot for teamfight situations. Right now, it's going to be hard for Jug to deal with him.
In 5 seconds, they'll have the Winter Wyvern ready to go in these fights, and does have Winter's Curse. That was the first target by Team Secret. Weehot jumped in, hit that Blink Dagger Shackle Shot, took him out first thing first. But what I really loved about that fight from Team Secret is the way that they actually were able to respond to, okay, we didn't kill everyone immediately, they got off on these Slash, and they actually backed away from that Ravage. You know, there was so much chaos in that fight. It's understandable that Ice just responds to the Ravage, sees a bunch of Spectre illusions, doesn't know what's what, and it was two very ineffective ultimates, the Omni Slash and the Ravage. And then there was no hold down from the Winter Wyverns. So ultimately, what are you left with from Vici Gaming?
And just seeing him Ravage there is a really good way to show just the difference between initiating with Ravage and the difference between using a Ravage mid-fight. Good players, they're going to know what's going to happen the entire time. Secret was waiting for it. They say if Tide goes in, that's what's going to happen. If the fight starts, the Ravage will come. So they spread out just enough. The Ravage was super ineffective. And in fact, a lot of ultimates were ineffective in that fight. And that's just because the players knew what to expect.
Now got a Vlad. This is actually a really big increase for Eternal Envy. They've actually now got a source of lifesteal for him.
Who picked up the Vlads?
That would be Pielidi's Night
Okay,
Stalker.
yeah, totally standard Night Stalker item, but great on Spectre right now. Lifesteal for him. The extra 5 armor will synergize really well with Dispersion as well against Juggernaut.
Vici Gaming just found themselves a double damage, but once again, it is just the vision game. And you can't beat Team Secret at it. The Ags Gem just granting too much of an advantage to Team Secret right now.
And the Darkness ultimate, the Night Stalker ultimate reduces the vision of everybody. It makes it so much harder for them to fight correctly because they can't see where everyone is unless they have perfect wards.
Burning immediately blinks in with his DD, pops the Manta. Eternal Envy is there with the challenge.
He's got buyback if he dies.
Pielidi is going to come in from the side, does silence up FY. Weehaw. He's going to be looking for that blink. Dagger initiation. Ravage turnaround. They're going to try and blow up Puppey. Immediately gets him.
Great shackle.
Now look for the shackle shot. It's on to FY and Fenrir. If they can get off either one of these ultimates, they're backing over the top as well. Fenrir still no Winter's Curses. He's silenced up and forced himself away, but the Daedalus, it just did so much from Super. He's got Weehaw. They finally take out Fenrir without the ultimate, but there's still the 2 carries left alive for Vici Gaming. They're battling out with Eternal Envy. Here comes that healing ward, trying to keep it alive. Super desperately needs it. Bash on a Pielidi. They're surrounding him, hoping to be able to get another bash. They've got it too. The Gush. And now they jump forward. Super's found Eternal Envy. They've locked him down as well. Vici Gaming have won the fight just like Team Secret did right in front of the enemy base. And they want to claim that lane of Rax and make this game dead even. But Eternal Envy, he's already popped back and he wants to get into the mix of things. He knows they doesn't have their ultimates. He's going to try and pop that Manta and defend the melee Rax. He goes in deep against 3 heroes. But he knows ultimately his damage is not going to be enough to push Vici Gaming back.
He can't fight 3 heroes. 1, yes. 2, maybe, but 3, definitely not. They're way too tanky, and he gets less bonuses from his passives because of it. They just need to keep Ancient Apparition alive. Again, in that fight, Vici Gaming was able to initiate and blow him up right at the start. They need that debuff from his ultimate to guarantee some kills. That way, Eternal Envy can commit to something that he knows will be successful. But when he has to worry about killing them all the way down, and they have a lot of outplay potential with heals and mechs and wands, then it just gets so hard.
For a second there, I thought Burning was going to take a big leap of faith as he took a half a step towards that secret shop, and I thought maybe he was going to complete the Abyssal Blade now, but clearly he's going to need to wait on buyback, or at the very least have Aegis. And that's going to be the next battle, Team Secret.
Oh, Puppey.
Oh, Jesus, Puppey. He's just been
have a
spotted.
TP.
He does have the Ghost Scepter. That's only going to buy him a pittance of time as the spin comes in. And Puppey's just going to be run down, turns around, gets off the Ice Blast. Our Team Secret going to fight around that one. Doesn't look like it. They're just not in a good enough position.
Roche is up. Oh, this is awful for Secret. No Ice Blast to come for this one.
Which means the effectiveness of the healing wards, it's just unstoppable. Team Secret won't be able to go in.
Yeah, there's almost no way. They obviously do have Haunt, but Envy has only picked up a new Eagle song. I don't think they can slow down this. They can see them doing it, but they can't engage.
Maybe Misery can get some sort of Blink vacuum, but I'm seeing that as the only chances of success for Team Secret.
Okay. He's surging. He's gonna go for it.
There goes Eternal Envy. No, he doesn't steal it. The Aegis, they get a beautiful vacuum. The Winter's Curse, though, immediately locks down Misery. And now Eternal Envy, well, he's right in the middle of everything else, but his teammates are just falling to the Omni Slash. Now takes out Eternal Envy. Weeha's on the way out. He knew this was disaster from the word go. As soon as that Aegis got taken by Vici Gaming, it was no bueno for Secret. As they're going to start backing out, Weeha and Pielidi will both survive. Unfortunately, the lanes are pushed out. Vici Gaming won't be able to immediately go for objectives.
And that was a buyback death from Eternal Envy that from the previous time he died. So he's dead for 100 seconds here. They still got the melee barracks, so maybe not the biggest loss, but Puppey dying on the mid lane.
That is a big time pickup
That BKB that Ember Spirit got did so much work in that fight. Like once the vacuum comes out, he just pops his BKB. He doesn't have to worry about magic damage. He just gets to focus. He doesn't have to worry about defensive aspects. And it really limits the damage that Spectre does as well. Spectre's not that much of a right-click hero. He needs them not to be magic immune for his damage to really matter.
Oh, they actually wanted to go on ice, but it's burning. Who's gonna see Boots that travels in. Trying to catch up the Pylai Dice on the Omni Flash, but Ice does have the Ravage. They just surround Pylai Die and take away that gem.
One gem for each red Tidehunter eye, I guess. This is looking really bad for Secret. They're scaling so well. Jackie had to buy back, so he doesn't have his next item. Ags is up on Disruptor. Once they have Ravage, like, what do they do?
I was gonna say it's gonna be all about the buybacks, but Team Secret don't have any. They're just barely short on gold on some of their heroes like the Wind Ranger, and obviously the biggest one being Eternal Envy down on 3.5 minutes. VG Gaming, the pipe does help protect them from that Ice Blast, as they're gonna be able to take another lane of Rags. Team Secret will hold for a while though. They do still have that tier 2 up. VG Gaming can't immediately go for Mega Creeps.
And they do have one of the best late game lineups, by all means. Spectre scales very, very well going into late game. His ultimate, he can be anywhere on the map and he can participate in the fight. So it allows him to basically sit in his base while his team looks for setups. So they do have some potential to still win this, but a 2-Rax disadvantage at this point is a little scary. They have gotten the one in the middle, but 2-Rax is so much more significant than one.
Essentially, VG Gaming, if they're holding on to buybacks, they just need one all-in play where they're able to take that last lane, Mega Creep spawn, and then it's pretty much near impossible for Secret to make the comeback. But we've seen crazier things, and from two top-tier teams like this, game is never over until the throne explodes. Secret are mounting their defense now, keeping themselves rather spread. Juggernaut, Super's gonna come in, manage to chain down 2. Immediately they're gonna go for Puppy once again. Super pops his BKB, Eternal Envy gonna start going for Fenrir as the response, but a slowdown from the Shiva is gonna prevent Eternal Envy from committing to that kill. Pipe in, as well as the Guardian Grease being Fenrir back to full HP.
Oh, the Shackle.
It catches burning. They're gonna go for this one, the Ice Blast, but no, the Ravage actually gets laid out. The Ice Blast is gonna be able to go out in time, and now the heroes of Team Secret are just being surrounded, burning. He's looking to be able to lock down Eternal Envy, but he's getting away. FY similarly gets away from Pylai Die at the same time. Ice is down to half HP, but it's Super is gonna keep on going in. Eternal Envy pops his ultimate now, needs as much damage as possible to be able to win this fight. Misery taken out from the Disruptor ultimate. Now Eternal Envy, he's perhaps too far forward. Pistol plated up, does manage to get the kill on Super, but who cares? It's just the engine, but a Shackle shot comes in. Way high, he's going for burning, but a cold embrace is the response. And now Super's the one to blink back with life number 2 to catch Weehaw. And that is going to be an immediate buyback from Team Secret. They cannot afford to let this lane of Rax go. VG Gaming, they're going to be able to take down this tier 3 tower. The TPs are coming in. Eternal Envy, the first one in.
Can they get him?
Shot, and Super goes down on round number 2. Eternal Envy's in the middle of everyone else, going for Fenrir, trying to lock him down, but the Glimmer Cape buys time. The Glimpse is able to get away. Those Illusions going to try and chase down these supports, but it looks like VG Gaming a very clean retreat, as they're only going to lose Super, and it looks like FY.
Oh man, that Shackle was so massive there to catch the Ember Spirit. If they didn't get that kill right there, the game just ends. The barracks were gonna fall. They get FY as well. A gem is picked up, so Secret is back into form basically. They lost another tower, they lost some heroes, but they held on.
And they will have buyback for this next fight. I think this is really key, because Team Secret, they've got the most effective buyback hero in the game in this Spectre.
Yeah.
They can actually force a fight on VG Gaming side of the base, buy back, and still have the Spectre 2 times.
It's basically like having a free Aegis, except, you know, it costs you like 2,000 gold, and if you die again, puts you in a really big disadvantage. But will he do that or go straight Butterfly is the question, and he's thinking about it. He's gonna buy the Talisman at least, so about 750 gold until he's ready to buy back. And by the time the fight happens, I think he's gonna have that buyback money.
See, the reason I brought that point up is I really thought that Team Secret's best chance to actually win this game was to be the aggressors here, because I don't think they can survive another fight around their own base. But
yeah,
Puppy is setting up some aggressive vision, so
He
perhaps
bought it.
even with the Butterfly being bought by Eternal Envy, they're still gonna go for this one. The Shivas as well, complete for Misery. These are some big ticket items for Team Secret that may change the fortune of this next fight.
And the other issue with the Butterflies, he's had this Eagle song the whole time. VG Gaming knows that he's gonna go Butterfly, and if you look at the money on the 2 heroes where it matters, Juggernaut as well as Ember Spirit, they could both basically be like, all right, I'll have one. I'll take one Monkey King bar, please. And the shopkeeper will be like, okay, thanks. Here it is. And boom.
Butterfly immediately countered.
And that's a horrible place to be in, like for both of them. Like maybe he should have just bought the butterfly right away. He didn't have the money before, but he's lost so much value from having this butterfly. He gets like
free pick off on F. Whoa, never mind. A quick blink out before the damage actually hits on Cold Feet, and he's able to get away. Is it just not enough damage for Tick?
It takes a second to set in. It looks like it's doing damage, but maybe it's a skill that should be scaled a little bit. But considering A's position right now, I think he doesn't need that buff.
There's the refresher now for Ice. Double pipes, double Shivas, and double Ravages being the most key thing.
They do have no wards on the map. Vici Gaming, that is. So Secret's going to be pretty happy with this one. And there they are in base. They know what's at stake. If they win the next fight, it's just looking really good for them. There's a refresher on Tide now, by the way. He is so farmed. Two Ravages,
I'm losing track of time here. 54 minutes in. I'm wondering how deep into nighttime or daytime we're in, because right now it's darkness.
Yes, that is the ultimate. And we'll find out right now.
Because this could mean, I'm wondering whether it's going to be nighttime when Roshan comes up. All right, it's nighttime right now.
It'll be about a minute, 2 minutes. Basically, it'll be close. It might be up, might not be. But Pieliedie will have his ultimate ready at that point, so.
But basically, I'm looking at it, and it seems like every single advantage that Team Secret could have going into this next fight, with the recent items being bought, with potentially nighttime or darkness ready to go for Roshan, this will be the best position Team Secret has had to be able to stand up against Vici Gaming, win a team fight. And if they're able to take that Aegis cheese, this game just becomes a whole lot closer.
It's all going to come down to the initiation. Another really big thing is if they could do a bit of damage. If Spectre haunts first, for example, and Tide doesn't blink immediately, they could disable his Blink Dagger, which is going to limit his ability to Ravage. So they're just completely set up here. They're looking for the smoke. They pop the Night Stalker ultimate. So I think this is, depending on the timing, this could be really good for Vici Gaming.
They're going to wait things out. Holding on to the high ground right now. Team Secret have Pieliedie in the front lines. Hoping to be able to scout out any vision. They see Vici Gaming rotating into that middle lane.
So many Blink Daggers. Does everybody on Vici Gaming have one? They actually do. That's 5 Blink Daggers, guys.
Initiation for Days Super. We'll take an Ice Blast here, but Team Secret not really set up to make the call just yet.
Well, now we know where they're going.
5-man smoke straight through the middle lane. They don't really care about Roshan. It's daytime, the time to strike is right now for Vici Gaming. They run into misery, but he gets that quick blink away. But remember, Vici Gaming have several blinks of their own, and they're going to catch misery. The BKB goes out, but that is still something expended from Team Secret that they didn't want to have to do before the actual team fight.
And immediately they're setting up Observer Wards. Now nighttime comes up in 10 seconds with Pieliedie's ultimate. So that was the little window they were going for, since Pieliedie did use it early, and they're pinging on Roche. Will they get it in time, basically?
Aegis and Cheese, Darkness gets laid out. Eternal Envy's pushing out the bottom lane right now in order to get in position for this Roshan. Pieliedie is going to see into the pit soon. And Roshan, he's a tanky bugger too.
They're playing for the vision. They got the Observer Ward. These creeps are following. So Vici Gaming knows that Secret's coming.
The dagger is coming in, the Ice Blast as well. They need to get away from this Ice Blast. They hope they'll be able to survive the fight. It hits on 2, and Roshan's still in contention here.
Roche. Ugh, he's in a bad position.
Oh, Fenrir gets the first step away. Shivas comes out from Ice slowing down a couple of those heroes. They get a Daedalus proc. They're going to try and take out Pieliedie as well as Misery first. The Static Storm gets laid out. The Control 2, and the Shackle Shot completely with Fenrir. Now getting the Control into FY as well. He's going to be going down. It looks like his Duper is going to make the jump over. No, he wants Eternal Envy first. He gets a small MKB hit, hoping to be able to stall him up. Fenrir does finally go down, burning as well as Super right on top of Eternal Envy, but he does have that buyback, and he's going to need to expend it now, trying desperately to win this fight. Weehaw comes
comes in. Shackle shot doesn't last. Burning just making its run away. Ravage number 2. It comes in, takes out Weehaw, and now it's just Eternal Envy left against the whole world, and it's not enough. VG Gaming win the fight. Super might just very well go down to Puppey, but he dances himself away, and that's a wipe. Team Secret have lost 5 plus Eternal Envy times 2, and they are well on their way to do whatever the hell they want in this game.
2 buybacks. A is going to have ult in 15 seconds. Nothing to see from it just yet. They're going to try to scare them, make them think that they can contest this, but in reality...
You've got to make the play of your life here. Can he blink in time? Roshan dies just a bit too soon. The blink dagger wasn't up yet. And now it's Aegis for Ice, Cheese for Super. And still another 80 seconds on the clock for Eternal Envy's Spectre.
He just couldn't do that, honestly. That was his buyback. If he died there, game is over 100%, because they'd be dead for Wind Ranger for like 100 seconds. Spectre would still be dead another 80. They'd just gone up mid and thrown it.
The respect from VG Gaming, though, the fact that they're not immediately just going 5-man down mid, knowing that the Spectre does not have buyback and is down for so long, they're respecting the angle of the rest of Team Secret. If they get a really good vacuum, Ice Blast combination, there's still enough damage to threaten VG Gaming.
Yeah, and not just that, they don't have Ravage or Refresher for up to 70 to 90 seconds, depending if you want both. They wait, they get those abilities, and then they fight. They don't want to throw this fight.
Jump in, Ice, the first to show himself in the Team Secret base. Takes a small swipe at that ranged Rax, and this is all they need. 30 seconds left until the Spectre is back up. VG Gaming all about the objectives right now. Weehaw makes his jump in, immediately chained up, and the response is there from VG Gaming. They're gonna try and lock down Weehaw, force out the BKB. Jumps around, Puppey, immediately the target from Super. Doesn't have enough damage though, only forces out the Ghost Scepter.
The Glyph is up, but the barracks is going down. They need to kill somebody right now, but Ice is just gonna try to zone. He's taunting them.
Oh, wow, the Ice Blast is gonna come in. Weehaw now has to match up against Ice. The Ice Blast lands. Misery's gonna be able to take out the Ember Spirit. That's a start. Team Secret, they're holding up against Mega Creeps. They need many kills here against VG Gaming, but Misery, he's not gonna have his opportunity to pursue. Eternal Envy will. Where's he gonna be going in this one? Looks like he's gonna try and take down Fenrir first, and it looks like the Juggernaut will be able to get himself away. As it's just going to be the supports. Turn around, Winter's Curse, Eternal Envy. He's not going to be able to get that much, it looks like. Fenrir, he's got to blink up, he's out. VG Gaming get Mega Creeps, and they're actually going to be able to get away with almost everybody.
All right, this is pretty much one of their last chances. I mean, they can delay this for a very long time due to having Radiance and the Heart on Spectre. He basically can't die to just creeps.
Swimming away in style, Ice. He feels it. He feels like this game is in the bag. But Team Secret, they still have one response left.
The YOLO play.
Go straight into the enemy base and get a pick off if you can, and that'll be Fenrir.
All right.
A cheeky play, Eternal Envy.
He says,
go for it, man. We've got the double damage on Weehaw. We need to try and somehow force a fight, and that's threatening the tier 4s, but they're just doing not enough damage.
Are they going to win this game? Ember has buyback, but the other 2 heroes are dead for their duration. Envy shifting over. He wants to buy something to help him go for it. Oh, he sees some gems. There's a cheese. He gets the cheese.
He got the cheese. What? Eternal Envy. Hello. Taking the tier 4 tower up next, and they're going to focus on the second one. The Glyph is going to go down. They're losing up against Mega Creeps, pushing in through the side lanes, and it looks like Team Secret deem it's not worth the attempt. The Glyph has forced them back, and that tier 4 tower is now going to heal back up to full HP off the backdoor protection. Looking for that glimpse. They also have the boots of travel in from Super. He has his blink dagger forward, hoping to be able to get a sleight of his chains. Stall the retreat, shackle shot, turn around. Can they actually control him?
He's gonna die.
He goes down, but he has buyback. He's gonna jump back in. He knew he was gonna die, and he welcomes death at this point because VG Gaming are going all the way. They'll take up 3 of Secret, and Secret will finally appease VG Gaming's bloodlust. They call it GG. Game number 1 goes to the Chinese VG Gaming.
What an upset. I mean, they're very close teams in the recent match in Anyang. It was 3-2 with Secret's advantage, so VG Gaming can take this, but there was a period of time where it just looked like Secret had won the game. But a couple great fights out of VG Gaming and forcing a lot of buybacks, Secret got ahead. And then VG won.
An hour-long match for VG Gaming versus Team Secret, and that is just game number 1. It's going to be a long night here in Frankfurt. This best of 3 will continue, but first, the analysts will have to have their say.
Thank you very much, Capitalist. What a breathless game. Absolutely brilliant from both teams, as Secret and Vici will now leave the arena for a well-deserved rest, and we'll find out from our three panelists their thoughts on what was an absolutely monumental game. Probably the best game we've had so far here in Frankfurt.
That game was so satisfying to watch, though. It was like, oh man, this is such good Dota.
That was some of the highest level Dota I've ever seen. That was unbelievable team play from both teams. Like push the cheese steal at the end, Secret. It looked like the game was just over. They're up against Mega Creeps. They're probably gonna have buybacks. They still almost got there, but they couldn't quite fight through the backdoor protection. What a game.
Just as a, just throwing this as one of the many things that we can talk about, 9 changes of net worth leads, swinging backwards and forwards all the way through, until finally, when you actually look at the final figure, it's like 27,000 gold difference. You think, oh, it must have been a stomp. But actually, it was just backwards and forwards.
I'd be more interested to know how many heart palpitations.
That's probably quite a few as well. Blitz, fun game. Ultimately, Vici have come out on top.
When you look at that game again, and I'm going to watch the replay for sure because of just how far back and forth they went, I think what it really came down to is eventually it felt like Secret just ran out of steam because they were more than willing to engage every single time Vici were like, oh, we want to get into a fight. It just felt like, okay, Ravage is up, it's our turn to fight, and just like, okay, it's down, it's your guys' turn to kill us. And it just kind of felt like they kept trading blows, but I mean, we kept talking about Super before the game and how he wasn't a game-changing presence. Well, that was about as good of a performance as you're going to see on that Ember.
Yeah, we also highlighted Pino Dai as the man that died a lot. And there he was, busy just killing everyone in sight for a little while as well in the middle of the game. So I think we got that completely wrong, obviously.
Yeah, they should probably just replace all of us. I think starting with you.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the highlights. And there were plenty of them in this game as well. Backwards and forwards, up and down, left and right, every which way but loose for both teams. And at one point, Secret were actually knocking on the door thinking they can win this now. It wasn't just an idea. They actually genuinely could have won the game.
They had one of the best late game heroes in Dota 2 in the Spectre. This is a hero that you're really comfortable going to late game with. Same with the Wind Ranger, but I just think that Weehaw, he got caught off so many different times at the beginning of the fight, and then it was pretty much up to Envy to kind of try to mop up, and it just felt like he was never really able to progress in items.
At this point as well, they had them on the run. Literally had them on the run.
This was probably the best fight Secret had the entire game, where Vici had used Ravage mid earlier. They want to fight. Vici probably should have backed. They underestimated how good Secret were chasing. They end up, I believe, getting team wiped in the end. Ice tries to help save Burning here, if I recall the fight correctly, and then he also ends up going down. Great 2-hero shackle. This was probably Weehaw's personal best engagement. They got the lane of Rax, I believe, but still weren't able to take more, and then Vici, it gets late game against Spectre. You've got so many BKBs, Glimmer Capes, they had the pipe really early. They had a lot of tools to shut down the Spectre. And the BKB got low for the Wind Ranger. You have the double Ravage to worry about. It felt like the Tidehunter got stronger as the game went on.
But overall, I think that Vici's draft was really good versus Secret. They really had to connect on the AA ultimate as well as the Haunt in order to kill people, or else the Healing Ward is actually really, really good versus the Haunt.
And there were I think there were 3 fights in the space of about 3 minutes where Puppy got caught out, and there was one fight where Ice even committed a Ravage that only got the Ancient Apparition Cool, and they easily won that fight 5v5. So.
Yeah, they really did not have the mobility to deal with the Healing Ward, and on top of that, like the Winter Wyvern was so good against the...
Yeah, this is the fight where I think they instantly assassinate the AA, and then they're able to just win the fight from there.
But this was one of the few fights that they were actually able to go on the Winter Wyvern there. But, I mean, nice Dark Seer vacuum walls all around, nice Ion Shell play from him in the early game, but I still think the Winter Wyvern was one of the key picks, too. You had so many cold embraces versus the Shackle, even, like, to counter the Dark Seer vacuum wall, he immediately drops a Winter's Curse, and they had so much cleave, too. Those illusions from the Spectre as well as the Wall of Replica never stayed alive.
Yeah, on the one hand, it's like you look at the matchup on paper, in theory they can soak up the damage for the Omni Slash, but it just didn't work out that way. And this was just a huge fight in the pit. They tried to make a bold play with the Haunt, steal the Aegis, ended up completely backfiring, got slaughtered, but it's an understandable risk. If he steals that Aegis, steals the Roche kill, this is a completely different game and probably a win for Secret, to be honest.
I think part of the issue too is when it came to just straight up team fight engagements, the Night Stalker eventually started to fall off, and he acted more as a vision carrier, whereas the Disruptor almost always felt useful with the glimpses, and as the BKB started to get low, and especially that Winter Wyvern, that hero just seemed to really pay off. The amount of Cold Embrace saves, the ultimate initiations that he was able to have, it felt like it made all the difference.
Yeah, like no matter how much farm you give the Night Stalker, unless he turns into like a right-click carry Night Stalker, all he really gives you in the end is the vision. The silence is countered by Greaves, by all the BKBs they have. They can glimmer away a lot of the time if there's not a gem. So he really is there just for the vision, whereas the Wyvern can straight up win you a fight with a good Winter Skirts. So I think that's a good point.
I like the Juggernaut build coming out from Birding, though. Again, the Battle Fury into Blink into later Abyssal Manta was really strong versus Secret's lineup. They actually missed they were really close to picking out Darkseer to end the game a little bit earlier, but he was just like a tiny bit far away from their Blink.
This was a very good retreat from Vici Gaming, where they could have lost more heroes if they weren't careful, but they do end up getting away some of their key ones in the end.
I think the Winter Wyvern makes it out here.
This curse actually completely saved them.
They did a really good job of never really overextending too much, and this might have been an opportunity if Secret could have picked off a few heroes here. It would have been a much better turnaround, but because they couldn't get the Winter Wyvern or the Tidehunter, and they split up looking for them.
What a play. Imagine if this helps Envy win the game. Yeah. It didn't work, but you just have to admire the incredible creativity of the guy. And I mean, I think it shows you just how scary Secret are late game, that even in that scenario down Mega Creeps, they still are trying to pull out every possible stop to find a way to win. But yeah, this is where the BKBs are 5 seconds. You have double Ravage. Tidehunter actually gets stronger late game because of that. And at this point, in Secret, we're just all in.
GG, right at the end. What do we make of Burning's Juggernaut then? You briefly mentioned it, but top scored 16-2-16, pretty decent.
Pretty good. He was really quick on his spins a lot of the time too. They had so many like instant ways to get out of the shackle with Ember Spirit and Juggernaut. It was pretty cool.
And Super playing Super.
Yeah, Super played incredibly well. I think his Ember is becoming more of a threat this tournament, which really opens up the drafting stage. I mean, it's something that we pointed out right away at the beginning of the draft is, hey, they pick Ember, it saves them a ban potentially, and it also blocks Secret from getting it. So it's been one of Secret's best heroes. The Anti-Mage got banned phase 2. Maybe Secret consider that earlier in the draft, although generally it kind of limits your options. So this game could have gone either way, but yeah, Birding played incredibly well too.
What did you make of the Ice Hunter?
The what?
The Ice Hunter.
Oh, the Ice Hunter.
Ah, you see what I did there?
I had to think about it for a second. Oh, you're so clever.
Did you like the
Old
belly?
age has not hampered your intelligence at all.
Nope, it just extenuates it.
All right, did you like the belly flop?
Okay. I really think those kinds of plays, though, they're smart to make because they kind of tilt your opponent and they really fire you up, right? And your fans up. Because you can feel it. It's like, okay, we're clowning on these guys. There's no chance that we're going to win. The first few Ravages were a little bit rough, especially the one whiffed when they were trying to kill Weehaw. They could have really used that for the counter initiation when the entire team flooded in, but despite that, as the game went on, the most important thing is he kept up in farm. Like, he continued to item progress over and over again. You saw him get the refresher, the Shivas, the pipe. Like, this guy just continued to climb in net worth, and I think that was one of the main factors is, even if you miss the Ravages, he hit the ones that count, and he continued to scale into the game.
It shows his poise. I mean, he missed actually, I think 2 in a row early. But it didn't affect his late game decision making at all.
It's really hard versus the Spectre Haunt plus Radiance. That's one of the hardest things as a Blink initiator to have to deal with that. But he went really good items. I really like the Pipe pickup versus AA. I think Pipe is one of the most underutilized items.
And the Spectre as well.
Yeah, and versus the Spectre. And yeah, I think they just played amazingly. Again, Vici, don't underestimate them.
Absolutely.
Hey, I said it. What did you say again?
I said Secret.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the only person
back in the dumps.
not underestimating them is LD. We're going to move on and start talking about the draft. It's not too far away for game 2 now.
Yeah, the draft was really crucial.
Yeah, and how different do you expect the second one to be?
Depends on who's first pick, obviously. But I think stealing the Ember Spirit and winning with it is a really big thorn in Secret's side because now they have to worry about so many different heroes. Doom, Slardar, Alchemist, and potentially Ember Spirit too. So I kind of foresee them actually leaving the draft maybe more wide open so they can get solutions to perhaps the Ember Spirit if it's drafted first.
Any differences, do you feel, from Secret?
Puppy is one of the, I think him and PPD are the 2 best at adapting over the course of the series. It is only a BO3, not a BO5, but I definitely expect differences. Even if the picks are the same, we'll probably see a tweak here or there, but I still think Secret could have easily won this game. So I don't think they're going to look at the draft like, oh, we had a terrible draft, but execution was just excellent from VG.
Yeah, I mean, you say easily won it, but Could they have easily won it?
Okay, easily, as in if a fight here, like imagine that Roche fight, if he hunts it, he gets the last hit, he gets the Aegis.
Yeah.
There were definitely a lot of moments where Secret could have seized a more compelling advantage.
There was a moment earlier on, actually, that looked like they were knocking on the front door and about to go in, and everything was great. Almost looked like Virtus Pro when they're overextended, didn't it?
Yeah. I mean, what do you think, Will? Do you think the draft was a problem, or is there anything you would change?
I think the individual play from Vici in this series was a lot higher than I've seen in the past. I felt like all of their players kind of stepped it up. The draft, I think, went a little bit in their favor. I really thought that the Tidehunter, me and Ben were able to call that. I felt that hero was able to put a lot more pressure than you want, typically in a lane, when you have that many melee heroes. And I also think that the other issue, too, is when it comes to a more open draft like Ben says, I feel like that favors Secret, when you have the ability to play your key heroes. Because I felt this draft, more than any other, Secret kind of had to bend a little bit more than they would have liked to tailoring around Vici's strategy. Whereas most of the time when Puppy drafts, it feels like he's the one setting the tempo and everyone's reacting to him.
Mm-hmm. They were clearly thrown off. They had to use a reserve time in the bans, for crying out loud. So I also agree Vici had a slight draft advantage.
Okay. Do we expect that to continue? Game 2?
I mean,
it's
probably not, because Vici doesn't get first
It is,
pick.
twice in a row? Yeah.
First pick generally is seen as slightly stronger. It has slightly better win rate, so you would expect Vici to have a slight advantage.
What sort of bans are we going to see this time around?
What did they
I mean, are they, a Secret going to start looking at the Juggernaut, the Ember?
It was Alk and Doom, I think. Slardar, Shadow Fiend, maybe?
Yeah, that was right. That was correct.
I don't think the Juggernaut, because that can be replaced to me by like a Gyrocopter, for example. Queen of Pain, Burning, hasn't played quite as well. But I think this is something Will and I actually talked about during the game is, I think when Burning struggled is when they put him on something that just can't farm at all, like Slardar, for example. But where he does well right now in this patch is when he's on something that kind of strikes that balance. It's not like a Spectre, but it is something that can farm and also fight. So Juggernaut, Queen of Pain, Gyrocopter, I don't think you can really ban those all out that early, but maybe second phase.
And Queen of Pain wasn't banned last time round. Was Gyro banned either?
No, I think it was
No,
open.
Gyro wasn't banned.
No, I don't think either of those were banned last time round either.
I actually think Juggernaut does warrant a ban in the second phase, though. I think, like, on top of just him, I think Burning is the type of player that wants to be able to get solo kills, and we've seen Gyrocopters get tons of farm, but not really have a game impact because you just run away from him. But Juggernaut's kind of a different story.
I feel like this is more tailor-made to his meta too, because oftentimes people criticized Burning for being, you had to play around his hero set and playing around his anti-mage and heroes of that nature. But those heroes are incredibly slow-paced, and I feel like he's kind of adapted more to this kind of high-octane, you have to be able to kill, you have to be able to go around with your teammates. So I feel he's evolved more as a player in this patch especially.
I also really like the fact that they got Ice someone that can farm, because we've seen him a lot recently on like Clockwork is probably one of the big heroes in the offlane, and if you can't find hero kills, that hero just falls behind really hard. So I like the Tidehunter, the Darkseer is another big one for him. I thought that was a really good adjustment.
Okay, moments away from the draft. Players just settling in. Probably barking his orders. And this is Game 2's draft. Very, very important for Team Secret. They do not want to fall into the lower bracket, but they will if they lose this next game.
You know, it's funny you say barking his orders, because I still go back to that. There was an interview with Dendi, I think it was at TI2, where he said Puppy's the tallest, so he's
this first phase is really important. Vici have to decide what they want to do about Doom, Slardar, and Ember Spirit. If they ban out the Doom and the Slardar, then Team Secret get the Ember Spirit first, so they need to have a solution for that. And I think this first phase ban is actually way more important than other games.
So they ran Disruptor last game. It wasn't versus the Ember. Definitely something that they could go to. Obviously, late game isn't a great solution if he gets a BKB or maybe a Linken's, but can shut him down early.
And Secret need to think about banning perhaps the Alchemist too. So now Alchemist is open. Secret have completely changed their bans from what Shadow Fiend plus Shadow Fiend plus Alk.
This is a much more open draft, but I feel like Vici do have to ban the Slardar because for me, this is one of the really game-changing heroes in this meta right now because it opens up your mid hero too. You don't have to pick necessarily a huge damage dealer because the amplified damage turns everybody.
But now they can, like, let's say, leave Ember and Doom in.
I think
Secret
you do.
will take one or the other, and then you take.
Well, there's also
Doom
Shadow
plus
Fiend,
Alk.
which Secret does sometimes take that early as well.
I think you actually ban the SF, leave the other two heroes open, and at worst you can get a combination of like
Ember.
Dazzle, Ember, Doom, or what's the
Wyvern's banned actually.
There was actually another hero I was thinking of, but that just isn't coming to mind. The Darkseer, I guess.
Darkseer.
Yeah, I think this is the play. Open up the draft a lot.
That's really open the draft.
So there's Shadow Fiend, there's Ember Darkseer, there's the Dazzle, and there's the Doom.
VG Gaming's
Then I
turn
think
to pick.
they can also lead with an AA opener, which is very common versus the Doom.
I think Vici. Okay, they're gonna take the Undying this time around.
Well, I guess we'll see that Morphling ban in the second phase now.
Turn to pick.
I don't actually think the Morphling's that scary. I think it won one game, but then it got like kind of patched out, and it's not. I don't think it's worth the second phase.
They banned it at Nunyon when they saw this opening. So
Was that before or after it got patched?
I think it was after it got patched.
It feels like such a specific strategy doing it. It really has to work out. But Secret,
I think right now it's like, do you want the AA versus the Alchemist or not? Because Alchemist, I think, is actually really good versus the Doom. He farms so much faster than him, and if you have your Rage on and he gets doomed, he doesn't really care. He still turns around and fights.
it's
So-
whether you take the Ember, because if you don't take it now, it's gonna get banned.
Reserve
Yeah.
time.
So they get the Dazzle. This is kind of the safer opening where you don't reveal that many cores early.
There are a lot of different mid heroes too for Weehaw still to play. Like they've got
Wind Ranger, Shadow Fiend.
Shadow Fiend, yes.
His Lino's quite good as well. So I don't see that as much.
Now Secret might have to ban the AA though, because Vici have first pick coming out into the next phase, and it's really good versus both of those heroes.
So many mind games right now in this draft.
Their Elk's really scary.
Yeah. I agree.
There's been some games where like all of Vici Gaming is feeding, and then suddenly Super has like 30,000 gold, and nobody can touch. It's just like, buy an Alchemist.
I can't remember who they played the other day, but they stole the stack of Super, and he still had a 12-minute Radiance. I can't remember, I think it was VP? It was game 1 VP or something like that, and they stole the stack with the Gyrocopter, and it didn't even matter because he still had the 12-minute Radiance.
Maybe they'll go for Queen though and try and shut down the Alchemist. We haven't actually seen too many Alchemists get Radiance like that much later if it's in the mid lane, but we haven't seen too many Quap versus Alchemist matchups either.
I do like that Vici banned the Shadow Fiend though. I don't think you can let that hero through at this phase.
So they banned the Morphling, kind of the safety insurance policy, and then, as you said, Ben, maybe it is worth the Juggernaut ban phase 2. They agree.
5 seconds.
That was also a combo they ran at Nunyon. The Alchemist fed the Jug an eggs, I think I mentioned last game, and suddenly burning was huge.
And as always, you have to worry about the Broodmother. It came out in the second phase ban last phase, and Team Secret loved to run the Dazzle plus Brood to pressure the safe lane carry. So that's maybe something Team Secret's considering, or Team Vici, or both, I guess.
Alk does an okay job though, right? Once he has...
Yeah, he does okay.
You need to have a good start.
But you might lose your jungle too early for him to actually come online, especially if you have a Queen of Pain in the mid lane. So I'd be a little bit worried about that if I were a Vici.
Yeah, but if they want to go Brood, I definitely agree. They need something really dominant like a Quap so they can snowball early before the Alk gets farmed.
AA, potentially, or even the Brood themselves.
Both teams kind of...
They're still Darkseer too.
Both teams really want AA, actually, in terms of how many heals we have. Or just regen in general.
And so Vici probably don't worry about the Brood because they're still Darkseer. So what are we looking at? AA mostly, and what else did you guys mention?
Darkseer.
I think Darkseer and AA were the two big ones we mentioned.
Beastmaster.
Oh, they ignored that altogether. Take the Beastmaster.
That was not a hero we mentioned.
You can play the Vision game though, and with the Hawk, you will always see the Doom coming in unless they're smoked up. You can play around that fact.
This definitely might catch Secret off guard, as they have not, Vici have not run it once in their last 10 games.
This is something that they ran at Nanyang though, right? I think they ran Beastmaster off lane. They were able to actually just get a lot of farm out.
That's right.
10 seconds remaining.
It's interesting though, because these tournaments always develop their own meta, and what they were running at Nunyon, maybe they're shying away from. You forget about it, suddenly it comes out. And
It was the same 3 opener, although the last 2 picks were Juggernaut plus Rubik.
it's also lockdown for the Ember, as well as the AMs, and gives you good physical damage. So if Secret are considering either of those, maybe the offlane Doom instead, that would give them pause.
I like
as well
it too.
mention the Roche vision control.
Going for when you want to go for the high ground or when you just want to pressure in general too, having the Necro books is incredibly strong against heroes like the Doom.
Ooh, this is way different.
Is this an a la carte Tiny, as Cuddle Guy would say, or is this a Penny IO?
I don't know if he can match up that well versus the Alchemist in a one-on-one situation because you just spam your spray and Tiny doesn't have that much armor. But it looks like they're not terribly worried about going super late because they do have to do in the Tiny. And maybe with the Wisp Tiny, they can actually steal the Alchemist stacks very early on. Vici have been doing an incredible job of protecting their jungle very early when they have an Alchemist. and having the Undying on the Beastmaster, that's kind of what they do. Stack, farm, get Vision with the Beastmaster, and just get Alchemist super, super big. And we haven't really seen the team been able to break that from Vici yet.
So the last time they ran the Tiny, it was solo mid for Weeha, if I recall. I think he got some early ganks, but they did not have an IO.
And that was versus Shadow Fiend. I think Alchemist is a lot more, he's just a lot more hardy of a hero than the Shadow Fiend. And the windows for ganking him are just so small with the spray. But they are on Dire, so it's not as easy.
Well, there's the Quap, another good Ags carrier. Actually, all three of these are great. This is something Burning has played. I think with the Alk being he's like the vacuum cleaner, right? So you want to get something that's a little more independent early on.
I like the Queen of Pain here, though. I think it gives them some mobility, and most importantly, it gives you a hero that can kind of build into that Orchid, for example, and you can force the Doom to get a faster BKB, or even the Tiny, who usually doesn't just build one, unless it's like the third item.
It's also good versus a potential Tiny Wisp, and we also saw EG run this particular combo, Queen of Pain Beastmaster plus a big farmer. EG had the Anti-Mage, this time Vici had the Alchemist, and these two heroes can just get kills on pretty much anyone on the map.
Team Secret, I think they have enough catch. They probably need something that can hold you down, or at least start
they
to
need a
fight little
meatball.
bit better.
Okay.
All
right. Now we know.
And this scares a lot of teams into picking Queen of Pain against a team like Team Secret because the Meepo is so good against the Queen of Pain. The net distance, I believe, is just like 100 shy.
10 seconds.
First pick of the major.
Now, it is something Avicii Gaming are aware going into this match they might pick it, but it's not like, oh, they're very likely to pick it. So they've got one pick to respond. They don't really have that much AoE lockdown or single target burst, which is generally what you want for some Meepo.
They might pick Timbersaw, though. Timbersaw was Vici's solution at Nanyang. It actually did very well versus Meepo. It's also really good versus the Tiny and the Doom.
So then you'd have to run, what, Undying?
You'd have to run
Beastmaster support or Quap support?
Beastmaster or Quap support, but I mean, you have to have something to deal with the Meepo. I guess actually there's still Ember Spirit out for Vici too if they want to do that.
That's the thing though, is that's what I like about the Meepo pick, is they already committed to 4 fairly farm and level intensive heroes. So it's tough to most of the counters are not supports, they're generally counters.
I wonder if we're ever going to see a team run the support Alk like he was back in the day, in the roaming Crystal Maiden Alchemist days. I mean, they're going to have to pull something strange though. I think Ember and Timber are probably the only two that, maybe even Alina too with the pure damage if they want to put Burning in that sort of position. But there's not many other heroes that are that awesome versus Meepo.
So is it a support Tiny then, do you guys think? Or Jungle Doom? I mean, what are they looking at here? Because the last time it was Weeha who played the Tiny, but obviously he's the Meepo player.
I think you can just run it as a core Doom still, and then just kind of let Misery play it as a space creator, get a Blink Dagger kind of in the same vein as when he plays the Slardar. But I mean, Vici Gaming, they're going to have to think long and hard about this just because if you take the Timbersaw, it does kind of mess with things a little bit more than you might like.
Yeah, their lanes are already sort of committed, unfortunately for them.
I still think Vici have really strong lanes though, and if you can get ahead early on some of these heroes, you might be far enough ahead that you can burst down the Meepo.
I don't know. The Meepo though is against the Queen of Pain, again, like I was saying, the fact that the net is only like 1,000 range or something like that.
Oh wow. Okay. Game on.
Oh, it is a support.
Game number 2 is almost upon us. The rat is back. It's Vici versus Team Secret. Take it away, boys.
And the crowd already going wild here in Frankfurt before game number 2 even starts with the Meepo pickup by Team Secret, but it turns out that's actually not the most interesting pick they had. They go for a Huskar last pick, and we have a Tiny support on our hands.
Yeah, I'm actually speechless right now. I was ready to talk about Meepo, and now I don't even know what to look at anymore. Huskar and a Meepo. It is Pieliedie playing Tiny, so he's going to be pretty level intensive. We'll see if they do what we saw earlier with the Doom pick. I think it was done by Alliance. Start the. Oh, it's an offlane Doom. I don't know where he's getting his levels. I'm frankly confused.
Yeah, I was like looking at this going, okay, maybe they're going to run some sort of Doom like jungle scenario right in the beginning where they started off Devour, okay, the first couple of levels, and now I'm just not sure how they're going to be able to find the opening, enough space for Team Secret, but apparently the best way to deal with the Alchemist, a greedy pickup, is just to outgreed the Greevil's greed.
I guess so. Do you think it's worth it to mess up your lanes this much just to pick Huskar? Like, I guess Huskar is... What is it particularly good at on the Vici Gaming lineup? Like, Alchemist has lots of physical base damage. He has minus armor. He heals through damage over time. I just feel like the Huskar pick is a little out of nowhere, and Vici Gaming has some solutions with like Queen of Pain and Elk.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, okay, let's start with like Decay is not necessarily bad against Huskar. Removes some of his strength. You've got the pure damage of Sonic Wave, minus armor and physical damage out from the Alchemist, lockdown from both the Earthshaker as well as the Beastmaster, and it's a lot of it too. More physical damage out from those two. I don't look at it and go, oh yeah, this was an amazing Huskar counter pick. I look at it and just going, Team Secret are pulling something really weird out.
Yeah, it's definitely very peculiar. Toss first on Pylite Eye as well, which is very weird that he would skill at all yet. Are they trying to do some obscene like toss stuff right now? Like toss somebody to the high ground?
Maybe a cheesy plays awaits. Maybe they could have like gone for the toss to the Hawk on the right-hand side,
but
right?
They obviously aren't going to be like, oh, they're picking Beastmaster. Let's anticipate the level 1 support. Tiny toss into the... It would have been amazing if it worked, but...
All right, so nothing real interesting happens with our Bounty Rune. They split up between the Alchemist as well as the Meepo. Our mid matchup, that's where those two are going to meet. And then at the top lane, we've got Misery as the Doom against Ice's Beastmaster.
A little snack for him along the way. He's going to be pretty happy with that one. Courier comes mid, brings super and extra tango, and what is the matchup like? Have you ever played this Alchemist versus Meepo? I have to say, it's pretty rare.
I can't imagine that it's going to be too terribly favorable. Eternal Envy with the early TB. That'll actually successfully get him up the top lane where he truly wants to be. And Misery, I guess, is going to go jungle now.
I do that all the time, man. I get fissure blocked, I'm like, I'm changing lanes, screw this.
Misery, he's already down to 150 HP, and he's going to be chased away here before he even gets his level 2 and gets the regen of Scorched Earth into play. Puppey is now left solo at the bottom lane while Pylite Eye is doing some tossing.
There's the abusive strategy. You pull the large camp out, and then you toss one of the creeps to the mid creep wave, and then it does a mid pull. Now this is something, this is such a cool little strat here. He tossed the next large creep. It's something you can do now because you can choose which one to toss.
You're going to shut down some of the Alchemists. Much of the Alchemist is farmed by doing this.
Yeah, the creeps are just going to disappear, and they had to actually nerf the mid pulls by making the leash range much smaller on those camps.
How are they even going to be able to, like the Meepo matchup against the Alchemist, I'm looking at this and it is decently favorable, it seems like, for the Meepo. Melee hero versus a Meepo can't be terribly good. But then you're talking about a huge experience advantage for the Meepo as well, which is only going to grow as he starts making more of himself, popping out of every single hole. And then the Tiny's going to be able to come in for a gank at some certain point, like he's got a Mango and Clarity. You could actually see Pylite Eye maybe successfully getting a rotation out of full-time jungling.
He definitely can. Or he can just continue pulling, continue gimping the Alchemist, slow his acceleration. Like, yeah, he got that bounty rune and he's way ahead, but now Meepo's at 13 CS and the Alchemist only has 7. So definitely a pretty big way to slow him down. But is this going to translate into a hero that's useful? That's the real question. Yeah, you can play any heroes as support if you want to, but do they become useful at all stages of the game?
Well, we've seen Tiny kind of being messed around with, the core Tiny. At the mid lane, oftentimes transitioning back into that old Warcraft 3 Blink Dagger first style. But we've also seen off lane Tiny run by a couple teams, most notably Sexy Bambo, who's probably run it the most. So I have faith that this Tiny is actually going to be a pretty good 4-position support. We'll see how the rest of it plays out. Misery is at the bottom lane for a little while. Once again, going to head back into the jungle as Team Secret just doing mass rotations here.
And they're in a decent space right now. They're actually zoning Burning from his off lane. He's playing off lane Queen of Pain. In the safe lane, you have Ice farming a Beastmaster. So that means everything kind of just falls on Super. And he's playing Alchemist mid, and he's getting pulled on mid. Like, this crazy stuff that Secret is doing is actually working. Their lane advantage is coming through here. If they can just keep Queen of Pain under-leveled, then it's all on Alchemist's shoulders, or maybe ganks, but I think Secret's going to be doing a good job about not getting ganked. So it's not looking amazing for Vici Gaming right now. This definitely threw him for a loop.
This is probably something you can only pull off on the Radiant side, right? I don't think you'd be able to pull the Dire jungle.
I think you can get away with it. I think you can do the toss. I think I've seen a video of that on Reddit before. You just have to pull it over and do, yeah, just you can make the toss. I think it requires maybe at least an observer ward or something in the tier 2 mid area, but definitely harder, especially because you can't connect the pulls as easy. It's definitely much easier to do on the Radiant side, that's for sure.
So very clearly, Team Secret are going to have a rather large early lead in gold, at the very least, because they're pulling so much, or rather, sorry, experience, because they're denying away so much experience from the Alchemist. It is still going to be an Alchemist, though. If they can start feeding him some bounty runes, have some stacks up in the Dire side jungle, he will still be able to make a pretty good recovery. And all he really needs is high levels of Acid Spray and that Soul Ring.
But is it the right thing? Like, I feel like he has to change his build. I don't think he can go with the Radiance build against a Huskar, for example. Because that build that they commonly do, it's Radiance into Manta into Octarine Core. And it's not that right-click heavy. It's okay, but it's not amazing. It's very magic-based. It's very chase them down. Yeah, you're getting acid sprays and throwing out physical stuns, but it's not the kind of damage that you're going to need to blow up a Huskar. So I feel like if Jackie has a pretty good game here, if he gets ahead in items, or at least if he's semi-comparable to Alchemist, if Alchemist just builds magic damage and Manta and some HP, that's not enough to stay alive versus a Huskar. Huskar should beat you in that 1v1.
So what should you try and build perhaps a little bit more of a ganking style on the Alchemist? We've seen some Alchemists experiment with like the Blink Dagger Solar Crest build throughout the minus armor with the unstable concoction. I'm just not sure if this is actually going to be a viable build or not.
With the same thing said, I don't think they can go like the armlet build or those different ones. I don't think it's going to work, because if he just gets doomed, then an armlet's on and he's going to slowly drain down on HP. And then he won't be able to farm as fast, and then he won't be able to stay ahead of his opponents. I mean, maybe their entire focus is get the Radiance and then translate that to Aghanim Scepters on his team. That might also be the case. And one thing they do have going for them is they have a bunch of really good stuns. Fissure, Roar, Alchemist stun. Stuns are another good way to deal with Huskar, because then he can't armlet toggle, he can't run away, things like that.
And they've got plenty of Ags targets as well. Every single one of these heroes can take an Ags. Even the Earthshaker is actually, most notably, he doesn't really get Ags too often. But specifically against illusion heroes or perhaps a Meepo,
would also
the Aghanims would actually be such a big upgrade. But I'm really first looking at the Undying. I mean, this is Vici Gaming through and through. Alchemist, Undying, get the upgrade to Decay.
Do you think they're going to go for that, though? The fast Ags? Like, yes, it's a thing you can do with Alchemist, but almost every Alchemist of this tournament, at least, I don't think I've seen an Aghanim's purchased once to give to an ally. It's basically they say, you know what, I'm going to get 7 items and I'm going to get them stupidly fast. And at that point, the game usually ends. It doesn't often drag on much longer than that. Yeah, you maybe have some outliers in the qualifiers, like when Alliance played Alchemist and gave so many Aghanims to his team, but is that the solution to this game? It's pretty good against Huskar, I guess, because he has a strength hero. You can reduce his damage and reduce his max HP, which makes bursting him easier, but can you 5-man decay a Meepo? Or does it only give you 1 source? That's a weird mechanics question, but that would be pretty cool if that works.
Yeah, that really would. Especially if you get the Ags up.
He would get 1,000 HP approximately every time he casts decay if he catches 5 Meepos. That would be pretty cool. That could see some value, but I feel like that doesn't work.
For me, I'm still looking at the Alchemist as, I don't know, the only team that's really successfully made the sort of middle ground Alchemist, where he gets the Radiance, but then he starts passing off Aghanim Scepter, was Team Secret. They were the only team for me that really actually saw a successful strategy that worked out, and that was when they were running a safe lane Alchemist.
You're talking about ESL New York?
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like
they
that
had,
was
like a Venomancer.
Yeah, and they did a couple heroes like that. They did some Necrolite strats, as did OG. But I feel like that was the early days of where Alchemist came into style that was without Radiance. It was things like Solar Crests and things, which was relatively fast. Yeah, it made them get Ags on Alch, but it wasn't like a super acceleration of farm. So I feel like the Ags may happen, and if they do, it's probably going to be a Radiance.
Now, what sort of openings do you think? Obviously, the Meepo is going to be the biggest threat, immediate threat, I would say, for Vici Gaming. How are they going to be able to address that in the early game? Do they just keep the Earthshaker somehow in the middle lane, helping out that Alchemist?
I mean, he's definitely going to need to be where the ganks are coming. And I think the two heroes that you maybe need to watch the most are going to be Tiny as well as Doom. Because if they do something like net into a toss back, that's a dead hero in almost all cases. Or if Doom shows up and Doom's somebody that gets chain netted, that guy's going to die as well. So those are the two heroes you have to watch for the rotations. Maybe Huskar can set up some ganks as well. But watching Meepo is hard because there's 5 of them. Like, you're just going to lose track of them. They're going to teleport around the map. He may even go for a Boots of Travel this game. I think typically he doesn't, but with this many gank options, it might be something that's really useful for him to do. Like, he could definitely hit a little bit of a swing here, get a fast Ags, get a fast Blink Dagger, and he just continuously shuts down Alchemist. If he just micros correctly and makes sure that one of his Meepos doesn't get stunned, they're just going to continue netting, and Alchemist will be pressured really hard. So Vici Gaming has to protect a lot of their heroes here, and they also have to pressure a lot all over the place. And right now, at the 3-minute mark, I don't know if they're going to be able to do that.
Looking forward into this game, Team Secret are actually going to have such a crazy amount of initiation if the laning phase goes all right for them, because I'm presuming this Tiny is still going to be building a Blink Dagger.
Yeah,
we
definitely.
see obviously the Meepo go for the Blink Dagger. Huskar just has his natural initiation with his ultimate, and then Doom very likely to pick up a Blink as well, as you've got some high priority targets to take out of the pool immediately. If you can get the Queen of Pain, that's going to be target number 1, I think, for these team fights.
Depends on his farm rate, I think. It might even be better to do somebody like Undying or Earthshaker, maybe, because they do have so many tanky heroes. They have the most run at them lineup I've ever seen, actually. And they have good synergy as well, Dazzle plus Meepo. If those heroes are running at Vici Gaming's team, they need to slow that ability for them to chase, because Secret just has so many ways to swing things around. If they can prevent big things like Echo Slams into other combos, then yeah, Secret will get crushed there.
Yeah.
But they need to make sure that they don't get slowed down as they run at them. That's going to be really important in these fights.
All right, looks like we're finally ready to go. Game number 2 between Secret and Vici Gaming has just become unpaused. So we go back. Misery was just dewarding, taking away the ward that was actually blocking out the magic bush, so we'll have some more spawns to play with.
Puppy's going to start zoning Ice. He's immediately shifted to the off lane, so I'm sure they talked a little bit about strategy here. Misery's on the opposite side.
Misery in for the side, and Eternal Envy's already going to be able to do so much damage, but Misery couldn't get the body block in time. Ice still running away, and he still has so many of those burning spears, and there it is. The first blood goes to EE.
That's Doombringer, man. He turns on Scorched Earth, and he just walks after somebody, and they die. Pretty straightforward, so they shift over. This puts Burning in the safe lane now to guarantee some levels on him. He absolutely needed this, because if he doesn't get 6 rapidly, it means they're not going to have a lot of rotations coming out of Vici.
Weeha's just controlling this lane so well. Alchemist is 16-1. Obviously, large part of that has been Pylite Die, pulling those camps over, but also just Meepo as a hero being able to deal with the Alchemist pretty well.
And Pi doing a great rotation around. The Hawk might spot him, but it's not a high enough level.
It's going to be a beautiful setup, and Pylite Die was just a few steps farther forward. He could have gotten the stun and maybe the toss back, but
might be now. We'll see. He's got a Clarity Potion as well.
Got so much control over this tier 1. Vici Gaming don't seem to have a response. Pylite Die is going to catch Fenrir. Does he really want to go for that toss? It looks like he tried to for a second. But ultimately, Team Secret will just take this tier 1 and I think be happy.
Yeah, I guess he can't cast a double spell for a while, but he got an Observer Ward down in a good place. He zoned them out, didn't even make them feel comfortable about trying to poke around the tower, so they get the last hit. And that's on Eternal Envy as well. Interesting item choice, he got a Ring of Basilius, but with the early point in Inner Vitality, it's not a bad pickup. It covers a lot of his regen options. And he'll surely go Armlet right after.
Yeah, and just increasing the power of his creep pushes as well, being able to pressure these towers even earlier. Knowing Vici Gaming rely on a certain number of levels on their heroes. The Beastmaster can't really move around and gank. The Earthshaker and Undying as supports aren't really going to be able to provide much for you until they're really level 6, level 7.
This looks so good for Envy now, because he can basically just sit solo in his lane. And they don't have very many disables and not that much damage coming out of their support duo, so he's fairly safe here. I'd maybe like to see him pick up a TP scroll. That way if he gets fissured into Tombstone, he could just TP out. But other than that, he's going to be happy.
FY started showing himself in the middle lane, but with an Alchemist, there's just no kill potential whatsoever.
He's going to try and stack up some more. In fact, the
Radiant's
Alchemist will
middle
come
tower
over and
is under attack.
clear through some of that stacks now. And this is the thing. No matter how much you think you shut down the Alchemist, he's still going to be able to get so much farm, just like an SF, except doubly so with that Grievous Greed.
Yeah, and that's why he bought the Soul Ring, basically. It's way more mana than something like a Ring of Basilius would do. He just casts a lot of Acid Spray and farms in that way. So almost surely will be the Radiance build.
Yeah, it's already up to 2K.
Weehaw's also really farmed, though. I mean, net worth alone, Alchemist is actually ahead, but it's only by about 500. You would normally think it would be a lot more. And he's way stronger in the early game, too. He might spot out Super. He does. He could actually steal these stacks really easily.
Yeah, with the Meepo, if he actually gets some backup from the rest of Team Secret.
Or even experience. Like, if these stacks die while he's here, it helps out his team a lot. And he doesn't even lose that much by sending a Meepo here. It's if he can handle the micro at least, it makes his opponents really frustrated. They can't farm as efficiently. And if he gets in trouble, he just leaves.
Look die. If they actually get some sort of setup stun, Super just lost his Chemical Rage. They're going to go for this one. The extra damage comes in from Pi, and that'll be the free kill. Weehaw now has to turn to the Tombstone, but Burning has come in with a response. He will be able to take out the Meepo. Pylai Die is going to fall as well. He claims the Tombstone, but that is all.
Huge rotation coming out of Burning here.
Oh, and a long-range jump. Eternal Envy putting some boots on there as he chases down Ice with the ultimate and chases them all the way to that tier 3 tower where he will tick out.
I'm not 100% sure if it was worth killing the Alchemist there because Quap was able to pick up the levels and the experience from that one, but slowing down the Alchemist, taking the Ancients is, or I'm sorry, the stack is definitely going to help a bit here. It's decent for Pylai Die though. He probably got at least a level out of that one.
And the Huskars, he's already online. Like, he's got an omelet. Yeah. It's going to be flying out to him soon. So if they need more time on some of their other heroes, like the Doom and perhaps the Tiny to farm, Eternal Envy can be, you know, that kind of man mode hero that takes on 2 or 3 members of BG Gaming at a time.
Yeah, really good point. Because the Quap basically went top to defend, Eternal Envy's free to dive. So if it wasn't for the Queen of Pain going top, then he may not have felt comfortable doing that. So they did get multiple resources there, despite their deaths.
The Orchid obviously going to be the build for Burning. Going to see that transition from early game ganking hero to full-on mid to late game carry with going the Orchid, BKB, AC.
Like what Misery did here, he threw a mana burn out on Burning. Just keep his mana in a place where if he ganks, he's not going to have a whole lot more than a Scream. Just little things like that is going to make a big difference. Force him back to base once, perhaps. Highlight Eye looking to gank. Misery's got 6. They just need vision.
Have the toss. If they can get the toss into the Doom, that'll be a kill on Burning. He
can't get away. They catch him out now. The stun comes out. Burning is surely dead. The question is, can they get the deny? Super comes in, looks for it, chasing down Burning. Come here, you.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it. Misery actually walks away with the kill, and now he's trying to walk away with his life, but he doesn't have, well, he actually pops the wand. He has enough for a TP out. He starts eating through some trees, getting some distance out. They're going to see him at the last second, but Misery, he completes his TP. He gets away scot-free. Bottom line, they keep on going. Ice dives onto Eternal Envy, gives up his life, but Weehaw will claim the kill. Secret are going wild here in the side lanes, pushing and being aggressive all the way.
They're pressuring everywhere at the same time, and they got so much in that little bit. I mean, they did lose Huskar. He was the top farm on their team. Maybe they'll get some more kills. Thinking about it.
Burning. He actually completed that TP, and they're going to have a bomb as the
They got him.
They got enough damage. Burning, a critical error there, feeds another kill to Meepo.
And you cannot give up extra room to the Weepo.
That is so dangerous, man. He goes down, and he goes down again. All that momentum he had is completely gone now, and this tier 2 tower is already gone. If Secret can take this bottom tier 2 and then take the next 2 mid, Roche is going to be so much easier for them to control.
Fenrir next target, Pylai Die, sees him, doesn't have enough distance there to be able to get the toss, tries to go for it the last second, but a block out from the Fisher. He was really hoping to get the toss back to Eternal Envy. He just let the Huskar consume the zombie man, but Team Secret making their invasion to the jungle, not really finding anything. Their next objectives, these outer tier 1 towers. If they can actually complete these, you're going to look at an Agadam's Weehaw by like 12, 13 minutes.
I think what we're seeing here is the Secret Radiant strat. Like, a lot of teams were valuing the Dire strat, but obviously Secret worked something out. The Tiny support with the mid pulling, Doombringer on top of that. I guess it takes Doombringer and Radiant for this to work out, but it's looking really good for them right now. It's only 6-3, but the amount of pressure they're putting on the map is insane.
FY,
He sees a very low Pylite dive, but not low enough for a Fisher kill to go out. And the rest of Vici Gaming don't want to TP into that tier 1. Team Secret are just too far ahead right now, so Vici Gaming are just going to try and go for an exchange.
Not anymore. As soon as that died, they're shifting to the bot lane. They might even run into Alchemist as well. He doesn't quite have the relic, so this would be a huge death for him. No reliable gold. If he gets killed here,
he's going to try and get to the side shot by a TP, but Pylite die as well as Weehaw. They have the disables to lock him down. They see Super, catch him out. Here comes the burst damage, and Super loses what little gold he had. He was so close to getting that relic. But now it's going to be delayed up a few more minutes.
that is the worst feeling ever. In that first game,
Envy. Look at this smoke up. If they get the lockdown, Misery's trying to get the Doom, but after the blink, Burning is susceptible, but he gets into the trees, hiding himself away from Eternal Envy. Staying ahead, 5 seconds left. Eternal Envy's found him now. They get the Doom, and Burning will go down. The Emperor 3 times in 12 minutes. This is not the start he intended.
It was great anticipation there. He knew that the blink wasn't going to be off cooldown in time, so they chased him down and they got the kill. 3-1 now on Envy. The Doom being used every single time it's off cooldown. And I just love how they're varying the ways that they do the ganks as well. It makes it so much harder for their opponents to predict it.
Secret will take another outer tower. That'll be the last outer tier 1 for Vici Gaming.
Dire's top tower.
And this game is getting really dark for them real fast. Got a lot of defensive vision left, but the map control entirely in the favor of Team Secret, and they've got the greedy heroes to take advantage of it too.
There are now 4 Meepos on the map. That's somebody ganking and 3 farming. So he's going to get a lot done right now.
Super back to the Dire side jungle, trying to complete that relic. But even once you have the Radiance, he's still susceptible just to being blown up by Team Secret. Especially with the Meepo. Pylite Die is actually pretty close to the Blink Dagger now, FY. Thought about initiating there. Vici Gaming are also retreating on Super. Misery doesn't have his Doom yet.
It's just pressuring.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower.
Forces out the Chemical Rage. Sees the relic.
He's playing so aggressive right now, but he knows they don't have that many stuns. And he's got Tranquil Boots, he's got a Drum, he's got a Ring of Basilius. He has way more armor than normal. We looking for a kill here.
Yeah, he tried to find it. Maybe he can get the deny on the tier 1. He's actually still going for the nets. Ice, ice, ice.
That's next
DB's
level.
out just ahead. Good jukes.
Dire's top tower.
That was like a tier 2 pro play. You know, like the pro play was the juke in that one little clump, and Weehaw read that, but Ice, Ice, Ice knew. Next
Yeah,
one.
he's
That was
one
so
step
sick.
ahead.
That's typical Ice, 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 honestly. He makes so many great plays like that that most typical pro players aren't expecting.
Dire's top tower.
Vici Gaming are actually going to try and fight this one out now. Their tier 2 is going to fall, but the glyph actually delays them enough that Vici Gaming can make the initiation. They find Puppey first. They're going to try and blow him up immediately. Double ults getting laid out for him, and Pylite Die just wants to get the hell out of dodge. He's TPs away and leaves the tier 2 at deniable range.
Not terrible for Secret, just losing their lowest net worth hero. Still pretty decent net worth compared to what Vici Gaming is working with, and that golden experience will help a lot. But most importantly, it's the map control. If this tower is gone, Super can't safely farm his own jungle anymore. There's no safety from teleports from his allies, so really big that they did defend that.
Ice, Ice, Ice has a completed Necronomicon. If he could actually get to the full Necrobook 3, I mean, there's only a certain number of items that Vici Gaming I feel really need in order to start fighting up against Team Secret and winning those fights handedly. Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker, just levels on the Undying, that Necronomicon 3. And I think they could actually go forward with the strength of their team fight lineup and start taking some tier 1 towers of their own.
Weehaw is just waiting any moment. He's going to say, all right, it's time. I'll take Roshan. And I think it's going to be based on them killing Vici Gaming, or maybe he'll just stroll into it now. Do they have a medallion coming?
Perhaps an aggressive push out from Eternal Envy could buy the space.
They might not even need a whole lot of space here. With the Vlads, the Meepos are going to start life stealing. And with the Shadow Wave, it's doing a lot of damage to Roshan.
Look at this. I think Vici Gaming actually assumed that there's some sort of maybe smoke behind. They had the vision there, but they're not actually rotating up to top at all. They're actually going for the Roshan pit. They know now, but it's too late. Aegis picked up. Vici Gaming, well, they complete their Radiance now, but that's a signature item. The Blink Dagger Tiny is complete.
It's a bad sign when your core Alchemist gets his Radiance at time as a support Tiny, because that means that everybody else on Secret's going to have a lot of items picked up here. I really like his item build. Just easy. Arcane Boots, Blink. That's all he really needs to be effective at this stage. And there's so many scary ways that that's going to be able to profit. Like, he could basically just do Blink Toss Back.
Weehaw looking for the initiation with that haste rune. Will find Fenrir, surrounds him real quick. The Fissure will interrupt. He managed to get out the Tombstone, heals himself up a little bit more, but I think he knows he's dead. Turns around, throws out a Decay, and it's all the Tombstone that's left for the Undying. But Vici Gaming, they start backing themselves up, knowing they can't fight Secret just yet.
And there's the Blink on Pi. They get the kill, the tier 2 tower is fallen. And Weehaw sends more guys back to heal. So he's ready to fight again, still has the Aegis.
I mean, how does Burning deal with this? A Blink Dagger Meepo by 16.5 minutes in?
He has 758 HP. That's like 3 poofs in melee range. If he gets net once, he just dies. Yeah. And there's a Blink already on the Meepo. If Burning's ever not paying attention, any one of those Meepos can set up his death. And he has to worry about Doom, and he has to worry about Tiny plus anything else. Such a hard game for Vici Gaming from here on out.
Weehaw is pushing out the bottom lane as well as helping with that tier 2 tower middle. And this invis is just wasted time for Burning, as he's hoping to be able to find a pick off.
Puppey, I guess, is maybe the only way he can go. Nobody else has low enough HP, I don't think.
Yeah.
And even Puppey, I don't think would die in the instant burst. I feel like he should have at least had somebody come with him there. Maybe they're too scared. Because if they run into Meepo, it could be an easy double kill, but if you have that kind of an advantage, like an Invis rune, I feel like it's worth looking for that. But Vici Gaming is just going to sit in their base for all. Did they just wait until Alchemist gets 6 items? I don't know if that's going to work either, but I feel like they need to make something happen. Wait till Secret spreads out, go for a kill. And they do have a smoke on ice now. So that's what they're going to attempt.
See what they can do. But, oh, man. Super's not even level 10 yet, which means no unstable concoction. He doesn't even have that paltry stun to add.
I think 1 level in stun would be good. He probably missed at least 1 kill stopping TPs, for example. He's also only got a level 1 Chemical Rage. That's 50 HP per second. And when you only have 891 and you have a Meepo that can poof for up to 1,000 magic damage, like that regen is going to mean nothing. He's in such a vulnerable area right now. So I guess they just protect the Alchemist. Let him try to get some items. Let him try to split push the game. Prevent Secret from basically being able to go high ground.
Super knows that he can't just sit there and wait for the creep waves to come to him. He's got to be the one pushing out and making some sort of space for his allies.
And it's going to look a little weird here for Secret fans because Secret's just going to sit outside the base and push the lanes, but they have to be very careful at this moment because if they do throw a team fight, it's going to be a massive amount of gold advantage going to their opponents.
Echo Slam gets laid out. Pylai Die gets caught in the process of trying to kill Burning.
Try to one-shot him by himself?
Isn't going to work for him.
Yeah, it's not quite enough damage.
That now means the Orchid is complete for Burning as well. Vici Gaming, though, even after that pickoff, it's still 12,000 gold lead for Team Secret, almost 10,000 experience ahead as well. They've got utter control to stay ahead of this Alchemist.
Blink Dagger on Doom now. They might kill Super here. Here comes the chase.
Catch up. Misery is going to be leading the way. The Unstoppable Concoction goes out, but Eternal Envy's going to be able to get the dunk in, slowing down Super long enough for the Nets to get in. They surrounded him. Weehaw gets stunned up on one of his Meepos, but Ice doesn't have the power. Misery gets blocked out there by a Fissure. But still, looks like Misery's tanky enough to just be able to stay on the front lines. Now Weehaw's actually going to come in, past the tier 3 tower, catches Ice, gets him as well. Fenrir next up. The Weehaw is on a massacre now, and he's not stopping. He tries to catch Burning, now goes for FY, right next to the fountain, all the way to the fountain, all the way. Weehaw wants that kill desperately, but now here comes the turnaround. He's still at half HP. Weehaw, though, goes into the pit. He knows his Aegis was about to expire. And his last Meepo was going to be around that tier 4 area. Vici Gaming don't even seem to have the damage necessary to catch him inside of their own base. The tier 3 tower is now down. Eternal Envy's been working his way through that one. And Vici Gaming, they really just have one last response. They can't afford to be losing a lane of Rax this early on, but oh, Super! It gets off the Unstable Concoction, catches Pylai Die, The TP in now from the Beastmaster. Ice. Need to kill on somebody, but Misery actually wants to come forward. He's got the Doom ready to go, but he got Organ it up first. FY getting the control out to make sure the Misery goes down perhaps before the Doom. No, he turns around, gets it off on Supers, unstable concoction on himself. It's Spotlight Die, but Vici Gaming on full retreat now as Eternal Envy on low HP, but it doesn't matter. It's a Huskar. You can't thank him. Triple kill for Eternal Envy. They've taken complete control of Vici Gaming's base and will now claim that range Rex.
They are just so far ahead. They have such good early game heroes. The Meepo countered their draft so much, and they traded the Aegis for every single ultimate on Vici Gaming. They're gonna be respawning soon. Maybe they can hold the second barracks, but if they don't, the game just ends. 20 minutes, man. You can't let them get that.
Second laner Rax about to go down Vici Gaming. They're trying to wait out the rest of the dead timers.
Oh, what a
the Echo Slam. Is that going to be enough? They take out the Dazzle. Weeha's very low as well.
They're gonna get him.
Commit to the kill. He gets the deny. Weeha commits suicide. What the hell? Secret at the top of their form. Even when they're losing, they're really not.
What presence of mind. He's like, oh, my main Meepo has a Shadow Dagger on it. Let me just take care of that. And it completely worked. Huge deny there coming from him. And they do get the tower as well. Now, it's a good defense from Vici Gaming. A very unexpected Blink Dagger from FY, but looking at him now, 1-0-5, I was like, did he sell things to get his Blink Dagger? He didn't. He's just been playing great. 47 CS on him, and that Blink Dagger held the game together. Without that, that Rax ends, and Vici Gaming calls GG.
Radiant's
Got a point booster after that fight, but Vici Gaming, they got to get some control back. They can't just go back to sitting inside their base, waiting out creep waves to push in, because Secret will just wait on the next Roshan, which isn't too far away, and use that Aegis to put in another dent into the Vici Gaming side of the base. FY gonna make his initiation here. Puppey gets a force staff out from Pylite Eye. The initiation comes out. Will be able to catch FY in the process. Turnaround. Ice identifies Eternal Envy, but do they really have enough damage? They get a little bit of control. Where's the follow-up? Eternal Envy gets wiped out by the Sonic Wave. No chance for an armlet toggle there. And Vici Gaming, this is the kind of aggression that they need, but one pickoff may not be enough. Because Team Secret still have the fighting power of Misery with his Doom, and Pylite Eye could potentially follow Weehaw into battle.
Vici Gaming did the perfect thing there with that small advantage that they got from those kills. They immediately bought a gem, and they bought some HP on their other heroes. So they move across the map, they deward everything, they get some observer wards out, 'cause it's like this is the first time they've had to leave the base in the last 10 minutes. And they even get a kill on Huskar, almost getting Dazzle as well. That was great for Vici Gaming. Now they're on cooldowns for a bit. Queen of Pain doesn't have her ulti, so they're limited, and they're gonna have to go passive for a moment, but that was a great pickoff.
Weehaw building into the Scythe of Ice right now, but it's going to be Roshan. That's the bigger objective for Team Secret. That is up 10 seconds.
What is Puppey gonna buy as well? He's got all the core Dazzle items and 2,500 gold.
Complete the Solar Crest, maybe?
What do you feel about a mech this game? I feel like mech's pretty good. You've got a Meepo. It's going to heal all of them individually.
Yeah.
It's a Huskar as well. Giving him some burst heal at the right time could make a difference. And then you can turn it. Maybe you don't want to make Guardian Greaves, so maybe he wants a Force instead, but I'm not quite sure.
Well, the world is really Puppey's oyster at this point in time. Same kind of goes for Misery, who's got 3K gold on him. He can start building into some of that core Doom build if he wants to go something like the Shivas next. He's got more than enough gold for one of the big items.
Well, it does look like it'll be a Solar Crest, I guess. He still hasn't spent his money, and 2.5K is plenty to buy just about any item that Dazzle's going to want. And with the Solar Crest, tons of evasion on Eternal Envy. If he had that in the last fight, I think he just would have killed everybody, even though he did get focused and get put very low.
Team Secret, a 4-man smoke. They want to make sure that they're not interrupted while they take Roshan. So the biggest play is going to be finding a pickoff and then backing up. And it looks like Super's going to be the mark. They instantly make the initiation on him. The follow-up on Ice. Super's actually getting some distance away. The net. FY, he gets a control on the wave. He gets disappeared. Oh my God, Burning just took him out with a Sonic Wave, and they're going to be able to make their turnaround here. Misery's going to be the chase, but Vici Gaming, caution. They're pushing forward still, hoping to be able to catch another one. FY has his Blink Dagger. He's going to be able to get a pickoff and at least one more. There isn't a turnaround from Secret. Hits Misery with the Fisher. But Vici Gaming, they're very scared of a turnaround here from Team Secret. You could see the way they actually started backing up a little bit with the Alchemist, and then FY leading with that Fisher, but no one really follows it up. They say the pickoff on Meepo was good enough. Let's not push our luck.
It gave them so much gold too. They keep holding him back, and if they can continue to do this, there's a real chance they can win. They're going to need at least 5 or 6 more pickoffs and eventually some map control and towers of their own, but they can still win this game.
If Burning can complete that BKB ahead of Meepo's Scythe of Vice,
that would be really big as well.
Oh yeah, Burning, I mean, at that point, he's still got to contend with the Doom. That's going to be an issue, but at least he's got something to deal with that Meepo one-on-one.
And there's a lot of burst damage on Secret. It could be even Tiny jumping in and lowering his HP down to 20%. That plus any other follow-up means dead heroes.
Boots of travel right into the Ogre Frost Mage that's sitting inside the Roshan pit. They'll quickly clean up Roche before Vici Gaming have a chance to respond. So this time around, Secret will be able to get the Roshan and Aegis in their hands, the Meepo.
I like this choice because it basically allows him the opportunity to buy back in a fight. In a fight like that just happened, if he dies right at the start and he buys back and TPs back in, they don't have ultimates anymore, and they're probably not going to be able to kill his Meepos. And in that case, they could
Highlight Die sees him, he gets the combination, isn't it enough? Oh, Burning, 20 HP, but he's not out of the woods yet. Meepo's gonna come in, long range, net gets him. Oh, a hole-in-one, gets him big. Weeha's gonna look for more now, but the TP out, blink away by FY. Weeha will keep on pushing in with the rest of his team, Team Secret. They see the opportunity to take the mid laner Rax, especially with the Aegis still in their hands. And they don't know this, but Burning is down for 35 seconds without buyback. So it's going to be all up to FY to make another big-time Echo Slam initiation.
Envy's got a Reaver on top of what he already had, so even more regen from Inner Vitality and a lot more HP for his opponents to go through. Echo Slam is up, though. Earthshaker's mana isn't as healthy as it could be.
There's a buyback now. It just came up off the tick gold.
I think they wait. Envy's tower damage is frankly not that much right now.
Yeah, especially with all that high HP, his attack speed is very minimum.
Puppey opting for a Lotus Orb, actually. Not going to finish the Solar Crest, and the melee barracks looks like it's going to fall.
Yeah, Burning's up now, but the melee Rax does end up going down. Vici Gaming look for their opening. Ice is going to be leading the way. Pops the ultimate Eternal Levy. The win on a super. Unstable Concoction is going to go off the last second. No, he gets doomed up, stunned up himself, and Burning. He couldn't compete with Eternal Levy's damage. They lose 2. FY makes the initiation, but it could be too late. An aggressive Force Staff actually pushes them out of the way, unable to complete his combination. Gets the Fisher onto Weehaw. You gotta make sure that this Meepo doesn't get away. Highlight Die, though, plays interference, making sure that they go onto him rather than Weehaw. He gets out, and Eternal Levy, he goes right back in. Weehaw's gonna make his re-initiation now with one of his Meepos. The rest of the Meepos are filing in one by one. Fenrir's down. Vici Gaming, they only have 2 left to defend, and that's got to be enough for Team Secret to force the fight and take the throne. Vici Gaming, they put up a good fight, but
okay, I was going to say that.
It's 19 seconds. Burning's not going to be up in time. GG is the call from Vici Gaming. Team Secret, they lost game number 1. It was one hell of a game, 2 hour-long, nice edge match that could have gone either way. But game 2, utterly dominant by Team Secret.
Yeah, Vici Gaming did have some moments of amazingness there. Echo Slams and things like that. They delayed the loss, but ultimately Secret's advantage was too much. What a weird strat. What a weird batch of heroes. I hope I never see that combo in my pub games, but it worked for Secret here.
So Team Secret, they pull out the magic strategy for game number 2 to get the quick win against Vici Gaming and push this to a game 3. But the analysts have to be the one to decipher whether or not that's going to be enough. Can Vici Gaming make the comeback in game 3, or Team Secret keep rolling on through?
We'll find out very shortly as well, because it is 1-1. Thank you very much, Capitalist. And we do have our analysts, and boys, pick the bones out of that one.
I'm going to let Ben go first. Yeah, we should go back to the draft, I think, early. So they picked first pick Ember in the last game, and it blocked a lot of picks. And I think the Meepo in particular, but as soon as they saw the Queen of Pain come out, they're like, okay, this is the time to Meepo. They can't really deal with our lanes. They had a Huskar in one lane, they had a Tiny pooling in one lane, and then they have a Doom in another versus a Queen of Pain. So they pulled out a lot of stops here with the draft, the mid pulls early on with the Tiny. They also picked the Meepo fairly late into the draft. They only had 1 pick left to solve the Meepo problem, and not only did they have the Quap, but they had the Alchemist, who's not really that great against Meepo until much later on when he gets very farmed. And I think the key thing for me wasn't just that they picked great heroes to, or a Meepo in a very good situation, but also that they picked heroes that could put a lot of pressure on the map around that like 10 to 20 minute mark when normally Alchemist is out of control or trying to get to that stage. So I felt like the timing that draft hit was just before Super can take over the game.
Let's take a look back at some of the highlights in the early part of the play.
This was a misplay too. I feel like the timing was just a little bit off, but more importantly, it kind of just felt like Burning didn't really know how to deal with the Meepo, for one.
Yeah, he got caught by the nets a lot. He didn't really respect the Meepo's damage output that much.
I remember that one time at bottom, I think, which is directly after this, where he TPs in front of the Meepo and has plenty of time to cancel it. He sees both the Meepos coming in, and they're going to get the kill here. And he's going to start the TP right after, if I remember correctly.
It might have been a...
No, I'm almost certain it's right here. Yeah. Okay. So they're not going to show that.
Now we'll never know.
I'm 100%
You're saved by the replay, Will. No, it's they just like, this is the stage of the game where they took over the entire jungle. So they took the tier 1 top and mid, as well as bottom for the and the tier 2s, and they couldn't access the jungle. Alk wants to be farming stacks. Also, it's worth mentioning, Secret 4-man the bottom tier 1 at like 3 minutes into the game. That's also, I think, designed to shut down the Ancient stacking. So I feel like the entire draft was very much about shutting down the Alk before he comes online.
And it shows that Secret is just a way more flexible team. Before it was Eternal Envy a lot in the Doom. They moved the Doombringer to Misery, and then we haven't really seen Eternal Envy play Huskar, and he was just kind of like a sacrificial lamb there to do a lot of damage and eventually die. And of course, the Meepo pick that not that many other teams can utilize. And whereas at Vici, Earthshaker is like an okay counter, but it didn't really solve the laning issue versus them, and eventually the Meepo problem was too big to handle.
Yeah, they didn't slow him down at all. In fact, he got completely far ahead, whereas the Alk, he doesn't really snowball quite as early as the Meepo, and the stacks got contested. I don't know if you remember the Meepo coming in there like even at like the 4 or 5 minute mark, and they brought in the Tiny as well, so I really like the way Secret approached the Alk.
Lineups like this sometimes kind of feel a little bit wonky because it kind of does feel like a hodgepodge of things, right? You've got a Huskar, and then you've got a Meepo, and then you've got a Doom, and you're like, how does this all fit together? But they did a really good job with the laning, as Ben pointed out. And it just felt like there weren't enough heroes from Ichi to counter any one of them.
But that's where you want like something really flexible, like an AA. AA is pretty good versus Doom. It's great versus Dazzle, and it's great versus Huskar. With that pick alone, they could have kind of not had to worry about that many of those heroes. Same with the Ember Spirit. Like Ember Spirit is really good versus the Meepo, and I guess they had the Doom on the Secret side, but it's still, I think, a very good draft from Secret, and very well masked until later. You're like, wait, are they running support Tiny?
Yeah, that was the key. Whereas for the most part, the Vici gaming picks were fairly common within like their, I'd say like 2 or 3 main styles of play. The Alkandine they run all the time. The Beastmaster a little bit less frequent, but definitely an offlaner that they go to. And I mean, the last pick, the Queen of Pain has been one of Burning's 3 staple heroes, I would say. And then last pick Shaker is like, oh crap, they have a Meepo. Let's get something that can counter it.
Yeah, I thought they did a good job overall, finally bringing it out as well, because teams had kind of become complacent. They were picking the Queen of Pain against Team Secret, but Team Secret, this is one of the things when you're playing that Queen of Pain. When it was often that first pick, they would just say, okay, we're immediately going to second pick Meepo. I think they even did that at ESL New York. They don't really seem to fear it very much, but I mean, after this game, Vici have to give them a lot more respect.
Do you think they'll live it in? Do you think it might be a second phase ban?
I don't know if it's a second phase ban, but when you're drafting, you always have to consider it this time around because they really didn't have much to deal with it. Even the Earthshaker, people say it's a counter, but I think I talked to a few Meepo players, and even they say that hero's manageable because oftentimes what'll happen is it's under-leveled, the Echo Slam won't do too much to you, and by the time it really comes online, the game's already done.
Yeah, he definitely can't take care of the Meepo solo.
You need heavy physical damage, and that's kind of why Vici was in a bad spot. They didn't save their core for the last pick, so that was. I mean, it was a rough game overall from Vici. They've had a lot of success with the strategy, so you can't really blame them for it. And Puppy had a really, really good counter for that. They knew they were going to pick the Alchemist.
And smart draft from Puppy as well. In many ways, I mean, we know how smart that guy is, but very smart draft in many ways because when he got the Meepo, there were so many other things that Vici had to think about. They were already thinking about, what else can we ban? And we've got 1 ban left and couldn't deal with it.
And then just further to kind of throw a wrench in their plans, he drafted the Huskar, and it felt like a weird Huskar game, but the nice thing about the Huskar is you already have a Meepo to worry about, and you're not really the type of lineup that can pressure the Meepo early. So now I was thinking, okay, they're going to run normally you'd run like the Undying there, maybe with the Beastmaster early to really try and slow down the Huskar those first few levels, but when you have to worry about, first of all, helping to secure Burning's farm a little bit in the safe lane, and then more importantly, to try and deal with the Meepo mid, that frees up the Huskar to get out of control.
I almost feel like they need a new name.
Do you have one in mind?
Team Secret? No? I'm going to get my coat.
Just don't leave, because then Milk might come back.
It's late.
Don't leave us,
It's
Paul.
late. Team Secret on their way to their booth once more, having returned from the break. And will be heading into their booths right now. Didn't see their opponents coming outside. Guessing Vici are taking full advantage of their break as well. Once they are back, we'll be able to get into the draft. And talking of that, let's theorycraft a little bit. Let's figure out what bands we might see first now from both teams.
I feel like the way that Vici, they had the right idea when you keep banning the starter out. I feel like you have to do that against Team Secret, but I sort of agree with Ben. I think the draft was okay up until the point where you decided to take the Beastmaster third because it made your draft so unflexible. Like you pretty much had to put it in the offlane, otherwise you were just going to lose in the laning phase. But that hero just doesn't do much against the ones that Team Secret had, and you have to be a little bit more flexible in the draft. You have to take one of your two cores a little bit later so that you have something that can deal with it, rather than just pigeonholing yourself into something like we just saw.
I think it was more the Queen than the Beastmaster, but by the time they had picked both of those, it was already off forward.
Then they had all three cores. Yeah,
but first pick is really important in this, because they were able to sneak by the Huskar because they had last pick as well, or first/last.
And it's coin toss this time. It's okay.
So you think whoever wins is definitely just going to take first pick here?
I think they should.
I mean, every match has the main event except for one, which was the EG CDEC game. So it would seem that that would be the way that it's going to go. Vici re-entering, led by Mr. Ice himself. Are we going to see another Ice Hunter?
No belly flopping, though. Not yet.
They need to make sure that they don't go on tilt during the drafts, though. I remember at Nanyang, they banned out heroes that wouldn't have worked well in Secret's lineup, yet they still banned out because they had a lot of problems with it last game. Like, for example, if they get an Ember, I don't want to see them ban a Meepo out and kind of waste a couple of their bans. So that's something that Vici has been susceptible to before.
It's difficult for both teams, isn't it, to start focusing on particular players? There's just so many other options for both teams.
More so for Vici than for
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah, you can't get tunnel vision versus Secret. You worry too much about the Meepo, they suddenly bust out like the Magnus Anti-Mage. I think Ember is the one that almost certainly is not going to be catching them off guard, but we saw they can run Huskar. Broodmother also was considered last draft, but it's something that Misery plays very well and could slip through if they're not careful.
Let's talk about Misery, actually, because didn't have the greatest couple of days in previous matches, but seems to have found some form today.
Yeah, Misery oftentimes he almost never gets support in the off lane. They often give him very unfavorable matchups like Magnus, for example, who just is going to struggle there. I think kind of by the nature of the way they draft, you don't really expect him to have the best laning stage. I will say sometimes he has been less than impressive in the mid to late game, but he's been stepping up the past few matches, and this is when it really counts.
I mean, they don't pick him to look good, though, on the heroes. I think his Darkseer was very, very good in game number one. He had a lot of great vacuum walls, but he's just not set up for success. And if he does succeed, it's in more subtle ways than a KDA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you measure him KDA only, he'd be off the team by now.
Yeah, if you look at Secret as just a KDA team, like a lot of their players might not exactly shine. For example, Highlight Die we talked about earlier too, and Misery, but those two players, they're going to sacrifice a little bit harder for their team. Like oftentimes what will happen is they'll run Misery in the safe lane, but then they'll give him a hero that will eventually be sacked out, like the Slardar or the Nyx, and then he'll just kind of be the guy that initiates first. And oftentimes you can look silly, right? If you miss or if you initiate, you immediately get counter-initiated upon, but you need somebody that's going to play that role. It's kind of like in Counter-Strike where you've got the entry fragger. This is the guy that it's going to be a little bit rough sometimes, but when it looks good, it looks great.
You're trying to cover up your tracks now. I know what this is.
This is how Blitz explains his own poor performance in Counter-Strike. He's
absolutely.
The entry frag.
He's
camping in the spawn with an AW.
LD already knows.
You know, I was the one so far that predicted, I said Secret would win 2-1, but I did say that Vici would win game 1. So far,
I didn't say
I don't remember that.
You remember that? Because I was like, the game 1 will be a wash, and then Ben's like, how's a loss a wash?
You said Vici might win one game.
I said, but they would win the first game. I said they would win the first game, but then
Does anybody else remember this?
There's a VOD of this.
We
Come
want
on,
to
guys.
we want to see if Twitch chat remembers this.
I
think you're going to lose that, Will.
Yeah.
I did say that.
Entry
Yeah.
fragger.
Put
I don't even know what that means.
Put N in Twitch chat right now if
Means
William
feeder.
is wrong.
When it comes to Will.
Let's see how many N's come up in the Twitch chat. You can measure it for us while we continue to wait for the draft. Puppy and the boys getting ready for this final game. And we've waited a long time today. I think we've had 3, straightforward, very decisive matches. We've waited for that, that big game, and we've now got it.
I'm trying to think if there's any like sort of pocket strategies that Vici Gaming have, because if you look back at this team, even before TI, maybe like 6 to 8 months ago, they would often just straight up draft win from getting like a draw Visage, a tiny IO, kind of cheesy at the time, I would say. They would even rely on it too much, but as of late, they've been much more kind of versatile, well-rounded drafts.
It's usually just one hero as opposed to a whole entire strategy.
Do you think there's something like a strat up their sleeve that you can recall?
I mean, the Undying Alk Morph, but that's pretty much the only one that I think spans multiple heroes.
Vici Gaming's
FY is a fantastic IO player, but with Puppy loving the AA so much, if they want to go for that, they'll pretty much have to ban him. So first pick will go to Vici this time.
So again, I think Vici would probably look to open the same way as game number 1.
So you ban Slardar.
Ban Slardar, look to get Ember Spirit without a Doom in return.
5 seconds remaining.
How often does Super play Shadowfang, by the way?
A decent amount.
I would say
they
less
prioritize
than,
it highly for him.
Less than others, but it is in his repertoire.
You see how fast Puppy was? He just instantly, he was spamming it.
This is the draft mind game. This is like, I am more prepared than you. I have something planned. You should be nervous.
There is some mentality around that, isn't there?
There definitely is.
I think that was like the fastest counterban I've ever seen.
10 seconds.
He was literally sitting there with it.
5 seconds.
Oh, we might see them go back to the Wind Ranger.
That might suggest the Wind Ranger or even Ember duo, potentially.
Reserve time.
Very good against physical damage.
I think if you're Vici, they're debating whether or not they want to give up the Slardar just to see if they can play around it, but you're 2 games in, you haven't played against the hero yet. I feel like it's still a safe ban.
Do they consider maybe that Abaddon, which works so well for eHome?
That would be pretty good for them. But I think right now it's like, okay, Doom, Ember, Slardar. If we ban one, are Secret actually going to ban the other one out? And if not, what one are they?
The safe play is to ban. But they go with the Wind Ranger. Okay. So they could first pick the Slardar or force Secret to ban it if they really value it. I don't feel like Vici values Slardar as much.
But that's a good read though from Vici. That's something that they haven't done before, ban the Wind Ranger. But as soon as you see the Winter Wyvern and how good it was in game number 1, and on top of that,
they take
Vici
Vici
rope out.
So
Secret's turn.
Secret could even go for that.
Do they give away the Ember if Vici won it?
I mean, Sardar's pretty good versus the Ember, but there is still a Doom in the pool, mind you.
But I mean, do Secret take it now, or do they risk Vici getting it?
No, I think you actually take the Doom.
They've been going for the Dazzle a lot.
Ember
here.
and Doom? Yeah.
Why not? They don't give it away.
Vici Gaming's turn to
There's
pick.
only one real right clicker remaining that we see a lot with Slardar, and that's TA, but TA is not that great against these 2 heroes.
A Secret utilized their second pick very, very well. They see that one of these 3 aren't banned out, so they leave all 3 of them in the pool, so they actually end up getting 2. If one of them's banned, then they also, I think, leave them in the pool so they get a proper counter in response.
You need some sort of support too that can catch out the Ember.
remaining.
I think they had, I can't remember what team it was. I think it was actually Mineski yesterday that had a lot of success with the Disruptor when they put against the Ember for the early game before they kind of made some mid-game.
Do you really want to pick it first phase though?
No, that's the issue here.
Especially against
Maybe
Doom.
Dazzle?
I thought it was going to be Dazzle or... I think AA will probably not get banned because there's so many different offliners that they probably want to get rid of too. If there's any other team, maybe you take the Dazzle here.
This feels really good for Secret right now. Just Ember and Doom give you a lot of problems early.
Oh, that's completely different.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
So all in on physical damage versus very low armor heroes. Yeah, this is definitely a different twist from Vici. I don't recall them picking Visage very much recently. They actually did have a Slardar Visage Lycan.
They picked it against
Summit 4.
VP as a block pick yesterday in game 3.
Lycan is quite good at ending the game early, and that's generally what you want to do against Ember Doom.
Oh yeah. Actually, they do go with this opener.
5 seconds
Decent
remaining.
amount.
Team Secret. I guess the question now is, all right, Ben was right. They're always going to ban the Jug now in the second phase just because of how much success it had.
I mean, they did it at Nanyang after they lost to it. So
Yeah,
it's kinda-
they found it out.
It's also really good versus Doombringer. The healing ward is invaluable.
Yeah, and it's hard for the Ember Spirit as a core to get on top of that healing ward just because you want to be
10
mobile
seconds remaining.
and stay a little bit of ways.
Yeah, and they don't have any ranged heroes right now. So no
5
easy way to
seconds
snipe it
remaining.
out. I mean, so if Vici did want to push really hard early, super plays pretty mean Dragon Knight, good against the Ember Spirit's damage.
Oh, yeah.
early on. That's definitely an option here as well.
Team
So bad.
Secrets.
I mean, they don't have
turn
any
to ban.
counters to it right now, right? The Ember is the best one. Without the Ember in the pool, it's, I think, a natural ban for them.
But that's the big win for Secret in Game 2. It wasn't just the game win, but the fact that they forced this out of Vici now.
Yeah.
10 seconds
When you force
remaining.
a drafter to have to constantly think about that X variable, it makes it pretty muddled for you.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, if you're Vici, were you like, oh, there's some heroes that we really wanted, but we really didn't get? I don't really think the bans, like, or Secret rather, too. I think it's fine. It's better safe than sorry. They just got crushed by it and clearly didn't have a really good solution for it.
I like. It's interesting how Puppy is really target banning Bernie in the second stage. Not just the Jug now, even the Clinks. It feels like he's kind of testing his hero pool almost.
I think both those heroes, though, are good against the Ember Spirit and the Doom, especially the Clinks, because they have no armor whatsoever. If you get on top of them from the get-go with mass armor, even if the Doom's able to Doom you, you're probably dead at that point.
One blink crush and you're basically dead.
Usually I'm a big fan of the Bounty Hunter pick, but I think Vici can like shape up for very early tower pushing.
Yeah, this is another hero that doesn't defend very well.
Yeah, Ember Spirit does defend well, but only once he gets his Battle Fury, which is some time after 25 maybe. So like the DK Lycan, I think, is actually shaping up to be pretty good for Vici if they want to run that.
I'm really feeling like this could be a very eHome-esque draft if that the opening leaves that open.
Take the Viper.
It leaves it
or
available as an option.
The old chicken Viper.
Viper is also good. Yeah, need that mech.
I think with Super, the DK is a little more likely, but I guess you don't know for sure what the mid is just yet.
Hey, Viper's
a bit safer.
I think part of the issue too, though, is that nobody pubs with Viper because it's such a boring hero.
Gotta practice my Viper guy.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of fun playing Viper.
All right, gotta time this nether string just right.
So Spirit Breaker in response to the Bounty Hunter, EG kind of discovered this at TI5, although we haven't seen it as much recently. We've seen MD play a lot of Ember Spirit versus Spirit Breaker, but he is so hard to stun. He's really good at timing the Searing Chain so that Spirit Breaker can't get up to him, or just Remnanting, or Sleight of Fisting out. So this is still not that reliable versus Ember Spirit, although it is very good versus the other two.
The only reliable is the Blink Crush.
All right, that is the
Wii Voker. This is one of the heroes that he actually rose to prominence on back when he was with, I think it was Balkan Bears Corleone at the time. Galaxy far, far away. This guy plays a sick Invoker.
Does it go Quas Wex?
I kid you. I think that time it was Quas Wex, but it felt like Quas Exort because he had like 6 items at
nice
35, 40 minutes.
I think if you go Quas Wex this game, it'll be pretty good. Just because of the terrible mana pool of both heroes like Slardar and the Spirit Breaker. And if you're able to stop their original momentum, I feel like that'll help out quite a bit.
Reserve time.
So his Invoker, he's played it 13 times, and he is 6 and 7 with him.
To ban.
So they do go back to the Queen of Pain here.
This time there's no Meepo though. It really just felt like Burning was unfamiliar with playing against it.
I mean, I don't think there's very many Meepo spammers on the China servers, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen one when I log in and just look at like the game list late at night.
I think that's the one thing that people, the public, underrate about pubs is that's often times where you're going to get your practice against like a wide array of heroes. And if you don't play against the hero often, it really does throw you off. Like the first time you get net from that range, you're just like, did that really just happen to me? I was 1,000 units away, and that's the distance.
And every region has their own like preferred heroes that you see more often. So.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, PL does get removed.
Even versus Ember, that's a little odd.
Reserve
That's like we don't want to have to worry about losing late game.
Team
almost.
Secrets turn to
It is a Burning type hero.
I mean, Burning has played so many different things this tournament, though.
I mean, I'm still feeling like they want like that super Viper DK. I know it's a Burning Quap.
I think Super Queen is fine. I think they need more late game, though, for burning. I think Queen of Pain is almost certainly played by Super.
If you decide to go for the late game route, though,
Aren't you playing in Secret's hands at that point?
I mean,
Go for the late game?
if not, you're going to get out late game, though, right? Like,
Can they, like, what could out late game Secret right now? Oh, all right, so it is a bit of a push strat here.
Okay, the final game to decide the team that goes to the upper bracket final. Team Secret versus Vici Gaming. It's all yours, Cap.
Thank you, Red Eye. Team Secret, Vici Gaming, game number 3. The fans, especially that one guy, are very excited about this full best of 3. And I think it's a perfect way to end the evening, Purge.
It's been a really good set so far. Lots of different strategies every single game. And this one, it's not going to be any different. A brand new strategy coming out of here. Team Secret going with some of their old things that they do, such as Pile Day Bounty Hunter. Very good at scouting the opponents out and avoiding fights when needed. And they may need to do that in the early game to let their Ember and their Doom get some farm.
All right, so as our players are finally going to be picking their heroes, we'll head on into the game. But Team Secret adopting the Shadow Shaman now, getting themselves some pushing power. But the last pick, Lycan. Vici Gaming getting some serious pushing power of their own, are actually now able to end the game quick. Perhaps before the Ember Spirit and Doom really hit their mid to late game stride.
And it's a decent hero for what Secret has as well. It's a lot of physical damage, and it's at high mobility, which are things that potentially could allow them to kill things like Doom. If you can crit and get some damage in, and you can lock them down with somebody like Spirit Breaker, then Doom could actually just die at the start. Ember Spirit as well, very weak to physical damage at most stages of the game due to his low agility gain and his very low agility item purchases. So I think the Lycan could work out interestingly. I also saw there was I don't remember what game it was, but I also saw a 5th pick ban on Lycan as well. So I think it's a pick that has been occasionally used within the Chinese.
Yeah, there was a Chinese matchup. I'm not sure if it was like LGD versus eHome, or perhaps it was a Vici Gaming where they did pick up the Lycan specifically against the Doom. I mean, he's a hero that if you get off that ultimate, he doesn't care about Doom. He's all physical damage. It's exactly everything you need against Doom. But Pile Die is going to be providing a helping hand for Misery, creating some space and some distractions in this bottom lane as Vici Gaming are centered up as 4 to go for the bounty rune. Ice, Ice, Ice. Perhaps looking for a steal as he's going to be the off-lane Slardar looking at the top lane.
He definitely can't contest this here. He could easily just get shackled and killed. So Puppy scouts it out, nobody is there, and that will be the rune for Weehaw. See what build he goes. He does have a Null Talisman. What do you think? Which build do you think is going to be better? Do you think he's going to go Tornado EMP or just a straight typical Exhort stuff?
I'm looking at this lineup. I know oftentimes like the Chinese scene like to be able to run the Quaswix Invoker when you're dealing with an Undying or Slardar. I think some of the strength heroes that have low mana pools, I think you can really abuse that. And I look at the Slardar and perhaps it's going to interrupt to the Spirit Breaker and good against Queen of Pain. But I'm concerned about the Lycan and whether or not they'll actually have enough damage to be able to deal with him. And Secret do have some potential setup stuns for early Sun Strikes, most notably being the Shadow Shaman, but we'll have to see. Bounty Hunter, of course, he's going to be rotating around and he's going to make his first entrance into the middle lane here shortly, but there is a counter ward waiting for his show. Pile Die, get a little bit of damage out. The charge is going to come out, immediately throws out the counter ward and takes away the opposing counter ward. He is still going to be charged up, and he broke his invis too. He's going to take some damage here. They pop the dust, but they can't pursue into the tower. Pile Die, one step ahead without an Orb of Venom or boots on either one of these heroes.
So that was really efficient for Pile Die. He killed 100 gold of a Sentry Ward, and he killed 90 gold worth of a dust. And he's pressuring Super here.
Cold Snap, they're going to be able to try and go for the kill. They need a little bit more. Pile Die, another hit, but he starts healing salves up.
And Lycan will be okay.
Very, very close there. The salve's going to help a lot. 500 gold on him now. What do you do with mid Lycan? Is it consistent that you go for bottle here? I guess against a range here, he will be taking health points harass, but and he can leverage it for the wolves, I guess? Or
I feel it's a bit more likely that he just maybe buys some more regen and gets boots, but we'll see. The Bounty Hunter, especially the early slow of Janata and Orb of Venom, are going to cause so many issues. I'm not sure.
Once the wolves are up, though, he can definitely use them to help zone the Invoker. Invoker will have some natural regen because of Quas, but depending on which build he goes, he may have more or less of that.
Yeah, controlling runes as well can be very helpful from the wolves. And
Looks like he's about to pick up his bottle with this last hit, if he goes that route. Meanwhile, the top lane, how's that going for the Slardar here? Ice, Ice, Ice. Just the Stout Shield and Mingo left. Middle lane, they actually are going to go in. Super is going to be dove quite heavily here. They're trying to go on Pi with the Wolves. They will to charge out from Fenrir. Maybe he can get the return kill. Pops it does. Needs another hit. The Wolves are going to provide a little bit more, but it's not enough. Fenrir gets body blocked up. And now Misery hoping to be able to get another one, but he's too low. And Weehaw won't be able to make the dive, but they got first blood on the Lycan.
See, I like how Secret plays this Doom. I feel like a lot of teams aren't doing this enough. They need to roam occasionally because the hero is giving himself 23 HP regen per second. Yeah, he's got no base armor here, but with just a boots and this extra movement speed from Scorched Earth, you can just run people down. It's very simple to do this gank. You don't really need a lot of creep variety. You can just have Scorched Earth a couple levels and you can gank a lane.
Easy tower dives, Vici Gaming are suffering a little bit. FY, he did throw down a counter ward, but he hasn't actually seen that obs ward yet?
Yeah, it's possible he didn't spot it. Surely he would have dewarded if he saw it, unless he's looking for some timing like stack, but he's not. I think he just thinks he didn't get it.
Yeah, didn't walk all the way over to the left, doesn't see that obs ward, so the camp is going to continue to be blocked out. Pylai has been very efficient, as you said. He managed to force a lot there from his first little setup in the middle lane, and then obviously
the Courier is
going
to spot it. Okay, he's going to see it now.
Is this some
Are you serious? What's
weird bait scenario?
Is this a bug? Like, what is going on? How did he not see that? Does the Courier give like very, very small vision or something?
Yeah, maybe FY didn't see it. I think it's just perhaps up just above the tree area.
Oh man, he's gonna be kicking himself when he watches the replay.
Yeah. It's just high enough against that one white tree that you can't quite see it. You have to move over farther to the left. Pylai sees Fenrir and his rotations around.
It's going to cost him so much that he hasn't spotted this, honestly. He does have another Sentry Ward. He's going to spot it. Oh, go south.
Go around, FY, go around.
Oh,
the timing finally sees it.
Jeez.
I mean, I've never heard a crowd cheer so loud for a ward being countered, but FY finally gets it 4.5 minutes in, but the ward was still efficient enough.
His sentry is pretty high in the bottom. There's a chance it might block as well, but I have a feeling he knows the limits, but you never know. So the harass now coming on Weehaw. He's starting to spawn his wolves a lot. This is the point where they get pretty annoying, is level 3. Yeah, I think they go into this.
Cold snap, EMP, burning, or rather super, sorry, he's gonna lose his mana. The charge out to bottom lane, they do see Pylai die. Spirit Breaker has some more dust. Pi, he's not getting out of this one.
I think he's pretty happy with this. He's had a pretty good early game. Level 3 on him, 5 minutes, not bad. Caused a lot of congestion in the jungle. Looks like that camp did not spawn, by the way. I don't know if it got body blocked by Spirit Breaker charging through or something, but nothing there for a bit. Luckily, this ward's almost dead. 13 seconds. Super's back mid. Misery's here as well, actually trying to set up a gank. He's waiting for him to come back.
The charge is now going to come out, but without level 6, there's just no way. And no mana, by the way, on Super either, because that EMP can't do anything in this middle lane.
That's one of the really nice things about having a strength hero mid is that there's way less mana for him to drain. So if he has no mana and he can just bottle up whatever he's losing, then it's a matchup that Weehaw can't abuse as much. Less damage, less mana, all that good stuff. New Sentry Ward placed down. Highlight Eye is going to be spotted.
Maybe they can get the gank on him with FY here as well. They're trying to stack up the camps a little bit. Lycan, he can do full-time jungle here pretty soon. Ice is going to be caught while trying to go for the rune, but does get a nice 2-man crush to stop both Misery and Pylai die.
He does get the regen. Misery's level 6 is coming a little slow. He does have a TP scroll. Use Devour. I would have liked to instead maybe see him TP to the bot lane, but he does find an Alpha Wolf, which is arguably the best creep that you can have on Doombringer. But some wasted experience here for Secret. I think they're okay with this though. Envy's getting farm. He's got 38 CS here. He's not really being pressured. Ice is fairly zoned. I think Secret's in a good place here, and they're aiming to do well in the mid game too.
It's gonna spot out Super, farming up these camps. They're giving FY the experience in this middle lane to try and get his level 6 a bit faster. Pylai goes into the trees before reactivating his invis to make sure he isn't spotted out by anybody. But Fenrir is just waiting for the bounty hunter maybe to show himself.
Oh, the courier, that's gonna be the opening.
Oh,
He
got
gets
it.
the kill, and he gets out to Fenrir. He couldn't get the charge in time, and Pylai Dai scoots away to safety.
Ring of Basilius bottle and another set of tangos there for Super. That's such a huge snipe. Pylai Dai consistently playing one of the best bounty hunters in the world.
He is such a disruptive support, causing Vici Gaming so many problems in the first 5 minutes of this game. And he's now going to try and take a look at this top lane where Slardar is level 5 now. He's been doing all right for himself, zoned out a bit by, of course, Shadow Shaman and Ember Spirit do have a good amount of kill potential if they're able to ever get that first disable onto the Slardar.
Well, they're looking to do it. There isn't a sleight of fist on Ember Spirit, but he does have his ultimate to close the gap. So, and especially with Pylai Dai on the opposite side, they can slow him extra if he gets a little bit too far away. No boulder toss anymore.
Gets close, Pylai Dai leads with the Janata, get the chains as well, and Ice, a two-man crush will not stop his death. His Puppy will claim the kill. Eternal Envy is low though, FY is gonna come in. They do manage to get the charge on the Pylai Dai. They'll take that kill for sure, but at the same time, Burning has been caught. He's trying to get the blink away at the last second. Will be able to get out. Misery is quite low underneath that tier 1 tower, but won't be going down yet. Burning is now gonna be attacked by Weehawk. Comes in, throws out the EMP, tornado clips Burning, and it's enough! Weehawk gets the kill! Fenrir blocked up by creeps as well. Weehawk gets some more damage on him before he leads out. Vici Gaming, they lose their Slardar. They thought they were going to be able to get some sort of turnaround, but the heroes get split, they get controlled up too much, and they end up feeding away a kill on Burning on top of everything else.
So Secret keeps getting advantage. The core that they have, the Lycan, is still being slowed down. He's got 43 CS, which is pretty good, but again, that late deward leads to 8 minutes, 45 seconds. Visage is still level 4. That is not where FY wants to be. He wants to be accelerating on farm. Misery's getting dived though by Super. The TP comes.
Now Tornado EMP, it's gonna land on Super, and it might be enough damage. It is. Doom gets that kill. Another turnaround from Secret. Vici Gaming just can't seem to get a hold on this early game.
They're doing so well, man. Great disables all over the place. They're backing each other up.
Ice starts moving forward, catching Puppy without any mana. There's going to be a TP in from Burning, and Puppy, he's surely to go down here as Burning gets the last nuke in. Eternal Envy, does he really have a response? He's going to try and get close enough for the chains, but I don't think he can fight these two heroes together.
This is that dangerous moment where Slardar is just going to put Eternal Envy in negative armor, and any rotation of a gank plus a stun means a dead Ember Spirit. And it could be Burning. He has shifted back towards mid lane area, but there's not really that much to farm here. It's going to penalize FY because it'll delay FY6. So I feel like I would have preferred him just to stay top and maybe try to get this Envy kill. It's definitely difficult though. I doubt he'll let himself get crushed.
Pylai Dai, careful where you tread, my friend. He's hanging around this middle lane. There is some counter vision. As soon as Misery shows himself, Burning does blink away. And the bounty rune will be secured for Eternal Envy, refilling that bottle. Meanwhile, Weeha has all the space in the world. He's got Base Boots earned and is halfway through his Orchid already. Vici Gamer are going to have to group up really early on if this Orchid completes by about 15 minutes.
And we're going to do some harass on Ice on the top lane. Fenrir's here too, only level 3 though. Not a massive amount of damage. He's got to stay away from the crush, but still within the damage aura. He might ulti for it.
He will be able to get stunned up. Ice trying to stay ahead of Eternal Envy. It's going to be he who dies. Oh no, he bounced out. Okay. He had a remnant still in the river and gets away. Cheeky bugger. Now they're going to be able to have the Doom on a Burning inside of the enemy jungle. Burning's going down. Misery's just going to chase him all the way. No chance for a deny.
Man, they have the best quap counters this game.
Why do you have enough damage, though, to be able to solo up Misery? He's going to bring him low with the Familiars. Of course, the lack of armor on Misery. He's going to come in with Super as well. The physical damage is enough. They get a return kill, but Secret are still going to be happy with the exchange, and now they're going to go for more. Start looking at FY. Will be able to take him out nice and quick with Pylai Dai. Super. His ultimate lasts long enough for him to get out.
I have to use a sentry to kill the wolves here, otherwise Puppy could be chased down, but Secret's going to be really happy with that one. Even with Doom dying, he's on cooldown with his ultimate. His death in an offlane scenario, he's going to be really happy. They have such good quap counters as well. Ember Spirit, Searing Chains obviously being amazing. They've got Doom as well. They can do EMP Tornado situations, drain his mana, don't let him blink that way.
I mean, the Orchid, once it's up on the Invoker, that's going to be yet another huge counter to the Queen of Pain. And we're looking again at the co-op Burning does this time and time again, is going to be going for the Orchid build. That means the BKB is going to be severely delayed unless some Vici Gaming start finding some miracle good team fights.
But his Orchid is delayed to the point where Invoker's going to have a huge advantage with it. Invoker's Orchid with the Quaswex build, it's normally not amazing because of the fact that the enemy team usually just starts grouping up and they say, well, yeah, Invoker can solo kill us, but we'll just not let him solo kill us, and then he's not going to get any farm, and then he's super going to fade off by the time we get BKBs. But Weehaw has this so early and his team has so much advantage that I feel like he's actually going to get value out of it.
Smoke rotation coming out from Vici, Burning and Ice joining forces. Magic, physical, and pure damage. They've got it all if they could just find the right hero to pick off. They're going to look towards the middle lane, try and wrap around there. They have the charge out onto Weehaw to lead things off. But Misery sitting on the side. He may be able to provide enough disruption. Ice leads in, adds the Amplify, but a beautiful tornado is going to stop some of this. Now the Doom goes out on Ice. Our turnaround, Eternal Envy's here. Fenrir completes his charge, still trying to go on to Weehaw. Sonic Wave clips him in the end, gets the turnaround kill. Fenrir commits to Eternal Envy, who managed to pop his remnant in order to get the kill. Super surrounded now. He's going to be going down as well. Eternal Envy gets burning. Oh no, Secrets! They just destroy Vici Gaming in this fight. They're going to get the familiars on top of everything else.
Envy's on cooldown for his altar. He definitely would have gone in for that one. They get both familiars. That's 200 gold and 30 seconds left until Visage gets his ult back up. They got so much value there. Boots of Travel are already up on Envy. It's 5 assists, no kills or anything like that, but he's going to be absolutely happy giving that gold to his team.
FY daring Eternal Envy, sitting on top of that Remnant because he does have allies coming in. Pylite Die.
He's got track.
They've got Dust on Ice as well, but Pylite Die is hiding.
Oh, he goes in.
They're going to go back for FY. The TP's come in, but FY's already dead. Super, I'm not sure if he wants to complete this one. He doesn't have the backup of the rest of his team yet.
And Bounty Hunter, a hero that spent all of his time roaming, is now up to 1,000 gold past his Arcane Boots. The items are coming for Secret, and their carry potential is looking good as well.
And they've still got Serpent Wards if they want to be able to take more objectives. They also have Dire Side. Roshan is another thing that Secret can take rather easily thanks to the Shadow Shaman Serpent Wards.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage. One of the reasons that Shadow Shaman has been picked, because you drop your ultimate and you take a tactical advantage. Will they drop it for the Roche, though? They will.
Yeah, they probably deem it just a bit too dangerous to stick inside the Roshan pit for too long and let Vici Gaming perhaps find an opening.
This medallion's on the way. There's actually a lot of items on the way. Orchid's finished on Invoker, 14 minutes. Oh my gosh. Oh, got denied by the Lycan Wolf.
Super! That could have just been such a big play. Denying that Aegis away from Team Secret may prevent the next team fight just immediately going Team Secret's way. I couldn't see how Vici Gaming would be able to fight around 2 lives on Weehaw, but Super may have just found the potential play. Ice is going to be targeted here by the Doom. Tornado comes out, managed to dodge it, but it looks like the sprint is going to be enough combined with the Doom to take him out. But Weehaw's the turnaround kill. It looks like he's dropping low.
They got him.
Catch him in the end. 1-for-1 trade-off so far. Fenrir couldn't get the bash in time. Team Secret get away with the rest of the heroes.
That was great, man. Was he the one that was going to carry the Aegis? If so, that would have been him alive.
Yeah.
Secret could have just traded and turned around and fought. They obviously killed Ice there, but trading it for their super farmed Invoker, I'm not sure that's what they wanted. Vici's going to be really happy with this. Nice little turn of events. There's a big gold advantage going towards Secret, but Vici is still very strong in some organized bursts. Lots of chain stun. Secret doesn't have the typical defensive support like Winter Wyvern, Dazzle. Positioning is actually everything in this game.
And Vici Gaming also has some heroes that are insanely good at taking objectives in short periods of time. If they actually do win a fight, you're going to see towers dropping like flies.
Yeah, that's classic Lycan. He goes somewhere, sends his wolves, pushes lanes, might show up there, forces you to back up and cover yourselves. Luckily for Secret, though, they do have Ember Spirit, one of the best anti-split pushers. Drop a Remnant, TP back to base, defend, and then return to your team.
Yeah, especially with the Boots of Travel build that he already has and is well on his way to a Battle Fury. Has the Perseverance, another 500 gold. Secret are rotating around. Pylite Die is leading the way with this Smoke Ink. Weehaw right behind him. They're going to run into Super here. He doesn't have his ultimate. They're going to lead. A little chicken. Serpent Ward's getting laid out. Super is going to be food for fodder. They try and go on Puppy at the same time. They get the stun on the Misery. Burning comes in. They don't have the Sonic Wave. Now he does. Has enough mana. Takes out Misery.
And Secret will start retreating. They have Eternal Envy here, and they've got the vision on VG Gaming. Do they really want to take this? They start going on to FY. Fenrir's ready to go with the charge almost, but they can't fight this one. So much track. Weehaw even going for more now as Fenrir feels the damage of the cold snap on him.
They have so much burst on both sides of the team there. Oh, no.
Ice. Not going to try and stop him, just get some amplified damage out, but Bounty Hunter returns with some vision of his own, throws a track onto the Slardar.
That's not awful for Vici Gaming as well. They forced Puppey to drop his wards. Maybe not forced, but the engagement happened not next to the tower. If those wards were down next to the tower, Secret would have gotten that tower down to 20% at least there before retreating. So that was a decent way for them to play things. Force Puppey to not drop wards by tower. Take fights where you get some kills and trade some in return. And allow your split push and maybe your late game potential to come in.
Vici Gaming, things are going to get really, really scary if they try and go for this top tower defense. I doubt they will. Tier 1 tower is already down. But there was some nice vision laid out by Pylai behind the tower. And actually allows him to get a track now onto Super. Secret are not going to stop just yet. They're going to go for the tier 2.
I don't blame them.
Vici Gaming, they've smoked up. Eternal Envy does pop the smoke onto FY. Super pops his ultimate, and Secret now going to retreat out. The charge is coming in. Vici Gaming still want to fight this one. Tornado EMP provides some interception. Quick disable onto Ice. He's not going to get out the stun as well. Vici Gaming are now have to run the other way. The dog just gets immediately doomed up. Super's going to try and stay ahead of Misery. It looks like he will be able to get out, but the rest of Vici Gaming are all just free cleanups now for Team Secret.
Bernie will get the deny on Super, but that just wasn't a fight that Vici Gaming was going to win as soon as they backed off. Like, I don't know why Super used his ultimate at all. It only lasts for 18 seconds. It's a limited window. So as soon as he used it, Vici Gaming said, well, we have to go now. And then you're chasing 5 heroes. They've got a drum of endurance, so they're running really fast, and you know that he's going to be able to tornado the Spirit Breaker, completely preventing his charge. You can't have that kind of initiation against the heroes that Secret has.
Yeah, the Tornado EMP was so disrupted there, but also the quick reactions of both the Shadow Shaman as well as Weehaw. They both hexed up and orchided the Slardar to make sure he couldn't get that follow-up initiation.
And that's because of the ward they placed. They saw him coming.
Burning's going to be caught out. The Orchid controls him long enough for Eternal Envy to help get the kill. Fenrir now comes in, actually pops it, but Tornado stops the Nether Strike. He's still going to complete. No, he's not. Trying to go on Eternal Envy, but he's got to Remnant jump away, and Fenrir.
Are they going to go for this?
Looks like it. They get the chains. Fenrir is still plenty tanky. Ice, chasing away these heroes.
No spells on Invoker right now. Otherwise, they maybe could have followed up there. But this two-man ganking combo, Ember Spirit and Invoker, they're so hard to kill. Both very evasive, very fast movers. Lots of disable options. And the Battle Fury's up at 19 minutes here on Eternal Envy. 140 CS, 50 more than anyone else in this game.
And they have another 3.5 minutes until Roshan, too. The Bounty Hunter picking up the mech. We'll have Guardian Greaves probably pretty soon as well. That'll help deal with the amplified damage on himself, as well as keep Secret above the kill threshold against all this burst damage of Vici Gaming. Oh, Pylai die. He just ran in. That's perfect, though. He interrupts the smoke. He's going to die here. But Team Secret, I think, are going to be happy with that exchange, stopping the 4-man smoke rotation of Vici Gaming.
Yeah, I agree. That's absolutely worth it, because the only way that Secret loses a fight, in my opinion, is if they get caught unawares. Smoking is the best way to do that. Much better to trade your Bounty Hunter for this. It doesn't matter if he loses gold. He just has to be in the vicinity of somebody else dying. He's going to get it right back.
Battle Fury from Eternal Envy will easily push back this wave from Vici Gaming. Unless Vici Gaming managed to find some sort of initiation, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to actually take a fight here. It doesn't seem like Ice sees any openings, so Vici Gaming will start backing up. An Invis rune for Fenrir, maybe that can change things around.
I feel like Fenrir has to not charge from the front, because there is going to be a tornado flying through the mix of things.
Right.
And they have so many good ways to just stop his charge. Same thing.
If they can get the stun. No, Eternal Envy. Again, the vision advantage. Pylai die. This ward is twice now. Set him up either to win the fight or allow Eternal Envy to dodge the incoming gank.
And they cut the wave bottom a little bit. They're getting ready to set up wards, and this is going to mean that Vici Gaming's late. The charge is actually coming from Fenrir, but he's got to stop. The timing isn't right. He has to go in with his team. And like I said before, I think he has to come from a weird angle because he's going to get disabled. Yeah. He's too underfarmed at this point, and their heroes counter him too much. If you prevent the charge from landing, then Spirit Breaker is just a bad hero.
Just like last game, we're looking at almost a 15,000 gold lead by 20 minutes for Team Secret.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And it's just going to keep climbing as they take more of these objectives. Roshan's going to be targeted as well. They have the charge onto Misery. They actually see him pretty alone here, leading with the Orchid. Will be able to get the stun. This should be a free pickoff.
It's a good pick for Vici Gaming. 539 gold going to Ice Ice Ice. He gets his first kill of the game. And some much needed levels on Fenrir as well.
Now the jump in, they're gonna catch Puppey as well. That was 1,200 gold in total for just a pick off on Misery. And then you combine it now with Puppey going down and a tier 1 tower falling. And Vici Gaming gets some much needed gold to continue their item progression.
A little bit of mistake in Secret's plans, but it's not the end of the world here. Really good observer wards placed by Vici Gaming as well. This is a lot of there's been a lot of movement in the middle of the map, so it's good to track where that is. But with that said, the Ags is up on Invoker and it's on the way. Now it's got buffed recently. There's a little bit more value that you get out of each point that you have. You get an extra level of Quas, Wex, or Exhort. So you're gonna see the best damn EMP possible. I don't even know how much mana it's gonna drain. 625.
625 mana? Are you kidding me?
Per hero.
That's half of Burning's pool.
That's so big. If he actually drains him, he's not gonna be able to do a full combo. It's that simple. Using Orchid alone is 100. This EMP could be so big. Drain all of Lycan's mana. Drain all of Spirit Breaker's mana. Slardar, all of his mana. If they get a good EMP, its fight's completely over. Completely stopped. They do find the Observer Ward, though. They're thinking about smoking, perhaps. There is one on Puppey, yes. Good thing they put that sentry down. But either way, I think it's pretty clear. Vici Game is going to say they're 4 heroes. Yeah, look, Ice Ice Ice, perfect positioning. Breaks the smoke on Weehaw. And no smoke gank just yet for Secret.
That'll help keep his 4-staff coming to him. He's only 800 gold away from that one. FY, meanwhile, he's pushing out the bottom lane. He could complete a Solar Crest if he wanted to, but perhaps he's going to think about instead going for the Aghanim Scepter, yeah. Gets the intel as well as the strength item. And Vici Gaming is going to be their best opportunity. A 5-man smoke. They're going to be running into Team Secret here, making the initiation. They're going to go into Puppey first, trying to pop him, but the rest of the team is a little bit slow in following that up. Weeha's going to be able to provide some disruption, throws out the Deafening Blast. Fenrir immediately gets controlled up. He's going to be taken out, it looks like, as Puppey. He'll get the turnaround kill as FY claims at least 1 here, but it's 1 for 2. Looks like it's about to be 3 as Burning gets doomed up, and Eternal Envy should have no problem chasing that one down with his Blink Dagger, surrounding Super as well. He knows he's gone. Vici Gaming, they just seem broken after that second game from Team Secret. Getting a 5th kill, that's a wipe. Vici Gaming at 25 minutes in. They seem utterly outplayed and outdrafted by Team Secret in this game 3.
I mean, now that Secret has the gold advantage, when the tracks come out, how can they get away from them? It doesn't matter that your Lycan runs max.
Team Secret. They've broken Vici Gaming. There's no other way to describe that one. 2 25-minute victories in a row for Team Secret after a tough game 1. Showing championship style here, recovering from a tough loss like that.
And they guarantee themselves top 3 in this event. They're going to move on to play Evil Genius in the upper bracket finals. The 2 teams a lot of people expected to do well, so great performance for them.
2 of the Western Giants are now going into the upper brackets. Vici Gaming will be dropping down alongside CDEC. But a big congratulations, Team Secret. And that's the last game of the night. The analysts have the tough road to predict who's going to be winning in EG versus Secret and whether or not Vici Gaming can climb back from the losers bracket.
Thank you very much, Catalyst. The crowd's chants ring out. Team Secret are the victors in the semi-final of the upper bracket, and we've got what we thought we'd get at TI, a Secret EG upper bracket final, and the $1 million captain made it happen perfectly. Gentlemen, fantastic drafts, fantastic strategies, and a great game 3 from Team Secret.
Honestly, it just felt like Team Secret. They kind of understood what was going on. Highlight die with the bounty hunter. Something I really want to highlight is every team knows how to play against that hero for like the last 6 months. They know that the courier snipe is coming. They just know it's going to come at some point, and the fact that he still manages to make it happen at such crucial moments like that, it just blows my mind.
I don't know if he's ever had a bad bounty hunter game, actually. Even when he chain feeds, he's still creating space for the team. The guy's unbelievable in the hero. But it's not. I think we saw it second phase banned in a couple of the games, but this game it does slip through, and what a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. Secret on their way out of the arena to a large cheer from the crowd, Ben.
I think more importantly, we're seeing more counters to Spirit Breaker. We're seeing the Invoker with a very low cast point on Cold Snap, as well as Tornado. He couldn't get a clean jump, and we saw EG's Timbersaw earlier, so I expect Spirit Breaker to fall off after this.
Also, the Slardar was really frustrated. The Tornado, Cold Snap, same thing. There was one time where Slardar blinked in, got instantly Cold Snap, then Orchided, and just died without getting anything off, so...
Oh, the Weevoker is swap on the way down, too, at least for Secret.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. So, all right, Paul, do you want to gloat now? It's time for you to gloat.
Well, I just want to say
Can we get this out of the way?
4 out of 4 today. Quite happy with my performance today. It's been on par, perhaps not on Puppy's par, but let's find out, because Dakota is with the $1 million captain right now.
Thanks, Paul. Here on the stage with Captain Puppy, of course, of Team Secret. A hell of a series, probably the best series we've seen so far in the Major. Got to ask you, did it feel any different facing off against Vici this go-around as opposed to when you had to go against them in the grand final in Singapore for Nanyang?
It's way harder to pick against them. I would say that they're a way better team than before.
Game 1 was very, very close, but Game 2 in the draft, certain Tiny comes up. Got to ask you, how long have you had that in your back pocket, collecting dust a bit? What was that all about?
It's a cheese thread. You got to always have cheese threads.
It worked out pretty well. It was very impressive. But in the grand scheme of things, especially I want to go back to game number 1, super, super tight. It looked like you guys were almost able to pull it off, but then you came back real strong. Psychologically, it seems like you're very headstrong. How important is that to you and to your team?
Well, right now, when you play internationally, your pressure kind of gets to you a little bit. Some little things kind of start bothering you, like some lights on your face, or like the booth is like super hot because you've been staying there for a while, and the other teams. So yeah, when actually there's a lot of money on the line, you actually get those pressures going. I think nobody here is like so rock solid that doesn't care about all of this stuff. I would say that everybody cares, but I guess sometimes you just are more comfortable with your own game and your picks, that those things matter less.
The biggest stage here, you want to have the most perfect conditions ever. That's understandable. So, tremendous series. We look forward to moving on. This means you're going to go against EG. That's going to be super hype. So, congratulations again, man. It was great. Let's give it up again for Team Secret, of course. You had a lot of fans here. Let's go ahead and send it back to the panel right now.
Thank you very much, Dakota, there with Puppy. And obviously very happy with him and his team's performance as they reach the upper bracket final. We'll wrap things up, of course, with our panel members once more, and we'll also give you the bracket as well. You can see confirmation that Evil Geniuses will play Team Secret in the upper bracket final.
I believe it's been since Star Ladder this April since a Chinese team has actually won one of these tournaments. And not just that, but it also feels like pretty much every other event has either been won by EG or Secret, outside of, I think, the Vega surprise at ESL 1 New York. So can anybody stop EG or Secret? That's the question right now.
And they're not going to get a chance to just yet because they've got to play each other, obviously. And it's one of the teams in the lower bracket going to get a shot at them, but which one, we don't know yet. The performance from Secret today, obviously coming back from that early defeat in Game 1, Puppy mentioned it in his interview, distractions and things that are outside of their control often play a part in their mentality, and they've obviously developed that because they were spoiled a little bit as a previous team at TI, and now it seems to have a composition of players that don't perhaps get spoiled by that.
I think when you have a captain like Puppy, who's kind of been through it all, he's been around in Dota for such a long time, even in Dota 1, he probably helps his team kind of focus up, and when somebody might complain about something, he'll just say, stop, focus on the game, this is what matters. And I think that kind of leadership is really underrated here in this scene because oftentimes there's no real clear-cut leader, even on professional Dota teams where, one guy will snip at you and the other guy will try to get a remark in, and you kind of feel like your leadership is assaulted a little bit. But with Puppy, it's unassailable. Yeah. Like he's going to rule with an iron fist. I feel like when these little minor issues come up, they're not even issues.
How great a captain is he?
Well, I can say for sure his hands are not as smooth as William's, so...
Wow.
He says iron fist. He means not like mine. But yeah, I mean, there's been so many interviews with a lot of really good pro players and teams that have done well, but maybe not amazingly. NIP comes to mind. They recently decided to kind of go their separate ways. One of the big things that they said in their disband interviews was that we just didn't have that really strong leadership voice. And it's not to pick on them. I've seen dozens of teams say this exact same thing. These captains that can always be cool, calm, and collect under pressure and never lose sight of their objectives are very few and far between, and Puppy is one of the few.
Okay. Final words, final thoughts of the day? Highlights?
On top of that, I think that at the end of the interview, Puppy said that Vici was much stronger than they faced at Nanyang, and that was a really tight series. So that also means that Secret has improved, that they've managed to best them in this series. And I think they've gotten so much better and flexible with the Invoker pick, and I just like their strategies and versatility. Very deep pockets, as someone said.
Highlight of the day?
For me personally, it was that last game where Weehaw was able to play the Invoker. It's a hero that you don't typically see, and for the Dota scene, if you go all the way back to TI2, that was the dominant hero in mid, and I just feel like it's such an exciting hero. And to see it kind of have a little bit of resurgence with Black playing it at one game, with Weehaw now playing it, and Sumel having a game on it, for me, that's, as a mid player, that's incredibly exciting.
Yeah, nice to have it back.
I mean, going back to the beginning of the day, I was very impressed by OG, who looked a bit shaky in the group stage, but Moon has, for me, been the standout player on that team, did quite well in complexity, and I think looking back on it, it's pretty clear he was the key player there, definitely one of the few, and I think he was the biggest pickup for this team. He's also improved the most on the big stage, playing for a more international team, getting more experience against the top European teams, and he had a breakout performance today. So if he can keep it up, I think OG is a threat to go deep as well.
All right. Well, thank you very much to Blitz, to LD, and to Malini, and to all of our panelists today, and of course our commentary team and observers. The halfway point of the main event has been reached in the Frankfurt Major, and we now know 2 of our top 3 finishers, but not the order just yet. Today saw 3 decisive victories for OG, Virtus Pro, and Evil Geniuses, and an incredible final match between Vici and Secret. Tomorrow things heat up even more with 3 more games from the lower bracket as we trim the field to just 5 teams. Thank you for attending the Frankfurt Major, and thank you for tuning in. We'll see you again tomorrow from 10:30 a.m. local time for day 4 of the Frankfurt Major.